The blue-gray light from his laptop screen was the only illumination in the dark apartment, casting Kyle Ryan's focused features in a pale glow through his headphones. The complex rhythms of Dream Theater's Pull Me Under provided a soundtrack to his relentless typing. His consciousness was fully submerged in the data stream, his physical form feeling like a distant, inconvenient anchor. In moments like these, he resented the biological necessities that forced him to pause: the hunger, the thirst, the need for sleep. He'd made the case to work this mission from the comfort of the DIA headquarters back in Virginia, but his boss had insisted on sending him to Angola. As usual, the boss was right. The local infrastructure here was a joke, completely incapable of supporting the remote operations they needed. That's why he and the hardware team were building everything from the ground up right here in Luanda. Stealth antennas, encrypted transceivers, independent power grids, all of it was off the books, invisible to the Angolan government. With Angola Telecom now in bed with Huawei thanks to a massive new contract, every bit of data on the state network was essentially an open book for Chinese intelligence. America was losing a silent cyber war, and Kyle, true to his family's legacy, had volunteered to be on the front lines. His concentration was shattered by the childish bickering flooding his comms headset. "Seriously, man, you're on the wrong building," insisted Cockburn's voice. "I'm not," Waddle shot back. "Check your own coordinates, bro. Don't bro me. You're quoting 90s rap lyrics at me now? Unbelievable." Kyle sighed, the digital equivalent of a persistent poke in the shoulder. He stopped his configuration routine and turned to a second laptop, waking it from its screensaver with a thumbprint. The screen displayed a detailed overhead map of their operational sector. 2 tagged dots glowed on the display, one for Cockburn, one for Waddle, a block apart. Sometimes, Kyle reflected, having a normal last name like Ryan was a small blessing. "I can settle this," he interjected, his voice dry. "Bravo is, technically speaking, on the correct roof." "Ha! In your face, Hot Willie," Waddle crowed, keyword, "technically." Kyle clarified, his tone shifting to one of weary sarcasm. "You're on the right building, Waddle, but you're facing the wrong direction. Your antenna is pointing at a bakery. Unless we're suddenly interested in monitoring pastry orders, you might want to rotate 180 degrees. A moment of stunned silence was followed by Cockburn's burst of laughter. Kyle allowed himself a faint smile, then muted his mic, the petty squabble fading as he dove back into his silent electronic war. "You've got the right building, but the dish is in the wrong spot," Kyle said, using Waddle's call sign before either man could fire back a sarcastic reply. Even with all the joking and trash talk, they were professionals and never used real names over comms. It was supposed to go in the northeast corner, you're over in the southwest. So in a weird way, Alpha has a point. You'd actually be closer to the right spot if you were on the wrong building next door. Kyle braced for Cockburn's usual smug comeback, but the hardware tech stayed silent. "Well, that's a first. Burnt Weenie has nothing to say," Waddle remarked as Kyle watched his green dot shift across the rooftop toward the correct corner. An uncomfortable, static-filled pause followed. "I think you bruised his ego," Kyle said, breaking the quiet with a slight grin. "Come on, man. No need to get touchy. You know I'm just giving you a hard time," Waddle replied, his usual cocky tone softening for the first time that night. Cockburn still didn't answer. A flicker of unease stirred in Kyle's chest as he shifted his focus from Waddle's green dot to Cockburn's position indicator. The field tech had been heading north on Rua Cristiano dos Santos, his dot tracking smoothly on the map, but now the icon was frozen. "Alpha Sitrep, you okay, buddy?" Kyle said, eyes fixed on the motionless dot. No response came. "Bravo, this is Omega comms, check." He called to Waddle, just to verify his own signal was going out. "I read you Lima, Charlie," Omega, Waddle answered. "I'm going to check on Alpha from up here. I should have a visual copy that. Good call." Kyle turned back to Waddle's green dot, which had reversed direction and was now moving south across the roof toward the building's edge. When he looked again at Cockburn's indicator, he saw the dot was now moving in jerky, hesitant bursts into an alley between two rows of buildings. This wasn't a special ops mission. He had no satellite or drone feed for overhead imagery. He and his team were cyber division, not field operatives. "Bravo, it looks like Alpha is on the move," Kyle said, reaching for the bottle of fruit punch-flavored body armor on his desk. Seems like he's ducking into an alley. What the waddle started, but his transmission cut out abruptly. At the same moment, Kyle heard what sounded like a gunshot, followed by a heavy thud. "Bravo, C-Trep," he said, bolting upright in his chair and dropping the drink without taking a sip. "Bravo. Do you copy?" Waddle didn't answer, and the green dot on the roof had stopped moving. Fear erupted in Kyle's chest, and the primal fight-or-flight instincts buried deep in his brain surged forward, seizing control. For complicated, multi-layered problems like strategy or coding, the amygdala couldn't compete with the cerebral cortex, but in moments like this, it was unmatched. It sliced through hesitation like a hot knife through butter. The how, the why, the endless what-ifs, none of it mattered anymore. The amygdala processed the last 2 minutes and distilled everything into a stark, undeniable logic even someone with Kyle Ryan's scattered, brilliant mind couldn't ignore. His team had been made. Cockburn and Waddle were gone. All that was left was a simple, brutal choice: run or die. Every instinct screamed at him to burst out of the apartment like a man fleeing a blaze, but duty forced him to complete one last task before evacuating. He pressed and held Control-Alt-F-F1 for 3 seconds, and a pop-up window flashed on the screen. "Authenticate to erase all data." Kyle swiped his thumb across the fingerprint reader. The window refreshed. To proceed, press the Y key. To abort, press the N key. He tapped Y, spun around, and sprinted for the front door, leaving everything in the apartment exactly as it was. His hand froze on the doorknob, a sudden instinctive caution holding him back. What waited on the other side? An ambush in the hallway or a gunman positioned on the stairwell landing? "Damn it," he whispered, cursing his own lack of preparation. He should have memorized every exit, every blind corner of this building. If his escape now depended on a firefight, Kyle knew his chances were 0. He was completely unarmed, and facing a professional would be a death sentence. Sure, he'd graduated from the Naval Academy and passed all the required firearms qualifications, but that didn't make him a shooter. He'd never had the natural affinity his older brother Jack seemed to inherit from their father. He could still hear the taunt from a plebe summer upperclassman. "Ryan, there isn't a single drop of seal in that scrawny frame of yours." The insult had proven accurate. A combat warrior he was not. But Kyle possessed one exceptional skill, something he could do better than his brother and almost anyone else: run. He could run long distances at a blistering pace. Back in college, he'd clocked a sub-24-minute 8K on the challenging Lehigh cross-country course, securing a second-place finish, even now with a demanding job. He faithfully logged 25 miles every week. Maintaining a pace under 6 minutes per mile felt effortless. A bitter, almost sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Terrific. My greatest talent is cardio, and I'm up against people with guns. I can't exactly sprint away from a bullet. The grim reality was that a sniper had almost certainly taken out Waddle and Cockburn, making a window escape suicidal. His only path was the stairs. He would need sheer speed, plenty of cover, and an enormous amount of luck. Exhaling a shaky breath, he turned the knob and eased the door open a crack, listening intently. The sounds of ordinary apartment life seeped through the thin walls: a baby's cry, the muffled bass of music, a television anchor's voice. There were no shouts, no heavy boots storming the corridors. Time was slipping away. He opened the door wider, peered quickly down the empty hall, then burst out and sprinted for the stairwell door. Without slowing, he slammed his shoulder into it, shoving the heavy metal door inward with all his force. It connected solidly with someone on the other side, sending the figure crashing backward in a chaotic tumble down the concrete steps. Kyle's initial shock and guilt, had he just hurt a neighbor, vanished as his eyes locked onto the pistol clattering to a stop on the top landing. He snatched up the weapon as the man came to rest a half-flight below, sprawled and motionless. The figure was dressed in dark, casual clothing, a common black N95 mask obscuring his face. His head was twisted at a severe, unnatural angle, his eyes open and vacant. Kyle looked at the gun in his hand. He didn't recognize the make or model. He was no firearms enthusiast, but he could identify it as a semi-automatic, similar to a Glock, probably chambered in 9mm. A quick check of the ejection port confirmed a round was ready in the chamber. Weapon now in hand, he started down the stairs. As he neared the fallen man, a cold doubt crept in. Was he truly dead, or was this a trap? What if, at the last second, a hand shot out to grab his ankle? The rational part of his mind dismissed the idea as ridiculous, a leftover from too many late-night horror marathons with his sister Katie. Still, he gave the corpse a wide berth, quickening his pace as he navigated around it on the way down. The descent felt surreal, like moving through a dream as he took the 6 half-flights of the switchback staircase to the ground floor. He was in uncharted territory. His colleagues were dead, and the killers were now hunting him. Surviving this building was step one, but the question of what came next loomed large. His primal brain had screamed, "Run," but offered no destination. Where was he supposed to go? Then, with startling clarity, the answer presented itself: the U.S. Embassy. Reaching the bottom landing, he froze, faced with another blind choice. 2 doors confronted him, an emergency exit to the outside and a standard door leading into the ground floor hallway. His heart hammered against his ribs at a frantic pace, driven purely by terror. He had no idea which side of the building the exterior door opened onto or what direction he'd be facing. He hadn't noted where Cockburn parked the rental car, and finding it now seemed impossible. If he abandoned the vehicle and ran for the embassy, he wasn't even sure of the route. The unknowns were overwhelming. How could he possibly strategize with such incomplete information? What would Jack do? He whispered. But Kyle already knew. Jack would just move, adapting on the fly, and heaven help anyone foolish enough to stand in his way. "But I'm not Jack," he said aloud, the words tasting bitter. He tucked the pistol into his waistband, concealing it with the tails of his untucked shirt. With trembling hands, he approached the interior door to the apartment hallway, fairly certain he was walking to his death. He opened it and stepped through. A middle-aged man was walking toward him, head bowed over his phone. Kyle's threat assessment was swift. Slight build, casual attire, no mask, no visible weapons. Nothing suggested an operative, but then again, blending in was the mark of a professional, wasn't it? Kyle drifted to the far side of the hall, his right hand moving to a ready position. The man glanced up from his screen, made brief eye contact, and gave a slight nod before returning to his phone as they passed left shoulder to left shoulder. Kyle lengthened his stride, keeping the man in his peripheral vision until he disappeared into the stairwell. A fleeting wave of relief was instantly crushed by a cold realization. If that man went up to the 3rd floor, he would find the body. Damn it. At that moment, like a gift from his subconscious finally deciding to clock in, a perfect mental image of the mapping software he'd used all night flashed behind his eyes. It wasn't a photographic memory, but it might as well have been. The streets and landmarks were laid out with crisp clarity. His internal compass snapped into alignment, and his sense of direction solidified from a vague notion into a concrete plan. A mental map unfurled in Kyle's mind, a pre-planned route glowing like a GPS track from his apartment to the embassy compound. The plan was simple. Slip out the back door into the service alley. Head south, then squeeze through a gap between 2 buildings to reach Bengala Street. From there, it was a flat-out sprint west for about 1,000 meters, with a final dogleg to the embassy gates at the corner of Nendunduma Street. For the first time since this whole mess started, a spark of hope ignited in his chest. Operating on pure instinct, he turned and moved for the rear exit. He didn't allow himself to hesitate. Thinking was the enemy now. He shoved the door open, dropped into a crouch, and exploded into a run. The sharp crack of a suppressed rifle shot echoed, and a round tore into the doorframe right where he'd been standing. The alley was barely 10 feet across. He covered the distance in 2 strides and dove into the narrow passage between the buildings, a tight slot that the sniper couldn't possibly track him through. He burst out onto Benguela Street, which ran perpendicular to his escape route. Turning right, he poured on the speed. The pistol tucked in his waistband immediately started to bounce free. He snatched it just before it hit the pavement. Now he was just a man running for his life, gun in hand, on a deserted street in the dead of night. No witnesses, no one to care. He was powered by a raw cocktail of terror, adrenaline, and a single burning thought: get home to your family. He pushed his legs harder, trying to recall the rhythm of his best cross-country mile years ago, a blistering 4:24. Could he find that pace now? Dim streetlights and parked cars blurred past on his left. So far, no second shot had come, but the silence was its own kind of threat. He clung to a desperate hope that the sniper was stuck, forced to pack up and find a new vantage point to get a bead on him. A morbid thought flashed. If a bullet did find him now, at least it would be quick. A lot of ways to die were far less merciful. The sudden, piercing shriek of tires on asphalt shattered the quiet, risking a stumble. He threw a glance over his left shoulder. A pair of blinding headlights were now about 400 yards back and closing fast. Forget the hidden sniper, he had a much more immediate problem. Hollywood always got this part wrong, showing people somehow outrunning cars. It was a joke. Even at a world-class sprint, a human tops out around 15 miles per hour, a car doing 60 covers that distance in a heartbeat. The hunted never outruns the engine. The SUV's motor roared as it accelerated. Kyle knew his only possible advantage was his size. He needed a gap, an alley too tight for the vehicle to follow. He scanned the building fronts ahead, but this wasn't some orderly American grid. Luanda's architecture was a chaotic jumble structures crammed shoulder to shoulder in a mismatched line. Every shop was locked down tight behind steel bars and metal security gates. The next cross street was just 50 feet ahead. He could make that turn, but the one after that was a full block away, an impossible distance. If he turned now, the SUV would easily follow. If he stayed straight, maybe a miracle alley would appear, or maybe it wouldn't. His mental map offered no clues here. As he hit the intersection, he checked again. The SUV had halved the distance but hadn't caught him yet. Maybe, just maybe, he could reach the next corner. To hell with it, he gasped, deciding to gamble and push forward. And in that moment of sheer panic, a long-forgotten memory slammed into his consciousness. Kyle exploded from the apartment into the narrow service lane behind it. This east-west alley cut a clean path through the block, a stark contrast to the haphazard north-south gaps between buildings. At the last possible second, he veered right, heading north at the intersection. He wasn't a praying man, but in that moment he sent a silent, desperate plea into the universe that his hunch about the alley's layout was correct. Half a block down, his gamble paid off. He swerved hard left into a parking alley choked with obstacles. Dumpsters, parked cars, and assorted debris turned it into an obstacle course. His pursuers could follow, but they couldn't race. Spotting a towering stack of wooden pallets, he skidded to a halt, spun, and shoved the whole unstable mass into the alley's throat. The crash of splintering wood was immediately followed by the shriek of tires. The SUV had taken the turn. Kyle dove behind the nearest dumpster, the game shifting instantly from a sprint to a deadly game of cat and mouse. A direct run to the embassy was suicide. His new plan was simple: Evade, then move in short, desperate bursts. He held his breath, listening. Had they driven past, maybe turning west toward Rua Undunduma to cut him off? Or were they creeping down this cluttered alley right now? The urge to peek was almost overwhelming. He forced himself to count to 10, his own ragged breaths loud in his ears. Time was a vice tightening around his chest. He had to move. Cautiously, he leaned out. His heart plummeted. The SUV was idling at the far end of the alley, windows down, the driver and a gunman in the back seat, methodically scanning the shadows. In a stroke of brutally bad luck, the driver's gaze snapped directly to his. A shout, a pointed finger, and then the world erupted in gunfire. A hail of automatic rounds hammered the other side of his steel shelter. A fraction of a second slower on the draw, and his skull would have been vaporized. The moment the firing paused, Kyle was moving, staying low and using the dumpster as a shield. Behind him, an engine roared to life and tires screeched as the chase resumed. He pushed his body, already screaming in protest for every ounce of speed. The SUV crunched over the scattered pallets, the sound of destruction closing in. He scanned the tight walls for an escape route, any gap between buildings, but they were sealed tight together, offering no mercy. A raw, frantic fear surged, and a stream of profanity spilled from his lips as he ran. The alley's exit was still a football field away. Once that SUV cleared the dumpster, he was a dead man. Then he saw it, a wooden privacy fence, maybe 8 feet tall, enclosing the rear courtyard of the next building. A large tree rose from within. He had zero idea what was on the other side, or if there was even a way out. But it was his only option. The SUV was gaining, metal shrieking as it sideswiped parked cars in the tight space. A single clear thought cut through the panic. "I'm not dying here," he growled to himself, his voice fierce with a sudden defiant anger. He aimed for the fence, planted his foot, and launched himself upward. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength he didn't know he possessed, he hauled his torso up and over the slats, rolling into the unknown with a clumsy, desperate grace. His landing was anything but graceful. On the other side of the fence, a neat row of clay planters filled with flowers and vegetables lay in wait. His leading foot came down hard on the rim of a large pot, sending it toppling. He crashed down in a mess of broken ceramic soil and crushed tomatoes. At that exact moment, automatic gunfire tore a line of holes through the fence right where his chest would have been. Gasping from the impact, he scrambled into a low crouch, the thought flashing through his mind that the clumsy fall had just saved his life. Staying as low as he could, he bolted north through the small garden courtyard, driven by pure desperation. The apartment complex had a narrow gap separating it from the next building over. This tight alley was blocked by an iron gate on the far side, but if he could get over it, he'd have a clear path to Rua Undunduma. Reaching the gate, he saw a heavy padlock securing the latch. Another climb. From behind came shouts. Was the shooter from the SUV coming after him on foot? He scaled the gate, rolled over the top, and landed in a crouch on the other side. Turning back, he got his answer. Through the bars, a pair of gloved hands appeared on top of the wooden privacy fence, followed by a masked head. Kyle's hand shot up to fire, but it was empty. Damn it! He'd lost the pistol when he vaulted the first fence, and in the chaos, he hadn't even noticed. The killer hauled a leg up onto the wooden slats. Kyle didn't wait. He spun and ran for everything he was worth. The slot alley offered zero cover, nowhere to hide. A burst of fire down this narrow chute would cut him apart. Missing would be impossible. With every pounding stride, a sharp protest shot through his right ankle, likely twisted in the fall. But that's what adrenaline was for. He channeled the pain, pushing himself harder. 10 yards to the opening, 7-5. He pictured the shooter dropping into the alley behind him, but refused to look back. 3 yards to freedom, teeth gritted. He tapped into a final deep reserve of strength. 3 more strides, and he burst from the alley's mouth like a shot. He immediately veered hard left around the building's corner. He braced for the sharp crack of gunfire echoing in the alley, but it never came. For a second, he thought he'd made it, but then his mind recalibrated. The shooter had probably given up the climb and gone back to the vehicle, which would now be speeding down to the next intersection to cut him off before he could reach the embassy. "With my luck," he muttered, "I'll get shot down on the sidewalk 10 feet from the front gate." As the words left his lips, the truth hit him. He was literally, and in every other way, running the most important race of his life. A race for his life. He'd thought about death before philosophically, but he'd never truly feared it. Maybe it was his youth, or maybe it was the Ryan family legacy. Death had always felt like something that happened to other people. Not anymore. Now it felt close. Immediate. Real. It was as if the Grim Reaper was pacing him, stride for stride, or more accurately, hanging just a few steps behind, like his old rival, Dylan Harper, used to do on the Naval Academy cross-country trails, pushing him on every course and turning every race into a brutal final sprint. 10% more, he growled between ragged breaths. Just give me 10% more. Bizarrely, his body obeyed without argument like a well-trained soldier. He felt his stride stretch out, his leg muscles embracing the fresh burn, his heart hammering at a cadence that felt both dangerous and superhuman. Kyle was already pushing himself harder than he ever had, his legs burning with a frantic, unsustainable energy. Ahead, the embassy's corner fence came into view, 100 yards to sanctuary. The next few heartbeats would decide everything to his left. The shriek of tires and a roaring engine announced the arrival of the hunter. This faceless killer, the one who had murdered Cockburn and Waddle, was hidden behind a mask, and that anonymity filled Kyle with a furious, desperate need. He had to know who was behind this. The black SUV swung around the corner, cutting an angle that would meet him right at the gate. 50 yards out now, he could make out 2 Marine guards posted inside the closed perimeter. The embassy was dark and locked for the night. But those soldiers weren't just doing a job, they stood as a living promise of protection. "Help me!" Kyle managed to shout between ragged breaths. "I'm an American!" His own voice sounded stronger than he felt. Both Marines turned toward the sound. 40 yards, intelligence officer, open the gate. They're trying to kill me. In the SUV's rear window, a figure appeared, leveling a compact machine gun. One Marine tracked the vehicle just as the gunman opened fire. A burst of bullets tore through the air behind Kyle, missing by inches, 30 yards. Then, defying all expectation, one of the Marines aimed his rifle and fired directly at the SUV. The shot struck home. The vehicle veered, drawing fire from the second guard. Another barrage shattered the windshield and blew out the front tires. The SUV lurched violently left. The rear gunman, now off target, sprayed rounds toward the Marines, who returned fire with devastating precision, their magazines emptying in a deafening exchange. Kyle was 20 yards from the gate and running straight into the crossfire. It didn't matter. His entire world had narrowed to that opening. The SUV, now crippled, was sliding toward the embassy's outer wall. One Marine reloaded swiftly while the other unlatched the gate and waved frantically. Kyle could no longer see the gunman, but the danger was far from over. 10 yards. The Marine at the gate locked eyes with him, his mouth shaping the words, "Simon, Simon," though Kyle heard nothing but the roar of his own straining lungs. 5 yards. He felt death closing in, a spectral competitor in this final dash. 3 yards. Then, in a flash of peripheral movement, the masked assassin reappeared in the window. A muzzle flashed just as the covering Marine spotted him and unleashed a furious volley. With his lungs screaming and his body leaning forward, Kyle hurled himself through the gap in the gate, crossing onto American soil. He managed one more stumbling step before his legs completely failed him. He tumbled, rolling to a stop on the hard ground, engulfed in darkness and the sound of his own ragged gasps. When his vision cleared, He was staring up at the face of a Marine looking down at him. "Name," the Marine demanded, his rifle leveled. "Kyle Ryan." "American intelligence. My team. They're gone." The White House, Washington, D.C., 5:11 p.m., in the dressing room adjacent to the presidential bedroom. Jack Ryan stood before the mirror, a dark blue suit jacket slung over his arm. He held up one silk tie, then another, against his crisp white shirt, only to let out a soft, self-mocking laugh as he recognized they were identical. "Which one works?" he called to his wife, Kathy, who was in the bedroom, already smiling in anticipation of his little joke, but the smile died on his lips. A cold, formless dread washed over him so suddenly that the tie in his left hand slipped from his fingers, whispering to the floor. "What's my other option?" Kathy asked from the doorway. He realized he was still holding the second tie up to his collar. Their eyes met in the glass, and he saw her expression shift from amusement to worry. "Jack." She stepped closer, her hand coming to rest on his shoulder. "You're white as a sheet. Are you all right? Is it your heart?" Ryan blinked, looking at his own reflection. He understood her alarm instantly. His face was pallid, his jaw slack. He closed his mouth and manufactured a smile. "I'm fine, really." No chest pain, turning. He took her hands, the forgotten tie still dangling from his fingers. "You look incredible," he said, brushing a kiss against her cheek. "Thank you," she said, her tone now serious, brushing off the compliment. "Now, what was that? You looked like you'd seen a phantom." "Honestly, I don't know," Ryan admitted. "Have you ever had one of those moments? A sudden deep sense that something is off?" "Twice," she answered, without hesitation, her voice quiet. "When you were on that operation in South America, and again, minutes before the plane hit the capital, should we call the kids? Check on them?" A sharp, almost physical urge to do exactly that gripped him. He pushed it down, squeezing her hands. "Everything's fine. It's been a marathon of a day. My subconscious is probably inventing crises to get me out of this dinner." His color seemed to be returning as Kathy's posture relaxed and she released a breath. "Besides, you're the one with the sixth sense in this family. You'd get the warning bell before I would." This was probably just a preview of the aggravation waiting for me in tomorrow's cabinet meeting. That drew a genuine laugh from her, yet the unsettled feeling lingered, a persistent hum at the edge of his awareness wrong. He glanced at his watch, 5:13 p.m. He wasn't a superstitious man, but he'd never cared for the number 13, and for a fleeting, uncharacteristic second, he wondered if it was a sign. He dismissed the thought as nonsense, taking a deliberate breath to steady himself as he bent to retrieve the fallen tie. If a true global crisis were unfolding, he'd already have a steward at the door, or a call from Arnie Van Dam, his chief of staff, or from Mary Pat Foley at the DNI. She never hesitated to interrupt, day or night. "Seriously?" he said, standing and holding the two ties side by side at his throat. "Which one?" Kathy shook her head, a smile touching her lips again as she reached up to touch his face. "Jack, they're the same tie. Pick the one on the left. I was leaning that way myself," he said, the familiar banter helping to anchor him back in the moment. She went back to the bedroom, leaving Ryan alone with his reflection. His hands moved automatically, adjusting the tie and looping it into a perfect Windsor knot. Kathy was here in the residence. Katie was probably still at her desk, and Jack Jr. was on some well-earned leave. Sally would be home with her daughter right about now. That just left Kyle. It struck him then that he wasn't entirely sure where Kyle was at that moment, but his youngest was a cyber specialist, hardly a posting that landed you in a firefight. He'd learned to trust his gut over the years, but right now, logic told him all his children were safe. If something was wrong, and it probably was just that questionable fish he'd had for lunch, he had the finest team on the planet working for him. They'd tell him, the presidency came with crushing responsibility and immense power, but its greatest gift was the caliber of people it placed around you. He trusted them to handle anything and to keep him informed without delay. His most pressing dilemma at the moment was surviving an evening with the French president and his much younger wife, when all he really wanted was to stay in with Kathy and watch some classic film. This was the strange life he'd somehow inherited. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts as he stepped out of the dressing area. Kathy's sharp glance made his heart stutter for a second. He offered a small, calming smile and a shake of his head, but the unease crept back in. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. President," said Arnie Van Dam when Ryan opened the door to the sitting room. "Not a problem," Ryan replied, feeling his pulse quicken. "What is it?" I'm not completely sure, sir," Van Dam admitted. "We're getting very preliminary reports that there may have been American fatalities in Luanda, Angola," Ryan asked, and immediately felt a guilty pang of relief. So this was the source of his earlier dread, but none of his family would be anywhere near Angola. "What happened?" "Too early for details, sir, but—" Arnie gave a slight shrug. Ryan valued his chief of staff's blunt honesty. "It sounds like it might have been a covert Defense Intelligence Agency mission that went sideways." Ryan nodded tightly. They'd been running operations in Angola for a while to push back against Chinese influence, but he wasn't personally briefed on every active mission. "Keep me updated, Arnie. You're still coming to the dinner?" "Unless this gives me a legitimate excuse to skip it, sir," Van Dam replied with a faint smile. "It doesn't," Ryan said. "Then I'll see you there, Mr. President," his chief of staff said, checking his watch. "I'll see what else I can find out before then." Ryan closed the door after Van Dam left. That had to be it, he told himself, yet the unsettled feeling lingered. "Jack," Kathy called from the bedroom, "which pair of shoes looks better?" "Be right there," he answered. He forced his mind to the evening's agenda, which centered on persuading France to join a broader coalition for serious investment in Africa. Handing out aid was one thing. It was time to foster real economic independence and strategic alliances. Other global players were already there, eager to fill every vacuum. He was determined not to let poverty and instability transform parts of the continent into another generational conflict zone. Office of Naval Intelligence, National Maritime Intelligence Center, 4251 Suitland Road, Washington, D.C., 5:42 p.m. local time. Lieutenant Commander Katie Ryan looked at the time and date displayed on her monitor and let out a soft, frustrated sigh. On a typical evening, she'd be sinking into her comfortable office chair, savoring the quiet as the building emptied out. She'd brew a cup of tea and begin untangling the various global threads that had snagged her attention throughout a hectic day. All those little nagging details, the things that made her pause and think, as she moved between meetings and managed her team, would be carefully recorded in her small gray notebook. Kyle had given it to her last Christmas. It had dad jokes on the cover and an awkwardly charming joke printed at the top of every page. The evening was her time to chase down those threads, to see where they might lead. Honestly, it was her favorite part of the day. Free from interruptions, she could let her curiosity roam freely over all the little moments she'd collected. That was on a normal day. Today was anything but normal. She checked the timestamp once more, biting the inside of her cheek. Tonight, her professional admiration was coming into town. Well, she supposed Commander Dennis Nepper wasn't a celebrity in the usual sense. If he did his job perfectly, hardly anyone outside the Navy would know his name. In fact, outside the specialized circles of naval intelligence, certain offices in the White House, and the close-knit submarine community, most people in the Navy wouldn't know him either. But within those circles, he was known as the executive officer of the formidable submarine that had helped thwart a nuclear strike on the U.S. East Coast, orchestrated by a rogue Russian captain. He'd had some assistance, of course, from an intelligence officer who was decidedly out of her element at the time. A smile touched her lips as she absently tapped the notebook. If she left now, she might even be a few minutes early. But traffic anywhere near the Capitol Beltway was notoriously fickle. In her experience, it had a particular talent for conspiring against her whenever she was pressed for time. She practically personified Murphy's Law when it came to D.C. area roads. She nudged her mouse, waking her computer. "I'll just take a quick peek." She entered her credentials to access the secure network. The scrolling briefing feed displayed concise summaries of global events and intelligence relevant to the United States and its allies, a classified news ticker right at her fingertips. If anything caught her eye, a double click on the header would open a detailed report along with initial analyses from the originating agency. It wasn't unusual for Katie to spend a couple of hours in the evening like this, absorbing the world's hidden currents, most of which the public would never see. It was her rabbit hole, her version of mindlessly scrolling through social media, an activity she otherwise avoided. Bomb maker in Yemen identified supplying Houthi forces resistance leader captured in India, pirate activity expected to increase in the northern Indian Ocean due to suspected Chinese cyber facility likely located in East China Sea. DIA assets reportedly attacked in Luanda. She was about to click the last item when her phone chirped, picking it up. She smiled at the caller ID DN and accepted the call. "Hey there," she said, leaning back with a contented sigh. "Let me guess. Duty calls and you're shipping out to save the world again." "Not even close," Nepper replied with a warm laugh. He sounded upbeat, maybe even a little keyed up. "Just checking to see if you're running on schedule. Traffic on I-95 North was lighter than I figured, so I might beat you there by a few minutes. No rush. I can always grab a drink at the bar if you're delayed. I've got all the time in the world." She glanced at her watch. The drive to Old Town Alexandria was typically 25 minutes in clear conditions, but this wasn't the ideal time to be on the road. Still, she'd mostly be going against the flow of rush hour. If she got in her car within the next 10 minutes, she might even arrive a little early herself. "Actually, I'm walking out the door right now," she said. "I should arrive with plenty of time to spare." "I'm really looking forward to seeing you, Ryan," said her submarine officer, the man who might be her boyfriend, his gentle tone suggesting he truly meant it. "To be honest, I've missed you." Even alone in her office, she felt the warmth of a blush spread across her cheeks. "I've missed you too, Nepper," she replied playfully, using his last name the way he always used hers. "I'll get there as fast as possible. Looking forward to it," he said. After hanging up, she began hurriedly tossing items into her bag. She had already swapped her navy uniform for a floral sundress and comfortable flats, letting her hair fall loose. She figured she could run a brush through it during the drive. Her eyes drifted back to her computer screen. DIA personnel in Luanda targeted. Absent-mindedly, she chewed the inside of her cheek, a nervous tic she despised but couldn't break whenever she was deep in thought. What exactly was the Defense Intelligence Agency running in Luanda? She was aware the NSA had been vocal for the past half year about China's push to control telecommunications, and by extension, cyberspace, sub-Saharan Africa had become a critical zone for Western interests, not only due to its vast carbon resources. Angola alone was believed to hold roughly 9 billion barrels of oil and nearly 11 trillion cubic feet of confirmed natural gas reserves. Yet its position along the Atlantic, serving as an entry point to the continent, carried immense strategic weight. The U.S. had been funneling money into the country through aid and commercial ventures, but it was common knowledge they were losing the influence race to China, which was investing significantly more. Whispers circulated about a pending agreement with the Angolan government that would expand China's presence not just economically, but potentially on a military level. She checked her watch again. Then, opening her gray notebook of corny jokes, she flipped to a blank page, wrote tomorrow's date, and quickly scrawled. "DIA operation in Angola?" She drew 2 circles around the phrase, shut the notebook, and logged off her computer. As she turned to leave, she paused, rummaged in her desk drawer, and pulled out a miniature bottle of travel mouthwash. She took a gulp, swished it vigorously. then leaned over and quite ungracefully spat into the round trash bin beside her desk. With a light, eager feeling in her chest at the thought of meeting Dennis, she hurried from the office. Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility, SCIF, U.S. Embassy, 32R. Huari Boumediene, Luanda, Angola 019. Local time. Kyle tapped his fingers restlessly on the conference table, alone and waiting. The skiff was far from luxurious. A basic drip coffee maker sat on the sideboard, with no Keurig or sink in sight. The mini fridge was stocked with water bottles, but its failing compressor groaned loudly and provided little chill. The chairs were awful, no wheels, pathetic padding, and zero recline. In short, they were garbage. But the crowning annoyance was that the room felt hotter and muggier than the air outside, a phenomenon that seemed to defy basic physics to Kyle. So, he was secure but thoroughly uncomfortable. Normally, he was better at brushing off minor irritations, but having two of his teammates killed on his watch was eating at him. His mind was ricocheting wildly between the early stages of grief, denial, rage, and bargaining. He couldn't shake the thoughts of his mistakes and every alternative move he could have, no should have made. If I'd just kept Waddle from going near the roof's edge, he might still be here, he muttered under his breath. The magnetic lock clacked, jerking him from his cycle of regret and self-blame. The door swung open and two men entered. Kyle recognized one of them, Julio Tejada, the embassy's regional security officer, who served as the top law enforcement official on site and a security advisor to the ambassador. The second man to enter wore a faded gray camouflage hooded sweatshirt, dark denim jeans, and a pair of classic black Air Jordan 5 sneakers. He had a neatly trimmed mustache reminiscent of a modern pop singer, and his medium brown hair was slicked back with gel. Kyle immediately cataloged him as agency. "Freddie Vincent," the man announced, stepping forward with an outstretched hand. "I run the station here, Kyle Ryan," Kyle replied, rising just enough to complete the handshake. The CIA station chief looked no older than 35. His youth sent a message, though. Kyle couldn't decide if it was a promising or a worrying one. Freddie and Julio took seats, both leaning in to rest their elbows on the table. Julio briefed me. Freddie began, his expression turning sober. "It's a real bad deal, I'm sorry." Kyle gave a slow, weary nod. "Yeah, it's a nightmare." "All right," Freddie continued, shifting gears. "First thing we need is damage assessment and containment. Plug any leaks. Sound right to you, JT?" "Agreed," Tejada said. Kyle shook his head, a surge of defiance cutting through his fatigue. "The first order of business is getting my team back. We are not leaving Waddle and Cockburn in the field. Not after what happened." "I hear you, and recovery is on the list," Freddie said, his tone measured. "But before we move, I need to understand what we're up against, JT, and I can't help if we're in the dark. You need to tell us who you're with and what your mission was." Kyle hesitated. Torn, time was slipping away, and bureaucratic red tape was a luxury they couldn't afford. Yet, the unit he worked for within the Defense Intelligence Agency was intensely compartmentalized, and his boss was famously rigid about operational security. The silence stretched. "Look, man, I get it," Freddie said, his voice surprisingly casual, almost conversational. "You don't know me from Adam, so why trust me? But flip that around. I don't know you either. You're not one of my assets, or I'd have been notified about an OP in my own backyard. So whatever calls you need to make to get us to a place where we can work together, make them now. None of us want to be sitting here when the sun comes up." Kyle's mind, ever analytical, compressed the dilemma into a stark choice: follow protocol and surrender all control over his teammates' remains, and the story of what happened, or bend the rules, and maybe, just maybe, bring them home and secure the sensitive gear still in that apartment. He made his decision. "I'm with a DIA element that prepares the cyber domain ahead of possible future conflicts," he said, choosing his words with care. "To save time, I'll answer the next question. My team was here to covertly establish a secure cyber communications package in Luanda and other key locations. Freddy exchanged a quick, knowing look with Tejada before turning back to Kyle. And I'm sure your apartment's lovely view of the Chinese embassy was just a happy accident. Obviously not, Kyle replied flatly. I know, Freddy said, a faint smile touching his lips. He stroked his thin mustache thoughtfully. Are you with DI, ST, or Mission Services? Yes, Kyle said, feeling no need to elaborate on the bureaucratic nuances of his group's ambiguous place on the DIA organizational chart. Both Freddy and Tejada let out soft chuckles. What I don't get, Freddy pressed, is why you guys didn't loop us in. This feels like a job for our shop, not the DIA's. The Pentagon has no permanent boots on the ground here. The Angolan military isn't exactly a looming threat. So why would DIA care about cyber prep in this particular sandbox? It was none of the CIA's concern what his headquarters prioritized, and that, Kyle thought, was precisely the core of the ongoing friction. For years since the War on Terror and beyond, the DIA and the CIA had increasingly found themselves tripping over each other both in the figurative sense and all too often in the literal one. Both organizations were tasked with collecting intelligence on foreign powers, their militaries, and various non-state actors, a overlap that frequently led to territorial disputes and confusion in the field. While the CIA's responsibilities spanned the entire spectrum of foreign intelligence, from political to economic affairs, the Defense Intelligence Agency honed in solely on military and defense matters, even with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence overseeing the entire intelligence community. The operational lines between the DIA and CIA could blur, creating a sense of competition. Kyle didn't believe that was the issue here, but he chose to address Freddy's implied question with a measured response.
Our mandate is to assess two categories of military threats,
Kyle stated, the immediate ones and those still on the horizon. Freddy's expression shifted with a flicker of understanding that quickly faded. I see, but China doesn't have an active military footprint here. Not a permanent one, Kyle countered. And Freddy gave a slow accepting nod before turning his attention to Tejada. I'm authorizing Isaacson and his team to secure the apartment Ryan was using and handle the recovery. Are we aligned? Tejada's brow furrowed with concern. Who's briefing the ambassador? You or me? It's already done. What was her reaction? Freddy allowed a faint smile. Her exact words were, keep me in the loop and try not to start an international incident. Tejada chuckled, shaking his head. We really lucked out with her. She actually understands the job. Kyle noted this detail. Freddy had been proactive, which explained the station chief's delayed arrival. Freddy then redirected his focus to Kyle. Any theories on who was behind the attack? It seems extreme for a communications hardware installation to warrant a professional hit squad. Completely agree. It was considered a low-profile assignment, so minimal security was in place, Kyle replied. I have no concrete leads. Has anything new surfaced since you spoke with JT? Nothing. As I told Tejada, the man in the stairwell was masked. Any distinguishing features you could make out? Eye shape, anything? Kyle's voice tightened slightly. I was a little preoccupied with not getting shot. The details are a blur. Freddy accepted this, understood. I just need to know what my team might be walking into. Is there a global response staff unit here? Kyle asked. I wish, but we do have a 4-person ground branch team that just wrapped an assignment in Kinshasa. Frankly, we're fortunate they're still in country. They were supposed to depart in 48 hours. For operators of their caliber, this should be straightforward. Then I'm going with them, Kyle said, leaning forward intently. The answer was immediate and firm. Out of the question. I've worked with ground branch before I can handle myself. Freddy's initial laugh vanished, replaced by a stern, unyielding gaze. Let's be clear. You were directly targeted. Your team was executed. By your own account, a sniper eliminated Waddle from a rooftop. Inserting yourself back into the field doesn't just paint a target on your own back, it jeopardizes the entire team by association. He paused, his eyes locking onto Kyle's. I am aware of your lineage. We must operate under the assumption that the hostile party is, too. My primary duty is to ensure your safety and protect your non-official cover. The answer is no, Ryan. You remain here until we have control of the situation. Kyle had anticipated this refusal, and intellectually he knew Freddie was correct, but the weight of obligation to Cockburn and Waddle pressed on him. Standing aside while others cleaned up the mess felt like a betrayal. With a resigned exhale, he conceded with a curt nod. Good, that's settled, Freddie said, turning back to Tejada. Tell Isaacson he's a go. Tejada pushed his chair back and stood. On it, he confirmed, exiting the secure room. Freddie also rose, offering a compromise. If you want, you can observe the operation live from the Emergency Operations Center. We've got a decent coffee setup in there. All right, thanks, Kyle replied. He met Freddie's gaze and added, I'd appreciate it if you kept this off the official channels all the way to the top. I'd prefer the president not be looped in. The station chief offered a dry smile. I'm flattered. You think I have that kind of pull, but that call is way above my pay grade. What the director of the CIA or the director of national intelligence chooses to share with your father is completely out of my hands. Frustrated, Kyle stood, letting his posture speak for him. Come on, Ryan, Freddie said, unbothered and with a practiced, easy charm. Let's get you a proper cup of coffee and maybe a bite. You'll feel more human, I promise. Fine. Following Freddie out of the secure room, Kyle's thoughts churned with a toxic mix of anger, guilt, and dread. The botched mission ate at him. The possibility that an enemy had compromised his non-official cover was a deep, personal violation. The loss of his team was a raw, aching wound. And looming over it all was the cold fear that this single night could wreck everything he'd built. His career, his future. He found himself wondering, not for the first time, how often his brother Jack Jr. had wrestled with these same dark emotions, feelings that were still so foreign to Kyle himself. Not that he'd ever ask. Kyle was a fortress, his inner world locked down tight. This job was one of the few things he felt he had truly earned, without the family name paving the way. The prospect of being benched from fieldwork, condemned to a life of desk duty, was bad enough. But the idea of being yanked from the Defense Intelligence Agency and promoted into some safe, meaningless bureaucratic post within the administration, that felt like a betrayal, a gut punch of the highest order. He was fairly certain his dad didn't even know the specifics of his current role in intelligence, or that he'd turned down a promotion to major, resigned his commission, and joined the DIA as a civilian analyst. He'd told no one, not his father, not even Katie, and when they found out, they were going to be furious. Embassy District, Luanda, Angola, 0034 local time from the passenger seat of the idling, armored Chevy Suburban. Daryl Isaacson lifted the advanced monocle scope to his eye and methodically scanned the shadowed alley for movement. Seeing nothing, he toggled the setting from night vision to thermal, searching for the telltale glow of a human heat signature. This was the last known location of DI officer Kevin Cockburn, according to Kyle Ryan's report. Isaacson had been asleep when the call from Tejada came in. He'd known, with that cold veteran's instinct honed over 20 years in conflict zones, that it meant someone was dead. When the regional security officer detailed the situation, it turned out to be two someones, executed just 5 blocks from the embassy. Their bodies still out here waiting for recovery. Anything? Asked Grant Hickman from the driver's seat. Like Isaacson, Hickman was former Special Forces, a Green Beret who'd traded his uniform for a contractor's role with the CIA's ground branch. They went way back, and it was Isaacson who had first talked Hickman into making the jump to this shadowy work. They'd been a team ever since. Clear so far, Isaacson muttered, panning his scope upward to the rooflines. Ryan's debrief had mentioned a sniper, though the man hadn't seen the shots himself. Isaacson had a deep, professional hatred for snipers. With today's gear, even a mediocre shooter could be deadly from a distance, and he had zero interest in offering himself or his team as a third trophy for a shooter who was already having a productive night. "You want me to creep down this alley?" Hickman asked. "See if we spot a couple of boots poking out from under some trash." To an outsider, the remark would sound brutally cold. Isaacson knew better. Hickman was as solid as they came, with a core of decency, but he was also relentlessly practical and devoid of sentimental nonsense. It was why they worked so well together. If Cockburn and Waddle were gone, they were gone. Lingering on the possibility wouldn't change that fact. Isaacson shook his head, his focus sharp. "We're not moving until we clear these rooftops." In the real world, bulletproof was more of a suggestion than a guarantee. The armored Chevy offered protection, but it wasn't a magic shield. 3. This is 1. What's the status on Monty? He spoke into the slim mic near his mouth, using their nickname for the surveillance drone. "Monty is airborne," Lou Mills responded. Through the comms, Isaacson could just make out the fading electronic whir as the device sped into the darkness. "Copy that. Waiting on your feed," he said, adjusting his monocle. "You want me to scan the buildings near your position first, or should I prioritize the roof where Waddle was last spotted?" Mills asked. "Scan our immediate vicinity, then locate Waddle," Isaacson instructed. "Confirmed. This entire situation is messed up," Hickman muttered, tucking a pouch of wintergreen into his lower lip. "I thought you gave that up," Isaacson said, raising an eyebrow. "I did. This is Smoky Mountain," Hickman replied, showing him the tin labeled for tobacco-free caffeinated pouches. "Seriously, I didn't know they made those," Isaacson said, skepticism plain on his face. "Want to give it a shot? What's it taste like? Kinda like the real deal, kinda not. Took some getting used to, but now I'm hooked." Hickman offered the can. Isaacson was considering it, his hand almost reaching out, when Mills's voice cut in. "All rooftops and fire escapes are clear on both sides of the alley." "Roger," Isaacson said, making a quick circular motion near his temple. "Hoo-ah," Hickman acknowledged, turning the steering wheel and pressing the accelerator. The large SUV left Rua de Benguela and entered the tight, unnamed passage. As they crept forward, it struck Isaacson that once they were in the alley, there was no simple way out. If things went south, their only exit was in reverse. "Take it easy," he told himself. "This is Angola, not a war zone." Before this posting, his knowledge of the country had been sparse. He recalled checking the Global Peace Index. Angola was ranked 82nd out of 163 nations, considered moderately stable for the region. But the agency's internal reports had tagged it with an asterisk, a warning that analysts predicted a rise in instability, terrorism, and local violence within the next 1 to 4 years. That asterisk was why Isaacson and his team were here, supporting embassy personnel. For 11 months, he'd seen nothing but routine days, not a single violent incident, until tonight. "Over there," Hickman said, pointing with a gloved hand as they reached the alley's middle. Peeking out from behind a cluster of trash cans, Isaacson spotted a pair of boots. "Damn it," he growled, the sound rough in his throat. He hated that Hickman's grim prediction had been right. No, what he truly hated was that this validated the CIA's forecast, suggesting tonight was just the beginning of a downward spiral into chaos for another African nation. Hickman guided the SUV past the cans and stopped. "Should I raise the tailgate?" Isaacson, who rarely hesitated, paused. "What's with the look?" Hickman asked. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Isaacson admitted, glancing out the back window. Mills cleared the roofs. "We're clear, boss." Isaacson drew a slow breath and forced the unease down. Isaacson yanked the door handle and said, "Let's go." He jumped from the SUV's passenger side, sweeping wide around the back to avoid the rising tailgate. By the time he reached the body, Hickman was already kneeling beside it. Phone in hand with Cockburn's photo on the screen, Hickman glanced up, answering the silent question. "It's him, or what's left of him, anyway." A frown tightened Isaacson's face. Years as an operator had exposed him to plenty of violence, but that never made it easy to see. "Grab me a towel from the back," Hickman said. Muttering a curse under his breath, Isaacson pulled a dark towel from the Suburban's cargo area and tossed it over. He turned away, scanning the alley in both directions, then checking the windows and fire escapes overhead. In his earpiece, Mills's voice came through, using the phonetic call sign for Waddle 1-3. "I've got whiskey. He's key-eye on the rooftop, just like they said." "Copy that, we found Charlie," Isaacson replied, referring to Cockburn. "Check," Mills answered, the single word heavy with gloom. Isaacson felt that weight too. He hadn't known these men personally, but that didn't soften the blow. Cockburn and Waddle were American field agents on the sharp end. It didn't matter that they were DIA and he was CIA. They were cut from the same cloth. They were brothers. "Ready?" Hickman said. Isaacson stepped forward and took the dead man's legs while Hickman lifted under the arms. As they loaded the body into the SUV, Isaacson's eyes lingered on the towel-wrapped head, half of it gone. A cold dread settled in his gut. The feeling that a supersonic round might come for his own skull at any moment. Whoever had targeted Ryan's team wasn't just professional. They were bold enough to take on the United States. That spelled trouble for anyone standing in their way. Hickman looked up after positioning Cockburn's body to make room for another. Isaacson gave a grim nod. "All right, let's go get Waddle." Emergency Operations Center, EOC, U.S. Embassy, Rua Huari Boumediene, 32, Luanda, Angola 045, local time. A hard lump formed in Kyle's throat as he watched the live drone feed. The main screen in the EOC showed a bird's-eye view from the quadcopter hovering over the rooftop where Waddle lay. His body was twisted, torso down, arms flung wide, but his legs were turned to the side. A dark, wet stain of blood and tissue spread behind his shattered skull. Kyle wanted to look away, but couldn't. Minutes earlier, he'd listened as Isaacson and Hickman recovered Cockburn from a trash-strewn alley. Seeing this was far worse. "This is on me," he whispered. A firm hand gripped his shoulder. He turned to see Freddie, the CIA station chief, staring him down. "Don't," Freddie said, "but if I had just you didn't pull the trigger," Freddie cut in. "Luanda isn't a war zone. You and your team weren't running a combat op. You hear me, Ryan? You were non-combatants targeted by a hit squad. This isn't your fault. Don't start playing the what-if game. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about." "Why should I trust that?" "Because I've walked that road myself, more than once, and all that's waiting at the end is misery." Kyle nodded. Freddie was right. He, Waddle, and Cockburn were DIA cyber specialists, not assaulters kicking in doors on a high-stakes raid. They'd been hunted, not the hunters. In his head, he already knew it. Some part of him just needed to hear it said aloud. Acknowledging the truth didn't ease the pain. "I understand what you're trying to do." Kyle finally replied. "Thanks, but I'm just furious. We all are. That's exactly why I'm initiating a full investigation into this incident. We will identify who is responsible and ensure they face the consequences." "Thank you," Kyle repeated, wanting the discussion to end. Yet the intensity in Freddie's gaze told him this was more than a placating gesture. The CIA officer was sincere, though whether headquarters would back his plan remained uncertain. Freddie shifted toward Tejeda at the console. "JT, let's have Mills do a quick perimeter check of the building before Teams 1 and 2 get there. Better safe than sorry." "Agreed," Tejeda responded, then keyed his mic. 3, this is Dogout. Run a perimeter scan with Monty around the target building prior to 1 and 2's arrival for whiskey extraction." "Copy," Mills acknowledged. The video feed dipped and swung as the drone descended from the rooftop, beginning its surveillance pattern. "Bullpen, this is one. 3 minutes out. Camera is live." "Roger, one," Tejada said, typing rapidly. A new live video stream appeared on the far right monitor of the 3 large screens in the EOC, replacing the earlier feed from the embassy's main gate security camera. Kyle recognized it as a body or helmet cam from the perspective of someone inside a moving SUV. A mission clock in military time and the name Isaacson, D, appeared in white block letters at the bottom. "I didn't realize ground branch operatives used body cameras," Kyle remarked, turning to Freddie. "They typically don't," Freddie explained. "This was Isaacson's protocol. Unlike most operators, he wants us to see his viewpoint. He considers our oversight a tactical asset and an extra layer of situational awareness." Kyle rubbed his jaw. "I get the benefit, but it's also a risk. What if the feed is compromised? Now the enemy can identify the entire team." "That was debated," Freddie said with a short laugh. "But the team has a workaround." He pressed his mic. "One, show me two." The camera view panned left, revealing the SUV's driver, Hickman, now wearing a black mask featuring the stark, intimidating Punisher skull emblem. "See, problem handled?" Freddie noted. "Yeah, that'll do," Kyle conceded. His eyes drifted to the center screen, where a white SUV entered the frame and parked on the street directly in front of the apartment building his team had used. As the drone continued its arc around the corner, the vehicle slipped out of view. "Go back," Kyle urged, pointing at the monitor. "Reverse the drone now." 3. Bullpen, reverse Monty's course, Tejada ordered. "We may have spotted something before your turn." Roger. Mills replied over comms. "Where should I look?" "Half a block east. A white SUV just parked in front of my apartment building. It's the 3rd structure down from Waddle's location." Kyle's voice faded. 3. "Did you copy that?" Freddie asked, his mic active. "Copy," Mills responded. The drone camera swiftly refocused, capturing the white SUV just as 2 pairs of masked men exited and rushed toward the building entrance. "There!" Kyle exclaimed, immediately feeling foolish for stating the obvious. "Ghost, Bullpen, be advised, 4 armed individuals are entering the primary building." Tejada spun his chair toward Freddie. "Your call, do we proceed or abort?" Ignoring Tejada, Freddie fixed his eyes on Kyle. "You wiped your computer drive but left everything else behind when you evacuated, right?" "Everything except my passport," Kyle confirmed. A cold knot tightened in his stomach as he added, "What about Waddle and Cockburn? Are they still in there? Did they have their identification on them, or did they leave it all behind?" Kyle shrugged. "I really couldn't say. It's irrelevant," Tejada countered. "They can always run DNA." Freddie sounded skeptical. "If they're even equipped for that—" Over the loudspeaker, Isaacson's voice crackled with impatience. "Bullpen, this is Ghost 1. We need a call. Do we abort, keep watching, or move in?" Freddie let out a long, slow breath, his gaze locking with Kyle's in a silent exchange that spoke volumes about honor and commitment. "This is a high-risk play," Kyle insisted, his concern genuine. "The data purge was successful. You're under no obligation here." A confident, almost reckless smile spread across the CIA station chief's face. "Ghost, Bullpen, you are cleared to engage, and make sure those clowns get a personal greeting from the United States of America." Isaacson's response was a sharp, "Hooah!" The body cam feed lurched forward as the heavy SUV surged ahead, closing the distance to its objective, Embassy District, Luanda, Angola. Luo 47 local time. Kalemba was in no mood for games. One target had slipped away, and the blame for any consequences would land squarely on him. Jaw tight. He stepped into the apartment. A swift assessment showed the escapee had fled in a hurry, abandoning a laptop and personal items in his rush. Maybe this isn't a total loss, he thought, rubbing the rough stubble on his chin. The order to take out the 3-man team had caught him off guard. They weren't arms dealers, traffickers, or known adversaries of the government. They weren't even carrying weapons. After extensive surveillance, Kalemba had pegged them as Americans likely setting up comms or surveillance gear. If he was right, then at best his team had just killed 2 U.S. government contractors. At worst, they had eliminated field operatives from a major American intelligence agency. This was a serious problem. When the Americans discovered what he'd done, and they inevitably would, there would be a severe reckoning. Superpowers did not tolerate interference in their operations or the elimination of their personnel. He had no idea who had hired them for this job. His employer, operating out of Kinshasa, never shared client details for Mukadi. The only thing that seemed to matter was a guaranteed payment. Kalemba wouldn't put it past the man to take contracts from opposing sides in the same conflict. The Congolese mercenary was utterly without scruples or mercy. Walking to the table, Kalemba opened the abandoned laptop, the login screen glowing to life. Surprised the agent hadn't destroyed it, he snapped it shut, tucked it under his arm, and continued his search, noting only empty cups and drained water bottles. He moved into the nearest bedroom where a backpack sat on the floor and a black suitcase lay open on a stand. He started with the backpack sitting on the bed and placing the computer beside him. Inside an inner pocket, his fingers closed around a passport, its cover stamped with a gold eagle and shield. "Murder," he swore under his breath, flipping it open. The photo showed a stern-faced Caucasian man, listed as 33 years old, from Maryland. Jack Bauer. A cold dread settled in his gut. This was very, very bad. "What is it, boss?" Henrique asked from the doorway. Kalemba held up the passport. "Americans," Henrique responded with a low, displeased grunt. With a deep frown, Kalemba placed both the passport and the laptop into the main compartment of the backpack, zipped it shut, and swung it over his shoulder, the weight of his discovery feeling heavier than the bag itself. He rose, ready to instruct Henrique to clear the remaining bedroom, when the sharp crack of gunfire echoed from the hallway beyond the apartment door. His hand went to his pistol. "We hold this position," he stated, motioning for Henrique to secure the door and brace for an assault. Switching his radio to the emergency channel, he called for immediate support, a cold dread settling in his gut that Armando's team might already be gone. Embassy District, Luanda, Angola, 0102 local time. Isaacson slid from the passenger seat of the Suburban, his boots meeting the asphalt as his body instinctively dropped into a low, balanced stance. After so many years in the field, the movement was as automatic as a heartbeat, a deep-seated muscle memory. Holding that crouch was no simple feat. It demanded constant, deliberate tension through the legs and core, a test of both stamina and focus. Yet he'd grown to welcome, even depend on, that familiar strain in his muscles. It was a sensation that sharpened his senses, a reminder he was still in the fight. Keeping his profile below the armored vehicle's roof, he moved swiftly along its side, rounding the rear bumper. At the driver's side corner, he dropped to one knee and peered around the SUV's flank toward the apartment building's facade. His customized Wilson Combat SBR tactical rifle felt like an extension of his will, outfitted with a suppressor, a hybrid holographic sight, and a finish he'd personally selected. With deliberate calm, he guided the weapon's green reticle across the entryway, the dark windows, and the silhouette of the roof. Seeing nothing, he keyed his mic. 2, this is 1. I have cover, no visual on threats. That was Hickman's signal to move from the exposed driver's side. Copy, Hickman acknowledged, exiting the vehicle. In Isaacson's earpiece, Mills reported, 1, 3, and 4 are in position. Copy, Isaacson replied, then pushed off to follow Hickman, who was already advancing across the sidewalk toward the main door. The plan was clean and direct. They would hit the building as 2 pairs, matching the 2 hostiles their drone had spotted minutes earlier. Mills and Levitt would make entry from the back, while he and Hickman took the front. The opposing team, having arrived first, was almost certainly under orders to sweep Ryan's apartment for any electronics or personal effects. Isaacson reasoned their leader would be thinking offensively, focused on the hunt, which might make them sloppy on defense. That could give Ghost Squad, their ground team's call sign, a critical edge. Then again, if I were running that show, he mused, I'd post a lookout in the stairwell or have someone watching the third-floor hallway just to be safe. A second later, his shoulder was against the rough concrete beside the building's front entrance. He caught Hickman's eye and received a tight nod. 3, 1, and 2 are set. Ghost is ready to breach on your command, he whispered into his microphone. He despised missions in populated residential buildings. The very idea of causing unintended harm to civilians tied his stomach in knots. This place was full of families, probably kids sleeping in their beds. They didn't ask for any of this. With a firm mental shake, he pushed the concern aside. The mission came first, and that was that. I'll just have to be precise. Having never scouted the building and with no blueprints to review, Isaacson was operating blind. He didn't know if the front and rear doors aligned or were staggered, or even if there was a proper lobby. This was Luanda, not some high-rise in Manhattan. Chances were it was just a simple hallway on the ground floor. Isaacson's standard procedure for this kind of entry called for the rear team to announce the breach and move in just ahead of the front door unit. It was basic psychology. People naturally focused on the main entrance, so hitting from 2 angles at once could throw any lobby guards into confusion. In a gunfight, even a flicker of hesitation was a gift. On my mark 3, 2, 1, Mills's voice came through the comms. Isaacson and Hickman pivoted inward from their corners. With a heavy kick, Hickman blew the front door open, and Isaacson crossed the threshold, his short-barreled rifle up and ready. He swept right and instantly locked eyes with a masked enemy. Call it rotten luck, or just the way things go. The hostiles had indeed stationed 2 sentries in the lobby, both lurking just inside the entrance. In one smooth motion, Isaacson sidestepped clear of the gunman's line of fire while squeezing off 3 rapid shots to the chest, dropping the stunned fighter before he could react. The second hostile across the hall had spun toward the rear door at the sound of Mills and Levitt's breach. 2 muted flashes lit the space. A synchronized pair of suppressed reports, and one of the rounds took the second shooter down with a clean headshot before he could engage. In Isaacson's peripheral vision, Hickman had entered and was clearing left, securing the western stretch of hallway behind him. "Clear," Hickman called almost instantly. "Clear," echoed Mills, who with Levitt was securing the eastern end. Isaacson stepped forward to check the first man he'd shot. The 3.5. 56 rounds to the torso were fatal, but the guy was still twitching, still alive. When the man's hand fumbled for his radio, Isaacson put a quiet round through his forehead. "Clear," he growled, his voice tight. Looking up, he saw his team forming a tight defensive circle, holding the hallway and waiting for his signal. A sign with a stairway symbol caught his eye about 15 feet down, beside a heavy fire door. He chopped a hand forward, and the 4-man element shifted into a diamond formation, advancing toward the stairwell with Levitt on point. At the stairwell door, Levitt positioned himself to pull it open, while Hickman and Isaacson stood ready to flood in. Isaacson held up 3 fingers, then pointed upward, a silent reminder the target apartment was on the 3rd floor. Mills nodded, turned, and dropped to a knee to cover their rear. 3, 2, 1, go, Hickman said, and Levitt yanked the door open. Hickman and Isaacson pushed into the stairwell in a staggered offset, Hickman scanning right while Isaacson looked vertically up the switchback stairs. Finding the first flight clear, Isaacson started up, moving fast, but light, careful not to skip steps. At the first landing, he paused, then risked a quick peek around the corner. "Clear," he whispered, and Hickman flowed past him to take the inside rail. Isaacson fell in a step behind, covering the outside. They repeated this leapfrog clearing drill all the way to the 3rd floor landing, where they held until Mills and Levitt caught up. Being first there, Isaacson crouched low beside the in-swing door. He signaled for Mills and Levitt to breach the hallway once he pulled it open. Expecting contact, he mouthed, "Stay sharp," to his teammates, who gave tight nods. Mills counted down the breach. On 0, Isaacson hauled the door inward. His teammates poured through the gap and vanished. He braced for the immediate crack of gunfire, but the hallway stayed silent. Hickman went next. Finally, it was his turn. Feeling the pleasant burn in his legs, he rose from his squat into a combat crouch and surged across the threshold into the unknown hall. As he moved, the familiar chords of Pearl Jam's Wish List started playing in his mind. This mental soundtrack had been a constant companion on missions for over a decade and a half, its origins a complete mystery to him. Perhaps it was the looping guitar line, the unwavering rhythm, or Eddie Vedder's distinctive gravelly voice that did it. Whatever the cause, the song triggered a unique state of tactical focus for Isaacson. It acted like a personal film score, his actions syncing with the beat, the music lending a strange fluidity to his violent choreography. The lyric's yearning tone offered a stark, almost laughable contrast to the brutal work at hand. Kneeling beside Hickman, Isaacson scanned the empty eastern hallway. A tap on his shoulder drew his attention. Mills gestured silently to a door slightly ajar, 5 units down on the western side. The position fit the intel Ryan had given for the 2-bedroom apartment. Isaacson signaled toward it with a sharp hand motion. Time to move. The team of 4 advanced swiftly down the corridor, Mills and Levitt taking point at the target door. They stacked up in pairs on either side. In Isaacson's head, Wish List kept its steady, reassuring beat, a grounding rhythm rather than a distraction. Since he and Hickman were on the handle side, they would make the initial entry. Years of partnership meant no words were needed. He'd clear left Hickman right, with Mills and Levitt flowing through the center. With a gloved hand, Isaacson counted down silently. 3, 2, 1, go. He exploded through the doorway like a sprung trap, adrenaline and intense concentration allowing his brain to instantly process the room's layout. Seeing no immediate threat straight ahead, he pivoted left to clear his corner. His vision tunneled through his weapon's holographic sight. Finding it empty, he snapped back to the front as Hickman cleared the right. In his periphery, Levitt and Mills swept through the center in low, aggressive stances. The apartment's common area was open with a living space to the right and a small kitchen and dining table ahead. 2 doors, one on each side, likely led to the bedrooms. With the main room secure, the team split into pairs again. A sudden, sharp intuition screamed at Isaacson. He yanked a flashbang from his gear, primed it, and tossed it through the crack of the left bedroom door. It detonated an instant later with a deafening crack and a blinding flash. He and Hickman surged into the room. Swinging left, Isaacson immediately identified a target, a figure in black crouching with a rifle, barely 15 feet away. With robotic efficiency, he settled the green dot of his sight on the man's face and fired. The suppressed round struck true, and the target collapsed against the wall. To his right, gunfire erupted as Hickman engaged a second hostile who managed to return fire. Isaacson rotated, aimed for center mass, and delivered 2 rounds into the shooter's chest. Hickman's shot, landing a fraction of a second sooner, had already been fatal, but not before the enemy got a round off. Isaacson watched the body fall, then rapidly scanned the rest of the bedroom before checking and clearing the attached bathroom. "Clear," he announced. "Clear," Mills's voice confirmed over the comms from the other bedroom. The brief, violent exchange was over. Turning back, Isaacson re-entered the bedroom to find Hickman staring down at his own equipment, a grim expression on his face. "Hey, man, you all right?" Hickman asked, his fingers pressing against a spot high on the left side of his armored vest. "Took one to the chest. Not sure if it got through." Isaacson immediately slung his rifle and moved to his teammate. He pulled off his right glove with his teeth and slid his hand under the vest, searching for the warm slickness of blood. "How bad does it hurt?" he asked. His eyes locked on Hickman's face as he pressed around the wound. He'd seen it too many times before, a guy taking a high-velocity round and not even realizing how bad it was until the adrenaline wore off. Shock and injury made for a weird partnership. "Just feels tight. I'm good to roll," Hickman insisted. Isaacson withdrew his hand, his bare fingers now wet and stained a deep red. "It's through the plate." "Well, that's just fantastic," Hickman said, his tone oddly casual, as if commenting on a flat tire rather than a gunshot wound. Levitt peered into the room. "We all set." Hickman's hit, left chest just outside the plate. "We need a medevac now," Isaacson stated, his mind instantly shifting gears, prioritizing the next critical steps. "Grab that backpack. Looks like the laptop's inside. Then get photos of these two and meet us at the vehicle on it," Levitt confirmed, turning to the task. Mills appeared in the doorway. "I'll help you get him downstairs, dude. I can walk," Hickman protested, a stubborn edge in his voice. "I'm still in this." "Maybe right now," Mills countered, his tone leaving no room for debate. He'd been a Special Operations Combat Medic, an 18 Delta, and he knew the clock was ticking. But in 5 minutes, when you've got a hemothorax and your lungs filling with blood, you won't be. He looked to Isaacson. "We need to get him to Josina Michel Hospital. Fast." "Whoa! Are you trying to finish me off?" Hickman shot back, his bravado cracking for a second. "No way. I'd let Mills work on me in the back of the truck before I go to that place." Isaacson ignored the remark, his focus shifting from Hickman, whose color was starting to fade, to Mills. "Is there an elevator in this building?" Mills shook his head. "Didn't see one." "All right. I'll help him down the stairs. You take point and provide cover," Isaacson ordered. "Copy that," Mills said. Just then, Tejada's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Ghost, sitrep. Bullpen to Ghost apartment is secure. 4 hostiles down, but we have 1 urgent surgical bullpen. Actual to 1, Freddie Vincent's voice came through. "We saw it. We're already coordinating a helicopter medevac from the embassy to Kinshasa. There's a forward surgical team there and a jet ready for transfer to higher-level care." "Understood," Isaacson replied, a sliver of tension easing from his shoulders. "That's a long flight, boss," Mills said, his expression grim. "Too long?" Isaacson asked directly. Mills offered Hickman a thin, professional smile. They all knew the stakes. "We'll know by the time we reach the embassy," the medic said. "If he's still stable, a chest tube might do it. If not, it means he's bleeding internally, and we divert to Josina." "Absolutely not," Hickman muttered. "We've got you, brother," Isaacson said, hearing the fear beneath the tough guy act. "You're going to be okay, no matter what." This was exactly why he wore the body cam. Freddie and the team back at base had seen and heard everything. They were already working the problem in tandem with him. "What about Waddle?" Hickman asked, his voice strained. "We can't just leave him. I'll be fine in the truck. Waddle's already gone, brother. You're not. But you will be if we waste any more time here. We get you on that bird, then we come back for Waddle." Isaacson moved behind Hickman, pulling the operator's right arm over his shoulders. "Now, stop arguing and do what I tell you." Hickman grunted in protest, but leaned his weight on Isaacson. Levitt, who had been working steadily, spoke up. "Photos are done. Got the laptop. And the pack." "Right on time we're moving," Isaacson said. With a head full of unresolved questions and the literal weight of his friend's life on his shoulders, CIA Ground Branch Team Leader Daryl Isaacson led his men out of the apartment building and toward the hope of safety. The group responsible for the attack on Ryan's unit had struck another painful blow against the American team. With his jaw clenched tight, Ryan made a silent promise to himself. No matter what it took, he would uncover the perpetrators and ensure they faced justice. At the Milk and Honey Southern-inspired kitchen on Telfair Boulevard in Camp Springs, Maryland, Katie found herself overwhelmed by the brunch menu. Her sister, Sally, watched with amusement from across the table, taking a slow sip of water. "Still deciding?" Sally prompted gently, noting the server had already been waved off once. I'm stuck, Katie admitted, her eyes scanning the laminated page. It's between the cheesecake flapjacks, the smothered chicken and biscuits, or maybe the kale and watermelon salad. A laugh escaped Sally. What's so funny? Katie asked, looking up. You are, Sally replied, her grin widening. You didn't choose this place for a kale salad. You came for the indulgent food. So order what you really want. I know. Katie sighed, setting the menu down with a show of frustration. But if I do, I'll feel guilty for the rest of the day. Sally reached over and gave her sister's hand a pat. You really haven't changed, have you? Well, what are you getting? The Wharf Scramble. Katie located the item on the menu. See, that's a healthy choice. Now I have to get the salad. It's not that healthy, Sally countered, which was true. Tell you what, let's switch. I'll order the cheesecake flapjacks. You get the smothered chicken and biscuits, and we'll share. Really, Katie's face lit up. Absolutely. It's a special day having brunch with my little sister, Sally said. Dining out should be fun, not a source of stress. We can both consider it a cheat day. Perfect, Katie said, feeling a surge of affection for her sister's easygoing nature. Then, without thinking, she added, Don't take this the wrong way, but you seem so much more relaxed and easygoing since you became a mom. Sally looked momentarily surprised. Katie immediately winced. Sorry, that came out wrong. After a brief pause, Sally's expression softened into a chuckle. No, it's okay. It's something I've been consciously working on. I suppose having a child reshifts your focus onto what truly matters. Katie nodded. For as long as she could remember, Sally had embodied every firstborn cliché, driven, perfectionistic, and eager to please their parents. She had followed their mother into medicine, becoming a pediatric surgeon. Sally was also the first of the Ryan siblings to marry and have children, a fact their parents adored. Their mother couldn't stop doting on little Genevieve, the family's newest addition, though technically a Cartal, since Sally had taken her husband Davy's last name. Yeah, I can see how that would change your perspective, Katie said. Internally, she mused that while parenthood multiplied stress for most people, for someone like stressed-out Sally, it might actually be a pressure release valve. What's that smile for? Sally asked, but the timely return of their server spared Katie from explaining the old private nickname she and their brother Kyle had used. Once they placed their order and had their coffee refilled, Sally steered the conversation in a new direction. Speaking of relationships and family, Mom mentioned you're seeing someone, she said with a playful glint in her eye. Katie felt her cheeks grow warm as her thoughts drifted to her recent wonderful evening with Dennis. A giddy, youthful flutter stirred in her stomach. Oh, did she? What exactly did she say? That his name is Dennis. He's in the Navy, and that Dad apparently had Mary Pat run a background check on him before he was allowed to come over. Katie could only roll her eyes in response all true, but I'm still not sure if that ODNI vetting story is real or just Dad's attempt at a joke. Either one sounds about right. Sally laughed. Her phone, resting screen up on the table, chimed with a text. She glanced down, read it, and looked back at Katie. Everything all right? Katie asked. Yeah. I'm on call, so I have to keep an eye on it, but this can wait, Sally replied. Honestly, do you like being a doctor? Katie asked, realizing it was a question she'd never posed to her sister. Sally gave a firm nod. I'm a surgeon, so yes, I do. I love helping people, particularly children. What you do is incredible. I don't think I've ever said that, but I mean it. Thank you, Sally said, her expression softening before growing distant. Pediatric surgery is fulfilling, but it's also heartbreaking when things don't go right. She seemed to stare right through the wall for a second, then shook her head clear. But don't think you can distract me, you little schemer. I want the details on Dennis. Katie shifted uncomfortably. Okay, fine. He's the XO on the Blackfish, the USS Washington. That's a submarine, isn't it? Right. A Virginia-class fast-attack sub homeported in Norfolk. Sally's eyes narrowed in thought. Virginia-class? Those are the sneaky ones with the nuclear missiles, right? Katie shook her head. They're definitely sneaky, but they don't carry nukes. You're thinking of the other type, the SSBNs, the boomers. Dennis's boat can carry missiles, just not the nuclear variety. Sally absorbed this. Is it dangerous what he does? A sudden, vivid memory flashed in Katie's mind. The control room of the Blackfish during a tense torpedo engagement with the Russian sub Belgorod, the acrid smell of an electrical fire, the terrifying groan of the hull under immense pressure. She pushed the image away. It can be, I guess, she said, forcing a light tone, but day-to-day submarine operations are extremely safe. Mm-hmm, Sally murmured. One skeptical eyebrow arched in a way that was pure Ryan family. Katie hurried on. Anyway, I really can't discuss the specifics of his job. They don't call it the silent service for nothing. I know, everything's classified. The unofficial Ryan family creed, Sally said, waving a hand. But that's not what I'm prying about. I don't care what he does under the ocean. I want to know about you two. Spill it. What's he like? If Katie was blushing before, she was now fully crimson. Well, he's witty and brilliant, almost obnoxiously smart, and, okay, I think he's really attractive, even if he's about as pale as a sheet of paper. I'm guessing a lack of sunlight is a job requirement. Not many UV rays at 800 feet? They both grinned. Exactly. We were just joking about it. Dennis told me he formally requested a tanning bed for the torpedo room, but the captain vetoed the idea. And he's the XO? Sally asked. Refresh my memory on what that means. XO is executive officer. He's second in command, right under the CO, the commanding officer. So what's next? Does he become the captain when the current one leaves? Not directly. After his tour as XO, he'll have a shore-duty assignment. Then, if he's selected for command, he'll enter the training pipeline to become a submarine captain himself. But not of the Washington. No, almost certainly a different boat. Do you think he'll make it, become a captain? Dennis? Absolutely, without a doubt. She smiled, thinking of his unflappable calm during a crisis. She held up crossed fingers. He's waiting to hear if he was selected, so we're hoping. So this is serious, then? What happens if his next boat is stationed somewhere far away, like Hawaii? Katie let out a long sigh. That was exactly the kind of conversation she'd rather avoid. I'm not sure, she admitted. We'll figure it out when we get there, I guess. She and Dennis had skirted the same subject over dinner just last week. It hung in the air between them, unspoken but understood. Maybe that meant things were getting serious, but her sister had a point. Was a real future even possible? She was deep in her work at the Office of Naval Intelligence, and he was always heading out on classified submarine deployments. Sure, plenty of military families made it work, but their situation felt like a whole different challenge. So it's not that serious yet? Sally asked, almost reading her mind. I don't know, Katie replied, her voice sharper than she meant it to be. I really like him, but we're both dedicated to our careers. Dating in the Navy is complicated. I understand, Sally said, looking down before a grin spread across her face. I'm just happy for you, that's all. I only met Dennis that once, but he seemed great. And Davi and I would absolutely love for Genevieve to have a little cousin to chase around. Katie waved a hand, dismissing the idea. Hold on. We are galaxies away from even thinking about cousins. I'm just saying Mom and Dad would be thrilled to have another grandchild. Thankfully, the server arrived with their food, putting an end to the baby talk. This looks incredible, Katie said, admiring the massive, comforting spread placed before them. What's the plan? Eat half and swap? Or split everything right now? Definitely split it now, Sally decided. Agreed, Katie said, and they began dividing the plates. As she transferred half her stack of pancakes to Katie's plate, Sally asked, Have you talked to Kyle recently? Not for a while, Katie answered. You Sally made a face. "Are you serious? Our little brother never reaches out to me. I'm lucky to get a half-hearted hug at Christmas." Katie offered a sympathetic, knowing smile. "If you looked up the word insular in the dictionary, you'd probably find Kyle's picture right there." "That's just how he is." Sally stopped, her fork suspended in midair with a bite of pancake and peach. "You know, it just hit me. I don't even know what he does in the Navy." "Does he work at Onai with you?" Katie shook her head. The honest truth was, she didn't know what Kyle did or which unit he was with these days. "And I have top-secret clearance, and our dad is the president, for crying out loud." The last time their work overlapped was when Kyle was on temporary duty with Task Force 59 and passed some crucial data her way. But that was all digital, with no actual conversation. She assumed his work was in tech or cyber, but the details were a mystery. This wasn't unusual. The Ryans had a talent for landing in highly classified need-to-know roles, so secret that even family members were kept in the dark. It made holiday gatherings uniquely entertaining, filled with vague hints, coded questions, and plenty of knowing glances. If there was a game called Classified Conversation Bingo, the Ryan family dinner table would be the championship round. But you have, like, the highest security clearance possible, right? Sally pushed. Katie tilted her head side to side. "Yes, but that's not how it works. In intelligence, cyber, and special operations, information is locked down in separate compartments." "But you do know what he does, don't you?" "I promise, in this case, I genuinely don't." "Okay, assuming I believe you," Sally pressed on, "answer this. If you did know, would you tell me?" "No," Katie said simply, then took an oversized bite of her chicken and biscuit. Sally let out a groan of pure frustration. "You're just like Dad when he gets on my nerves," Katie said with a sigh. "I've heard that before," Sally replied, a knowing smile on her face. The remainder of their brunch flew by, the talk turning to Genevieve's pregnancy and all the upcoming baby preparations. Sally insisted on paying the bill, waving off Katie's objections, and they said goodbye with a warm, sisterly embrace. Stuffed from the meal, Katie made her way across the parking lot to her Grand Cherokee. Sliding behind the wheel, she immediately regretted not choosing the kale and watermelon salad. Feeling uncomfortably full, she discreetly undid the top button of her pants. Still, she couldn't deny both dishes had been fantastic. "Everything's a trade-off," she murmured to herself, smiling slightly as she lowered the sun visor to check her reflection for any stray food. Finding none, she reapplied her lip balm, flipped the visor back up, and started the engine. The whole brunch had been Sally's suggestion, which had genuinely surprised Katie. It wasn't just Kyle who was so wrapped up in his career that family took a back seat. For what felt like forever, Sally had been practically unreachable. Between medical school, her residency, and launching her practice, she never had a spare moment. Katie understood completely and never held it against her. Honestly, she never resented anyone for pursuing their ambitions, but her older sister making this effort to reconnect meant a great deal. The significant age difference had always made it hard for Katie to feel close to Sally growing up. Now, as adults, that gap didn't seem to matter at all. "I finally have the big sister I always wanted," she thought. She connected her phone to the car's audio system, shifted into drive, and pulled out of the lot. She decided to head to the office first to check the high-side intelligence feed, thinking she might revisit the puzzling situation in Angola. It had been bothering her since the previous evening. She had a few hours to dig deeper before meeting Dennis later. Their plan was to do some typical Washington, D.C. sightseeing for a couple of hours, have an early dinner, and then enjoy some special surprise he had arranged, even though she'd told him repeatedly she wasn't fond of surprises. She hadn't even driven a quarter-mile before her phone rang. The screen showed it was her boss, Captain Russ Ferguson, calling from the National Maritime Intelligence Center. She answered via the car's hands-free system. "Commander Ryan," she answered. "Katie, it's Russ," his voice came through. "I need you to come in." "Well, sir, as luck would have it, I'm already on my way," she said. She hadn't picked the Milk and Honey Cafe by accident. It was less than 5 miles from the office. Like every other member of the Ryan family, she was a bit of a workaholic and went in most weekends, even if just for a few hours. "Okay, good," he said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "Did something happen?" she asked, a knot of tension forming in her already unsettled stomach. "Not over the phone. I'll brief you when you arrive." "Roger that, sir," she replied. "Find me in the skiff," he said, and the call ended. "Well, that answers that question," she said with a resigned shrug, bracing herself for whatever chaotic situation she was about to be thrown into. Whatever it was, she silently hoped it wouldn't force her to cancel whatever Dennis had planned. U.S. Embassy mission in Angola. Huari Boumediene, 32, Luanda, Angola, 4:34 p.m. local time. Kyle felt distinctly out of place for numerous reasons as he stood just inside the loading dock doors at the back of the American embassy. For one, the gravity of the moment demanded something more formal than blue jeans and a long-sleeved Under Armour shirt. He would have given anything to be standing there at parade rest in his Navy summer whites. It wasn't the first time he'd missed the uniform since leaving the service a few months prior. But this feeling was by far the most profound. For most of his life, Kyle had never quite fit in with his peers, but that feeling vanished when he entered the United States Naval Academy. Sure, he still didn't socialize exactly like his classmates, something he knew his parents assumed he was blind to, but he wasn't. Kyle had always possessed the capacity for deep connections. The real issue was his reluctance to invest the substantial energy required to sustain them. Life at the academy, however, shifted that dynamic entirely. He was aware of many, perhaps even his sister Katie, though he had never bothered to ask, who valued the institution's prestige but chafed under its rigid routines and formal traditions. For Kyle, those very structures had offered a strange sense of freedom. He cherished every aspect of his time at the Naval Academy. Even the grueling trials of plebe summer were a fair price for the immediate belonging he felt. There he was woven into a community bound by common goals and mutual dedication. It lifted a weight he constantly carried in civilian life. He never had to fret over whether his clothes were out of style or odd. Everyone wore the same uniform, a proud symbol of their collective path. After transitioning from the Navy to the DIA's cyber warfare unit, that feeling had largely faded. He once again felt like an outsider, never fully accepted into the intelligence world. The cherished camaraderie of military life was gone, a fact that would likely astonish those who thought they knew him, his own family included. "You holding up, Ryan?" He turned to find the embassy's regional security officer, Julio Tejada, standing nearby, hands folded. Kyle's gaze returned to the 2 metal caskets, each draped with an American flag, resting near the sealed loading door. He tightened his jaw and exhaled slowly. "I'm all right, thanks," he murmured. "We can give you some space if you need it. Sometimes it's easier to have a private moment," Tejada offered. "No," Kyle replied, a sudden unease tightening his chest. "That's not needed." He did shut his eyes briefly, aiming to offer a silent prayer. When no familiar verse from his childhood surfaced, he simply whispered, "I'm sorry," before opening his eyes again. "Lieutenant Ryan?" a gentle female voice inquired. He turned and immediately recognized the woman from his briefings back in Virginia. "Madame Ambassador," he acknowledged with a nod. "I'm not a lieutenant anymore, just Kyle. I apologize for all this disruption," to his own shock. He felt a sudden hot pressure behind his eyes. He clenched his teeth, forcing the moisture back. "That is not our perspective at all, Kyle," she said kindly. For a fleeting second, she reminded him of a younger version of his mother, though Ambassador Gonsalves shared no physical resemblance. "We share in your grief." He was at a loss for words, having never pictured himself in such a scenario, so he simply faced the flag-draped coffins once more as Tejada walked toward the garage door, accompanied by Daryl Isaacson and the other team members, Mills and Levitt. Tejada hit a button, and the door began clattering upward on its track. Squinting against the sudden flood of daylight, Kyle saw two black Chevy Suburbans reversed up to the dock, their tailgates open and seats stowed to receive the fallen. In that stark, sunlit moment, it hit him. Bryce Waddle and Kevin Cockburn had been friends. They were DI colleagues, yes, but Kyle understood. Now they had meant far more. He swiped at a fresh tear tracing his cheek with the back of his hand and moved forward to join Isaacson and the others at the dock's edge. As he did, Freddie Vincent, the CIA station chief, emerged from behind him, followed by two United States Marines in crisp Marpat uniforms, their camouflage sleeves neatly rolled. Kyle took a position with the ground branch team at the left casket, crouching to grip the rear right-hand rail as Vincent Tejada and the two Marines positioned themselves opposite. A jarring, almost absurd thought struck Kyle. Then, he had no idea which of his friends rested in which casket. Kyle's mind insisted the identity didn't matter, yet a sudden, inexplicable dread gripped him. He could feel the blood throbbing at his temples as he knelt with the team, ready to lift his fallen comrade. A silent war raged inside him, logic battling a surge of raw, trembling fear. Then, cutting through the noise, came his mother's voice, clear and calm as it had been in his childhood, assuring him he was okay. Cockburn and Waddle knew he was there with them. That was the only thing of any importance. As they hoisted the casket and started toward the truck, a detached part of his brain noted this was merely a memory retrieval, a strong, emotionally tagged recollection that had long since been consolidated from his hippocampus. But in that moment, Kyle shut out the neuroscience. He let the ghost of his mother's comfort settle over him as he crouched at the loading dock's edge behind Isaacson. The operator moved into the truck bed, staying low, and guided the casket as Kyle and Levitt pushed it forward to him and Mills. In a completely irrational leap, Kyle decided it was Bryce Waddle inside that box. He knew rationally his cortex was likely fabricating the detail just to quiet the storm in his limbic system. He didn't care. He'd respected both men, but he'd always felt a sharper, more instinctive connection to Waddle. The job done, he stood after passing the final weight to Isaacson. The man climbed out of the Suburban and rose beside him, offering a silence for which Kyle was profoundly grateful. Kyle turned mechanically toward the far door of the storage room. "Hey, Ryan," Isaacson called out. Kyle turned back. The CIA operator's eyes held a cold, promised fire. "We'll find who did this, and when we do, we will find them and make them pay." "Yes," Kyle replied, the words simple and certain. "I know we will." If he knew one thing about his father, the man who also happened to be president, it was that Jack Ryan would move heaven and earth to make that promise a reality. "Thank you," Kyle added, his mother's calming influence surfacing again, her old lessons on navigating intense moments returning to guide him. Isaacson gave a single nod. Kyle exited, his next step clear. He needed to call his boss in Virginia and find out what came next. The drive from the cafe to the National Maritime Intelligence Center took Katie Ryan only 15 minutes, but it felt infinitely longer. She despised being in the dark, especially when she could feel the vibration of a significant event in the air. It had to be big. Otherwise, Ferguson never would have called her in on a weekend after just lecturing her about work-life balance. The intelligence world was her addiction. While some might find peace in not knowing, she was wired differently. Being a Ryan meant a need to know was etched into her very being. Bless the civilians, she thought. With a wry smile, I'd go insane without this. Walking into the mic was like coming up for air, a sensation that probably inverted the stress response of every other employee in the building. She genuinely loved her job, and the office often felt more like home than anywhere else. She spotted a couple of familiar faces, other weekend regulars, and exchanged quick nods as she made her way to Captain Ferguson's office. Peering through the glass, she saw her boss at his usual spot, the small round table he favored over his actual desk. 2 laptops glowing and what appeared to be 2 coffee cups beside him. She tapped on the doorframe. He glanced up and motioned her inside. "Door open or closed?" she asked, hesitating just inside the room. "Leave it open," he replied. "Take a seat." Hearing that, she felt a slight dip in her anticipation. An open door usually meant the matter wasn't highly classified. "Already on your second cup, I see," she remarked, nodding toward the twin coffees. "Technically, I'm still on the first," he said with a pained expression. "I wrecked the initial one by accidentally using hazelnut creamer." "Do you have any love for hazelnut, Ryan?" She gave a half shrug. "It's not my favorite, but it's tolerable. I find it revolting. Honestly, if hazelnut and rye bread vanished from the planet, humanity would be better off," he said, then laughed. "Though if you ban rye bread, what becomes of the Reuben sandwich?" "I don't eat Reubens. You're joking, right? A properly toasted Reuben, all melty and dripping, it's a masterpiece. It's a culinary crime, a Frankenstein's monster of a sandwich. Every component is odd: corned beef, sauerkraut, rye, Swiss cheese, Russian dressing. Honestly, only a deranged mind would combine those. I suppose I follow your logic, but Swiss cheese? What could you possibly hold against Swiss cheese?" He shook his head firmly. His stance was unmovable. "It tastes off, sharp and oddly stale. Anyway, I didn't bring you here to debate deli menus, Ryan." "Right, of course," she said, leaning forward. "What's happening?" "There's been an incident in Angola," he stated. "What sort of incident?" she asked, her mind instantly jumping to the classified briefing she'd skipped to meet up with Dennis Nepper. A pang of regret hit her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. It also made her think of their plans to walk around the National Mall in Washington, D.C., plans that now seemed likely to be canceled. "I forwarded all the high-side material for your review, but the short version is this. The Defense Intelligence Agency had a small cyber team operating undercover in Luanda. That team was ambushed by an armed squad. 2 of the 3 members were killed." She let out a low whistle. "And the third made it to the embassy. Any leads on who ordered the hit?" "Not yet, and that's where you enter the picture," Ferguson said with a tight smile. "I'd like you to do your thing on this and see where it leads." She raised an eyebrow. "My thing? Could you be more specific, sir?" He chuckled. "I mean, I want you to do what you do best, spot the relevant rabbit hole and plunge right in like you always do. Instead of reining you in, Ryan, I'm giving you full latitude to run with this. The CIA and DIA will conduct their own parallel investigations and submit their findings to the Director of National Intelligence, but Admiral Kohler and I want to see what you can uncover. The DIA are our military counterparts, part of the intelligence community under the Department of Defense. This falls in our wheelhouse more than theirs. You have a talent for looking beyond the obvious, so put that to work. Don't you mean thinking outside the box, sir?" "No," he replied, grinning. "I meant exactly what I said." He picked up one coffee, took a sip, then grimaced and spat it back into the cup. "Ugh, that was the wrong one," he grumbled, pushing it aside. She couldn't suppress a smile. He grabbed the other paper cup and took a long drink. "Better?" she asked. "Much." "Anything else, sir?" she said, already sliding her chair back. "No, that's all for now." As she stood, she picked up the hazelnut-tainted coffee from his desk. With a knowing smile, she offered, "Let me get that out of your way for you." "Appreciate it," he replied, his own grin matching hers. On her walk back, she made a quick stop in the break room to dispose of Ferguson's cold coffee before preparing a fresh cup for herself. While the machine hissed and gurgled, she tapped out a brief message to Dennis, explaining her unexpected summons to the office and potential delay. His response was immediate, a thumbs up followed by a heart, which brought an unexpected warmth to her cheeks. 5 minutes later, settled at her desk, she gave a silent nod to Josie, her cheerful yellow orchid, and dove into her research. As she often did, Katie lost herself in the material, this time exploring the complex history of Angola. This resource-rich nation, once a Portuguese colony, gained its independence in 1975, only to plunge into a devastating civil war that stretched for a quarter of a century. The human cost was staggering, hundreds of thousands lost, millions displaced, a burden the ruling MPLA party has shouldered while attempting to rebuild. A stark divide between a wealthy, connected few and widespread poverty marked the country's reality, a common story across the continent. One detail that particularly intrigued her was the MPLA's origins as a Marxist-Leninist group, heavily supported during the Cold War by the Soviet Union, with arms, money, and training. Of course, she thought with a hint of sarcasm, where there's a Soviet-backed movement, you can usually find the U.S. backing the opposition. Sure enough, America had thrown its support behind UNITA in a failed bid to topple the MPLA. Since the peace deal, UNITA had traded bullets for ballots, but Angola's democracy remained largely theoretical. The MPLA maintained its grip through decidedly undemocratic means. The current president, Francisco Luemba, presented himself as a reformer fighting corruption, yet he clearly had no qualms about flexing authoritarian muscle when necessary. Katie studied a photo of him reviewing a line of soldiers in crisp green uniforms. He carried himself with that particular blend of royal bearing and smug satisfaction that seems to come standard issue with absolute power. Now in his 9th year, Luemba had nonetheless driven significant economic growth and modernization, largely by pivoting from Western partners to Communist China. Her analysis suggested Angola had attracted over $25 billion in Chinese investment through the Belt and Road Initiative. She organized the major projects into sectors: energy, transportation, telecom, construction, and special economic zones to fund its share of this monumental development surge. The Angolan government had taken on debts approaching $20 billion, with repayment tethered directly to future oil revenues. This created a precarious chain, linking the nation's financial survival to its fossil fuel reserves and its relationship with Beijing. Katie pushed her chair back from the desk, arching her spine in a long stretch. A glance at the clock on her monitor told her the afternoon had slipped away while she was immersed in her research on Angola, reaching for her phone to let Dennis know she could actually make their plans. She found it already lit up with 2 messages. The first, from an hour ago, read, "Save the world, girl. If you finish in time, we can meet for dinner instead. If not, looking forward to tomorrow." A smile touched her lips, though it was quickly shadowed by a flutter of nerves about tomorrow's family brunch. Inviting him had felt natural in the moment, but now the weight of that gesture settled in. Was it too much? Too soon? Her feelings for Dennis were deepening into something real, a possibility Sally's recent questions had only made more vivid. She sent back a thumbs up and a blue heart, then refocused. Now grounded in the region's geopolitical landscape, she dedicated the next few hours to Ferguson's directive, hunting for rabbit holes. The Port of Lobito modernization and expansion initiative stood out immediately. Unlike every other Belt and Road project, which was accompanied by a fanfare of press releases and glowing media coverage in both Angolan and Chinese outlets, the Lobito project was shrouded in a conspicuous, almost deliberate quiet. In her experience, that kind of silence usually meant someone had something to hide. "Okay, what's the real story here?" she whispered, pulling up the port's profile, located in Benguela province. Porto do Lobito was Angola's second-largest seaport. Its position, roughly 300 miles south of the capital, Luanda, placed it ideally to serve the central and southern regions for exporting minerals and farm goods. The technical details were more telling. Lobito Bay had an average depth ranging from 45 to 65 feet, easily accommodating deep draft vessels like bulk carriers and ultra-large container ships, and a thought intruded warships. That specific idea might not have crystallized if not for a recent pointed comment from People's Liberation Army Navy Admiral Jun Wong. 2 weeks after the Operation Sea Serpent incident, where U.S. naval forces helped avert a crisis near Taiwan. The admiral had been interviewed. When a China Daily reporter questioned him about aggressive U.S. patrols in the East and South China Seas, Wang's reply had been stark. The Americans act as if the oceans are their private domain. Soon, our submarines and warships will contest their dominance from forward operating bases across the globe. The line had etched itself into her memory, not just for its arrogance, but for its precise wording. Forward operating bases across the globe, was she reading too much into a boast, or had the admiral accidentally revealed a piece of the puzzle? He had publicly declared an intent China currently only fulfilled with a single base in Djibouti, over on the other side of Africa. "Let's see if you're already building one," she murmured, entering Lobito's coordinates into the Office of Naval Intelligence Satellite Imagery Database. She began a meticulous scan, zooming and panning across dozens of images. The work was tedious, a digital needle in a haystack search. Just as a flicker of doubt began to creep in, she saw it, anomalies in the construction patterns, layouts that didn't match standard civilian port upgrades. A slow, triumphant smile spread across her face. "Found you." She captured a still image from the enhanced satellite feed, 5 uniformed Chinese naval officers being shown around a new construction site. The project, a series of military berths, was taking shape on the mainland shore of Lobito Bay, along the peninsula that jutted south from the port like a slender, accusing finger. She scrolled through the entire satellite pass, taking several more captures that chronicled the delegation's 20-minute tour of the future forward operating base. Leaning back with a weary sigh, she fixed her eyes on the final image, now dominating her screen. One of the officers was caught mid-gesture, his arm extended as he pointed toward the east. "So, that's the play," she murmured to the empty room. "You want a foothold in the Atlantic, and the port of Lobito is your ticket in." The hunt for corroborating intelligence would take hours, but she knew Dennis, a submariner accustomed to sudden, prolonged deployments, would understand when duty interrupted their plans. A small, private smile touched her lips. "At least I'll see him tomorrow." Patriotic Front for Unity, PFU, Safe House and Command Center, Rua Dr. Luis Pinto da Fonseca, Luanda, Angola, 2231 local time. Victor Baptista's expression was one of profound disappointment as he looked down at the man pleading for mercy on his knees. "Kalemba assured me he had the situation fully contained," Baptista stated, his voice cold. The words came from his urban operations lieutenant, a man whose retirement was now imminent. Yet, clearly, everything was not under control, was it, Armin? Baptista continued, the front sight of his Beretta 92 unwavering on the center of Armin's forehead. "The Americans dispatched a CIA team. They were poking around our operation." Armin trembled, a pathetic whimper escaping his lips. "I didn't know. How could I have?" The gunshot was deafening in the confined basement, a brief flash of light punctuating the man's end. Baptista felt no particular thrill in it. This was merely the disposal of incompetent waste. Armin's body remained upright for a surreal moment, a look of stunned betrayal frozen on his face, before collapsing sideways onto the plastic sheeting. Baptista's gaze, devoid of warmth, shifted to the second man, kneeling on the adjacent tarp. The air was thick with the coppery scent of blood and the sharp, sour smell of terror. "And what about you, Pedro? What is your excuse?" Pedro Oliveira, a newer recruit who had joined the movement less than a year prior, was shaking so violently his teeth chattered. Baptista made it a point to know every man who served him. Names and faces were a currency he had always traded in. I can do better, Mr. Baptista," Pedro stammered, forcing the words out. "I swear on my life I will not fail you again." Here was the delicate calculus of power. In the brutal landscape of West African insurgencies, fear was the essential foundation of respect. To execute the ambitious coup he had spent nearly a decade planning, Baptista required absolute fanatical loyalty. He needed soldiers, not just followers. Yet a leader who ruled by terror alone was a leader destined for a mutiny. A measured act of mercy could bind a man more tightly than any threat. Oliveira's role in the previous night's security breach did not warrant a death sentence. Not this time. Baptista leaned forward, closing the distance until he could smell the acrid sweat on the young man's skin. "I choose to believe you, Pedro. You will have your second chance. But if you disappoint me again, you will return to this basement." He paused, letting the implication hang heavily in the air. "And you will be kneeling precisely where Armin is now." "Is that understood?" "Yes." "Thank you, Mr. Baptista. Thank you. You won't regret it." The words tumbled out in a frantic, grateful stream. "See that I don't," Baptista replied. With every eye in the room fixed upon him, he engaged the decocker, safely lowering the hammer on the semi-automatic pistol. The deliberate, almost ceremonial action underscored his total control. "Clean this up and dispose of the body," he instructed his head enforcer, Jorge Cardosa. "Got it, boss." Cardosa nodded. Holstering the Beretta in his shoulder rig, Baptista turned and headed for the stairs, leaving the grim scene behind. He had envisioned this path for 23 years and meticulously plotted its course for the last 8. Like many of the senior figures within the Patriotic Front for Unity, his roots were deep in the soil of UNITA, a past that fueled every step he took toward the future. Victor Baptista shared the same simmering bitterness toward the United States that ran through his family. American diplomats earned his contempt, but the Central Intelligence Agency was the true object of his hatred, a nest of liars and manipulators, every single one. UNITA had been on the very brink of toppling the MPLA and taking the country back in 2001. Had they succeeded, Baptista would have been prime minister long ago, a role the Angolan president foolishly abolished years later in a weak attempt to mimic American politics. Instead, America turned its back on UNITA when their leader fell in battle. Leaving the movement adrift, Baptista tried to steady the ranks after Jonas was gone, but the CIA coldly refused to support his rise. With a hollow tone of regret, the station chief at the time told him, "Our priorities have shifted. The war on terror is the focus now. Iraq, Afghanistan, that's where the resources are going. I'm sorry, Victor, truly." It took Baptista 20 long years to gather his strength, establish the PFU, fill his war chest, and build his forces. The coming coup to overthrow Luemba would be violent and risky, but in his mind, the plan was flawless. He had mapped out every possible move and countermove. Dozens of his spies and agents, planted within the government, military, and police, were ready to sabotage and slow Luemba's reactions. Crucially, he had secured a promise from China. They would not interfere, so long as he pledged to continue all Belt and Road projects started under Luemba and grant China exclusive rights to Angola's rare earth minerals. Over time, he had nurtured a useful connection with the deputy Chinese ambassador, a bond built on their shared disdain for American influence. When Baptista laid out his vision for Deputy Ambassador Sima, who he knew was really Ministry of State Security, not a diplomat, the response was encouraging. Sima made it clear China needed to keep its hands clean and could offer no direct aid. What they could offer was substantial investment, in exchange for a guarantee that American interests would be locked out of Angola, a condition Luemba would never accept, since he preferred to play the two powers against each other. By promising no deals with America on minerals or other ventures, Baptista's new regime would get far more funding, and in the meantime, Sima pledged his government would do nothing, which was, ironically, everything Baptista needed. No military response, no international outcry, no condemnation. China's deliberate inaction gave his takeover a chance to last. He agreed without hesitation. For the presidency, he would promise almost anything. Once the power is mine, he thought, then I can reconsider all the terms. He left the stairwell and entered the operations center, ready to personally command the day's opening move. Seizing the American embassy was the first step to unleashing chaos and throwing the capital into disarray. With Luemba distracted and his security forces racing to Embassy Row, Baptista's main army would storm the presidential palace. The timing was meticulously set. Luemba would be speaking at the National Assembly Palace, the legislative building that had housed the government since 2015, and even better, his token vice president, Rosine de Carvalho, would be there beside him. Baptista had more allies inside the National Assembly than anyone realized, a number that would stun both the Americans and President Luemba himself. There was little point in targeting the Assembly directly. His supporters within that chamber were far more valuable to him intact, a crucial block for legitimizing his coming authority. While the urge for retribution against certain members was strong, open violence there would backfire, undermining the very stability he needed. His strategy was broader and more patient. True control would come from seizing the executive branch, removing President Luemba, and letting his prearranged network in the legislature smoothly consolidate support. Two reliable allies on the Supreme Court were also in position, a legal safety net he doubted he would even need. In Angola, fear remained the ultimate currency, and he held vast reserves of it. The embassy assault would be a masterstroke, serving several purposes at once. It would plunge the American diplomatic compound into chaos, severing its communications with Washington. Given the well-known CIA presence operating from those offices, his teams had orders to eliminate any suspected agency personnel and cripple the building's power and communication systems. Taking hostages was also key. They would be vital bargaining tools to ensure his own security during the precarious first hours of his takeover. And on a personal level, it would satisfy his deep thirst for vengeance against the CIA for their past betrayal, a betrayal that had cost him decades of power they had once promised him. Most critically for the coup's mechanics, as the staged protests turned violent just before the main attack, Angolan security forces would rush to evacuate Luemba and Vice President Rosine de Carvalho to the safety of the presidential palace. They would be together and they would never arrive. He had positioned two interception teams along the route from the assembly to the palace on Rua Pedro Furtado. If the first team failed, the ensuing clash would sufficiently weaken the security detail for the second team to guarantee success. The next time Luemba entered the presidential grounds, it would be on his knees begging for mercy like the sniveling coward he was. Baptista would listen politely to those pleas. But once his own position was secure and ratified by the Assembly, both Luemba and his puppet vice president would be disposed of. The Chinese alliance would serve as a powerful shield against American retaliation. For public consumption, he would then heroically rescue the American hostages from the protesters and return them unharmed. He would round up the supposed attackers and appease Washington with swift public executions, conveniently substituting political rivals for his actual loyalists. The plan was flawless, and now finally there was no one left to stand in his way. Those 20 lost years, stolen by feckless American promises, would be repaid 100-fold by the long reign ahead. His coming deals with Beijing would make him unimaginably wealthy. As his men finished cleaning the basement, Baptista permitted himself a thin, cold smile. A lifetime of meticulous planning was at last yielding its bitter harvest. At the Ryan home on the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, it was just past 6 in the evening. Jack offered Kathy a regretful little smile as he hung up the kitchen phone. She responded with a warm one of her own, leaning in to kiss his cheek. "I'll have some tea ready for you when you're done," she said. In that moment, as he did countless times each day, he felt a surge of gratitude for this woman. He walked to his office, which doubled as a secure, compartmentalized information facility, wondering what global crisis was now intruding on his precious weekend at home. He sincerely hoped it was nothing that would force him back to the White House, especially with their daughter Katie scheduled to bring her new boyfriend Dennis to dinner the next evening. He'd also noticed Sally seemed unusually interested in being there, which added another layer to his desire to stay put. The heavy door clicked shut, and Jack Ryan settled into the familiar leather chair behind his desk. He lifted the secure handset to his ear. "Go ahead." "Apologies for the interruption, Mr. President." It was his chief of staff, Arnie Van Dam. The man's tone lacked the urgent edge that signaled a crisis, and Ryan felt a slight easing of tension. "I knew you'd want to be informed immediately, sir." "That's the job, Arnie. It never sleeps." "What's happened?" Ryan asked, allowing himself to lean back. "We've had an incident in Angola, sir. A covert DIA technical team was attacked. I'm sorry to report we've lost 2 officers." A familiar cold weight settled in Ryan's chest. No aspect of the presidency burdened him more than receiving word of losses from the military or intelligence services. These were the volunteers, the very best of the nation, who stepped forward knowing the risks. The pain of that sacrifice never faded. With 3 of his own 4 children now serving, that personal connection made the news cut even deeper. A fleeting memory of his daughter Katie on the deck of a carrier flashed through his mind, but he pushed it aside. "What are the details?" he asked, his voice steady. "The picture is still developing, Mr. President," Van Dam replied. "The team was part of a cyber task force, installing hardware designed to circumvent Chinese telecommunications infrastructure in Luanda. They came under fire. 2 were killed. A 3rd operative made it to our embassy unharmed. CIA personnel on the ground are now leading the investigation." "Are we suggesting the Chinese government directly targeted our people?" Ryan felt a surge of anger. After the confrontations in the Taiwan Strait, the idea of more American lives lost to Chinese aggression was intolerable. He believed he had a clear, if tense, understanding with General Secretary Xu Chao. The balance of favors, in Ryan's view, leaned heavily in America's favor. "We don't have enough information to make that claim, sir," Van Dam admitted. "The Chinese have a substantial footprint in Angola, as you know, which our efforts are meant to counter. But the local political situation is volatile, with significant opposition unrest. We simply don't know the attackers' motives yet. Director Foley has prepared a full briefing for you and is standing by for a call if you wish. Patch her through Arnie." "Right away, Mr. President." The line emitted a brief hollow tone, followed by the faint clicks and hums of the encryption being verified by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. "I had a feeling I'd be hearing from you, Jack," said the voice of Mary Pat Foley a moment later. "I was going to call you myself, but I was hoping to have more concrete information first. I knew you'd have questions I can't yet answer." "Understood, Mary Pat. Just tell me what we know." "It's not much," she said, and proceeded to summarize the events of the last several hours, the initial ambush and the subsequent hazardous recovery of the bodies. "We do know the recovery team faced armed resistance. One of our ground branch operators was wounded in that exchange." "Is Beijing behind this?" Ryan asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. There was a deliberate pause on the line. He could almost see her weighing her words. "I don't know, Jack," she finally said. "These are only initial reports. I can confirm the shooters who engaged our recovery team were local Angolans, but we have no identities yet. A deep forensic and intelligence analysis is underway. It's certainly within the realm of possibility that they were assets managed by the Ministry of State Security, but there is 0 evidence pointing that way at this moment." Her tone shifted slightly, becoming more probing. "But, Jack, honestly, do you truly believe the Chinese would be so brazen as to assassinate an unarmed technical team on foreign soil?" He knew Mary Pat well enough to recognize she was testing his instincts as much as seeking information. She had already formed her own preliminary assessment. If they were using a flawless cutout, a deniable proxy? "Absolutely," he replied. "They haven't been subtle about their ambitions to control African finance, trade, and infrastructure. Their Belt and Road projects are in nearly every capital on the continent. A covert action to protect that investment wouldn't shock me." The thought was infuriating, A cynical move in a global game where he was determined not to lose more pieces. If they believed we were actively undermining that investment, I'm convinced they would take whatever action they deemed necessary, provided they felt confident they could avoid consequences. Mary Pat underscored the point exactly, but only if they were sure they could get away with it. Their reliance on international opinion is too great, especially following the recent maneuvers near Taiwan. Ryan turned the problem over in his mind. The real puzzle was the motive. He didn't doubt the capabilities of China's Ministry of State Security, but the risk involved would demand a substantial reason. "What military resources do we currently have in that region, Mary Pat?" he inquired. "I anticipated you'd ask," she replied, and he could almost picture her slight grin. "The Kearsarge Amphibious Ready Group is on station with the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit embarked. They're wrapping up training exercises in the South Atlantic, just off the coast of Gabon." Ryan considered this. Nigeria was still volatile, but honestly, the entire continent felt like a tinderbox. Well, perhaps not just now. It had been that way for generations, he reflected. Only the players ever seemed to change. If there was one constant in sub-Saharan Africa, it was the persistent shadow of conflict. "Let's shift them south toward Angola," he announced aloud. The incident might have been a random act of brutality in a place where such tragedies were commonplace, or it could be the opening move of something far more calculated, and that DIA team wasn't the only American presence at risk in Angola. Civilian business interests and a sizable embassy staff were also in the mix. "I'll reach out to the Secretary of Defense and Admiral Kent." "I can notify them, Jack," Mary Pat offered. "Appreciate it," Ryan said, his eyes drifting toward the study door. He was anxious to return to Kathy, yet he needed to ensure every immediate step was handled. It would also be prudent to forward deploy additional intelligence assets. "Perhaps we embed a dedicated intelligence task force directly on the Kearsarge." "I was thinking along the same lines," Mary Pat concurred. "Give Kathy my best." "I will," he answered. He caught the subtext. His director of national intelligence and friend was subtly telling him that his capable team had matters in hand, and he could step back for the evening. "And let's find some answers." "We will, Jack," she assured him. "I'll send you the names of the fallen and wounded as soon as I receive them." "Thank you," he said quietly. Mary Pat understood better than anyone how crucial it was to him to know the names and the stories behind those who served and sacrificed. He never wanted that connection to become impersonal. When the moment was appropriate, he would want to speak with the families himself. "Keep me updated, Mary Pat." "You know I will, Jack," she said, and the line went quiet. Ryan set the phone down, leaned back in his leather chair, and interlaced his fingers, closing his eyes for a long moment. He released a heavy sigh, offering a silent prayer for those lost. After allowing himself a brief interval to box away the weight of the emotions, he stood and moved toward the reinforced door of his office. His quiet evenings at home with his wife were rare treasures, not to be squandered, and capping off the weekend tomorrow by meeting Katie and this new young man she was so taken with was something he genuinely looked forward to. While no suitor could ever truly meet the impossibly high bar he'd set for his youngest daughter, he privately admitted to himself, at least, that Submarine Executive Officer Commander Dennis Nepper came remarkably close. A faint smile touched his lips as he deliberately pushed thoughts of Luanda aside, focusing instead on being fully present for Kathy, the love of his life, and trusting that the very best people were already tackling the problem. Bridge, Kearsarge, LHD-3, South Atlantic Ocean, 21 nautical miles off the coast of Gabon. 23:45 local time, United States Navy Captain Anthony Miles gazed across the broad, flat expanse of his warship's bow, allowing a subtle, satisfied smile to form. The simple truth was, he adored every aspect of his command. Miles had earned his degree from Vanderbilt University through a naval ROTC scholarship, and from the start, He had chosen surface warfare officer as his top preference. He knew the common jest that the SWO community was often seen as the destination for academy and ROTC graduates who didn't make the cut for pilots or submarines, but for Miles, the dream had always been standing on the bridge of a powerful warship. To his own surprise, he ended up loving it even more than he'd ever anticipated. What began as a 5-year service commitment to cover his education slowly transformed into a lifelong calling. No, it was more than just a career. Command at sea became his true passion. When he first entered the surface warfare pipeline, Miles pictured himself serving on the advanced Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. So when he received his initial assignment as a junior officer to the USS Baton, a Wasp-class amphibious assault ship, much like the Kearsarge, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of disappointment. That all shifted during his first deployment. He'd always understood the Surface Navy's role. To deliver firepower from the spear's very tip, the fleet embodied power projection, and America's naval presence in global hotspots helped secure worldwide stability. Yet what he discovered on that deployment was something deeper. From both a strategic and tactical view, there was no tool in the U.S. arsenal more adaptable, lethal, and outright feared than a United States Marine Corps Marine Expeditionary Unit. Sure, Tomahawk missiles packed a punch and nuclear weapons gave rival states pause, but nothing quite shifted the landscape like Marines arriving from the sea, bringing the full weight of their infantry, armor, artillery, and air power with them. The Navy projected power, and nobody did it better than an amphibious ready group and the Marines it carried. Since then, Miles had remained in what insiders called the Gator Navy, knowing that one day he aimed to command an LHD, a landing helicopter dock ship. If his command tour proved successful, he hoped the Navy might later select him to lead an entire amphibious ready group, a role known as Fibron Commander. That position was currently held by Commodore Andy Ho, an officer Miles genuinely liked and respected. Leading an ARG was no simple task. It meant overseeing an LHD, an LPD, an LSD, plus all the embarked Marines and their considerable combat assets. Just then, the speaker box near him crackled to life. Bridge, combat. Captain, request you pick up, sir. Miles lifted the handset. This is the captain. Skipper, we've got new tasking. The watch officer in the Combat Information Center reported, Colonel Crocker is asking you to come to the LFOC. She was referring to the Landing Force Operations Center, a secure space used by the Marine Expeditionary Unit for battle planning. The fact that Crocker had been briefed on the orders before Miles was, admittedly, a slight irritant. The dynamic between the Fibron commander, the LHD captain, and the MEU colonel was always fluid and often intense, made trickier since all three held the same rank, 06, meaning 2 Navy captains and 1 Marine colonel. That structure was intentional. Miles knew who took the lead and who supported shifted constantly within the amphibious ready group. Having a Fibron commander who thoroughly understood LHD operations, the embarked Marine Air-Ground Task Force, and the MEU's capabilities was incredibly helpful when it occurred, though that wasn't always the reality. In Miles's situation, Captain Beckham was a solid officer but had never commanded an LHD himself, so he wasn't always fully aware of what Miles could or couldn't execute. Thankfully, Crocker had been remarkably capable and collaborative, making the partnership far smoother than it might have been. The integration period for the Marine Expeditionary Unit and the ship's crew was brief, but Captain Miles and Colonel Crocker had forged a strong partnership well before those final workups, evolving into trusted teammates. "Copy that. I'm on my way," Miles responded, rising from his chair with the familiar thrill of a new mission. He turned to the officer of the deck. "Alert me in combat once the Black Sheep are prepped for recovery." "Aye, Captain," replied Lieutenant Junior Grade Ashley Richards, her tone assured. Miles valued Richards. She was a dependable junior officer with a promising future should she stay in the Navy. He was confident in her abilities and planned to let her retain the con for the F-35B recovery from VMFA 214. The squadron was due back from its training and patrol within the half hour. The Kearsarge had been among the initial East Coast amphibious assault ships to undergo flight deck modifications for the next-generation fighters replacing the older Harriers. Descending the ladder to the O2 level, he moved toward the Combat Information Center door, where a U.S. Marine stood sentry, posture rigid, gaze fixed ahead in recognition of the captain's presence. Miles had observed how his sailors tended to sharpen up around the Marines. A little professional peer pressure never hurt. He keyed his code into the heavy door, heard the magnetic lock disengage, and entered. "Captain in combat," a sailor announced promptly. "Carry on," Miles said, his eyes sweeping the space. "Is the Commodore here?" he inquired, looking for the amphibious squadron commander. "Negative, sir," answered the tactical action officer, who was overseeing a sailor at the digital plotting table. He returned to his stateroom to work on plans for an upcoming operation. "Should I call him, sir?" "No need," Miles said. He'd hoped to touch base, which was why he was passing through the CIC en route to the Landing Force Operations Center. But it sounded like Crocker would have the latest information. He crossed to the far bulkhead and passed through the door separating the Navy CIC from the Marine LFO. Colonel Crocker glanced up from beside Major Merriweather, the commander of 1st Company, 3rd Marine Special Operations Battalion, as Miles entered. Merriweather's 24 Marine Raiders were the element that gave this MEU its special operations capability. "What's the situation, Colonel Crocker?" Miles asked, employing the formal address he knew the Marines appreciated, despite their shared command authority. Theirs was a truly symbiotic partnership. Neither could effectively operate without the other. "Captain," Crocker acknowledged, then nodded to Merriweather to proceed. "Sir, we have orders to prepare for a potential response to an emerging threat in Luanda." "Angola," Major Merriweather reported. "It appears a covert American team was targeted and eliminated last night. The incident is under investigation, but intelligence suggests this could be a precursor to further violence against American personnel and allied interests in the region. The U.S. Embassy in Luanda is our diplomatic hub there, and we have significant civilian and governmental stakes in the area. The State Department is currently raising the threat level." Miles rested a hand on his hip and studied the map displayed on the large screen behind Merriweather, noting their position south of Lagos and the distance to Luanda, details he already knew well. The unspoken implication was clear. Orders were likely forthcoming for the Kearsarge and the rest of the amphibious ready group to shift south. A sudden dry thought crossed his mind. Just another day in paradise, where the only constant is the unexpected. They were far too distant to provide any meaningful support to an operation in Luanda from their current position. "I expect the Commodore is already looking for you to coordinate our next steps," Crocker observed, accurately sensing his frustration. He passed over a printed operations directive from the Pentagon, ordering the amphibious ready group to move south. He had us start drafting potential response packages for unrest in the capital, but you were definitely next on his list. "Have they begun evacuating non-essential personnel from the embassy yet?" he asked, brushing aside the colonel's placating gesture as he mentally cataloged the possible scenarios. They were all intimately familiar with the regional threats and terrain, but the painfully vague warning about potential violence targeting Americans and partners offered little concrete guidance. Deploying an entire Marine Expeditionary Unit with all its equipment was a vastly different undertaking than inserting a nimble Special Operations team from the 3rd Raiders. "No confirmation on that yet, sir?" Major Merriweather answered. Crocker nodded, adding, "We're still operating with the usual lack of detailed intelligence. I'm having the Major's team prepare for the most likely scenarios, including a possible embassy reinforcement in Luanda. We'll shift to ready alert status once we're within effective range, Captain Miles, which I can achieve off the coast within 24 hours, Miles stated firmly. Pushing flank speed, we can be approximately here in 15 to 16, he indicated, pointing to a general area northwest of Luanda in the South Atlantic. That's our first viable insertion point, but sustaining operations will be a challenge for several hours after arrival. Our primary support would be limited to cycling F-35 sorties and troop transport via the MV-22s until the full group arrives. Pretty much what I had figured, Crocker said, though both men knew the colonel had likely calculated the transit times down to the second on his own. If we head directly for Luanda from here, the Black Sheep Squadron could provide air cover a bit sooner, but our overall reach remains limited until the main body closes. I'll have the VMFA 214 detachment lead set his pilots to Ready 5 status starting in 8 hours. That works, Miles agreed. We have 2 birds to recover, but they'll be on deck in under 30 minutes. He checked his watch and grabbed the handset near the navigation plot. Bridge, this is the captain in combat. Officer of the deck here, sir, replied the steady voice of Lieutenant Junior Grade Richards. Officer of the deck. Once aircraft recovery is complete, set course south at flank speed. Combat will handle surface contact deconfliction immediately. Bridge, aye, Captain, Richards acknowledged. Miles ended the call and gave Crocker a curt nod. Give me 45 minutes to get things squared away, then let's meet in the plans room to develop our options. I'll ensure the air boss and Lieutenant Benson are there. The air boss managed all flight operations aboard the ship, coordinating with the Marine Air Ground Task Force commander and Benson. The limited duty officer who ran the chaotic well deck, the cavernous floodable bay where landing craft, including the massive LCAC hovercraft they called the Hopper, were launched. Miles insisted on having all his key players in planning sessions to iron out capability issues before plans were too far developed. And I'll make sure the Commodore joins us, too, he added with a quick grin. Aura? Crocker replied. Miles turned and stepped back into the Combat Information Center, rejoining his tactical action officer and a junior sailor at the digital display. Deconflict those surface contacts and plot me a direct course for this position, he instructed, tapping a spot northwest of the Angolan coastline. On the screen, the green symbol marked OS for own ship sat at the tip of a diamond formation, leading the rest of the vessels from the Kearsarge Amphibious Ready Group. We're pushing to flank speed. Get all status reports up to the bridge immediately. Aye, Captain, replied the young sailor Billings, already moving to comply. Miles turned back to his tactical action officer, receiving a quick yes, sir, in acknowledgement. He then headed for the door, his focus entirely on reaching the bridge. He intended to let Commander Richards handle the aircraft recovery. Valuable experience for him, but Miles needed to be there to ensure not a second was wasted. If the situation in Angola was serious enough for the president to reposition the entire amphibious ready group, then it was very real indeed. His warship had to be ready the instant it was called upon. Crocker and his team were the precision instruments, but it was the USS Kearsarge that would carry them to the fight. Office of Naval Intelligence, National Maritime Intelligence Center, Washington, D.C. 0343, local time. Katie stretched, her spine cracking softly, and her eyes drifted to the clock on her computer screen. A jolt of surprise hit her. Somehow it was almost morning again. Time had a way of dissolving during these deep dive sessions. She picked up the mug from her desk and took a tentative sip of tea, only to grimace at the bitter, cold liquid. The break room's fancy cappuccino machine called to her. A shot of espresso might power her through this final hour of prep for Captain Ferguson's 06-hour brief. Then again, it would also torpedo any chance of a power nap later, and she was going to need one desperately before that family brunch with Dennis at the Ryan house on the Chesapeake. She was weighing her options, chewing thoughtfully on her cheek, when her phone buzzed. Lieutenant Commander Ryan, she answered. Doesn't sound like I woke you. Please don't tell me you're still at the office, came Captain Ferguson's voice. Guilty as charged, sir. Katie said, though she knew it wouldn't surprise him. Her reputation as a nocturnal creature was well established. once famously dubbed a quirky night owl by Petty Officer Pettigrew in a conversation with Lieutenant Kanza. "They've done studies, you know. Sleep is actually beneficial," Ferguson remarked, a smile in his tone. "Meh?" She played along. "I'll sleep when I'm dead." "Well, I might have to pull rank to correct that habit," he said, his voice shifting to a more serious register. "I'll be in at 5. That gives us an hour to review before the formal brief." "No problem. I'm not going anywhere." "Yeah, about that," Ferguson said, his tone turning apologetic in advance. "As it turns out, you—" Katie let out a quiet sigh, carefully away from the receiver. "Am I going somewhere, sir?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "You are, Ryan," Ferguson confirmed. "I'm bringing in Pettigrew and Kanza for the brief, and then we're reassembling the team, given your group's performance during the Taiwan situation. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence wants an enhanced intelligence presence embedded with the Kearsarge ARG. You'll be augmenting the existing N2 and 22nd MEU intel teams. The thinking is that things in Angola are heating up fast. The Kearsarge is already en route to serve as the contingency response." "Understood, sir," Katie replied. "My go bag is right here at the office." "Smart planning," Ryan Ferguson agreed. "Your team wheels up from Joint Base Andrews at 0800. You'll fly into Cabinda, where the Kearsarge will dispatch a bird to bring you aboard. So much for brunch and a quiet morning on the bay." But if the Director of Naval Intelligence was deploying her team across the Atlantic on such short notice, then something significant was in motion. At the very least, someone's threat radar was pinging loudly. She had a feeling the intelligence she'd compiled on Angola overnight was about to get a major update, heavily informed by everything she now understood about China's maneuvers since the Taiwan Strait incident. The puzzle pieces were coming together, and the picture was looking increasingly urgent. She fought back the immediate question of what was happening, understanding that Ferguson wouldn't, and frankly shouldn't, divulge details on an open line. She'd get the full story when he arrived. "I'll be ready, sir," she affirmed. After the call ended, she swiveled her chair back to the glowing monitor. It was almost ironic, sitting here at the NAIC, encircled by the Navy's most sophisticated cyber tools, yet still being called out to a ship. She made a mental note to ask her brother Kyle, the family's go-to tech wizard, when the day would finally come that an intelligence analyst could do their job entirely from the quiet safety of a desk, northwest corner of the Alto das Cruzes Cemetery, just south of the U.S. Embassy. South side of Rua Dunduma, Luanda, Angola, 1:57 p.m. local time. Baptista lifted his binoculars, his gaze sweeping over the swelling crowd outside the main embassy gates. Several hundred people had now brought traffic to a complete standstill on Rua Huari Boumediene. His embedded agitators had done their job well, stirring the mass into a fever pitch. Chants of death to America rose in a chaotic mix of Portuguese and Kimbundu. This was no difficult feat. His core followers carried a deep-seated hatred for America, cultivated from their earliest days of training. The rest of the crowd, unaffiliated but weary and angry, were easily convinced by the relentless propaganda blaming every hardship, from the price of eggs to childhood diseases, on American capitalism and greed. He keyed his radio report from the rear. "We can't fit another soul on the back road," responded Jimin, his newly promoted operations lieutenant, positioned in a fifth-floor room of the medical school with a view of the embassy's eastern side. "Roca has them whipped up. They've started throwing rocks and bottles. Moving our vehicles into position after we secure the prisoners is going to be a problem. There's a line of U.S. Marines in the parking lot behind the fence. They're armed, but holding their position for now." Baptista's view of the compound's east side was blocked by a large private estate north of the cemetery. Not that he needed to see it. Once the action started, he planned to be far from here. His allies within the Angolan military were preparing for the operation's next phase, and he intended to personally welcome former President Luemba once he was in custody. Leading the prisoner into his own palace would be a powerful symbolic gesture. He adjusted his binoculars upward, scanning the embassy roof. Right on schedule, two heavy machine gun teams were setting up on the eastern and western edges. They'd inflict casualties once the chaos peaked, of course, but the subsequent media images of civilian bodies, carefully stripped of any weapons allegedly gunned down by American Marines, would be priceless for the international narrative. Let them try to hold the line. The armed men in the crowd already outnumbered the Marines 10-1, and the overall mob would soon reach 100-1. And that was before he committed his real professionals. A grim smile touched his lips. Let the Americans waste their ammunition on the chaotic crowd from the roof. That would just clear the path. When the moment was right, his assault team would breach from the south near the pool house. The riot outside was merely a distraction, a tool to occupy the Americans in a desperate fight. His precision team had one mission: locate and capture the American ambassador, take a few other high-value hostages, and eliminate everyone else. Those captured VIPs would become exceptionally useful bargaining chips. "Begin the escalation," he commanded. The plan was set in motion with rocks and Molotov cocktails first, followed by gunfire into the building. Only after the Marines were drawn into the fight would they breach the walls, toss in grenades, and make their entrance. "Understood," Geeman acknowledged. From the front of the embassy, his team leader confirmed they were prepared. Baptista gave the order over the radio. Almost instantly, the shouting intensified, punctuated by rifle shots fired skyward. The noise of the projectiles hitting the compound and the furious cries of the crowd became a distant roar. Baptista turned to the man beside him. "Get to the fence, Duden," he directed the leader of his assault unit. "Once the machine gunners are keeping the mobs occupied on both flanks, make your breach fast. You know the objective." The man offered a confident grin that creased his weathered face. "We'll get it done. I'll see you at the palace with the ambassador, President Baptista." "I'll be there," Baptista replied, steadying his own rising anticipation. He had waited over 20 years for this moment, not just to seize power, but to deliver a decisive message to the Americans. Meanwhile, aboard the USS Kearsarge in the South Atlantic, Colonel Ricardo "Rick" Crocker stood quietly near the reinforced door of the Combat Information Center. His presence as commander of the Special Operations Capable 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit sent a clear, unspoken signal to the young sailors at their stations. Their ship and the amphibious Ready Group were heading into action. The usual training atmosphere was gone, replaced by a palpable tension. Crocker allowed himself a slight smile. The focused intensity on their faces now matched what his Marines carried daily on deployment. He caught the eye of Captain Tony Miles, who was leaning over a nervous operations specialist plotting courses on a digital display. Miles straightened up, gave the sailor an encouraging pat on the shoulder, and walked over. "We're pushing southeast at maximum speed to shorten your insertion time, Rick," Miles said, his expression grave. "A few surface contacts to navigate, but nothing worrying." "What's your timeline?" Crocker responded. "Major Merriweather is finalizing the mission details with his team lead now. I expect the combat team to launch in under 30 minutes. My aviation assets are conducting pre-flight checks as we speak. The air boss is coordinating with your flight ops to ensure a smooth launch." Miles was grateful his air boss, Commander Marc Delorier, was already handling the complex deck ballet. Juggling aircraft to maximize launch efficiency was a monumental task, especially with the F-35s on board. While technically capable of vertical takeoff, those jets typically used a short rolling start, which demanded a long, clear stretch of deck on the port side. This had forced a tight packing of the Ospreys near the island and the relocation of the heavier helicopters to the USS Arlington. "That was my next question," Miles admitted. "Air operations." "We'll launch 2 Ospreys carrying Alpha and Charlie Raider teams," Crocker stated. The planning was precise, but a sudden, unexpected squall line appeared on the radar, threatening to complicate the already delicate flight schedule. Miles exchanged a glance with Crocker, Sometimes the weather was a more stubborn enemy than any on the ground. Two AH-1Z Vipers would be on station for close air support, with a pair of F-35s from the 214th Fighter Squadron launching shortly after. He had UH-1 Hueys standing by, plus a third Osprey loaded with a quick reaction force, 2 rifle platoons, and an extra scout sniper team. Captain Miles gave a slow nod, his mind clearly calculating the maneuvers of his ship. The rivalry between Marines and sailors could get intense, but here, aboard the amphibious Ready Group, their partnership was essential. Miles grasped this better than most. His ship's primary reason for being was to deliver Marines to the fight. The USS Kearsarge existed to put the world's most formidable ground combat force exactly where it needed to be. Every other system on the LHD and every ship in the ARG was ultimately there to support that single purpose. Crocker, for his part, respected Miles and his crew. He made a conscious effort to see his Marine Expeditionary Unit through their eyes, not as passengers, but as a precision weapon in the Navy's arsenal. To the sailors, the Marines were akin to the Tomahawk missiles stored below decks, tools of war to be deployed when called upon. The main difference was these particular weapons consumed their food, hogged their gym equipment, and filled their passageways. When that dynamic was understood by both sides, the machine worked flawlessly, and when it worked, the ARG became one of the most devastating instruments of American power. "I'm working to get you in close, Rick," Miles said, "but I'm afraid your Vipers won't have a long window over the target." Miles was working the problem, and he was correct. The powerful AH-1Z attack helicopters, cousins to the Army's Apache, were useless if they couldn't linger to engage. "We've fitted the new extended-range fuel tanks, so that helps," Crocker replied. "A second flight is set to launch 15 minutes behind the first, and the F-35s will provide top cover. I also have 2 CH-53K King Stallions on Alert 5 status aboard the Arlington. If we exceed the Osprey's window, the 53CS can execute the dust-off." In truth, Crocker had come to believe the massive CH-53K might be the better choice for casualty evacuation, which is why he approved Major Merriweather's plan. The Ospreys were faster for inserting the Raider team, but for sheer lift capacity over distance, nothing beat the new King Stallion. They had no firm idea how many might need extraction if the embassy required evacuation. 2 of those helicopters could carry 40 extra souls on top of the assault element. Crocker's expression grew serious. The fleet surgical team is prepping to receive casualties. That team, built from Navy surgeons, nurses, and corpsmen, was assigned to the Marines. They could deploy forward to establish a surgical facility. But here, with the full medical suite of the USS Arlington available, they would operate from the ship. "Solid plan, Rick." Miles acknowledged. "What else do you need from us?" "Stay close and stay safe," Crocker said, offering a grin. "Consider it done," Miles answered, gripping Crocker's hand. "Let me get things moving here, and I'll meet you in the LFO shortly." With that, the Kearsarge's commanding officer returned to his duties. "OS2, patch me through to the XO on the bridge," he ordered a sailor nearby, "and let's update all surface contact plots out to 4,000 yards along our track. We have no idea what kind of surprises these guys might have waiting." "Aye, Captain," came the simultaneous replies from the sailors at the DDRT console. Crocker turned and exited through the heavy door sealing the Combat Information Center. Checking his watch as he moved down the passageway toward the ladder well leading to the Landing Force Operations Center, a thought struck him. He was genuinely enjoying his time aboard the Navy's premier platform for marine operations. It was a unique, symbiotic dance, and for all the good-natured ribbing, there was a profound mutual respect that made the entire machine hum. For the vast majority of his service as a junior officer and every single minute of his combat deployments, Colonel Crocker had known only the arid expanses of Iraq or the rugged terrain of Afghanistan. He was the quintessential Marine, utterly at home in the makeshift plywood command posts scattered across desert outposts. Now approaching 50, however, he found a quiet appreciation for the comparative comforts of life aboard a ship, a small luxury he'd only confessed to his wife back in Virginia. Reaching the base of the ladder well, he took a sharp turn and offered a curt nod to the sentry posted by the LF oak door. The Marine snapped to attention, his gaze fixed on a spot on the opposite bulkhead. "Afternoon, Colonel Crocker," the Marine stated. "Ora!" Crocker replied, his voice a low rumble. He keyed his code into the magnetic lock, hearing the satisfying click before stepping into the hive of activity. The space hummed with focused energy as his leadership team plotted the mission to quell the violence at the U.S. Embassy in Luanda and secure American personnel. Bathed in a dim, cool blue light, the LF Oak felt worlds away from the sun-bleached, sand-gridded command centers of his past. Large digital displays cast an electronic glow across intent faces. The central monitor showed a satellite view of the embassy complex, situated less than half a mile inland from Luanda Bay. Crocker's attention shifted to an adjacent screen, streaming a live drone feed. The image was unsettling. The crowd surrounding the embassy had swelled significantly, and now projectiles were arcing over the compound walls. Several figures were visibly armed with rifles, ammunition belts slung across their chests. "Gentlemen," Crocker said, planting his hands on his hips, "this situation looks poised to deteriorate rapidly." "Agreed, sir," Major Merriweather responded, turning toward Captain Nick Camperos, Alpha Team's leader, and Master Sergeant Andy Miller. "Nick, walk the colonel through the plan." "Sir," Camperos began without hesitation. "Captain Dane and I have outlined the initial assault package." He tapped his laptop, and the main display zoomed in on a structure just east of the embassy. "This building is a medical school dormitory. Its roof features 2 raised concrete patios, offering excellent protection and sightlines." He moved a cursor to highlight a narrow road separating the structures. "It's divided from the embassy only by this street, Rua Ingeniero Armindo de Andrade." "Sniper positions," Crocker interjected, immediately grasping the tactical advantage. "Exactly, sir," Camperos confirmed. "Eagle 1 will insert overwatch teams from Alpha and Charlie here and here." He indicated the 2 rooftop patios. "Following that, Eagle 1 will land Alpha Team at this grassy area on the southeast corner of the compound. Simultaneously, Eagle 2 will insert Charlie Team directly onto the embassy roof. We maintain solid communication with the embassy's security detail, who will provide internal surveillance and crowd monitoring." "That crowd is agitated and growing, Captain," Crocker noted, his tone edged with concern. "Understood, sir," Camperos replied. "That's why the Zulu helicopters will lead with 2 low-altitude passes along the perimeter, a show of force designed to disperse and deter. Our rules of engagement permit lethal response to hostile acts, but we are briefing the pilots to treat all individuals in that mob as non-combatants unless a direct threat is confirmed." "Good. And your contingency if the compound is breached before insertion?" Crocker asked, his gaze steady. "We've accounted for that possibility, sir," Camperos answered. "If we arrive to find the perimeter already compromised, our Overwatch team will still deploy as planned. Based on the real-time conditions, Alpha Team will fast rope onto the embassy roof to reinforce the Marine security detail and their 2 SAW positions. Meanwhile, Charlie Team will position itself north of the main gate, ready to flank any hostile movement pushing in from the eastern side. Should the external situation deteriorate further, my contingency is to pull all elements inside the compound walls and request the quick reaction force for immediate infiltration." Crocker gave a firm nod. The captain's plan was thorough and well considered. "Your priority is to bring every single person back safely," he stated. "Understood, sir," Captain Camperos replied, his gaze sharp and determined. "The pre-flight checks are nearly complete, and the air crews will be here for the final briefing shortly. Captain Dane is with the teams now, ensuring they're geared up and ready to load. We can be airborne in 15 minutes." "Make it happen," Crocker said, crossing his arms. "No one gets left behind, Captain. That order extends to every embassy's staff member." "Ura," Camperos affirmed. Crocker turned his attention back to the monitor, his jaw tightening as he watched a fiery bottle arc over the embassy wall and shatter in the courtyard. Flames and black smoke billowing upward. This was escalating into a full-blown disaster, but if anyone could handle it, it was Meriwether's raiders. Chinese embassy in Angola, located less than half a mile north of the American embassy. Luanda, Angola, 4:12 p.m. local time. MSS agent Sima Liang tapped a silver pen absently against his laptop, wrestling with what to report. The frustrating truth was he had very little concrete information, mostly just questions. His instinct screamed that the chaos at the American embassy was a deliberate play. From the rooftop of his own, far more modern compound, he had a clear view of the angry mob swarming Rua Huari Boumediene. The two diplomatic posts were separated only by some ongoing construction on the south side of his complex, a project meant to house China's expanding footprint in the city. He was also monitoring American communications in real time. While much of the signal traffic was still encrypted, no doubt, from the CIA contingent, the initial distress calls and attempts to coordinate with the Angolan National Police were easy to translate. The mob was turning violent, and the local authorities were conspicuously absent. It all pointed to Baptista making his move on the presidential palace. Sima had initially given the man slim odds, but over the last day, intelligence from his assets within the Angolan military suggested Baptista's boasts of high-level support might actually be true. That lunatic might just pull this off. He set the pen down, leaning back in his chair. Could the embassy protests be Baptista's creation, a massive, clever diversion to draw security forces away from Luemba Palace? If so, he'd severely underestimated the man's strategic mind. The door to his modest office clicked open, and Wang Wei, his chief of human operations, entered without knocking, his expression grim. "What's wrong, Wei?" Sima asked, using his friend's given name. Officially, Liang was a deputy ambassador focused on corporate affairs, but as the lead MSS field agent, he had built a tight, loyal team, much like the brotherhood he'd known in his old PLA Special Forces unit. That sense of shared purpose was something he strived to recreate on every assignment. The crowd outside the American embassy was swelling by the minute. Liang, his teammate reported, his expression grim. "They've spilled over into the side streets now, hurling rocks and whatever they can get their hands on. What could possibly have provoked this? I can't make sense of it." "Neither can I, Wei," Sima Liang admitted, nodding toward the door. Wang Wei shut it, sealing them in the quiet room. "If this is part of Baptista's scheme, the logic escapes me completely. I initially dismissed it as mere background noise, but this is escalating toward chaos. It's reckless. Anyone familiar with President Ryan knows he won't hesitate to act if American lives are threatened." Wang paced the length of the desk, his civilian mindset offering a fresh angle Sima often valued. "You're absolutely right," Wang agreed. "And if someone gets hurt or, heaven forbid, taken hostage, it's a disaster. Should Baptista be behind this, he'd be declaring war on the United States before his chair in the presidential palace was even warm." "Here's what troubles me, Wei," Sima mused, leaning forward. "What did the Americans see that we missed? The Kearsarge group didn't just wander this way, they're on a sprint. Could their intelligence have sniffed this out?" Wang dismissed the idea with a firm shake of his head. "Our intercepts say otherwise. They shifted posture as a routine precaution, that's all. We'd have heard chatter if they were reacting to a specific threat." Sima tugged at his chin, conceding the point. Their surveillance network in the region was extensive. Wang was probably correct. Regardless, this is a problem for whoever orchestrated it. Wang continued, "That American group is packed with special operations teams. They're not just passing through. They're a loaded gun." If they pin this on Baptista, his reign will be measured in hours, not days. Seema turned the possibilities over in his mind. It was fortunate he'd kept Baptista at arm's length. The funding was substantial but laundered through impeccable channels. American forensic accounting, for all its boasts, lacked the subtlety to trace it back to Beijing. He'd offered nothing but vague assurances of future goodwill, a decision that now seemed prescient. Of course, if Baptista succeeded, he might prove a more pliable partner than Luemba had become, with his endless courtship of American corporations that lined his own pockets from the country's vast wealth. But if the coup crumbled, China's veneer of neutrality would be its shield. "Thank you, Wei," Seema said finally. "Keep your team focused. I want updates the instant you have them." "Understood," Wang replied, with a slight bow before exiting. Alone, Seema picked up the secure phone and pressed the speed dial button. After the familiar series of clicks and hums subsided, a voice came on the line, tense and demanding. "Report, Agent Seema. What is happening there?" Director Cho in Beijing sounded less curious and more alarmed. Seema provided a concise summary, including the recent breach at the embassy perimeter. "Is this the work of the PFU leader?" Cho pressed. Seema chose his words carefully. "I believe it's a strong possibility, sir." "You believe?" Cho's tone dripped with disdain. "We compensate you for certainty, not hunches." "Of course, Director," Seema replied, chastened. "I only mean we lack concrete confirmation, but I distrust coincidences. This has all the hallmarks of a diversion, a violent smokescreen for Baptista's power grab. Should he make his move, we will know immediately. Our sources within the government, the police, and the military command are deeply embedded. My only regret is our failure to cultivate similar assets within the PFU itself. Their ranks remain frustratingly opaque to us. Our understanding of the situation in Luemba comes primarily from our established contacts within the government and military circles," Seema stated, "and from Victor Baptista." Director Chu interjected, the implication hanging clearly in the air. Seema acknowledged it with a nod, though the phone line couldn't convey the gesture. "That is correct," he admitted. "However, operating under my non-official cover as deputy ambassador limited my ability to press him for granular details of his intentions. My strategy was to connect him with one of my operatives presented as a facilitator for Chinese commercial interests, but that introduction has not yet occurred. Perhaps it is irrelevant now," Chu mused. "Regardless of who is responsible, President Ryan will leverage this incident to expand his security footprint around the embassy in Luanda. If Baptista is implicated and discovered, his venture ends. Frankly, Liang, business as usual will be suspended for us if that happens. An attack on Americans followed by a coup attempt, Western governments and the media will turn this region into a fishbowl. Our posture must be one of strict neutrality." "I concur completely," Seema replied, and he did. "Yet if Baptista succeeds, it could significantly accelerate our long-term objectives for Angola, provided we navigate the aftermath with precision. And we trust your tradecraft to ensure that precise navigation, Liang," Chu said, the words bringing Seema a quiet wave of relief. "But if the situation deteriorates, we require absolute deniability. Nothing can trace back to Beijing." "Understood. Those precautions are already in motion." He paused, a new idea forming. "I could even extend an offer of assistance to the Americans, proposing support from our embassy's security detachment." Cho's laughter crackled down the line. "This is precisely why we have confidence in you, Seema Liang. Excellent initiative. Make a visible, if modest effort we can reference publicly. It will resonate very favorably on networks like CNN and the BBC. Keep me apprised, Liang." The call disconnected. A faint smile touched Seema's lips. He would deliberately delay that offer of help, letting events unfold. It wouldn't seem unusual for diplomats to be momentarily unaware of a rapidly developing crisis. They were diplomats, not intelligence officers, a thought that actually made him chuckle aloud. If the Americans were planning to deploy Marines, the last thing they'd need was a few suited guards with pistols getting in the way. And he certainly wasn't sending any Ministry of State Security operators out the door. He needed them right here. The future of Angola's leadership was a question for time to answer. In truth, he felt a profound indifference. He was weary of the relentless violence and political theater of sub-Saharan Africa. A deep longing for home in China settled in his bones. Or perhaps just a real vacation. Miami, yes, he would book a trip to Miami once this was all over. Some sun and normalcy would recharge him for further dealings with the Angolans. Beyond its rare earth minerals and Atlantic coastline, he had concluded the country offered very little of interest. U.S. Embassy Mission, Angola or Huari, Boumediene, 32. Luanda, Angola, 5:35 p.m., local time. Kyle sat on the firm edge of the bed in his assigned quarters, a small but comfortable private room. He had slept for almost 12 hours and now felt utterly disoriented, unmoored from his normal rhythms. He felt detached from reality, or at least from the reality he had inhabited just the day before. Slashes of amber sunlight cut through the narrow gaps in the window blinds, painting sharp lines on the floor. It was nearly evening, but he had no appetite and no desire to go to the mess hall. He didn't want to be around anyone. Everything from yesterday felt surreal, like a vivid dream. No, not a dream. More like it had happened to another person. As was his habit when wrestling with heavy thoughts, he sat upright, feet flat on the floor, palms resting on his thighs. When they were children, his sister Katie used to call this his meditation pose, though she knew him well enough to understand it, signaled neither calm nor deep reflection. When they were older, she had told him it was his expression that gave him away, what the Ryan family privately termed Kyle's stress face. He himself had never quite seen what that face looked like. He rarely glanced at his own reflection, except to ensure his Navy uniform was perfectly squared away, a symbol of the pride he once carried so effortlessly. The gray stillness of his mind was abruptly pierced by the faces of his fallen teammates, causing his heart to pound and his breath to quicken. He found himself wondering if his older brother, Jack Jr., ever wrestled with these same ghosts. Jack spoke little of his own covert work, but the family understood the nature of his duties. Kyle imagined his brother had endured similar losses, perhaps many times over. Yet Jack always seemed to carry a light-hearted demeanor, fully engaged with life and utterly himself. Did he ever battle guilt? Kyle's logical mind easily tallied the events. The math was clear, and he knew he had made no error. There was no different choice he could have made, short of joining them in death, so this lingering guilt felt irrational, a frustrating paradox that gnawed at him. Kyle operated in a binary world, ones and zeros, on or off, right or wrong. But maybe there were hidden variables, factors he hadn't accounted for, that could explain these stubborn emotions. He needed to find that missing piece. Until he could quiet this internal noise, making clear-headed decisions about his future would be impossible. Chief among those decisions was figuring out his next move. More than once in the past day, he'd fantasized about the simplicity of returning to his life as a naval officer. He missed the structure, the stability, the predictable rhythm, and the pride that came with the uniform. But would he be able to live with himself if he walked away from the task force now? Wouldn't that just feel like running from a fight, a quiet admission of failure? A sharp knock at the door jolted him, another jarring reaction that had become frustratingly common. "Come in," he said, his voice flat. The door opened to reveal a woman roughly his age, dressed in a sharp gray pantsuit, a tablet held tightly against her chest. Her hair was pulled back in a severe bun. "Apologies for the interruption, Lieutenant Ryan." "It's Mr. Ryan," he corrected. His tone wasn't intended to be sharp, though he was aware it often came across that way. "Of course," she replied smoothly, unfazed. "Mr. Ryan, I'm Madison Bennett from the embassy staff. I'm here to inform you that your transport to the airport will be slightly delayed. We expect it to be a brief hold. Is there a problem? He asked, standing up. In truth, a delay of days would suit him fine. He had no pressing business here, nor was he eager to report back to the offices at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling in Washington, D.C. The solitude of his small room at the embassy compound in Luanda was preferable, a place to finally get a grip on his emotions and sketch out what his father would term the next chapter. "Everything is under control," Madison stated, her expression professionally neutral. It was then he noticed quite suddenly that Madison Bennett was strikingly attractive. Perhaps it was the no-nonsense way she adjusted her glasses. A protest has gathered outside the embassy gates. As a precaution, our regional security officer, Mr. Tejada, advises against moving your vehicle through the crowd until the situation disperses. Is there a threat? Kyle asked, confused by the wave of dread he felt at such a routine occurrence overseas. None that I'm aware of, Mr. Ryan, she assured him. Her demeanor softened, almost imperceptibly. Perhaps I could have some food brought to you. I understand you've had an exceptionally difficult 48 hours. The hint of empathy in her voice, the suggestion she might see his private struggle, made him shift uncomfortably where he stood. If you'd rather remain in your room, I can have something sent up, she offered. He took a moment to appraise the woman standing before him. No, thank you, he replied. I'm all right, though, I was wondering. A sharp, concussive crack cut him off. To Kyle, it sounded like a large firework or perhaps a homemade explosive device. What on earth was that? Madison asked, her head snapping toward the hallway, her professional calm momentarily slipping before Kyle could form a reply. A second, far more violent detonation shook the very foundations of the building. The lights in his room dipped and surged, and a fine shower of plaster dust drifted down from the ceiling fixture. Get in here and close the door, Kyle ordered, his tone leaving no room for debate. Madison complied swiftly, shutting the door and retreating further into the room, her back pressing against the wall. What exactly are they protesting? Kyle asked, already moving toward the rear window. He grasped the old-fashioned wooden wand, twisting it to engage the gears that angled the slats of the plantation shutter. I honestly don't know, Madison admitted, forcing her voice steady. The crowd has been building since this morning. It was obvious she was genuine embassy administrative staff, not part of the agency's contingent working under diplomatic cover. We've had demonstrations before, but nothing that ever felt like this. Kyle pressed his eye to the narrow opening. His room overlooked the east side. The street behind the embassy compound was technically a two-lane road, though Isaacson always dismissively called it the alley. That alley was now a seething river of humanity. No, not just people. It was a mass of military-aged men, many hoisting rifles skyward. Those without weapons shook clenched fists, their angry chants forming a low, threatening roar. Then the gunfire started. A few sporadic pops at first, then the sharper cracks of rifles followed by the unmistakable sustained ripping sound of automatic weapons fire. This was answered by shouted commands in English, the Marine security force Kyle guessed. Calling out movements, he felt a light touch on his shoulder and turned. Madison's expression was schooled into neutrality, but her eyes were wide with terror, and a faint tremor ran through her hands. "What do we do?" she whispered. "We have to get out of here, don't we?" Kyle gave her shoulder an awkward, reassuring pat as his mind raced. He looked back outside. The mob was whipping itself into a fury, yet none in that sea of faces seemed to be aiming or firing their weapons. The attack, then, was likely coming from the front or the flanks of the compound. What that meant for their exit strategy was anyone's guess. Another sustained burst of gunfire hammered the point home. He was utterly unarmed. Not that a sidearm would be much use against a horde, he supposed, with a grim internal sarcasm. Sure, a pistol would be great. Perfect for politely asking a few hundred angry militants to form an orderly queue while we wait for a rescue that probably isn't coming. But it might buy them precious minutes if attackers breached the building, maybe enough time for a quick reaction force to arrive. He knew the U.S. military and intelligence footprint in Angola was minimal, But there had to be a QRF somewhere. His team's emergency protocol was always to reach the embassy. But what was the embassy's protocol when it became the target? Mr. Ryan? He turned back to find Madison visibly fighting for control, her lower lip trembling slightly. "You're CIA, aren't you?" she asked, a flicker of hope momentarily overriding her fear. "No," he said. "I'm with another agency, but I promise you I will do everything in my power to keep you safe." She gave a quick, jerky nod of understanding. Peering out again, he estimated well over 100 people in the road just between the embassy wall and the 6-story building opposite. The total number surrounding them could easily be 500, maybe 1,000. He had no idea how many Marines were stationed here for security, but he was certain it wasn't enough to hold back a tide like that. They needed help, and they needed it immediately. But from where? "Listen to me, Madison," he said, taking her gently by the shoulders. "We can't make a run for it. It's not safe. Our best chance is to secure this room and shelter in place until help arrives. How many Marines are assigned to the embassy?" He watched her mentally search for the answer and wasn't surprised when she found it. "There are 2 squads of 16 Marines each, plus a command element of 4, a major, a master sergeant, an administrative Marine, and a Navy medic who's a senior chief. Then there's the CIA contingent, which is just a handful of people you're already familiar with. Is there a global response staff team posted here?" She shook her head. Kyle observed that having a concrete task to focus on was bringing a measure of calm to the young officer. "No," she replied. The local threat assessment didn't justify a dedicated GRS team. Her gaze drifted past him, her eyes widening at the sight of the crowd in the alley, which to Kyle appeared to have swelled dramatically in just a few minutes, though it seems that assessment might have been a serious miscalculation. "No kidding," he said, attempting a reassuring smile that didn't quite land. The timing of this riot was either impeccably bad or terribly convenient, depending on your perspective, because Isaacson and his 4-man unit were either at the airport or already airborne with Cockburn and Waddle, headed back to the continental United States. The presence or absence of those seasoned ground operators to reinforce the embassy's marine security detail could very well determine who lived and who died if the compound came under direct assault. He stepped away from the window and snatched the wooden chair from the small desk. The room was Spartan, lacking even a closet or a private bathroom. Residents shared a facility down the hall with the other 9 rooms on this floor. With Isaacson's team departed, most were vacant, though he knew a few civilian contractors were still quartered here. He carried the chair toward the door, glancing up, hoping to spot a drop-ceiling panel they might use to hide above the tiles. "We'll barricade the door," and then another detonation shook the building, followed by another burst of gunfire. This time, there was no question. The exchange was happening inside the building, and it sounded dangerously close. Shouting from the hallway confirmed his fear. He was positioning the chair to jam under the doorknob when he saw shadows of feet under the door, followed by a thunderous pounding and shouts in a language he couldn't decipher. "Help me with this," he whispered urgently to Madison. But before they could secure the door, it exploded inward with such force that it sent him stumbling backward. He landed hard on his tailbone, a jolt of pain shooting from his hip down his right leg as the chair wrenched from his grip and skidded across the floor, slamming into the bed frame. Madison's composure shattered, and a raw, piercing scream tore from her. Kyle looked up to see 2 men entering the room. Both wore Army-style fatigue pants and sleeveless shirts, leaning aggressively over rifles he recognized as the ubiquitous AK-47s. The taller of the 2 fixed them with a wild stare, then barked something Kyle guessed was Kimbundu, given it certainly wasn't Portuguese. Kyle raised his hands and tried to stand, but the man drove a hard kick into his ribs and leveled the rifle barrel directly at his face. A strange, detached clarity washed over Kyle. He felt less fear than he would have expected, accompanied by the cold realization that surviving this encounter was increasingly unlikely. Madison said something in Portuguese, probably, we don't understand. But the man released his grip on his rifle just long enough to backhand her brutally across the face. The blow sent her crashing into the wall, where she crumpled to the floor. When the man then began savagely kicking the fallen woman, something primal snapped inside Kyle. He launched himself upward, driving his right shoulder into the attacker with all his force. An animalistic roar, which a distant, analytical part of his mind registered as coming from his own throat, filled the room as he tackled the man onto his back. Wrenching the rifle from his grasp, Kyle loomed over the man, pinning him down, and brought his clenched fists high above his head, ready to smash them into the face below. Madison's shriek, Kyle, cut through the air just as a searing, blinding agony erupted at the base of his skull. A white flash, not from his eyes, but from somewhere deep inside his mind, consumed everything. As he plunged into the void, his final, strangely clinical thought was that the other man's rifle stock must have connected with the back of his head, the occipital bone, where vision is processed. Then, nothing but an absolute, silent darkness. The most gut-wrenching part of the presidency for Jack Ryan was the helpless distance. Here, in the insulated quiet of the Situation Room, he watched Americans fight and die on his orders, while he sat in a leather chair. He remembered the same hollow feeling at the CIA, watching ghostly thermal figures move across a screen based on his intelligence. Later, as director, his decisions sent those figures into harm's way. Now the burden was ultimate. More hostiles are entering the compound from the northern breach at the front wall, noted General Bruce Kudrick, his voice tight. On the screen, a group of figures moved purposefully through the shattered perimeter. Ryan understood the general's frustration. Kudrick, a combat-hardened army officer who'd led from the front in Somalia, Iraq, and Afghanistan, now sat on the Joint Chiefs, feeling that visceral pull to be in the fight himself. They had watched the assault unfold with chilling precision. A team emerged from the cemetery to the south, crossed the wide boulevard, and scaled the compound wall with ease, exploiting the chaos as security forces were pinned down by coordinated violence on the east and west flanks. Ryan didn't need a briefing to recognize a professionally executed attack. He'd planned enough of them in his past life. These weren't protesters. This was a military unit using the crowd as camouflage. The Southern team was already inside the main building before the Marine security force could even react. "Why aren't the Marines firing?" A voice piped up from behind Ryan. As if in answer, the machine gun team on the embassy's east roof let loose a burst. Silent flames spat from the M249's barrel on the satellite feed. Dirt geysered in front of the advancing hostiles inside the wall, forcing them back. Immediately, muzzle flashes lit up from the crowd outside, targeting the rooftop position. They missed the same voice, a staffer observed. They didn't miss. Kudrick snapped, a flash of the old infantry commander in his tone. That was a warning shot. They're following rules of engagement. Those are disciplined Marines. They won't just hose down a crowd without positive identification. The irony wasn't lost on Ryan. Here they were debating restraint while professionals exploited it. "Clear the room," Ryan ordered, his voice leaving no room for debate. "Essential personnel only." He let his team interpret essential. The room filled with the low murmur of departing aides as the National Security Advisor, the Secretaries of Defense and State, the military advisors, and his Director of National Intelligence, Mary Pat, dismissed their staff. In moments, only the core group remained in the tense silence. Kudrick broke it, leaning forward. "Do we have thermal imaging on that interior?" The technician monitoring the video feed answered, "We're waiting on the Predator, sir." Ryan understood the sentiment. He was also desperate to see what was unfolding inside the embassy walls. They had observed 2 squads, each with 8 to 10 men, enter the building after clashing with Marines in the courtyard, all while the machine gun teams were still getting situated. He'd seen at least 2 wounded Marines being pulled to cover by their fellow soldiers near the compound's main entrance, where a team was still exchanging sporadic gunfire from a secondary breach point at the gate. The mob had actually ripped the gate from its hinges by attaching chains to a pair of pickup trucks. Now, insurgents or terrorists or whatever this crowd consisted of were taking cover behind the wall on either side of the wide opening, occasionally firing blindly into the compound and drawing return fire from Marines positioned at the corner and inside the sheltered entrance near the carport. A new breach had appeared on the north side of the perimeter wall along the main eastern approach, clearly blown open by some kind of explosive, which also seemed to have injured several protesters caught in the blast. 2 figures lay still on the ground while others had been hauled away. "Who are these people, Director Foley?" Ryan asked. Mary Pat's voice was tense but controlled. "It looks like most of the crowd are just enraged Angolan citizens who've been stirred up by agitators. I suspect the majority are separate from the smaller organized core that breached the building. Those are the individuals we need to identify." CIA Director Jay Canfield sounded frustrated. "My team hasn't matched any faces from the usable recognition footage we've gathered, and now that the primary actors are inside, the Predator will be on station in under 10 minutes, sir." The technician at the terminal behind Ryan reported. Mary Pat added, "There must still be key agitators within the crowd to maintain this momentum. The armed group at the compound's rear wall likely has its own core organizers, too." Ryan cut in sharply. "Enough speculation. We need facts. This appears staged and coordinated, so let's identify who's in charge." "We're on it, Mr. President," Canfield assured him. Ryan didn't know who had killed the 2 DI operatives or why. But he didn't believe in coincidences. Those murders were likely connected to whoever was behind the embassy assault. He was convinced both incidents were linked, yet he sensed there was a deeper objective at play, something they hadn't yet uncovered. While the Chinese were plausible suspects for targeting the DIA team running counter-signals intelligence ops, outright executing Americans would be a shocking escalation. And he couldn't fathom any motive for them to attack the embassy in Luanda, no matter how many layers of secrecy they used. The endgame didn't justify the immense risk. For now, his team needed to focus solely on one objective: the safety of the Americans trapped inside. "Where are the Marine Raiders?" Ryan demanded, watching in real time as U.S. sovereign territory was overrun and Americans came under fire. He could only imagine the chaos within and prayed the Marines and embassy security were protecting the ambassador and her staff. Secretary of Defense Robert Burgess, after a quick word with Admiral Kent, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, replied, "Only 20 miles out, Mr. President. Just a few more minutes." Ryan clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay silent. He commanded the finest, most skilled team on the planet, and their concentration was absolute. Having the CEO muttering complaints and issuing demands from the sidelines would only cause damage, not provide any real assistance. His attention shifted to a flicker of motion just north of the compound, along the road behind the embassy perimeter. "What's happening over there?" he inquired, gesturing toward the monitor. "North of the mob at the complex's rear. Zoom in on that, Spencer," Canfield instructed his technician, isolated on a separate feed. "Just north of the crowd on Rua Ingeniero. See it slightly above the intersection." "I have it," the tech confirmed, his fingers flying across the keyboard to redirect the satellite imagery. A secondary screen to the right flickered and stabilized, and Ryan leaned forward. 2 high-roofed vans, similar to Sprinters, were proceeding south, now reaching the cross street. The road south of it was a solid wall of people, but an armed individual marched ahead of the lead vehicle, and the crowd obediently parted before them, flowing back together in their wake like a living tide. "What are they delivering to this confrontation?" the Secretary of Defense asked, his tone grave. "Those vans could hold anything from extra gunmen to rocket launchers, or far more sinister cargo." "Not delivering," Mary Pat corrected. "They're extracting. Look at the rear loading dock." Ryan observed as two figures emerged onto the concrete ramp. They glanced upward, almost as if meeting Ryan's own gaze through the lens, and even on the pixelated feed, he could discern the smug satisfaction on their faces. They unfurled a large, dark sheet, a tarp. Two more men, presumably inside the dock, helped spread it, and the covered bundle began a careful descent down the stairs just as the vans reached the rear. The lead van suddenly accelerated, ramming the gate in the wall once, reversing and hitting it again. The second impact sent the gate crashing down, and both vehicles rolled into the lot behind the main embassy building, stopping closely together. All Ryan could make out was the large tarp fluttering beside the first van, concealing whatever was beneath. After a brief pause, that van pulled away, and the tarp was transferred to the second. Moments later, the covering collapsed and was yanked inside the second van's side door. Then both vehicles drove out through the ruined gate and melted back into the crowd, heading north. "Raiders are 2 minutes from the site," Kudrick reported, a new edge in his voice. "Track those vans," Mary Pat ordered. "Do not lose them under any circumstances, even if we lose visual on the embassy itself." The implication was clear to everyone in the room. They had just removed something, or someone, from the embassy. Losing those vans meant losing whoever was inside forever. A cold dread settled in Ryan's stomach as his mind flashed to Patricia Goncalves, the brilliant career diplomat he had personally appointed as ambassador to Angola. "Please, no on it, Madame Director," the technician Spencer responded. A few keystrokes later, a red tracking box locked onto each van. The right screen now held a split feed focused on the two moving vehicles, while the main display maintained the aerial overview of the embassy compound. It was a small comfort. "Larry, update the rules of engagement," Ryan said, his voice hard. "Deadly force is authorized for anyone else attempting to breach that compound, and I want prisoners from the group that attacked the embassy." "Understood, Mr. President," Admiral Kent replied, though his slight delay in relaying the command suggested he'd already issued similar orders on his own initiative. "First pass from the AH-1 Vipers is imminent. Raiders will be on station momentarily, Mr. President," Kudrick added. On the main screen, Ryan watched as faces in the crowd turned skyward. A wave of panic erupted, people scattering in every direction. The attack helicopters could shred the assembly in seconds if he gave the word, and the crowd below knew it all too well. The sudden shift from tactical tension to this raw predatory spectacle was almost grotesque. One moment they were analyzing a stealthy extraction. The next they were looming over a panicked mass with the power to erase it. The sober reality of command had just twisted into a stark, brutal theater. Captain Nick Camperos, leading Alpha Team from Mike Company of the 3rd Marine Special Operations Battalion, felt the familiar vibration of the MV-22 Osprey through his boots. Seated on the nylon bench, he looked over the faces of his raiders. A fresh update had just come through, relaxing the rules of engagement and granting them broader authority to use lethal force. It was a clear signal from the command, and the president he respected back in Washington, that they were committed to this mission: secure the embassy, extract the personnel, and bring every Marine home safely. The call of 2 minutes echoed in his headset. He held up 2 fingers toward the scout sniper teams positioned near the aft ramp. While the Osprey could technically carry both Alpha and Charlie teams at once, for a fast rope insertion like this, a lighter load meant a quicker, safer drop. This hybrid aircraft, capable of flying like a plane and hovering like a helicopter, was their fastest ticket in, but it was also a big target. They needed to get on the ground fast. "Raider 1, this is Viper 1, crackled the voice of the lead AH-1 helicopter pilot over the shared frequency. "First pass dispersed the main crowd, but we're still looking at hundreds of hostiles surrounding the embassy perimeter," Camperos acknowledged. Another voice cut in, reporting no enemy sightings in the cemetery to the south. That tracked with the earlier intelligence. The higher-ups had likely already slipped away, leaving the foot soldiers behind to cause chaos typical cowardly playbook. The aircraft shuddered as the engine nacelles began their unnerving rotation, shifting from forward flight to a hover. The sound always put Camperos on edge. It was like listening to a mechanical beast groaning in protest. He gave a thumbs up to his 4 snipers, ready at the ramp. Then he heard it, the distinct ping of small arms fire striking the fuselage. "Well now," the pilot's calm, southern-accented voice drawled over the intercom, "seems we've got their attention. Gunner, you are cleared to engage from his station." The gunner responded, remotely slewing the belly-mounted defense weapons system turret. A half-second later, the Osprey vibrated with the staccato thunder of the GAU-17 minigun, unleashing a torrent of 7.62mm rounds toward the ground. Almost before the echoes faded, the fast ropes were deployed. In a blur of motion, his 4 Marines vanished out the back. "Targets are scattering, Gunner," the pilot confirmed, as the Osprey banked sharply away, climbing to circle back and deliver the rest of the team. The pilot of the lead Apache announced, "Viper is conducting a guns pass." Camperos wasn't sure if that meant lethal fire or just suppression, but the timing aligned perfectly with the Osprey pilot finishing a hard clockwise turn. As the mission commander, he had already decided to insert both Alpha and Charlie teams onto the embassy roof. The swelling crowd below had far exceeded what even the elite Marines of the 3rd MSOB could manage. He heard Raider 2, Josh Dane, leading Charlie team, confirm Charlie is whiskey, signaling they were already on the roof. Eagle 2 is clear, reported the pilot of the 2nd Osprey, moving off to let Eagle 1 bring in Alpha. Camperos moved his team toward the open rear ramp, where a fresh rope bag was secured on the starboard side. On the port side, his HQ Master Sergeant Enzo Fuentes mirrored the setup. Staff Sergeant Earl Briggs lined up 1st Squad behind Camperos, while Staff Sergeant T.J. Ward positioned 2nd Squad with Fuentes. The Osprey settled into a hover, and with a coordinated kick, both men sent their heavy rope bags out into the rotor wash, the powerful twin rotors whipping the lines aft. The prop wash was so intense it ruled out using the forward doors for fast roping. The crew chief stood between the columns of operators, checking each man as they gripped the thick rope, stepped into open air, and locked their boots on, descending with barely a second between them. When the Navy combat medic, a special amphibious reconnaissance corpsman from 1st Squad, stepped off, Camperos locked on and began his slide. Scanning the rooftop during his descent, he saw Alpha and Charlie teams already securing the perimeter against the crowd. All except for Sergeant Moose Elkins, who lay prone, using his full body weight to anchor the rope in the Osprey's fierce downwash. Camperos's boots hit the roof, and he moved clear, giving Elkins a tap on the shoulder. He raised his favored Mk-18 compact assault rifle. He still preferred it over the heavier 7. 62 scars most of his team carried now, and advanced in a combat crouch. The rope slapped the roof behind him as the sound of the departing Osprey faded. Fuentes fell in beside him, providing security as they moved to a wall near a stairwell door, exactly as briefed. He took a knee next to Captain Dane and Charlie Team's Master Sergeant, Kurt Moore. Dane pointed toward the far waist wall and the tiered roof above. "We've got 2 machine gun nests, as intel suggested. We're taking sporadic small arms fire, and there's a security team pinned in the courtyard. Initial assault estimates put about 24 shooters inside initially. No one knows how many left in the vehicles that just headed north from the rear." Camperos gave a sharp nod. "Leave your 2nd Squad up here to reinforce the security Marines," he said. Though Merriweather had put him in charge, he and Dane always operated best as a team. "Then we form 3 5-man teams and clear from the top down. Any civilians we find get secured on the top floor until we figure out evacuation. We're in the center building, so 1 team goes north, 1 south, and the 3rd leads down the southern stairwell. We'll rotate? Ura." "Ura!" Dane barked back. Camperos called over Briggs and Ward, who each gathered their 4 men at the door ready to move. The team moved into position with practiced efficiency, briefing the assault plan in clipped tones before stacking up on either side of the entry. Camperos gave the signal a sharp chop of his hand, and the door was wrenched open. Moose Elkin led first squad through the threshold, the men flowing into the space with the silent, deadly grace of predators. This was no accident. It was the product of relentless drills and the hard-earned trust forged in previous firefights. Each man knew his sector, clearing left and right without a word before the next pair advanced toward the stair landing, weapons tracking downward. Gerard, the team medic, and Camperos pushed forward to secure the next level down, providing cover as the rest assembled at the doorway to the embassy's top residential floor. They executed the breach again, a grim repetition. Corners were cleared, the hallway was secured, and then Dane's squad moved ahead in a tight diamond formation until they reached the first two doors. Camperos noted they were slightly ajar for a fleeting second. He allowed himself the naive hope that the doors had been left open in a panicked rush toward the basement safe room. That fragile hope shattered as Dane and Moore breached simultaneously. Leading his own four-man element forward, Camperos left Moose and Pav to secure their rear. A glance into the room Dane had just cleared revealed the brutal truth. Two motionless forms on the floor, a man and a woman lying in dark, spreading stains. Two angels, fifth floor, Dane's voice confirmed in his earpiece, the clinical term doing little to mask the horror. Camperos reached his assigned door, took a steadying breath, and signaled forward. He breached, sweeping left as Briggs took right, feeling more than seeing Gerard and McFall surge through the center. Clear, he announced, the room seeming empty until Gerard's tense voice cut through. One angel in the corner, fifth floor residence. They moved on, acutely aware that each confirmed death was being tallied by command far away on the Kearsarge. Exiting the room, Camperos saw Dane had already cleared the next one. Then, movement down the hall. His rifle came up, the holographic sight centering on a figure emerging from a doorway. The man dropped to his knees, hands thrust skyward. "We're United States Marines," Camperos barked. "Keep your hands where we can see them." At the words, the man looked up, his face a mask of stunned relief. "Oh, thank God," he sobbed, shoulders slumping. I heard so many gunshots, so many screams. I just hid under the bed." Camperos lowered his weapon and gestured for Gerard. The medic rushed forward as Camperos scanned for threats. "I'm an American," the man stammered, while Gerard performed a swift pat-down. "It's okay," Gerard said, his voice softening. "We've got you. You're safe now." The moment of respite was violently interrupted. The door at the hall's far end exploded inward. Camperos's sight picture shifted instantly to the two new figures, his finger finding the trigger guard. "Get down," he roared. He sidestepped right for a clear shot as Gerard, reacting without hesitation, yanked the American to the floor and threw his own body over him as a human shield. The sudden flare of twin muzzle flashes lit up the hallway a fraction of a second. Before the thunderous crack of gunfire reached Camperos's ears, he responded instantly, his own rifle barking in rapid succession, and he saw the lead attacker stagger and fall as his rounds found their target. He felt more than heard the snap of incoming rounds passing close by as another raider engaged the second hostile. Then, as abruptly as it began, the violence ceased, leaving only the ringing in his ears and the metallic ping of a spent cartridge casing settling on the tile floor. Both enemy shooters were down. Camperos's gaze found Gerard, who was still sprawled protectively over the civilian. "Holy hell, boss," Gerard managed, a lopsided grin spreading across his face. "Get him secured in that first room near the south stairwell while we clear the rest of this hall," Camperos commanded. Gerard was already moving, ushering the stunned embassy worker past him. Shouldering his weapon, Camperos rejoined his team, the familiar weight of dread settling in his gut as they advanced in a low crouch toward the next closed door. Who or what waited behind it was anyone's guess. Elsewhere, consciousness returned to Kyle in a wave of nauseating pain. His eyes opened, but the darkness remained absolute. It took his foggy mind a moment to process the reason. A coarse fabric hood was pulled over his head. He was curled on his right side against a hard, ridged surface. His wrists were bound tightly together in front of him with rough cord, and a testing flex of his leg confirmed his ankles were similarly secured. A vicious, pounding ache centered at the base of his skull made him feel as though his head was caught in a slowly tightening vice. Forcing himself to remain still, he focused on his other senses to construct a reality his eyes could not see. There was a sense of movement, a steady vibration, and the hum of tires on pavement. He was in a vehicle. This was confirmed when they hit a pothole, jolting him against the unyielding metal floor beneath him. The absence of rushing wind suggested the enclosed cargo area of a van or a large SUV, not an open truck bed. Piece by piece, the memory of what had happened slotted back into place, and with it came a chilling dread that wrapped around him like a sodden cloak. He was alive, but in his current situation that was hardly a comfort. Every coming moment promised to be worse than the last. That was the brutal arithmetic of being a hostage. The fact he'd been taken, not killed, meant his captors saw some value in him. Whether they knew he was the president's son was the critical, terrifying unknown. For the sake of the others, he hoped that secret held a single, supremely valuable pawn often made all the others seem expendable. It was simpler, too. Feeding and guarding one prisoner was far easier than managing a group. This cold logic provided a grim anchor, a sliver of self-preservation that helped steady his fear. Yet the thought that others might suffer because of who he was ignited a different, more corrosive anxiety within him. His mind flashed to Madison Bennett, her face the last thing he'd seen before the world went black. He'd heard her scream. Was she here too, bound and hooded beside him in the dark? The urge to whisper her name was almost overwhelming, but he choked it back. He had no idea who these people were, and drawing attention now could earn him a rifle stock to the teeth. The hood would come off eventually. He would have his answers then. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle ground to a halt. He heard muffled commotion, voices speaking in a guttural language he didn't recognize. Then they were moving again, only for the engine to cut out after a short, jarring ride. The truck jolted to a stop, the transmission clunking into parked doors, swung open nearby. A sharp nudge jabbed Kyle between the shoulder blades, a boot or a rifle stock. "Wake up!" a man ordered in accented English. Kyle stirred, a genuine groan escaping as the motion sent a fresh pulse of pain through his skull. "Sit," he obeyed, the movement sparking a wave of nausea from what his analytical mind quickly diagnosed as a probable concussion. Fingers closed around the rope at his wrists, pulling him forward. He scooted awkwardly on his backside, feet leading, until his heels met empty air at the cargo bed's edge. He lowered his legs, knees bent, until his shoes found solid ground. "Stop pushing me! I'm trying!" a woman's voice protested from nearby. "Madison?" Kyle asked, his head turning instinctively left. "No talking," the male voice snapped. "Kyle?" It was definitely Madison, but her reply was cut short by a dull thud and a sharp cry of pain. "I said no talking." Hot anger surged in Kyle's chest, his muscles tensing to react, but cooler logic reasserted control. Blindfolded and bound, he was useless to her. Now wasn't the time for defiance. He didn't even know who these people were, and he was at a severe physical disadvantage. Patience was his only weapon. He needed to gather information, watch for a slip-up. Arrogant men always overplayed their hand eventually. That was one thing you could count on. A hand yanked the rope between his wrists, pulling him upright. "Stand." Kyle rose, but his compromised balance betrayed him in the darkness. Strong hands caught his shoulders, steadying him before he could fall. A rapid exchange followed between two men. It sounded like Kimbundu, not Portuguese. An arm looped around his shoulders, urging him forward. He complied, mentally counting steps and memorizing turns as he was guided into a building. After about 20 seconds, they stopped. Stairs down, his escort grunted. Kyle probed with his right foot, finding the first step's edge. Leaning heavily on the man beside him, he took the step, then carefully brought his other foot down to the same tread. He repeated the awkward, cautious process, right foot searching for each new drop for 15 concrete steps. A task he'd mastered as a toddler was now a precarious challenge without sight or a handrail. The air at the bottom was cooler, carrying an earthen smell. His guide, who had been surprisingly careful on the descent, now gave him an impatient shove. Walk. Kyle walked. The floor beneath him transitioned from concrete to packed dirt. Around him he heard men shouting orders at other captives. Piecing together the echoes and the muffled sounds, he guessed there were 3 others with him. The air grew stale, the dirt floor uneven. This wasn't a basement. They were in a tunnel. Kyle kept up his methodical count of steps and turns, but after 10 turns and 200 paces, he abandoned the effort. This wasn't a straightforward tunnel. It was a labyrinth, a maze he suspected he'd never navigate his way out of. His escort finally brought him to a stop. Stairs? Go up, a rough voice instructed. Kyle fumbled for the first wooden step, found it, and began his ascent. Climbing proved less disorienting than the descent had been, and he reached the top of the creaking staircase without incident. He was guided into what he presumed was a ground-floor room and directed to sit on a hard, unforgiving wooden chair. Someone then secured his torso tightly to the chairback with thick, abrasive rope. This transfer to such an isolated location was an ominous sign. The extensive tunnel network meant the site was deliberately concealed, making any rescue attempt by American forces exceedingly difficult. More chillingly, it signaled the start of a new, more harrowing phase of his captivity. Torture, his initial assumption of a ransom kidnapping, now seemed dangerously naive. What if his captors were Islamic extremists? He might not be a bargaining chip for money or political leverage, but rather a prop for a horrific propaganda video. He felt himself instinctively curl inward in the chair, a futile attempt to make himself a smaller, less noticeable target. The tightly woven black hood over his head allowed no visual information, though he could tell the room was slightly brighter than the interior of the van. This blindness magnified his vulnerability exponentially. The man who had brought him here could be standing inches away holding a club poised to crush his skull, or a machete ready to carve strips of flesh from his body. The vivid, gruesome imagery sent a violent spasm, not a mere shiver, racking through his frame as if he'd been jolted by a live wire. Trapped inside the hood, the acrid smell of his own fierce sweat and stale breath began to turn his stomach. Was this the infamous stench of terror? The true engine of his fear was the agonizing anticipation of the unknown. He fought to clear his mind, to stop imagining, to stop predicting any outcome. He heard his escort's footsteps retreat, followed by the definitive sound of a door being shut and locked. Alone in the silence, he strained his ears. A moment later, another door slammed shut nearby, likely the room where they had taken Madison. A sudden jarring thought crossed his mind. What if they were making her watch whatever was about to happen to him? You're probably wondering why you're still alive, a man's voice stated in accented, confident English from directly behind him. Kyle jerked violently against his bonds, a stream of involuntary profanity erupting from his lips that would have earned a laugh from his brother Jack and a swift slap from his mother. The speaker gave a low chuckle. Thought you were alone? Surprise? You are not. Kyle heard soft, padded footsteps approach. Then he felt the cold, sharp point of a blade trace a delicate, terrifying line from the back of his right hand, up his forearm to the crook of his elbow. The pressure was teasing, not enough to break the skin, but utterly unambiguous about the weapon's nature. You are not a talkative man, I see, the man observed, withdrawing the knife. Kyle remained silent. You work at the embassy, Jack? The man asked, using the name from Kyle's non-official cover. Temporary assignment. Kyle replied, his own voice sounding strangely detached and resigned to him, like that of a long-term prisoner who had accepted his fate. "What kind of temporary assignment?" "I'm a communications technician. I was assisting with their network systems," Kyle said. "Excellent. I will have need of someone with your skills very soon," the man replied. Kyle's assessment crystallized. This man was not a low-level thug. His demeanor and authority marked him as a high-ranking lieutenant, or perhaps even the leader of the terrorist cell that had stormed the embassy. The man's English was smooth and effortless, spoken with the unshakable confidence that accompanies true authority. "What is the nature of your relationship with Ambassador Gonsalves?" he inquired. Kyle's voice was muffled by the fabric. "Could you remove this hood, please?" The interrogator's tone was almost conversational. "It's unpleasant, isn't it? Not knowing what comes next amplifies the fear tenfold." Suddenly, the cold pressure of a blade returned, now positioned against the inner flesh of Kyle's left thigh, perilously close to a major artery. Kyle fought every instinct to flinch away as the point pierced his trousers and broke the skin. A warm trickle of blood began a slow path down his leg. "Describe the ambassador to me, and I might reconsider the hood. Is she the compliant type, or more of a fighter? Pragmatic or idealistically stubborn?" the man asked, his casual tone bizarrely mismatched with the violence of the setting, as if they were discussing a mundane deal. Kyle took a breath. "I've never met her, but from her reputation, she's a person of principle and fortitude. I imagine she'll be a profound disappointment for whatever illegal scheme you've orchestrated." "A pity. Given your circumstances, I expected more useful cooperation. If you provide no value, what incentive do I have to let you live?" "Believe me, I'm wondering the very same thing." After a moment of silence, the terrorist chuckled. "You have nerve. You even amuse me, which is more than I can say for most men in your position. Use the next hour wisely. Think of how you can become an asset. When I come back, I will expect something worthwhile." The knife's pressure vanished. Kyle heard footsteps retreating toward the door. "If you want my help, you have to tell me what your goal is," Kyle called out as the lock mechanism engaged. "A new order," the voice replied simply. Then just before the door slammed shut, it added, "and for your government to stand aside and let it take root." Safe room skiff. Basement, U.S. Embassy mission. Luanda, Angola, 7:35 p.m. local time. Camperos and a young Marine. His jaw tight and eyes glistening, flanked a reinforced metal door as the embassy's regional security officer input a code. A loud clunk signaled the magnetic lock disengaging. Both men stepped back as the heavy door swung inward. Camperos kept his finger indexed along the trigger guard of his MK-18, the muzzle lowered but ready to rise. RSO Tejada had not been present when the door was originally secured. He claimed to have been in communication with those inside, but there was no way to confirm they weren't speaking under threat until the room was physically cleared. Camperos moved in behind Staff Sergeant Briggs, conscious of the two security Marines following, and swept right to clear the corner. He then turned forward. A group of about 12 civilians in various states of dress were clustered around a central table, their faces pale with shock. "Ambassador Gonsalves?" Camperos demanded, his eyes darting across the group. "She's not here," answered a man in suit trousers and a plain white tee. "I'm Jim Theron, her community liaison officer." "Chloe?" Camperos cut in, his focus still scanning the room. One woman wept openly, clutching a cotton robe over what appeared to be pajamas. Community Liaison Officer Tejada supplied, "I don't see the ambassador or her executive assistant, Maddie." Maddie was up on the 5th floor. The woman in the robe managed between sobs. She was seeing off a visitor headed for the airport. "I didn't see her when we got the alert to evacuate to the safe room." "Was the ambassador with her?" Camperos pressed. "No," Theron stated. "She was in her residence, I believe. We had a meeting scheduled." We are securing the entire compound, Kempero said, deliberately softening the hard edge in his voice. You are safe now. The sound of sporadic, muted gunfire echoed from above, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. We need a head count, Tejada stated, his voice cutting through the tense silence. I need everyone to list their names and roles on a separate sheet. Note any staff you encountered upstairs, their location and their condition. We have the perimeter contained. A sudden volley of shots punctuated his words, causing the woman in the robe to flinch. Jim Theron spoke up. Where's Freddie? Tejada turned to Camperos, explaining, Freddie Vincent, CIA station chief. He's fine, coordinating with my team and the Marines upstairs. Camperos pressed further. Any other agency shooters on site? Tejada's expression tightened. A ground branch team was off station at the airport. They took casualties during a post-attack material recovery and are evacuating. Freddie had a small crew here. 2 analysts, a cyber specialist, and a case officer, Ellen Baker. If I know Ellen, she was in the thick of it. They might be locked down in their own secure room on this floor. What about the DIA personnel? Camperos asked. Tejada shook his head. Camperos watched as the woman Riley fumbled with a pen, her hands trembling until it clattered to the floor. A colleague in athletic wear retrieved it softly, offering to write for her. The DIA team wasn't based here, Tejada continued. 3 personnel, 2 fatalities. That incident really set this chaos in motion. The survivor is a technician, not a shooter. He was the one scheduled for that airport transport Riley mentioned, the same individual Ambassador Gonsalves' assistant, Madison, was verifying when all hell broke loose. So our fighting strength is your RSO detail, the Marines, and 1 CIA case officer? Camperos summarized. Tejada gave a grim nod. And my team is essentially the Marine Security Detachment plus 1 other DSS agent, who's currently off post. This was never classified as a high-threat post. Understood, Camperos said, giving a reassuring pat on Tejada's shoulder. He did a quick mental tally, 15 souls in the safe room, including Tejada, that left 48 others unaccounted for, not including the DIA tech. He recalled securing and moving 29 survivors to the 5th floor. There were 16 confirmed fatalities, though at least 2 were likely attackers. So call it 14, that left at least 5 individuals missing, among them the ambassador and her executive assistant. When do we get out of here? Riley's voice quavered from her seat. That's the ambassador's call, Camperos replied, exchanging a somber glance with Tejada, or the president's, but we will begin evacuating the wounded immediately. Non-combatants will follow shortly. For now, we hold here until we have clearer orders. Riley simply nodded, sinking back into her chair. Camperos keyed his mic. Charlie 1, Alpha 1 situation report. Charlie 1, Dane's voice crackled back. Building is secure. 2nd squad remains on the roof with the Embassy Marines engaging sporadic shooters in the crowd. 1st squad is reinforcing the front security positions. Copy, Camperos acknowledged. Alpha 9, Alpha 1. Go for Alpha 9, HMC Gerard responded without delay. 9. Prepare the wounded for evacuation at your location. Captain Camperos turned to Tejada. Get that list ready for us, sir, he instructed. We're going to sweep the area to locate the ambassador and anyone else unaccounted for. You have my word, Captain, Tejada responded, though his expression conveyed the same grim suspicion they both shared. The ambassador would not be found among the living or the wounded. She and potentially others had been taken. Office of the Director of National Intelligence, McLean, Virginia, Director Mary Pat Foley, placed her leather briefcase on the broad oak desk and pressed the intercom. Yes, Director, came the prompt reply. A pot of hot tea, Jared, please, she said, and I'll need the next half hour without interruptions. Right away, Jared answered. Would you care for a bite to eat as well, Director? She allowed herself a small smile. Jared had grown increasingly protective over recent months, always nudging her to look after her health. Of course, he knew almost nothing of the journey that had brought her to this office. He didn't see the young operative who, alongside her husband, had spent years running missions behind the Iron Curtain. The woman who managed assets against the Russians in East Berlin, or the former CIA Deputy Director of Operations who had coordinated countless covert actions worldwide with a younger Jack Ryan and John Clark. That person was invisible to him. To 29-year-old Gerard, she was simply a formidable, somewhat older administrator with a fondness for tea, and perhaps, she mused, that was something she appreciated about him. "That would be perfect, Gerard. Surprise me." "Of course, Director Foley," he said, his voice tinged with satisfaction at performing his duty. Hanging her coat on the stand, she settled into the large leather chair behind her desk. Waking the two open laptops, she logged in and entered the lengthy access codes for the secure SIPRnet. The work ahead would largely be delegated to her top agencies and task forces, but she wanted to immerse herself in the details first. A part of her longed to be in the Situation Room, watching events unfold in real time on the massive screens, but the analysis she needed was done more effectively here. As the systems began processing her search parameters, she hit a speed dial number and tucked the phone against her shoulder. "Good morning, Director," a crisp voice answered after barely a ring. "What do you need?" The voice belonged to Tammy Butler, the CIA's current Director of Operations. It was steady and professional, yet carried the underlying tension of someone aware that a crisis was erupting in Africa. "Tammy, do we have casualty figures from Luanda yet?" "Yes, ma'am," Butler replied, and the tone told Mary Pat the news was severe. "I was just about to encrypt the report to you. We have 11 confirmed fatalities, including one of our own analysts, Ollie Miser, an excellent officer with 9 years of service. He leaves a wife and a young child back home. The remaining deceased are embassy personnel. There are 7 wounded, 2 in critical condition. Most are embassy staff except for 2 Marines, one of whom is the second critical case. Additionally, we have 4 individuals unaccounted for." Mary Pat gave a slow nod. The numbers were grim, though she had feared they might be far worse. "The ambassador?" she asked, though her instincts had already supplied the answer. "Afraid so, ma'am," Butler confirmed. "Both the ambassador and her executive assistant, Madison Bennett. The 4th is a DIA officer who was passing through the embassy on assignment. I only have his non-official cover name from the embassy log, but I expect a positive identification from Daniel at any moment." "Keep me updated," Mary Pat said. Daniel Weingard was the acting operations director at the Defense Intelligence Agency. A man she'd heard from Secretary of Defense Robert Burgess was likely to be appointed permanently. The DIA operated in a sphere that often felt adjacent to her own, a distant relative in the intelligence community. While the rest of the intelligence apparatus answered directly to her, the Defense Intelligence Agency operated independently, reporting through its own military chain to the Secretary of Defense. The working relationship was strong, and Director Weingard had always been cooperative, but that cooperation was voluntary. She held no formal authority over him. "Absolutely, Director Foley," Butler replied. "How can we assist?" "Our station chief, Freddie Vincent, remains in place. His team is lean, but I'm ready to reinforce it the moment you give the order." Mary Pat understood perfectly. One of the fallen was from Butler's own command. She was seeking a role in the coming response. "Once the situation stabilizes, the President will provide clearer guidance, Tammy. But you know Jack Ryan? He's cut from our cloth. He'll move heaven and earth to bring our people home." "Yes, ma'am," Butler said, her tone conveying genuine conviction. "I'll be in touch very soon," Mary Pat stated before ending the call. As she did, her aide Gerard slipped in, carefully carrying a tray with a large mug of tea, some sliced fruit, and a few pastries. She often wondered where he managed to find such comforts, suspecting he kept a private stash for precisely these marathon sessions. He had just set the tray down when her desk phone emitted a distinctive chirp, a signal denoting a secure, encrypted line. "Thank you, Gerard," she said, but he was already heading for the door well versed in the meaning of that sound. "Foley," she answered, glancing at the digital display. It was a Washington, D.C. area code, but the number was unfamiliar. "Director Foley, it's Dan Weingard," came a firm yet weary voice. Their direct interactions had been few, but their professional paths crossed frequently given his role as the DIA's operations director. "Dan, thank you for calling. My condolences on your loss."
Thank you, ma'am.
Weingard replied. "I assume you've heard we've now lost the third member of that team. Our sole surviving operator is among the 4 missing from the embassy compound." "Yes, I was just briefed," Mary Pat said. She knew the weight he was carrying all too well. Her own career from field officer to station chief to director had been marked by such losses. They never got easier, only heavier, for those who truly cared. She believed Dan was one of those. "You have my word. We will leverage every resource across the intelligence community and the Department of Defense to find your officer." "I know you will, and I'm grateful," Weingard said. Yet a certain tension in his voice hinted there was more. "But that's not why I'm calling. Director, I'm calling as a courtesy. Our missing agent is Kyle Ryan, the president's son." The revelation hit with far greater force than she had braced for, momentarily stealing the air from her lungs. "What? How can that be?" she managed. "Kyle Ryan is in the Navy." "He was, ma'am," Weingard corrected gently. "He transferred to us several months ago. We honored his request for the move to remain confidential." Her thoughts spun into overdrive. Did Jack know his son had joined the DIA? She was almost certain he did not. He would have mentioned it. A flash of irritation surfaced, but it was quickly replaced by a grudging respect for Weingard's decision. His officer had asked for discretion, and Weingard had granted it, fully aware of the potential consequences. "I appreciate you telling me, Dan," she said, regaining her composure. "I will need to inform the president immediately." Naturally, Weingard responded, sounding almost surprised she'd think he intended otherwise. "I plan to contact him personally, but wanted you to be aware first. The decision to maintain Kyle's confidentiality was mine, and I accept full responsibility." "I respect that, Dan," she said, and she meant it. "President Ryan will too. But let me be the one to notify him, please. Mary Pat and I have a long history with the president," she said, a statement that carried the weight of years. Dan Weingard's response was immediate. "Naturally," he replied, and she detected a subtle shift in his tone, perhaps a quiet relief at sharing the weight of the decision. "But please ensure he understands this was my directive, and I own it completely." "You have my word, Dan," Mary Pat assured him. "I'll make certain you're kept informed every step of the way." "The feeling is mutual," Weingard answered. "Our resources and intelligence on this matter should be fully synchronized." "Agreed," she said. "I'll be in touch shortly." The line went dead. For a long moment, Mary Pat simply sat in the silence of her office, the plush leather of her chair offering little comfort. She exhaled slowly, a deep breath that did nothing to settle the knot in her stomach. Her eyes closed briefly before she snapped back to the present, her hand already reaching for the intercom. Her assistant, Jared, answered on the first tone. "Yes, Director? Bring the car around again, please," she instructed, her voice firm. "I'm returning to the White House immediately." "Right away, ma'am," Gerard confirmed, and the connection ended. She pushed aside the untouched tea and pastries, standing to retrieve her coat and bag. This wasn't a discussion for a secure line. It demanded a face-to-face meeting, and time was a luxury they no longer had. Meanwhile, in the cabinet room of the presidential office within the High City Palace on Pedro Furtado Street in Luanda, Angola, the atmosphere was thick with tension. President Francisco Luemba's gaze swept across the assembled officials, his expression one of simmering fury. In this critical hour, not a single person at the long conference table could meet his eyes. His question hung in the air, unanswered and heavy. "Will someone?" he began again, his voice resonating with controlled anger. "Explain to me how an attack on the American embassy can occur in the heart of our capital, and not one of you fulfilled your duty to intervene? The silence persisted, brittle and accusing. If it were within my power to dismiss every person in this room at this instant, I would not hesitate, he stated, shaking his head in disgust. Finally, a voice cut through the quiet. Mr. President, if I may speak candidly. It was Jose Silva, the Director General of the Criminal Investigation Service. Luemba made a dismissive gesture, a clear signal that excuses were worthless now, but he nodded for Silva to continue. Our counterterrorism unit is actively investigating, Silva reported. We have identified 3 individuals within the riot who are confirmed members of the Patriotic Front for Unity. All evidence currently points to Victor Baptista as the primary architect of this assault. You think it points to him? Luemba's voice rose, dripping with scorn. I am not interested in your theories, Director. I demand facts. I require results. If Baptista and his PFU are responsible, then your task is to locate him and bring him to justice in chains, or, considering the circumstances, a more permanent solution might be preferable. Silva gave a tight nod. Understood, Mr. President. My agents are combing the city for Baptista as we speak. Luemba's attention then shifted to the conspicuously empty chair at the table, reserved for General João de Souza, Chief of the General Staff. While Silva bore the blame for the intelligence failure, the responsibility for the catastrophic security collapse rested squarely on the military's shoulders. Where were the Angolan Special Forces counterterrorism units that should have reinforced the U.S. Marines? Why weren't armored personnel carriers deployed with infantry to lock down the area? Luanda was the national capital. The military had the sheer force to crush this uprising, yet it had failed to act. The question was, why? He had been informed that General de Souza was too occupied directing the military response from the Central Command at the Ministry of National Defense to attend this emergency meeting. But so far, Luemba had seen no evidence of any such decisive action. Had the High City District even been secured? Had his declaration of martial law for the city been enacted? Or was it just another order ignored? The empty chair offered no answers, only a profound and dangerous silence. Luemba could understand General de Souza's absence, but the lack of a designated representative from the military staff was a glaring omission. Who would address the urgent strategic questions on everyone's mind? He was on the verge of directing those very questions to Admiral Cardosa when the staccato burst of automatic gunfire shattered the quiet of the hallway. A piercing scream came from Trade Minister Marta Almeida, and several other officials scrambled from their chairs, diving for cover beneath a heavy conference table. From his seat at the head of the table, Luemba rose to his feet, his body moving on pure instinct as he stared defiantly at the ornate double doors. Immediately, 2 members of his security team rushed forward, each grabbing an arm to pull him back and place themselves as human shields. It was a futile gesture. The doors burst inward, and General de Souza strode into the room, a phalanx of a dozen soldiers in full tactical gear flanking him. Luemba recognized them instantly as members of the Grupo de Operações Especiais, the nation's most elite unit. The initial flood of relief at seeing his general curdled into cold dread in an instant. The look in de Souza's eyes was not one of rescue, but of conquest. This was no security drill. While most of the commandos trained their weapons on the cowering cabinet members, the 2 lead operators focused on Luemba's guards. 2 sharp, precise reports echoed, accompanied by twin muzzle flashes. The bodyguards collapsed in unison, executed with chilling efficiency before they could even raise their own weapons. The room was frozen in stunned silence. "Members of the cabinet," de Souza announced, his voice cutting through the quiet. "Consider your duties concluded." "João, what is this?" Luemba demanded, using the general's first name in a desperate appeal to their long history. This is the man I asked to be godfather to my son, he thought. The betrayal a physical ache. The man I promoted against the advice of my entire council. D'Souza's face was a mask of cold resolve. "I'm sorry, Francisco," he said, though his tone held no remorse. "But your presidency is over. Angola requires a new direction, one you are incapable of providing." 2 decades of civil war and political maneuvering had taught Luemba to recognize a point of no return. There would be no negotiation, no deal to be struck. D'Souza had made his choice. A memory surfaced, sharp and clear, a tense meeting 2 years prior in Luemba's private study. D'Souza had leaned forward, suggesting a financial partnership in the upcoming defense contracts. Luemba had rejected the proposal outright, citing the blatant conflict of interest, and had watched his friend's face harden with resentment. "He knew my stance against corruption better than anyone," Luemba thought bitterly. "It seems my replacement is more accommodating." He swallowed against a dry throat, letting a simmering anger push aside his fear. "And who, my old friend, will lead this glorious change you promise?" Luemba asked, his gaze narrowing. "You?" D'Souza offered a thin, humorless smile. "I am a soldier, not a statesman. My only goal is the security and prosperity this nation has been denied under your leadership." Luemba bit back a furious retort. His eyes dropped to the floor where his loyal guards lay, each with a single devastating wound. The clinical precision of it was a message in itself. If he wanted me dead, I would be. Luemba realized his only weapon now was patience. From under the table, a trembling voice broke the silence. "What will become of the rest of us?" It was Minister Almeida, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, on the orders of Interim President Baptista. "You are all to be taken into custody and transferred to the São Paulo prison to await trial," the general announced, before addressing his Goe commander. "Handcuff everyone in this room and prepare them for transport." "You're arresting me? Treating me like a common criminal?" Luemba shouted, his outrage momentarily overpowering his fear. "After everything we have achieved, not you," the general replied, this time avoiding his gaze. "I believe our president has a different plan for you, Francisco." He used the first name not with warmth, but with clear contempt. "What plan?" Luemba demanded, his voice beginning to waver. "You'll find out soon enough," D'Souza said with a thin smile. "Your vice president is already detained." "My understanding is there will be a very public examination of the facts." Luemba's mouth went dry. He had no illusions. A public interrogation would inevitably be followed by a spectacle of an execution. This was, after all, the grim playbook for regime change in this part of the world. Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C., 3:50 p.m. local time. President Ryan couldn't tear his eyes from the central monitor, where the satellite feed continued to display a bird's-eye view of the U.S. Embassy compound in Angola. The confirmation that Ambassador Gonçalves, her assistant, and intelligence personnel were missing wasn't a surprise after the footage they'd witnessed, but it landed like a physical blow. The crowd outside the walls had diminished, yet the scene appeared more disordered, more aimless. "They've lost their direction," he thought, his jaw tightening. That implied a deeper layer to this crisis, confirming his suspicion that this chaos served a different master, one specifically targeting his ambassador. Sporadic gunfire still popped between the remnants of the crowd and the Marines maintaining rooftop security, though no further attempts had been made to breach the grounds. The Marines had shown remarkable restraint, using controlled fire primarily to keep the mob back from vulnerable points. Thankfully, there had been no additional fatalities since the intense exchange during the raiders' insertion hours before. The wounded and fallen attackers had long since been dragged away into the city's maze of streets. "Seems like their momentum is fading," observed Secretary of State Scott Adler, noting the same lull Ryan had. Maybe seeing their comrades fall took the fight out of them. More likely they lost their organizers, corrected CIA Director Jay Canfield, echoing Ryan's own assessment. "My instinct says this was orchestrated by a third party, and whoever pulled the strings has already left the stage." "Which leaves us with the questions of who, and more importantly, why?" Ryan grumbled. There was a larger game being played here, one he couldn't yet see. Uncovering the why, he believed, would point directly to the who. We need to locate our people before the next act of this drama begins. Canfield gave a grim nod, then leaned closer to his terminal, his expression sharpening as new data scrolled in. Across the table, General Bruce Kudrick also studied a screen. All casualties are now aboard the Kearsarge, Mr. President, Kudrick reported. We are ready to launch additional Sea Stallions or Ospreys to evacuate the remaining embassy staff at your command. Ryan remained silent for a long moment, his lips pressed into a tight line. Finally, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Admiral Lawrence Kent spoke into the quiet. Your orders, Mr. President. Do we complete the evacuation? Once the civilians are out, the Marine raiders can sweep the facility, and then our entire security detachment can withdraw to the amphibious group. A flare of anger cut through Ryan's earlier irritation. No, he stated flatly. That embassy is American soil in a nation with which we maintain diplomatic relations. We don't know who is behind this attack, but it clearly wasn't President Luemba's government. So what message does it send if we just pack up and run? He held Admiral Kent's gaze. Evacuate the remaining non-essential personnel, but that flag stays up. We are not surrendering that ground. The President's voice was firm. Reinforce the embassy with more Marines from the MEU if the situation demands it. But we will not abandon our post, and certainly not while our ambassador is unaccounted for. I want our flag visible above that building, and I want it illuminated after dark. Understood perfectly, Mr. President, General Kudrick replied, a look of grim determination replacing any trace of doubt. Before the President could continue, CIA Director Jay Canfield cut in, his tone urgent. Sir, we may have a lead. What do you have, Jay? It's not the who yet, but part of the what, Canfield stated, looking up from his secured terminal. We have confirmed attacks. President Luemba's office was hit during a cabinet meeting. There are casualties. Separately, Vice President Rosine de Carvalho was apprehended leaving the National Assembly. This was a coordinated operation. This is a coup, plain and simple. Secretary Adler declared by someone who isn't our friend. Kudrick added. But why target our embassy? Why provoke a direct confrontation? All valid questions, the President acknowledged. But right now, the who matters most. We know China had motive regarding our earlier intelligence operations. I don't believe in chance. Could Beijing be orchestrating this? What would their motive be? Adler pressed. They have a far stronger position in Angola than we do. They've invested billions in Luemba's government. Why dismantle their own project? Perhaps Luemba was reconsidering their alliance, suggested Arnie. Our diplomatic efforts in Luanda have been intensifying. The door opened then, and Mary Pat Foley entered, prompting a look of surprise from the President. I thought you were handling this from Langley, he said. I felt my place was here, she answered simply. After a swift briefing from Canfield, her expression darkened. This is bad. It is, the President agreed. Give me one reason right now why China would be behind this. Mary Pat took a moment, her mind racing through possibilities. On the surface, it makes no strategic sense, torching a sure thing for chaos. But there are always layers, Mr. President, factors we aren't seeing. That's the heart of the problem, and a massive understatement, the President said, frustration edging his voice. We're drowning in questions. I need answers. Admiral Kent leaned forward. Do we maintain our hold on the embassy, sir? Given the country may be tipping into open conflict. The President didn't hesitate. Yes, Larry, you have the entire Marine Expeditionary Unit at your disposal. Use every asset, air and ground, to secure and protect United States sovereign territory in Luanda. We hold until we understand exactly what we're facing and until our people are safe. Understood, sir. To confirm, I am authorized to deploy the full complement of Marines. And for perimeter security, use all necessary force from the MEU, the President commanded. If you need to control adjacent city blocks to establish a defensible zone, do it. Our mission in Angola continues until our ambassador and every missing American is recovered. We will not be pushed out." "Sir, yes, sir," Kent responded, and the president felt a surge of confidence in his team. The admiral would execute the order with precision. "Answers," the president repeated, striking the table with his hand. "I want them now." We reconvene in 1 hour. As the others filed out, he noticed Mary Pat remained. When the room was quiet, he turned to her, searching her face. "What is it, Mary Pat? What aren't you saying?" He could see it in her expression, the raw anguish in her eyes, that this was something far worse. "Please don't tell me this is about Ed," he pleaded, his voice tight. "Is he hurt? Was there an accident?" His mind raced to her husband, fearing news of a sudden illness or a crash. She gave a slow, sorrowful shake of her head, her hand coming to rest gently on his forearm. "It's not Ed," she whispered, the words barely audible. "It's Kyle." Ryan felt the air leave his lungs. "Kyle, my son. What are you saying?" A cold, constricting pressure settled in his chest, making each breath a struggle. His last update had Kyle traveling extensively for his Navy cyber warfare duties, recently embedded with a special task force operating out of Bahrain. The idea that something could have happened to him now seemed unthinkable. "Jack, we have reason to believe Kyle was among those taken from the embassy compound in Luanda." Mary Pat remained seated, her touch a steadying weight on his arm as she watched him process the news. A bizarre, hysterical laugh threatened to bubble up. This had to be some grotesque, sick joke, but the sheen of tears in her eyes told him it was devastatingly real. "How?" he managed to choke out. "How is that even possible? What would he be doing in Angola? This has to be an error or some kind of deliberate disinformation campaign." He trailed off, waiting for her explanation. "Jack, listen. Kyle accepted a position with the Defense Intelligence Agency. He was leading a small tech unit focused on enhancing signals intelligence capabilities in high-risk regions. He and his team were in Luanda installing specialized equipment when everything went wrong." "Hold on," Ryan interrupted, the fragments of information suddenly aligning into a horrifying picture. "You're telling me Kyle was part of that 3-man team that was ambushed?" "Yes," she confirmed, her tone gentle but firm. Kyle was the only one from that team to survive the initial assault. He managed to reach the embassy grounds that night and was sheltering there when the larger attack began. He is now listed among the missing, and we believe he was taken with Ambassador Gonsalves and others from a rear exit. A profound sense of helplessness, a feeling he hadn't known since the attempt on his wife and daughter's lives years prior, washed over him. Now it was his youngest son caught in the crosshairs. "How could I not know any of this?" he roared, the shock rapidly crystallizing into fury. "I would have told you myself if I'd known," Mary Pat stated plainly. "But I didn't. Kyle was offered the role. He separated from the Navy to accept it, and he asked for his decision to remain confidential for the time being, a request the DIA director honored. I received the call from operations less than an hour ago and came straight here. This can't be happening. We need confirmation, hard evidence." Ryan felt the world tilt, and he shut his eyes briefly against the dizziness. He would have to tell Kathy, and the thought of delivering this blow to her was its own kind of torture. "I know," Mary Pat said. "We are verifying every detail, but we will find him, Jack." Ryan forced himself to take a steadying breath. Kyle had always been the quiet one, more reserved and introspective than his siblings. He'd been a solitary figure through his school years, only truly finding his footing at the Naval Academy. The choice to walk away from that path for a shadowy DIA assignment was baffling. He opened his eyes, his gaze locking with Mary Pat's. The initial panic was gone, replaced by a cold, resolute clarity. Whoever is behind this attack and kidnapping will be dealt with, Mary Pat. Swiftly and without mercy, we will get our people back, and those responsible will pay a severe price. I will leverage every resource of this office and this nation to see it done. And if China had a hand in this, even indirectly, they will learn the full weight of that mistake. For a brief second, Mary Pat seemed to consider arguing for caution, but she simply nodded. Of course, Jack. I want the hostages found, rescued, and brought home, and I want to be fully briefed on every step of how you plan to make that happen, he stated, his voice leaving no room for debate. Understood, she replied, her demeanor softening slightly. If you wish, I can reassign Clark. He could lead the recovery effort. No, Ryan said, shaking his head with finality. We need him and his team right where they are. The situation in Syria is too volatile to pull our focus from it. Now, furthermore, I have no desire for stealth or secrecy in this operation, so Clark's particular talents are not what I require. I will wield my authority through the formidable force of the Kearsarge's Amphibious Ready Group and its Marines. We will make our presence unmistakably known. Mary Pat gave his arm one last reassuring squeeze, offered a tight, knowing smile, and then departed. Alone, he sank back into his chair, tilting his head back and closing his eyes as he released a long, weary breath. Kathy, the love of his life, was at this very moment waiting for him at their home on the Chesapeake, a return that would now be indefinitely delayed. A powerful urge to call her immediately and unload this horrific news gripped him, but he pushed it aside. He needed more. More intelligence, a concrete plan, something resembling hope to offer her before revealing that their youngest child was a captive of terrorists in Angola. Yet he couldn't wait too long. Their marriage was founded on absolute trust and honesty. With every passing hour of silence, he risked her feeling managed rather than supported. He could only hope Mary Pat would deliver actionable information soon. Otherwise, the personal fallout would be catastrophic. Presidential Palace of the Upper City, Pedro Furtado Street, Luanda, Angola, 9:14 p.m. local time. Baptista emerged from the SUV and stood for a moment, taking in the imposing sight of the presidential palace. As his eyes traced the grand stone columns, the triple-arched entrance, and the ornate balcony above, a wave of bitter irony washed over him. This entire structure was a monument to a reality he had been denied. It didn't even exist during the Civil War when he was fighting for power. Had his faction prevailed, the palace would have been a reflection of his own vision, built under his presidential direction. Instead, he had spent years as an outcast, surviving in the shadows, while President Luemba enjoyed this opulence. He had never once crossed its threshold, and the curiosity of what lay inside was now a palpable itch. Let's be clear, for Baptista, this palace was as much a trophy as the presidential power itself. My days of squalor are officially concluded. Flanked by bodyguards, he strode toward the entrance where General de Souza awaited him under the portico. The general snapped to attention and offered a crisp salute. "Mr. President," de Souza said, his tone formal and grave, "welcome to the presidential palace of the Upper City." Baptista suppressed a triumphant grin, schooling his features into what he hoped was a suitably presidential demeanor. "Thank you, General. Your report. The former officials are secured in the basement detention area. My plan was to transfer them to São Paulo prison to await a public trial, unless you have different orders, sir." Baptista nodded slowly, taking a deliberate moment to appear contemplative. De Souza was already proving his value by executing orders with methodical precision. Sure, lining Luemba and his cabinet against a wall would have been the quickest and simplest solution, but it was also the mark of a short-sighted brute. For Baptista to legitimize his seizure of power and cement his rule, he needed a more sophisticated narrative. He had to publicly dismantle Luemba's legacy, exposing corruption and stoking popular outrage. Winning the hearts and minds of the people was the only path to being accepted as interim leader and then duly elected. It was crucial, almost amusingly so, that he now operate with a theatrical respect for the very institutions he had just overthrown. De Souza understood the necessary charade. Luemba must be given the semblance of due process through the judiciary. This prevented Baptista from being seen as a mere warlord acting as judge, jury, and executioner, which was the fastest way to spark another civil war. The existing halls of power, hard won and recognized by the people, would stand. He had no intention of burning it all down just to rebuild from ashes. Baptista's plan was straightforward: assume Luemba's position, install a cabinet of his own choosing, and leave the existing structure otherwise intact. "A prudent choice, General," Baptista replied. "See that it's done, however, before the prisoner is transferred. I will speak with him here in this office." De Souza appeared momentarily taken aback by the request, but gave a curt nod. "Very well. Allow me to show you to your quarters first, and then I will have the four—" He caught himself, his voice hardening. "The prisoner brought to you." "Thank you, General." After you stepping into the presidential palace, Baptista was immediately struck by the opulence of the entrance hall. Soaring ceilings, gilded moldings against stark white walls, and intricate carpets spoke of immense wealth. It was a jarring contrast to his own appearance. Clad in tactical gear and scuffed boots, he felt like a trespasser in a museum. By this time tomorrow, he thought, I'll have a tailor on standby and a wardrobe fit for this office. "This way, Mr. President," De Souza directed, smoothly guiding him left at a junction before Baptista's unfamiliarity with the layout could become apparent. They passed through a set of ornate double doors, leaving the grand foyer behind. "How are the ranks handling the news of the change in leadership?" Baptista asked, the question layered with implication. "Minor grumblings only, but the situation remains fluid," the general stated. When Baptista remained silent, De Souza added, "You have my assurance. I will take all necessary measures to ensure order." The response pleased Baptista, for it underscored a fundamental truth. Without De Souza, this entire endeavor would collapse. The general commanded the military, making him the most formidable figure in Luemba's government. Had De Souza desired the presidency for himself, he could have seized it long ago without outside assistance, but that wasn't his nature. De Souza was a career soldier, a man who took pride in his service and had reached the pinnacle of his profession as chief of the general staff. His betrayal stemmed not from ambition, but from a profound sense of disrespect. In De Souza's view, Luemba had never treated him as a true partner in governance, dismissing his counsel simply because he wore a uniform. It had taken Baptista years of careful, clandestine cultivation to turn that simmering resentment to his advantage. Even now, meeting the general's steady gaze, he marveled at his own success. The initial persuasion had been simple. He merely had to point out that Luemba failed to appreciate the general's crucial role in building modern Angola. After that, all Baptista had to do was wait and watch as Luemba's own arrogance provided the water and sunlight for that seed of doubt to grow, transforming it into a gnarly, inescapable thorn bush in De Souza's mind. A grim smile touched Baptista's lips at the thought. Pride really does come before the fall. They arrived at the presidential office. Baptista crossed the threshold and paused, absorbing the sight of the nation's symbolic heart. His eyes settled on the massive desk of dark wood, the imposing leather chair behind it standing empty. He inhaled deeply and caught a faint, lingering trace of cologne, the scent of the man he had just overthrown. It was oddly fitting, like the last echo of a dethroned king. With the deliberate stride of a predator claiming new territory, he circled the desk and lowered himself into the high-backed chair. Only then, ensconced in the seat of power, did he allow himself a full, triumphant smile. The domain was now his. "It suits you," De Souza remarked, remaining near the office entrance. Baptista's gaze drifted from the empty air to the desk, where a collection of framed photographs documented Luemba's public life and family. The faces in the pictures seemed to glare back at him, their polished grins a thin veil for the contempt he felt radiating from them. In his head, their silent accusations grew into a chorus. Usurper, betrayer, fraud. A grimace twisted his lips as he swept his arm across the desk, sending every frame clattering face down. "Much better," he muttered, a tightness in his chest easing. "Shall I have the prisoner brought up, Mr. President?" the general inquired. "Yes," Baptista replied, his voice steady. "And you will stay." A faint tremor passed through D'Souza before he nodded and issued the command. Baptista savored these moments, these loyalty trials he imposed on his inner circle. He was acutely aware of the old bond between the general and Luemba, once inseparable friends with D'Souza, even serving as godfather to Luemba's eldest child. History like that could make a man's conscience unpredictable. Baptista needed a visceral, undeniable demonstration of where D'Souza's allegiance truly lay. "I must witness the hardness myself." Minutes later, Luemba was shoved into the office, flanked by armed guards. Stripped of his suit jacket and tie, his white dress shirt was untucked and darkened by sweat under the arms. Handcuffs bound his wrists when his eyes found Baptista seated behind the presidential desk. A raw fury ignited within him. "You," the ousted leader hissed, his voice trembling with rage. "Of all the people to do this, you think this ends here, Baptista? You are a fool." Baptista rose and gestured to the soldiers. "Put him on his knees." The guards glanced at D'Souza. The larger one moved behind Luemba and drove the stock of his rifle into the back of Luemba's legs, forcing him down with a pained grunt. Luemba cursed, straining to rise, but a firm hand clamped on his shoulder held him in place. Like a predator closing in, Baptista rounded the desk and loomed over the kneeling man. "You've grown soft, Francisco," he observed, noting the once lean revolutionary warrior had been replaced by a paunchy, comfortable politician. Luemba responded by spitting on the toe of Baptista's polished boot. Baptista let out a slow, deliberate sigh, a performance of disappointment. How convenient these boots needed attention. Clean them. Use your tongue. Luemba laughed in disbelief, but as the silence stretched, his eyes darted to D'Souza, searching for any fragment of their former friendship. The general met his pleading stare. For a heartbeat, Baptista detected a glimmer of pity in D'Souza's expression. Then it vanished, replaced by an icy resolve. D'Souza gave a slight nod to the soldier, who pressed the cold barrel of his weapon against the base of Luemba's skull. Resistance was brief. Under the pressure, Luemba's head was forced downward until his face was near the floor, where he began the humiliating task of cleaning the boot with his mouth. Elsewhere, Kyle fought a different, more private battle. A desperate, urgent pressure built in his bladder, screaming for relief. He had resolved not to surrender to it, not to degrade himself so long as he had any control left. But the agony was mounting a sharp, persistent throb that made each second stretch into an eternity. Time itself seemed to warp, minutes feeling like hours. As he clenched his muscles against the inevitable, Kyle had lost all sense of time since the first man had left. The one with the knife had promised him an hour to consider his usefulness, but it felt much longer. The agonizing pressure in his bladder was warping his perception completely. He let out a breath inside the hood, feeling the dark cloth flutter away from his face for a second before it settled back, damp and close. His captor had demanded something of value upon his return. That alone was vague. But the parting words had been the key. Kyle turned them over in his mind. "Tell me what you want, and I'll see what I can do." "A new government," the man had replied. "And for your country to stand aside and let it happen?" Suddenly it all made sense. "I'm caught in a coup," he muttered into the fabric. A dry chuckle escaped him. It wasn't a complex riddle. The only excuse for his slow realization was the rifle butt to his head and the raw shock of being taken. He found his own delayed comprehension absurdly funny, and the chuckle swelled into a giddy, uncontrollable laugh, which he instantly cursed, as each jolt sent a fresh wave of agony through his abdomen. Laughter was rare for him. This was pure strain talking. The sound of boots in the hall and the scrape of the lock cut his amusement dead, replacing it with cold dread. He went silent. The door swung open, every muscle in Kyle's body coiled tight. The newcomer didn't speak, just approached, boots thudding on the concrete floor. Fingers grabbed the top of the hood and ripped it off. Light assaulted his eyes, and he squeezed them shut against the glare, forcing them open to a narrow squint. The figure before him slowly sharpened into view. An African man clad in black, a blood-red beret on his head. He held a mobile phone, its camera pointed at Kyle's face. "Open your eyes," the man ordered in English. His voice sounded different from the first. "I'm trying," Kyle managed. "It's too bright." He heard the artificial shutter click of a phone camera. Seemingly satisfied, the man tucked the device into a pocket of his cargo pants. "I need a bathroom," Kyle said, his voice tight. "Right now, please." The man gave a dismissive snort but moved behind the chair, untying the ropes. He hauled Kyle to his feet and gestured to a large plastic bucket in the far corner. "That is your toilet." Kyle lifted his bound wrists, a silent plea for the plastic cuffs to be cut. The fighter shook his head. No, turning, Kyle walked to the bucket. With his hands secured in front, he could manage his zipper and finally relieve himself. What followed felt like the longest minute of his existence. He was grimly thankful for the bucket's generous size. "Finish," the terrorist snapped. Kyle bit back a sarcastic remark about his lack of a speed setting and simply nodded. When he was done, he fastened his pants and turned. With the urgent physical distraction gone, his mind finally cleared. The analytical engine in his head, dormant until now, whirred to life and began to process everything. The man's fluent English and commanding presence might have led anyone to believe he was the mastermind behind the coup, but Kyle had his doubts. This individual carried himself like someone executing orders, important orders, granted, the kind entrusted to a high-ranking deputy, but orders all the same. More importantly, Kyle felt increasingly sure this wasn't the same person he'd spoken to previously. That other voice had possessed a smoother, more arrogant, and subtly nuanced command of the language. This guy was all business, getting straight to the point with a blunt, no-frills approach. Besides, the actual leader would be far too occupied with orchestrating the larger operation to personally spend hours grilling a hostage. It made sense, Kyle reasoned, to build legitimacy. The real power would want layers of separation from the dirty work. That might explain why his hood had stayed on during the last interrogation, but was removed now. Back in the chair, the man ordered, gesturing to the same seat. Kyle took a moment to bend forward, stretching his sore and cramped legs, then complied. He used the chance to finally study the room, which had been hidden from him until now. It was a bleak, utilitarian space, roughly 8 feet square, featuring nothing but a solitary wooden chair, a grimy concrete floor, and a waste bucket tucked in the corner. A single bare bulb dangling from a wire in the low ceiling provided the only light. Now that his eyes had adjusted, he realized the glow was actually quite feeble, casting long shadows. Once Kyle was tied back to the chair, the man spoke again. "I said you would need to provide valuable information upon my return, so tell me something important," the lieutenant insisted, still clinging to the transparent fiction that he was both the same man and the one in charge, a story Kyle wasn't falling for. "I hate to let you down, but as I explained to your superior earlier, I don't have any significant information to give you," Kyle replied. A flicker of surprise crossed the insurgent's face at the direct mention of a superior. He clearly hadn't anticipated Kyle turning the tables. Just a second later, his expression turned to stone, and Kyle could almost see the gears turning as he weighed his options. This man had undoubtedly been authorized to use force to get answers, but Kyle suspected his boss had also set limits, rules of engagement for brutality. He guessed that damaging faces was probably forbidden, likely to keep the hostages presentable for any propaganda videos. Then again, this thug had just taken his photograph, so perhaps his face was now a valid target after all. Kyle's pulse quickened. The fiery look in the interrogator's eyes promised violence was imminent. His instincts proved correct. But instead of aiming for his face, the man swiftly drew a baton from his belt and slammed it directly into the front of Kyle's unprotected right shin, hitting the bone with a sickening crack. The wave of pain was so sudden and intense, it forced a choked, guttural cry from Kyle's lips. For an instant, he was convinced his leg was broken. The agony was that sharp. A frantic glance downward confirmed his foot was still flat on the floor, still attached, but he could literally feel a deep, throbbing bruise already swelling beneath the skin. "Ask me a specific question, and I'll try to answer." Kyle managed to stammer through the pain. "Do you work for the CIA?" The interrogator demanded. "No." "Who do you work for?" "I work for a private government contractor that provides IT support to the State Department. About 80% of our business is with U.S. embassies overseas," Kyle said, each word punctuated by the pounding ache in his leg. "What is your purpose in Angola?" the man asked next. "I already explained. We handle IT services for the U.S. Embassy," Kyle said, his voice steady despite the pain radiating from his shin. "What exactly does that involve?" "We're expanding and securing their network systems here in Luanda." "Why is that necessary?" "Because Angola recently entered a multi-billion-dollar communications agreement with China, and my government doesn't fully trust Chinese infrastructure," Kyle replied, watching the man's face closely. The captor gave a slow, knowing nod as if he were an authority on international affairs. After a moment of silence, he leaned forward. "What would your country be willing to pay to get you back safely?" "Honestly, probably nothing," Kyle answered, the throbbing in his leg a constant reminder of his vulnerability. "The current administration has a strict policy against negotiating with terrorists." The man's expression darkened instantly. "We are not terrorists. We are freedom fighters." Kyle bit back the correction on the tip of his tongue. Another strike to his shin was the last thing he needed. Instead, he simply nodded. "I wish I had better news. Trust me, I want to go home more than anything." "If they won't pay for you, what use are you to us?" "They won't pay a ransom, but they might negotiate a trade," Kyle suggested carefully. "Say you have 4 hostages. Your leader could exchange us for 4 of your people who might be imprisoned elsewhere." "How do you know there are 4 hostages?" Kyle managed a slight shrug despite the ropes. "Just a guess." The interrogator's eyes flashed with anger as he realized he'd been maneuvered. Kyle tensed, expecting another blow, but the man only swung his club in a slow, menacing circle. "If what your leader told me is true," Kyle pressed on, holding the man's gaze, "if his goal is to take over Angola, then threatening President Ryan into submission is a mistake. It will backfire." "Explain," the man demanded, his curiosity clearly piqued. "President Ryan is a man of principle. He's also a former Marine, which means he doesn't back down from a fight. Your leader attacked the American embassy. That embassy, no matter where it's located, is considered American soil once our flag flies over it. By attacking it, your leader attacked America itself. In President Ryan's mind, America is now at war with him and his forces. So your leader's best move right now is to de-escalate and release all hostages unharmed. If he doesn't, the president will send the military here for payback. How can you possibly know what the American president will do?" "Because I voted for him, and I've watched how he's handled every international crisis since taking office," Kyle said, a dry, almost sarcastic edge creeping into his tone. "How else am I supposed to decide if he deserves my vote next time?" The lieutenant stared at him for a long moment, then slid his club back into his belt and turned to leave. "Could I get some water, please?" Kyle called after him. The man waved a dismissive hand as if swatting at a fly, exited the room, and locked the door behind him. Kyle let out a slow breath, feeling incredibly fortunate to have escaped with only one injury. He couldn't see his shin beneath his pant leg, but by pressing his other calf against it, he could feel the swelling, a lump about the size of a $50 already forming. His thoughts drifted to Madison. They'd only just met, but he'd felt an immediate, unexpected connection with the embassy staffer. If he was being honest, it might even be called an attraction. Kyle knew he was awkward when it came to relationships, more so than most people his age, but his reserved exterior didn't mean he didn't feel things deeply. His struggle had always been in expressing those feelings, or even acknowledging them out loud. He found himself wondering, with a sudden sharp clarity, if he'd ever get the chance to tell her. Except with his mother, the memory hit him with a surge of the very emotions he was trying to outrun, and he forced it aside. He was almost certain Madison had been taken, and the idea of what she might be enduring filled him with a cold dread and a simmering rage waking up in that van. He'd been sure he heard her voice. He'd managed to fool his captor into admitting they held 4 hostages, one already known to be Ambassador Gonçalves. If Madison was the third, that meant one more person was still unaccounted for. He prayed the fourth was either CIA Station Chief Freddie Vincent or the embassy's RSO Julio Tejada. If so, with a little luck and some outside help, he might just piece together an escape. Time was slipping away, and what he'd told that terrorist lieutenant about the president was the absolute truth. "My father doesn't negotiate with bullies," Kyle muttered under his breath. "He never has, and he never will." If there was one thing as solid and unchanging as the Rockies, it was Jack Ryan's refusal to bend his principles. Not even for his own son's life. Planning Tactical Operations Center, TOC, U.S. Kearsarge, LHD-3, South Atlantic Ocean, 15 nautical miles north-northwest of Luanda, Angola. 0545 local time, Captain Miles stepped into planning and felt a wave of relief. Captain Andy Ho, the Commodore leading Amphibious Squadron 6, was at the head of the packed table. The Commodore had gathered the whole team to organize what promised to be the most complex real-world amphibious operation Miles had ever seen. Captain Ho was a brilliant officer and a sharp strategist. The catch was he hadn't come up through the Gator Navy. His early service included a junior officer tour on an LPD, but after switching to aviation and flying Seahawk helicopters, his return to surface ships had been mostly within carrier strike groups. That wasn't inherently a bad thing in Miles's view. Fresh perspective could be valuable, but only if the officer possessed enough humility to recognize the limits of his own experience. Here, the Commodore had very little practical knowledge of putting Marines on a hostile beach. Sometimes, a less insightful commander would charge ahead with plans that were simply impossible due to unseen limitations in ships, aircraft, or personnel. Thankfully, Andy Ho was proving to be both capable and humble, a fact underscored by the full room of experts he'd convened. Miles had once served under a Fibron commander lacking that insight, and the resulting clashes with the ship's captain had been painful to witness. "Glad you could join us so fast, Skipper," Captain Ho said with a quick smile. "We're just getting started." "Of course," Miles replied, taking a seat next to Colonel Crocker. "I'll brief Chris afterward since I need him managing the bridge with the current ThreatCon level," he added, referring to his executive officer, Captain Select Chris O'Melia. They were effectively on a war footing now, which meant either he or O'Melia needed to be on the bridge or ready to handle any immediate conflicts. Miles had just come from the Combat Information Center, working with the Tactical Action Officer to track potential surface threats. They'd even launched fast boats to intercept any civilian vessels that seemed suspicious, so the number of moving parts was staggering. "As you've heard, Tony," the Commodore began, "we have direct orders from the White House to land a force from Colonel Crocker's ground combat element to reinforce security at the American Embassy. That means getting Marines from the 2/6th ashore, along with their vehicles and all the logistics to keep them supplied. The heart of this mission is the American Embassy, which is considered U.S. soil. We have authorization to establish a security perimeter encompassing several surrounding city blocks. This necessitates a significant Marine presence, substantial logistical support, and a major amphibious landing to position everything. Consequently, I've included BMC's Bryson in the planning, along with Lieutenant Jen Knowles, our LDO, and Operations Officer for Well Deck Procedures. Also integral are my fellow aviator, Commander Abreu, our air boss, and his LCPO for flight deck operations, Master Chief Ashley Glover. I encourage open dialogue to ensure we execute this flawlessly on the first attempt. Equally critical is that every department understands the overall mission and each other's roles. Miles found his already high regard for Captain Andy Ho increasing. Ho suggested, "Let's begin with the beach landing and plan backward," nodding toward Colonel Crocker. "Thank you, Commodore," Crocker stated, rising to his feet with his hands clasped firmly behind his back. "Our objective is to secure the American Embassy. Given the numerous unknowns and the elevated threat level, this requires a substantial force. My planners will shortly provide the specifics for what we're calling Operation Sea Fury. In broad terms, we are landing 2 rifle companies from the 2/6, with a third held in reserve. Combined with 2 platoons from the 2/6 Weapons Company, this represents nearly 300 infantry Marines. This does not yet include personnel from the 2nd LAR, who will operate the 4 Joint Light Tactical Vehicles and 2 anti-tank LAV-25s we plan to land. Coordinating the movement of all this equipment ashore via LCAC and LCUs will require extensive support from our Beachmaster units. The colonel then turned to a Marine captain seated nearby, who carried himself with a focused intensity. "Allen?" he prompted. "Thank you, sir," the captain replied, activating his laptop to display familiar imagery on the large screen. As the colonel indicated, this is a complex operation with many components. Prior to the main beach landing, we will insert the remaining elements of Major Merriweather's Special Operations Company, Bravo and Delta teams, directly into the embassy to reinforce the existing Alpha and Charlie teams and the small security detachment. This provides sufficient firepower to defend the compound during our approach in case the hostile elements behind this crisis decide to act. These teams will remain at the embassy for contingency missions and will be on standby for hostage rescue operations once the American citizens are located. This insertion will be supported by an air combat element with a profile nearly identical to the first. President's orders are explicit. Command and control will be run from the embassy itself to underscore our commitment to U.S. territory. Colonel Crocker interjected, standing beside the captain. He added, "A touch wryly. Nothing says we're here to stay like setting up shop in the middle of it. To that end, the headquarters and service staff will also be embedded at the embassy for on-site command." Crocker then looked directly at Miles. "For optimal communication and coordination with the amphibious ready group, I will still be overseeing everything from the LFO," he said, preempting Miles's inevitable question. This arrangement made the most sense, as basing the air elements aboard the USS Kearsarge and USS Arlington would simplify and secure rearming and refueling operations. Commander Abreu voiced the anticipated query. "Are we establishing a forward arming and refueling point with a fuel bladder on the beach?" "Negative, sir," Captain Allen responded. "With the ARG positioned just minutes from the coast, outside territorial waters, the safest and most efficient course is to stage the entire air combat element from the ships. We will have dedicated air support for both infiltrations, utilizing our Viper and Venom helicopters, along with 2 F-35s from the MAGDTF. We'll establish a continuous air support rotation backed by a Ready 5 alert status at all times while our ground forces are on the beach. We'll dive into the specific air coordination details and get your feedback shortly, sir." "Sounds good," the aviator replied, making notes in the small green notebook on the table. Miles observed his air operations officer lean over to whisper to Master Chief Glover, who nodded and wrote in her own identical notebook. The planner then outlined the sequence for deploying the Marines, followed by the vehicle rollout, which included 20 Humvees and the new Joint Light Tactical Vehicles integrated with several LAV-25s. We're deploying the A3 model of the LAV-25s, so they're top tier. We're also sending 2 of the anti-tank variants, given the complete uncertainty surrounding who is currently commanding the Angolan military forces. If anyone is actually in command, added Master Chief Bill Earhart, Miles's senior enlisted advisor, from across the table. They certainly aren't lifting a finger to stop any of this chaos, the captain concurred. Exactly. Our operating assumption, based on the latest intelligence from our Navy counterparts, is that elements of the local military are complicit in this coup attempt, or whatever this mess is. That's precisely why we want those anti-tank labs on the ground. We'll also have a mortar section and an anti-tank team embedded with the weapons company, not to mention our full suite of air support. Miles felt a surge of pride for this combined Navy and Marine team, yet the sheer scale of the operation loomed in his mind, fraught with countless potential pitfalls. They had drilled for this scenario relentlessly and executed 2 full-scale rehearsals, but reality had a way of rewriting the script, didn't it? The old military adage that no plan survives first contact felt particularly ominous here, given the fog surrounding who the actual enemy was. The Marine officer turned to Lieutenant Jen Knowles, Miles's limited duty officer for well deck operations. "All right, let's walk through the amphibious landing sequence." "Aura," Knowles responded, the familiar Marine rallying cry prompting grins from the Marines around the table. The camaraderie between the sailors and Marines had solidified over recent months. The old stereotypes had faded. Marines no longer viewed the sailors merely as transporters, and sailors no longer saw Marines as space-consuming grunts who overran the galley and the gym. They had forged a genuine team, a fact Miles had witnessed firsthand, seeing mixed groups enjoying liberty together in Portugal, a sure sign they were coalescing into a unified force. As the discussion moved to the landing craft flow, Miles listened closely, jotting notes in his standard-issue green notebook. The plan called for CH-53M helicopters from the USS Arlington to first ferry a Marine security team to the beach. This element would secure the area for the Beachmaster unit tasked with organizing the main landing. The team then plunged into detailed contingencies, debating weather considerations, wind patterns, and precise ship maneuvers to enable safe launch and recovery operations. The landing craft, air-cushioned LCAC hovercraft, required only a few inches of water in the well deck for launch to prevent hazardous water spray, while the larger landing craft, utility, LCU boats, needed the well deck fully ballasted with deep water. Managing the movement of these craft in and out of the launch area was a complex, dangerous ballet. The well deck of an amphibious ship was notoriously one of the most hazardous workplaces in the Navy. Yet within this amphibious squadron, a culture had taken root where every voice was heard, every assumption questioned, and every suggestion considered to refine the plan. What felt like mere minutes was actually an hour and a half of intense collaboration, where the plan solidified, was adjusted, and finally crystallized into a clear course of action. Miles felt a deep swell of pride at being a member of this team, and a profound respect for their collective skill. They were preparing to send nearly 1,000 American service members directly into a combat zone within a hostile nation. Thousands more would be providing crucial support from a precarious position, just offshore, a fact highlighted by the upcoming briefing he'd lead with the ship's crew to solidify their defensive plans against air and sea threats. He genuinely believed they were as prepared and capable as any force could be. Pride, trust, boldness, the very words etched beneath their unit crest. "Got one more thought, Colonel Crocker?" Miles spotted the speaker at the rear of the room, standing as sharp as the Marines, though his numatape read Navy. "What's on your mind, Doc?" Crocker asked, addressing Commander Jim Schneider, the Navy surgeon leading the fleet surgical team for the 22nd MEU. Schneider proposed, "Sir, I want to position my team on the beach. We can establish inside the perimeter, within the blocks that'll form our forward operating base around the embassy." A Marine planner countered, "The Kearsarge is just a short flight away, Doc. Seems like an unnecessary risk for minimal gain." "Perhaps," Schneider conceded, his tone shifting to one of blunt practicality. "Unless this whole situation blows up and we can't get a casualty evacuation helicopter onto the beach. If the Angolan military gets involved, that means anti-aircraft missiles and armor are in play. I can reduce that risk and cut treatment time by setting up on shore, exactly as we're trained to do. Crocker gave a nod of approval, and Miles was struck by the nerve of this Navy doctor, voluntarily moving closer to the fighting to care for his Marines. The planner acknowledged, "There's definitely space on the embassy grounds." Schneider's face broke into a grin. "I've got a better idea," he said, moving to the screen. He pointed to a cluster of buildings just east of the embassy, near the tall structure where Merriweather's raiders had placed sniper teams during the initial infiltration. "This is the Boa Nova Medical School," he announced, glancing back with a smile. "I can't manage the local name, but besides offices and classrooms, there's a hospital right here." He indicated a 4-story building at the compound's center. "It's basic, but it has wards, 4 operating rooms, an emergency clinic, and an ICU. Key point, it's currently vacant. They relocated everything to the climbed facility 8 blocks east, assuming our perimeter encloses this area. Once we secure it, the building becomes a perfect staging point for vehicles and gear. I can establish the FST there. If everything goes wrong, we still have a functional facility to treat casualties." The surgeon turned, planting his hands on his hips, and surveyed the room. Crocker looked to a Marine lieutenant. "Allen?" "I support it, sir," Allen replied. "Once the area is secure, we airlift the FST in. They get their own security detachment, just like headquarters in service." Miles turned to his air boss, Ness. Commander Abreu responded, "It shouldn't complicate air ops at all. We'll task a single 53 from the Arlington and have them en route in minutes." "Make it happen," Crocker ordered. "Consider it done," Schneider said, melting back against the wall. A tap on his shoulder drew Miles's attention to a petty officer leaning in. "Sir, the XO reports our additional personnel are arriving shortly." "Excellent," Miles said. Noticing Crocker's curious look, he explained riders. "Washington decided we needed an intelligence task force to bolster our N2 shop." Crocker's expression tightened, a flash of the irritation he usually kept carefully contained. Whose bright idea was that? Miles shook his head. "No clue. CMC, can you welcome our visitors and steer them clear of the operation area?" "Absolutely, sir," replied Bill Earhart. "Just the right moment for some fresh faces to show up and raid our galley." A ripple of laughter moved through the room as the Command Master Chief took his leave. "All right, Navy team." Miles addressed the blue-uniformed side of the space. "Where are our weak spots?" They plunged back into the details, scrutinizing the plan for any flaw. With the mission launch only hours away, an oversight here could translate to a fatal error in the field. The stakes were monumental, a misstep capable of not only costing lives, but potentially igniting a new conflict, one where global powers would be forced to choose sides. Oval Office, the White House. The White House, D.C., 11:55 p.m. local time. President Jack Ryan was not a man who paced, yet sitting still was equally impossible. He remained standing behind the historic Resolute desk, his hands locked tightly behind his back, his gaze fixed through the center window onto the shadowed expanse of the south lawn. The silence stretched until Mary Pat Foley, his Director of National Intelligence, finally spoke. "It's the middle of the night. You're running on fumes. Are you certain this is the moment for this conversation, Jack?" She kept her tone measured. "Our teams are in position. With a few more hours of intelligence, this discussion could be far more productive if you waited until morning. We still have a 5-minute window to postpone." He delayed his response, knowing her assessment was likely correct. Ryan had spent years mastering his impulses, but when it came to his family, that control was perpetually tested. The weight of the presidency demanded he divorce personal emotion from official duty. A single rash decision from this office could echo with devastating global consequences. He had witnessed it directly. The ghosts of Operation Reciprocity, good men lost under a previous administration, were a permanent scar on his conscience. Those memories served as his most reliable guardrail against haste. President Bennett had been a decent man, but grief for a friend had distorted his judgment, allowing a reckless operation to proceed. Ryan, then Deputy Director of Intelligence at the CIA, had been kept in the dark by the National Security Advisor, while his mentor, Admiral Greer, fought a losing battle with illness. The price had been paid in blood. Jack. Ryan turned from the window. It's lunch hour in Beijing seems an ideal time to call. She gave an exasperated sigh at his evasion. You know that's not my point. I know, he conceded, releasing a long breath. You understand me, Mary Pat, probably better than anyone. And you know I'm painfully aware of the dangers of wielding this office's power on impulse. I do know that, Jack, she said, her voice softening. And I have every faith you'll choose the correct path. I'm only asking for a pause, a few more heartbeats before you dial. You have consistently proven you place this nation and its people above yourself. But, Jack, this is your son. I am aware, he shot back, the edge in his voice sharper than he meant it to be. This is hardly the first time I've had to make a hard choice with my family in the crosshairs. Mary Pat's expression remained carefully neutral. This is different, she stated plainly. Suddenly drained, Ryan sank into his chair behind the great desk, facing his DNI. No, he insisted. It isn't, but a sliver of doubt crept in. He had made command decisions countless times from this very room while his eldest son was in the field, confronting the darkness they all fought. More recently, he had held the line as his daughter Katie operated on the sharp edge of that same struggle. Their brother, Kyle, however, was not a soldier in a fight he commanded. He was a captive, a bargaining chip held somewhere in the shadows, and that changed the calculus of every single thought. The weight of that truth felt entirely terrifyingly new. At least I hope he is. He closed his eyes briefly, opening them only when the soft chime from his desk phone broke the silence. He pressed the button, his gaze never leaving Mary Pat's. Yes, he answered. The voice of his secretary came through. Your call is ready, Mr. President. Thank you, he said, as Mary Pat began to stand. Please connect us. With a quick gesture, he motioned for his most trusted advisor to remain. Stay, Mary Pat. I'll want your perspective afterward, and frankly, I could use a witness to keep me honest during this. Mary Pat settled back into her chair. Ryan waited for the third ring before pressing the speaker button. Secretary General Xu, he stated, his tone level yet carrying an unmistakable weight. He needed the Chinese leader to understand the gravity of this conversation from the very first word. I appreciate you making time for this discussion. The honor is mine, Mr. President, Xu replied. The diplomatic dance had begun, Ryan noted, with Xu subtly referencing their previous tense exchange. On that occasion, Xu had personally shouldered the blame for the reckless actions of President Lee, whose brinkmanship over Taiwan had nearly ignited a war. Xu had facilitated the safe withdrawal of both the American SEAL team and John Clark's covert unit from a South Korean vessel. But if the CCP leader imagined that created some debt, he was profoundly mistaken. I regret to inform you that the context of this call is considerably more grave, Mr. Secretary, Ryan declared. A brief silence followed. More grave than two superpowers poised for conflict? This must be a matter of utmost seriousness, Mr. President. How may I be of assistance? Xu's voice remained polite, but a new tension threaded through it. You can start by being candid about Angola, Mr. Secretary, Ryan demanded. Another pause, longer this time. I'm afraid you will need to be more specific, Mr. President, Xu said, his tone shifting to pure business. We have numerous interests in Angola, as you well know. If you are referring to the dreadful assault on your embassy, I can only offer my most profound condolences for such a meaningless, we will address the embassy attack. Mr. Xu, Ryan interrupted. But first, let's discuss the prior assault on American citizens working in Luanda. I have 2 telecommunications contractors dead. If by contractors you mean Western intelligence operatives conducting dubious surveillance directly opposite our embassy in Luanda, then yes, I am aware of that tragic incident. A profound loss, Mr. President. Yet, if we are to have a substantive dialogue, it would serve us both to commit to absolute transparency. Now it was Ryan's turn to let the silence stretch, his mind racing to navigate the course of this exchange. He looked to Mary Pat, who offered only a slight, knowing lift of her brow. This is my negotiation to handle. All right, Mr. Secretary. Let's speak hypothetically. If, for argument's sake, we had American personnel in Angola, with the full authorization, I should stress, of the Angolan government, and if these individuals were working to establish secure communications free from the pervasive surveillance network we both acknowledge the CCP has embedded within Angola's existing telecom infrastructure, are you suggesting your government would consider itself justified in executing them? Because I must state unequivocally that I would view such an action as a direct act of war. Ryan caught himself, realizing his voice had climbed nearly to a shout. He took a steadying breath, wrestling his temper back under control. He glanced at Mary Pat, who responded with a thin, supportive smile. As we are trading hypotheticals, Mr. President, Shu replied coolly, I can assure you the scenario you describe would not provoke any response from us. Secretary General Su Chao's voice grew sharper, the controlled heat beneath his words unmistakable. If we were to discover operatives from any country using legally established infrastructure within a host nation to spy on our interests, we would view a countermeasure as not just legally justified, but a moral imperative. He paused, letting the word hang in the air like a challenge. Hypothetically, of course, Ryan's reply was a low growl. And a covert operation that targets our embassy with violence. Surely, Mr. Secretary, you recognize an assault on our sovereign soil anywhere in the world as an act of war. Knowing my history as you do, you must also understand my response would be immediate and severe, a reaction I would consider ethically non-negotiable. He forced himself to remain seated, the surge of fury a tangible pressure in his chest. The principle held true regardless of the victims. He was president for every American. But this was personal. This involved Kyle. Before Shu could fully reply, Ryan layered in a more direct warning. Understand this. Those responsible will soon face the full consequence of American resolve. The safe return of our people, however, could significantly moderate that outcome. I comprehend your position, Shu Chao said after a measured silence, followed by the audible sound of a drawn breath. Mr. President, let me be clear. Any engagement with a perceived hostile force in Angola would be solely to protect our legitimate regional interests and national security, prompted only by an aggressive act from another state or group. Our paramount objective is peace. Your recent activities suggest a different priority, Mr. Secretary, Ryan countered, his tone flat. Since we're ostensibly being transparent. I regret your interpretation, but I must appeal to logic. This is deeply emotional, naturally for any leader, but consider the rationale. Why would we support an attack on your embassy, covert or otherwise? So, for the sake of transparency, here is the reality. In whatever strategic competition exists in Africa, particularly within Angola, the People's Republic of China is prevailing. Now just A. Ryan began, his voice rising in genuine anger. Please hear me, Shu interjected, as world stability seems to rest on this dialogue. My point is this. We are advancing our national interests in Angola quite successfully through the current administration. It is no secret, and I will not deny it even on what is undoubtedly a recorded line, that we have made substantial lawful investments in Angola and its leadership. What possible advantage is there in attacking the American embassy, especially when circumstances in the region are progressing favorably for us? Perhaps you desire a shift in power, Ryan proposed, his calm returning. Perhaps you seek a figure more aligned with your objectives. Above all, we are pragmatists, Mr. President, Xu offered. We do not want war with the United States, a point I believe was demonstrated during the regrettable episode in the Taiwan Strait. Ryan acknowledged the weight of that card played fairly. But even if my assurances of peaceful intent are met with skepticism, examine the simple calculus. To secretly back a coup and risk a confrontation with the West. To what end? We would be trading a considerable investment for chaos and unpredictability. We have neither the need nor the desire for regime change in Angola. Our relationship with President Luemba has been exceptionally productive. Before charging ahead with more threats and pushing us toward the brink of war, you should be absolutely certain you're pointing your weapons at the correct adversary. Ryan settled back into his chair. You had a point. China stood to lose far more than it could possibly gain from a change in leadership in Angola. In his anger, he'd overlooked that critical detail, even though his own advisors had emphasized it. So what was really happening? They were clearly missing a piece of the puzzle. Maybe the Chinese weren't pulling the strings after all, though they might be guilty of choosing to look the other way. So you're giving me your personal guarantee that the Chinese Communist Party had no involvement whatsoever in the killings of the American tech employees or the assault on our embassy? You know nothing about the murders in Luanda or the hostages being held? Mr. President Xu replied, his tone steady and deliberate. I believe my actions during the regrettable incident in the Taiwan Strait demonstrated my commitment to peaceful relations with the United States beyond any doubt. Wouldn't you agree? They did, Ryan conceded. But that isn't an answer to my question. Then allow me to be perfectly clear, Xu continued. The People's Republic of China has hundreds of millions in investments at stake in Angola, and a regime change there could cost us a vital strategic partnership. I can assure you without reservation that my country was not involved in the attack on your embassy in Luanda, nor are we participating in the attempted coup and the unrest unfolding there. For our own reasons, we are just as determined to uncover the truth behind this tragedy as you are. Furthermore, I pledge that any intelligence we obtain which could lead to the safe return of American hostages will be passed to you without delay. We are prepared to offer any assistance within our power. Ryan let the words linger, his mind racing. Xu was right. He felt it. He'd been chasing the wrong lead. He noted, almost absently, that Xu hadn't denied involvement in the strike against the DIA team in Luanda, but he'd hold that card for now. Ryan never trusted coincidences, but was it possible these events weren't connected? Everything Xu said lined up, in the interest of preserving the relationship we built after the unfortunate episodes instigated by President Lee. I'll offer you this. Take a very hard look at the construction happening at the Luanda Naval Base. Judge for yourself whether we would risk throwing away that opportunity. I will do exactly that, Mr. Secretary. If we both value global stability, we should proceed with caution in the days ahead. We should speak again soon, Mr. President. In this part of the world, we are not enemies. We are competitors. I would not trade peace for our interests in Africa, and I believe fostering a relationship built on trust and respect between our nations is essential for international peace. I'm sure you do, you cunning fox. We'll talk again shortly, Ryan said, ending the call with a tap of the button. Let him squirm a little, at least. But the reality was, Secretary General Xu Chao's explanation made complete sense. He turned to Mary Pat, whose expression told him her sharp mind was already dissecting the problem. "What are you thinking?" he asked. She released a slow breath. "The Ministry of State Security was almost certainly behind the hit on our team," she stated. "I agree," Ryan allowed. "But honestly, no matter how personal it felt, they would have disrupted a similar operation on their own network in a host country. Though probably not by assassinating foreign agents. Then again, he admitted to himself, I can't even be sure that's true. And while the simplest explanation is usually the right one, and like you, I don't buy coincidences, there might be another factor at work here. Mary Pat hesitated, as if weighing her next words. "I don't think they were behind the embassy attack, at least not right now," she went on. "Everything he told us about their financial stakes and joint ventures in Angola checks out. That said, the PRC's dealings with Luemba could be on shaky ground for reasons we haven't uncovered, so I'm not ready to clear them completely." "Agreed," Ryan replied. "What was he discussing at the naval facility in Luanda?" he pressed. "I'm still piecing it together, but I've got a theory. Let me dig into it for an hour or two, and I'll circle back." "Fine," he conceded, the lack of immediate clarity grating on him, yet this was their familiar routine, a necessary dance to preserve the dignity of his position and to guard against the corrupting pull of the authority vested in him. "We require answers, Mary Pat," he stated firmly, "and we require them immediately." "Time is not on our side, I understand, Jack," she said, her tone softening with genuine concern. "We're increasing our presence in the area. The Office of Naval Intelligence is engaged, and the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit is about to touch down in Luanda to safeguard our embassy and assets. Once they're established, the MARSOC team can mobilize in minutes for any rescue operation, and the ONI and CIA units are working to create that very opportunity. We have capable people, Jack, and they're executing every possible measure." It struck Ryan only then, a cold realization he had somehow pushed aside, that his youngest daughter could also be caught in the crossfire of this crisis. "We do have capable people, Mary Pat, but do we have ONE's absolute top tier on this?" She held his gaze, her expression turning resolute, and he knew she understood the deeper worry behind his words. "The absolute best, Jack," she affirmed plainly, and he took that as his answer. "Even so, if Katie was in the region, she and her team would be secure aboard the USS Kearsarge, the command ship of the amphibious group. No terrorist faction targeting Americans in Angola would be bold enough or foolish enough to take on the U.S. Navy. And even if they possessed the nerve, they lacked the capability. The Navy had honed its anti-terror defenses in the volatile waters of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Besides, Katie wouldn't be reckless enough to lead her team ashore with the Marines, would she? "We need them to push harder," Ryan muttered, frustration edging his voice. "We needed it done yesterday." She gave a nod and turned toward the door. Ryan sank back into his chair, releasing a weary sigh. For a brief moment, he let the sorrow for his son wash over him. Then, brushing a tear from his cheek, he picked up the phone once more. "Margaret, could you connect me to the First Lady, please?" "Right away, Mr. President," came the prompt reply. It was past time to tell Kathy what was happening with their son, CH-53K Super Stallion of HMH 461, call sign Iron Stallion, 015 miles north of the USS Kearsarge, LHD-3 at 500 feet above ground level, 0737 local time. Katie watched Kanza asleep across the aisle, his head lolling against the orange nylon seat straps with a blend of resentment and sheer disbelief. Never mind the white-knuckled terror that gripped her during every flight, helicopters being the absolute worst. How could anyone sleep in this shuddering, deafening metal box, its parts whirling as it jolted through turbulent air, even without the very real possibility of a fiery end? As if to mock her further, Kanza let out a prolonged, lazy yawn, eyes still shut, and shifted his head slightly. Another rough patch of air shook the heavy aircraft. With no armrest to clutch, unlike the C-2 Greyhound that had delivered her to the USS Ford what felt like a lifetime ago, she dug her fingers into her own thigh and stifled a groan. Her gaze drifted from the sleeping Kanza to the woman seated a few rows ahead, who was calmly reviewing a tablet in her lap, seemingly oblivious to their impending doom. DIA Agent Kaylee Horgan, perhaps 6 or 7 years older, appeared utterly composed. Her legs clad in gray cargo pants, casually crossed at the knee. She'd mentioned earlier that her career began as a naval flight officer, and her DIA role had earned her the call sign Goose. Sensing a stare, she glanced over to find Bubba grinning. He leaned closer, his voice cutting through the helicopter's roar and the static in their helmet headsets. "A little chewing tobacco. Settle your nerves, boss," he teased. She didn't reply, just fixed him with a sharp glare before shutting her eyes as the aircraft jolted through another rough patch of air. Approaching now, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, nearly lost in the noise. "Touchdown in 3. Katie twisted in the stiff seat to peer out the small rectangular window beside her. With no forward view, all she saw was a blur of blue ocean racing dangerously close beneath the helicopter. So near it felt like a crash into the waves was only seconds away. Soon she spotted the churned wake of the ship, a lighter green against the deep blue, and then the haze-gray steel of the USS Kearsarge came into view as they flew along its port side. Bubba had called the amphibious assault ship a mini-carrier, but from her vantage point there was nothing small about it. The flight deck was more square-shaped, and the island superstructure more condensed than a full-sized carrier, yet the vessel still seemed enormous. 2 F-35B Lightning jets were positioned nose to tail along the starboard side as if poised for launch, while 5 others were parked tightly at angles along the port side, tucked behind the superstructure. As they passed, she made out the large numeral 3 painted on the superstructure's boxy side. Setting down on spot 4, the pilot informed them need to clear the deck fast for the alert fighters. Katie wasn't sure what spot 4 meant, but she turned to Bubba, shouting over the din. "I thought the Marine F-35s could take off vertically," she said. Bubba merely shrugged. Moments later, the big sea stallion wobbled left, then right before settling firmly onto the deck. Katie let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "We'll exit aft, ma'am," said a Marine who had appeared beside her. The rear ramp was already lowering, and another Marine was passing their bags out to sailors waiting on deck. "We're still hot, so keep your head down as briefed and leave your eye protection on." "Thanks," Katie muttered, fumbling with shaky hands to release her lap belt and shoulder harness. She stood as Goose and Kanza joined her in the aisle. "I really don't like flying," she admitted sheepishly to the DIA agent. "I noticed," Goose replied with a smile. "Me neither," she added. Katie raised an eyebrow. "But I thought you—" "Just kidding," Goose cut in, laughing over the engine whine. "Though I do hate helicopters. They don't actually fly, you know, they just kind of pound the air until it cooperates." "Wonderful," Katie said. She turned to Kanza, who was stretching beside her. "Welcome back from dreamland," she said, then immediately felt silly for the remark. The former SEAL just smiled. "Let's move, people," the Marine urged. "We're on the clock." Katie followed Bubba toward the ramp, where 2 sailors in coveralls, wearing cranial helmets and goggles, stood waiting. 2 others were already hauling their bags across the deck. "Keep your head down, Kanza," Goose said as they stepped out onto the ship's flight deck. "I promised Lori I'd look out for you, and she gets fierce when a promise gets broken." "Message received," Kanza said with a laugh. Katie smiled to herself. Apparently, whatever was going on between her fellow intel officer and Lori Tenko from DIA was more serious than she'd guessed if Lori was telling coworkers about it. Her thoughts drifted to her own canceled weekend plans with Dennis, and she sighed quietly. Figuring out relationships in this line of work was tricky, she mused, but at least people like Dennis and Lori would understand the demands, wouldn't they? The rotor wash from the helicopter whipped at her uniform as they hurried across the deck, following Bubba and the 2 crew members leading their small group. Once inside the ship, the hatch was secured behind them, and a young sailor gathered their cranial helmets and goggles. "Welcome to the Kearsarge, ma'am," he said politely. An older sailor stepped forward, and the younger one greeted him with, "Afternoon, CMC." The Command Master Chief returned the greeting, asking if everything was in order. "All good, Master Chief," the sailor replied, his tone conveying clear respect before he moved off down the passageway. The CMC turned to her. "Welcome aboard, Commander," he said, shaking her offered hand. He then acknowledged Lieutenant Kanza. "Thank you, Master Chief," Katie replied. "This is IS-2 Pettigrew and our DIA colleague, Ms. Horgan." The agent shook his hand, introducing herself as Goose. "Bill Earhart." The Master Chief responded, "Captain Miles and the Commodore send their regards and apologize for not greeting you personally. Things are extremely busy at the moment, so they're tied up. The XO is on the bridge as well." "Understood," Katie said. "We're here to assist, not to disrupt." "Right," Earhart said, though his tone was neutral, making it hard to gauge his sincerity. "There's no time for a tour, but I'll have Petty Officer Landon here take you to your quarters." She understood perfectly. The crew and embarked Marines were deep in their mission, and visitors were a complication. But her team had their own task. "If it's all the same, CMC, we'd prefer to start working immediately. We can sort out quarters later. I'd like to get set up in the N2 shop right away." The CMC looked doubtful. "Okay," he said slowly. "To be honest, Commander, we're a bit unclear on what your specific mission is here." She suppressed a sigh. It was always like this, which was exactly why she preferred the quiet predictability of her office back in Maryland. "We're here to provide real-time intelligence analysis on the ground situation for decision-makers stateside," she explained. That was the official line, though part of her wondered, not for the first time, if she couldn't do that just as effectively from her desk. "But we will be sharing all data fully, so we hope to add value to your N2's mission as well." "Okay," Earhart repeated, still sounding unconvinced. He turned to the petty officer. "Landon, escort them to the N2 shop and connect them with Lieutenant Billings." "I don't have access to that space, CMC," Landon said, hesitant. "You're cleared, shipmate," Earhart assured him. "Lieutenant Billings will meet you at the door and take it from there. These folks have TSSCI clearance for our UP, so Billings will handle their access. Then find someone to help you secure their gear in their quarters." "You got it, CMC," Landon said. Earhart offered Katie a brief, tight smile. "I'm sure the captain or XO will find you when they have a moment. A lot is happening. Billings will bring you up to speed." With a nod, he headed down the passageway. "This way, ma'am, Petty Officer," Landon said, leading them in the opposite direction. They entered a ladder well and climbed one level. "Do you hate ships as much as I do, Ryan?" Goose Horgan asked with a grin. "Not quite as much as helicopters," Katie replied, smiling at the friendly jab. "Good," Horgan said. "I mean, you are a naval officer after all." After navigating a series of turns that felt unnecessarily complex for the superstructure's compact space, likely just two parallel passageways connected by cross corridors, much like on an aircraft carrier, they reached a dead end. A solid black door was set within a larger steel hatch, which was propped open. A single iPhone rested in the hatch's crossbeams. Petty Officer Landon pressed a call button beside the door and turned back to her. "You'll need to leave any electronics outside, including things like smartwatches. Most folks just set them on the hatch cover, but I can lock them up if you prefer." "I've never been in there myself, so I'm not sure what you'll find," he said, a note of curiosity in his voice. Katie and her team placed their devices on the rails of the open hatch. She smiled, noticing the sticker on Horgan's phone case, a goose and a sailor's hat. The door swung inward, and an officer in combat utilities, a lieutenant's insignia on his chest, peered out, squinting against the brighter corridor lights. Katie recalled that exact sensation from her time as an intelligence officer on the Eisenhower. The dim lighting of the intel spaces always made you feel like some creature of the night, regardless of the hour. "You, Lieutenant Commander Ryan?" the officer asked, shielding one eye. "Katie," she replied, offering her hand. "Nate," Billings said. "Welcome to the dungeon." That brought a grin to Katie's face. They'd used the same nickname for their shop during her deployment. Stepping inside, she was surprised to find the room somewhat more spacious than her old workspace on the carrier, and it even rivaled the newer facilities she'd seen on the Ford during that whole Russian submarine affair. Billings seemed to read her thoughts, studying her for a moment. "You're the Ryan from Onai who sorted out that mess with the Belgorod, aren't you?" She tightened her jaw, but before she could downplay it, Kanza jumped in. "That's her," he said, giving her a friendly slap on the shoulder. "The one and only rogue submarine hunter, Katie Ryan." Katie shot him a sharp glance. "I was just in the right spot with a great team," she stated firmly, "including my lead intelligence specialist, who's right here, is 2 Pettigrew." "Mr. Pettigrew," Billings said, shaking his hand. "He goes by Bubba," Kanza interjected. "Good to meet you, sir," Bubba replied in his easy Louisiana accent. "I'm J.C., Kanza added, Commander Ryan's designated gopher." That finally earned a smile from Billings, who shook Kanza's hand. "Or maybe her personal security detail," the intel officer mused, his eyes catching the subtle trident logo above Kanza's name tape. "You were a SEAL?" "Past life," Kanza answered cheerfully. Though Katie knew him well enough to sense the old wound, the question always poked. "In my glory days. Now I'm just a one-legged intel guy." He tapped the prosthetic below his left knee. "We like to think of him as our resident pirate," Bubba offered, which actually drew a short laugh from Billings. "And this is Goose, a team member from one of the 3-letter agencies," Katie said, gesturing to Horgan. "I'm usually more fun," Billings said, shaking the DIA agent's hand, "but we're right in the middle of a hurricane here. This is our first major amphibious landing outside of training exercises. Those are tense enough. But now we've got real adversaries who might actually shoot back, so we're juggling a lot. And we're here to assist, not to add to the chaos, I promise," Katie assured him. "Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what that help is supposed to look like," Billings admitted. "Hey," Bubba cut in, clearly wanting to avoid any bureaucratic tension. "Any chance I can find a spot to plug in and get access to the secure systems? Start doing some digging." "Oh, right, sure," Billings said. "Petey," he called out. A young petty officer, 3rd class, sprang from a chair at one of the 4 long tables in the room, each lined with workstations. "Take Bubba over to the Batcave." "Aye, sir," Petey said. "Right this way." He glanced at the rank and name on Bubba's uniform, apparently not ready for the informal address. Petty, Officer Pettigrew. He led Bubba off. "The Batcave is where we handle live intelligence communications," Billings explained. "It's walled off from signals for compartmentalization. Normally, this main analyst room is a lot busier, but I've got people up in plans, and all the Marines are in the Landing Force Operations Center. They occupied the right side of the space with those 2 rows, and Blue is positioned here on these lines. My primary station is in the Batcave." "You don't integrate with the Marine teams?" Kanza inquired. "No," Billings replied with a chuckle. "That's a Marine tradition. Let's head to our briefing area, and you can outline how you can assist without disrupting our workflow." He glanced at Katie. "No disrespect intended, ma'am." "None taken," she assured the junior officer. "We're here at the White House's request to fill any intelligence gaps regarding the geopolitical landscape, not to interfere with your established information flow with the Marine Expeditionary Unit. Where our input adds value, we'll collaborate closely, but otherwise, we'll stay out of your way." Billings appeared to relax. "Right this way," he stated, guiding her, Kanza, and Horgan toward a door in the right corner, opposite where Bubba had earlier ascended a short flight of stairs across the room. As they moved, Bubba leaned out from the shadowy doorway he'd entered. "Hey, JC," he called then, recalling the formal setting, corrected himself. "Apologies, Lieutenant. Kanza." "What is it, Bubba?" Kanza responded as the group neared Billings's door. "You've got a call from back home," Bubba said. The watch officer flagged it as urgent. "Both of us?" Katie asked, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features before she checked herself. "It could be anything, even a personal matter." "Just JC, ma'am," Bubba clarified. Kanza's expression tightened with his own concern. "I'll see what this is about and join you shortly," he told Katie. She gave a curt nod and followed Billings inside, motioning for Horgan to enter first. Billings sank into a chair at the work table, positioned between the currently vacant stations along the wall. He released a weary sigh, dragging his hands down his face. "Sorry, you're walking into this chaos, Commander Ryan," he began. "I can bring you up to speed on recent developments while you were in transit." "Please do," she said, keen to get oriented. Billings noticed someone behind her and waved them in. "Sue, get in here," he called out. A younger officer, a single ensign bar centered on her utility blouse, entered. "Ensign Sue is my junior officer, Gia. This is Commander Ryan from the Office of Naval Intelligence. She's here to provide support." The petite woman shook Katie's offered hand, her demeanor professionally neutral, betraying no immediate skepticism about the new arrivals. "Have a seat, Gia," Billings instructed. "This will be brief. From our vantage point on the amphibious ready group, the White House has directed an amphibious assault to put Marines on the beach. The mission is to establish a security perimeter around the embassy using light armored vehicles, joint light tactical vehicles, air support, and a significant number of infantry. They're also relocating the H&S to the embassy, sir." Ensign Sue added, speaking to Billings. "Right, standard Marine procedure," Billings acknowledged. "What's H&S?" Katie asked. "That's the MEU's command element, the headquarters and service battalion. The decision-makers are going ashore while the logistics personnel likely remain here in the LFOC. Colonel Crocker, the MEU commander, will probably stay aboard, but his key staff and task unit commanders will hit the beach." He turned back to Sue. "Are they bringing their intelligence section ashore?" "It appears so," the ensign confirmed. "And the LFOC?" Katie pressed, aware she might be testing his patience, but unwilling to let jargon cloud her understanding. "Landing Force Operations Center," Billings explained evenly. "It's the Marine equivalent of our Combat Information Center, where they manage all ground operations. It's practically a secondary CIC connected to ours by a doorway." He checked his watch. "All right, let me give you the overview so we can all return to work. This headquarters move is creating a whole new layer of coordination headaches for me." "Understood," Katie said. "Don't worry about it." Billings dismissed her apology with a weary half-smile. He looked exhausted. The embassy attack looks more and more like a staged event, a distraction to pull Angolan security away from President Luemba's cabinet meeting. "We still don't know who's behind it, but the pieces point to a coup. They've grabbed our ambassador and 3 embassy staff as leverage, and now they've got President Luemba and Vice President Carvalho, too." "We got that update on the flight in," Katie replied. "Picking a fight with the United States just to create a smokescreen for a power grab. That's a bold and frankly stupid strategy. You're basically painting a bullseye on your own back for every asset we have before you've even settled into the presidential chair." "I hear you," Billings said with a shrug. "But you have to consider the local context here." "What context?" Horgan asked. Ensign Sue glanced at the DIA agent. "Hostages in this part of the world aren't just a crisis. They're practically a form of high-stakes bargaining chip. It's a tactic used in business deals as often as in politics." Billings gave a slow nod. "They absolutely overstepped by taking our ambassador, no question. But in Angola, this kind of maneuver is almost part of the standard political playbook." "Yeah, well, I'd suggest they haven't done their homework on President Ryan," Katie said, a hint of steel in her voice. "Agreed." "Hey, hold on a second," Billings said, his eyes narrowing as he focused on her named tape. Her heart gave an involuntary thump. Smooth move. Bringing Dad into this, she thought, mentally kicking herself. "Any relation?" he asked, one eyebrow arched. "Look," she started, but was instantly grateful when Kanza's head appeared in the doorway. He didn't enter. "Ryan," he said, his tone uncharacteristically tight. "Got a minute?" "Absolutely," she said, the interruption a welcome relief. She stood, and Goose Horgan rose beside her. "We'll be right back." She followed Kanza into the main room where he led them to a secluded corner. "What's going on?" she asked, the grim set of his jaw sending a jolt of unease through her. Kanza paused, which only amplified her worry. "It's not good, Katie," he said quietly. "There's no gentle way to say this, so I'll just say it. Your brother Kyle is among the hostages for a moment. His words simply didn't compute." "That's impossible," she stated flatly. "What would Kyle even be doing in Angola? All I know for certain is he was at the embassy. He was attached to a DIA task force, the one that got hit." Wait. Her mind reeled, the room seeming to tilt slightly. "Are you telling me Kyle is the survivor from the DIA team attack?" "That's what it looks like," Kanza confirmed. "The missing from the embassy are the ambassador, her executive assistant, your brother, and one other agency officer." She stared at him, unblinking, as the information finally sank in. "I'm sorry, Ryan," Kanza said softly. She whirled to face Horgan, a sudden hot anger surging up. "You knew," she accused, her voice low and sharp. "How could you not tell me?" "Commander Ryan, I swear to you I didn't know." Horgan insisted, meeting her gaze squarely. "I would have told you immediately. I'm field operations. I have zero overlap with the cyber task force. I'd heard the name, but honestly, the connection didn't click for me until right this second." Katie studied the woman's face, fighting back a sudden stinging pressure behind her eyes at the image of her brother in the hands of the same brutal group that had massacred 14 people without a second thought. Horgan held her stare, unwavering against her will. Katie believed her. "Okay," was all she could manage. The word feeling hollow, she turned back to Kanza. "Does Oni have any new leads on where they're being held?" Kanza's expression was one of grim acceptance. "We're the forward edge for intelligence here, Ryan," he said. "It's on us and on the CIA team that was already in country." That sparked a faint glimmer. The CIA had a presence here. They had to be working the problem. "Was their team evacuated from the embassy during the attack?" she asked Kanza. "I can't speak to that," Horgan interjected quietly. "One of the hostages was a CIA officer, while the rest of his team continued operating from the embassy for the time being." Katie inquired if it was ground branch, but Horgan shook her head. The missing officer from the other government agency was a case officer, now presumed captured. The station primarily housed analysts and a head of station, more of a listening post, really, given the relatively stable relations with the local government. Their core mission was monitoring Chinese activities, a race they were admittedly losing. It was all signals intelligence and analysis. There was no high-risk direct action involved. Katie's thoughts drifted to Kyle. Her brother was reserved, almost stoic to a fault. She probably understood him better than anyone, even their mother. Beneath that calm exterior was a storm of emotion, and while he was brilliant in his own way, he was no hardened field operative. He wasn't built for a crisis like this. "Katie?" Kanza's voice pulled her back, his expression gentle. "What I can't wrap my head around," she said, "is how a Navy cyber operations lieutenant ended up on a rooftop in Luanda with a covert DIA team. Understanding that isn't just personal, it could be the key to untangling this whole situation." She pivoted and walked back into the room she had just left. "Get Bubba. I need him." The look on her face must have said it all. Billings and Sue fell silent, their expressions shifting to concern. "Everything all right?" Billings asked. "No," Katie replied flatly. "But that's not new. We need every piece of data you and the CIA team at the embassy have on the DIA operation running in Luanda before this happened." She turned to Horgan. "Anything you can provide is critical too?" Billings nodded. "We're compiling everything now from the CIA here and the broader intelligence community back home. A MARSOC Raider team is on standby for hostage rescue, which is our top priority once we secure the landing zone." "That's exactly where we can add the most value, Nate," Katie stated. "It's where all our focus will be. Seamless, real-time information sharing will be essential." "Absolutely," Billings agreed. "You'll have full access here in the operations center, and we'll set you up with your own workstations." He stopped as Katie shook her head. "We won't be setting up shop here on the Kearsarge," she interjected, "but we'll maintain open comms around the clock." "Where are you going?" Billings asked, confused. Bubba, who had just entered behind Kanza, echoed the sentiment. "Wait, we're leaving?" "We just got here." Katie ignored her intelligence specialist and addressed Billings directly. "We're moving our intel operation to the embassy. We'll infiltrate with the headquarters and service team. We're joining the amphibious assault." "Now, hold on," Billings said, raising a hand. "I can't authorize that. I'd need to check with—" "I know," Katie cut in. "I'll handle getting permission from the commanding officer." She turned to Ensign Sue, who had been quietly observing. "Ensign, can you take me to the Combat Information Center? I need to speak with the captain. You'll actually need to go to the Landing Force Operations Center," Commander Billings corrected. "Only the MEU commander can approve this." "Fine," Katie said. "Then the LFOC it is." Sue glanced at Billings for direction. Her boss simply shrugged. "Take her to the CIC first, so the captain is aware. Maybe he can help smooth things over with Colonel Crocker." "So, let me get this straight," Bubba said, his tone making his disapproval clear. "We're all going ashore." "We're all going, Bubba," Katie confirmed. "You and Lieutenant Kanza figure out what gear you'll need. We're embedding with the CIA's Emergency Operations Center and leaving with the HNS team when they deploy." "And when is that?" Bubba pressed. "Soon," Billings answered. "They'll be in the third wave, once the initial combat Marines have established the beachhead and the support teams are cleared to move. But if I understand the Marines as well as I believe I do, they'll be mobilizing at roughly the same time." "Why would they?" Bubba questioned. "Because Marines hate missing a fight," Billings replied. "Just wonderful," Bubba muttered. Katie gave her intelligence specialist a reassuring pat on the shoulder as she moved to follow Ensign Sue. Pausing at the doorway, she turned back. "And Goose?" "Yeah, boss," Horgan responded. "I need every single piece of information you can dig up on that cyber team, understood? Everything I get the moment I get it," Katie, the agent, assured her. "We're on the same side here. I give you my word." Katie offered what she hoped was a thankful look before turning to catch up with Sue. A knot of anxiety tightened in her chest, her thoughts a frantic reel imagining what her brother must be enduring. She thought of her parents. If she knew, her father certainly knew by now. The upcoming conversation with her mother loomed, a difficult hurdle she wasn't ready to face. Setting her jaw, she exited the N2, collected her gear, and strode into the passageway. Her mission was clear: bring every American home. It was the job, but this time it felt like a part of her soul was on the line. Bridge. U.S. Kearsarge, LHD-3, 14.8 nautical miles northeast of Luanda, Angola. U-816 local time. For the first time in his career, Captain Miles found himself wishing he was in a different place. Not away from the action, but specifically inside the Landing Force Operations Center. Watching the real-time command screens as the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit hit the Luanda shoreline would have been something to see. Yet, as commanding officer of the Kearsarge, his post was here on the bridge, with his executive officer supporting the tactical action officer in the Combat Information Center. His duty was the safety of his ship and crew during the largest live amphibious operation in a generation, and he could best serve that duty right where he stood. He paced slowly behind the officer of the deck, his eyes occasionally scanning the orchestrated frenzy on the flight deck below. Carrier operations were complex, but they paled next to the intricate ballet of an amphibious assault launch from an LHD. It was a staggering coordination of Marines gearing up aircraft launching to secure the beachhead, landing craft air cushions and utility craft deploying with troops and hardware, all while managing the constant cycle of air support. Integrating the F-35s into the Marine Air Ground Task Force had added another layer of complexity. Their need for more deck space pushing operational boundaries on a flight deck where every inch was precious. The renowned Black Sheep of VMFA 214 boosted their firepower, but as his air boss never tired of mentioning, it also squeezed the room for the vital MV-22 Ospreys and the attack helicopters. Every maneuver dictated specific demands on the ship's speed, heading, and the precise flooding of the well deck, which itself affected how the massive vessel could move. All this while monitoring for potential threats from sea or sky. A tight, proud smile touched Miles's lips as he watched his crew, the finest he'd ever served with, make the impossible look routine. Through the bridge windows, he saw 2 Ospreys lift off, tilt their rotors, and spear toward the coast. "Bridge, well, deck control," a voice crackled over the circuit. Lieutenant Bryce Allen, the OOD, answered from his station. "Bridge here. Bridge, well, deck LCUs are away, preparing for LCAC launch." "Well, deck, bridge, copy that," Allen acknowledged, then turned to Miles, his voice taut with focus. "Sir, the landing craft utilities have launched." "Thank you, Lieutenant," Miles replied. Moments later, a faint tremor ran through the deck as ballast tanks emptied, and the stern of the Kearsarge began its deliberate rise, granting the deep water needed for the next wave of vessels to depart. The LCACs rode atop a cushion of air, propelled by powerful turbine engines. Inside the well deck, these craft generated hurricane-force winds, a maelstrom that made it crucial to minimize the amount of water sloshing around as they hovered over the surface. Everyone involved was already suited in full protective gear, a necessary shield against the punishing mix of wind, spray, and flying debris during launch and recovery operations. The USS Kearsarge was leading the cycle, with her sister ship, the San Antonio-class LPD USS Arlington, positioned close astern to deploy 2 more of the air-cushioned vessels. The Kearsarge's slower-moving LCU was tasked with ferrying the weapons company from the 26 Marines, along with a reinforced rifle platoon, an initial wave of JLTVs and Humvees, and a pair of upgraded LAV-25 anti-tank variants. Her accompanying LCAC would then bring in the remainder of that rifle company and more vehicles. The Arlington's LCACs were assigned the 2nd Rifle Company and the balance of the heavy equipment. From the bridge, he could already see the LCU making its deliberate way toward the shoreline, knowing the faster LSCACs would overtake it without effort. Soon, the MV-22 Ospreys would spin up, tasked with inserting the Beachmaster unit and its security team to establish control over the landing zone. That zone was plotted along the southern tip of a slender peninsula extending north from the historic Fortress de São Miguel in Luanda's city center. The area's main artery, Murtala Mohammed Avenue, ran the entire length, linking the urban core to the commercial marinas and restaurants dotting the beachfront that divided the South Atlantic from the calm waters of Luanda Bay. The beach itself was broad, long, and offered excellent protection with immediate access to the paved road. From their landing point, the embassy was a mere mile straight across the bay's foot and barely 2 miles via the modern coastal boulevard where Murtala Mohammed Avenue seamlessly became Ford de Fevereiro Avenue. This convenience, however, was the trap. Any serious resistance would most likely erupt during the dense urban push toward the embassy compound, a gauntlet where his Marines would be terribly exposed. It was precisely this threat that had prompted Crocker to pre-position mortar teams and 2 artillery batteries for the follow-on waves once a security perimeter was established. For the initial assault, everything hinged on the air cover provided by the F-35s and the helicopter gunships. Bridge, TAC, the radio crackled again as his air operations coordinator prepared to launch the Ospreys and their Viper helicopter escorts. Allen keyed the mic. "TAC, Bridge, here." The request followed immediately. "Bridge, can you adjust heading to 115 degrees to support the air ops?" Allen glanced at Miles, who met his look steadily, deliberately refraining from offering any directive. Taking the implicit trust, Allen nodded to himself. "Sick, Bridge," he transmitted. "Update all surface contacts. We are coming to new course 115 degrees true, bearing 350, After a brief silence, the response came from the Combat Information Center. Bridge, CIC, answered the unflappable female voice of the Tactical Action Officer. No new contacts. We continue to track two slow-moving vessels designated Romeo 01 and Romeo 02, approximately 08 miles north of the landing zone in the bay's mouth. All other traffic consists of confirmed commercial fishing vessels already on our plotted track. The Angolan Navy existed, of course, but its primary mission was fisheries protection and maritime law enforcement. Still, they did operate armed patrol boats, and the chaotic political situation left a giant question mark over who, if anyone, was currently commanding them. Copy all, CIC, Allen acknowledged, his eyes scanning the horizon where the city awaited. Captain Miles addressed the bridge crew, his voice steady. Helm, adjust our heading to 115 degrees, keep our current speed. The petty officer at the helm, under the senior chief's watchful gaze, responded crisply. Helm course 115 degrees. TACC. Bridge is shifting to your requested heading. From the Tactical Air Control Center. The air boss acknowledged. Bridge, TACC, copy. Miles understood the course change wasn't strictly needed for the Osprey launch, but it positioned them better for the broader air picture. They had two F-35 Lightning IIs on alert status, pilots strapped in and ready to catapult into the sky if the initial landing teams called for immediate support. Those jets would provide top cover later in the operation. But for now, the air boss wanted a clean sequential launch. As the only vessel in the amphibious ready group equipped to recover the stealth fighters in an emergency, it was wiser to get everyone else airborne first. This close to the objective, the AH-1Z Viper and UH-1W Venom helicopters were perfectly suited for the close support role. He focused on the flight deck, where Boatswain's mate Ashley and her team were guiding two MV-22 Ospreys from their tightly packed storage along the port side. Their wings were rotated vertically over the fuselages, the enormous propellers aligned, allowing the aircraft to be nestled mere inches apart, with a single Viper squeezed into the scant space between each. Two of those attack helicopters had already been relocated to the starboard side, near the alert F-35s, poised for their own launch. Master Chief Glover, in her distinctive yellow jersey, was right in the thick of it, directing her crew and helping to nudge the Ospreys into position. Sailors in green jerseys, the aircraft handlers, swarmed around the tilt rotors, performing final checks. Miles observed the intricate dance of flight operations aboard the Kearsarge. They'd have the Ospreys in the air in moments already. He could see the disciplined column of Marines in full combat gear, alongside the slightly more irregular line of Navy Beachmaster Unit sailors, moving at a quick pace to board the aircraft. This advance team would secure the landing zone, their insertion covered by the Vipers and the F-35s launching next. Simultaneously, the well-deck crew was preparing the landing craft air cushion for departure. Right on schedule. The comms crackled. Bridge, well-deck control, Hopper U-6, away. The bridge watch confirmed, deck control, bridge, copy, Hopper U-6, away. Miles looked to port, watching the LCAC already in motion, accelerating to catch up to the wake of the newer LCU 1700 class vessel, still visible off the bow, on calm seas with a light load that modern landing craft could make over 20 knots. Today, he estimated they'd be doing less than 15, which meant the LCAC, capable of blasting along at over 40 knots, would have no trouble linking up. The two LCACs launching from the USS Arlington would integrate just as smoothly. By the time he turned his attention forward again, the Ospreys were loaded, their engines whining to a high pitch, ready to deliver their Beachmaster teams to the shore. The assault was officially en route. From his vantage point in the captain's chair, Miles felt his earlier urge to be down in the Landing Force Operations Center simply melt away. He settled back and let his crew do their jobs. Wherever the Navy sent him after this tour, he knew deep down that nothing would ever compare to the privilege of commanding the USS Kearsarge and her exceptional sailors. Presidential Palace, Upper City, Pedro Furtado Street, Luanda, Angola, 0909, local time. General de Souza, commander of the Angolan Armed Forces under the new head of state, President Victor Baptista, moved quickly down the palace corridor. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he could feel his blood pressure climbing. This wasn't anxiety over presidential reprisal for the disastrous news. That was the least of his worries. Without his loyalty and the army's backing, Baptista controlled precisely nothing. The general's tension stemmed from the sheer magnitude of the operational failure now unfolding. General de Souza's loyalty was a personal currency, minted and spent solely on the man who now occupied the presidential office. The armed forces followed him, and by extension, the figurehead he served. The immediate threat wasn't Baptista's temper. It was the specter of American intervention. A cold knot of doubt tightened in his stomach. Had he made a catastrophic error in aligning with this ambitious ideologue? He shared Baptista's disdain for Western influence. True, but his motivations ran deeper than philosophy. Life under President Luemba had been luxurious yet profoundly unsatisfying. He had been a valued instrument, never a respected voice, treated more like a favored hound than a statesman. Baptista offered a path to genuine power. The man might fancy himself the revolution's leader, but de Souza held the strings. The terrifying variable was the United States. If American boots hit the sand and crushed this coup, a traitor's noose awaited him. This was the critical flaw in his design, and it demanded immediate attention. He moved down the corridor, his boots echoing on the marble, and gave a sharp nod to the rigid guard outside the ornate office door. A single rap on the heavy wood preceded Baptista's barked command to enter. The room was a study in opulent excess, far more decadent than the austere official presidential suite. Baptista, looking every bit the guerrilla fighter awkwardly transplanted behind a massive oak desk, glared as he approached. "Is there trouble with our guests?" Baptista demanded, anxiety etching his features. "No," de Souza replied, his voice level. "Something far more pressing, I'm afraid." Baptista tossed a pen aside, leaning back and crossing his legs, still clad in camouflage trousers. "Well, the Americans are coming. Coming where?" Baptista shot to his feet. "They can't possibly have found the hostages if they do. Joao, we lose all our leverage." The casual use of his first name was a calculated provocation, a grain of sand in de Souza's shoe. He clenched his jaw, another frustration surfacing. Baptista's personal PFU troops held the American hostages, a detail deliberately kept from him. He didn't even know their location. "I can't advise you on that since you chose to exclude me," de Souza said, unable to resist the petty retaliation. "But it's not the embassy team I'm worried about, Victor. It's worse. The amphibious group off our coast is deploying Marines. They're preparing to land in Luanda." "What?" Baptista's fist slammed onto the desk. "To what end?" A sarcastic laugh nearly escaped de Souza. Was the man truly this naive? "To rescue their ambassador, of course. Perhaps we should announce we're searching for them too. Offer to partner. Let them know their people will be executed if provoked." He watched as Baptista began to pace, a caged predator realizing the bars are stronger than he'd thought. The man was finally glimpsing the abyss of his own inadequacy. De Souza shifted his tone, adopting a veneer of concerned counsel. He needed to guide this agitated figure, not confront him. "Mr. President, we may have misjudged President Ryan's resolve. Marines in the capital is not a minor incursion. It's a declaration. Only if they find the hostages, General." Baptista snapped, but the glare couldn't mask the flicker of fear in his eyes. The revolutionary's bravado was cracking, revealing the frightened aspirant beneath. "That cannot be allowed to occur," Baptista stated firmly. "Then we must tie up a critical loose end, Mr. President," de Souza replied. "Luemba and the vice president need to be eliminated without delay." "What's the urgency?" Baptista questioned, stopping his pacing. They have no proof we were behind the embassy strike or the abduction of the Americans. All they know is that we removed them from power. Our story remains the same. Their failure to protect the capital from terrorist elements forced our hand. Luemba was too busy enriching himself to safeguard the nation. D'Souza paused, considering that was indeed the public narrative they had crafted. Yet his private, more desperate strategy hinged on Luemba being silenced permanently. If Luemba lived through this and the Americans crushed their coup, D'Souza's fate was sealed. Then we should advance that story now, he agreed. But perhaps your immediate priority should be opening a dialogue with President Ryan. Start the negotiations. Baptista resumed his agitated walk behind the desk. D'Souza watched him, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind about the man's diplomatic skill. Now is the moment to become the leader we believe you can be. You have my complete backing, but you must secure us time with the Americans. Agreed, Baptista said. I will make contact at once. However, we must also give the Americans reason to hesitate. What are you suggesting, Mr. President? D'Souza asked, a sense of foreboding settling in his gut. The Americans are hesitant, averse to real conflict, Baptista declared, a new reckless confidence in his tone. Let's demonstrate our determination. They assaulted our sovereignty without justification or notice. Engage their landing force, inflict casualties that will give them pause. Simultaneously, I will publicly demand an explanation for this unprovoked invasion. They will counter that. We struck first, D'Souza pointed out, only if they can prove the embassy attack originated from us, which they cannot. Baptista corrected, a sly smile forming. I will demand their navy withdraw from our waters. In return, I will promise our full cooperation in locating their hostages and bringing the perpetrators to justice. This grants us the time we need later. When I heroically rescue and return the Americans, they will be indebted to me. It will solidify my claim to the presidency in the eyes of our people. Then we try and convict Luemba and his vice president for treason and execute them. That will secure the people's loyalty. D'Souza's jaw tightened, but he nodded. The plan was fraught with risk, yet it had a twisted logic. Regardless of the outcome, it might create the chaos necessary for his own contingency plan, so long as Luemba did not survive to talk. It will be done immediately, he said. But I strongly advise we expedite the matter concerning Luemba. The people need clarity on who leads them and why. Yes, but first, the call to the American president, Baptista insisted. General D'Souza hurried from the room, his mind already racing. He had orders to relay to the naval attack craft stationed at the bay's entrance. If this gambit exploded in their faces, his backup plan, a path to personal survival amidst the fallout, required Luemba and the vice president to perish with their knowledge. D'Souza was a survivor. He would make it work. Chinese embassy in Angola, less than a half-mile north of the American embassy, Luanda, Angola, 1001 local time. They're coming, said junior analyst Wang, his voice tense as he looked up from his monitor. While the team awaited check-ins from two other field agents scrambling for intelligence on the shadowy figures directing events, Wang had been tracking the American naval fleet's alarming approach to the Luanda coastline. Beside him, Sima was immersed in real-time regional briefs, searching for any useful fragment of data. Their lead analyst, Zhang Li, sat nearby, sifting through his own separate streams of intelligence from alternative sources. For now, Sima found the potential American reaction far more compelling than anything else. He had thought about reaching out to Baptista directly and pressing him for the truth, but he'd held back for several reasons. The biggest one was operational security with American forces. Now visibly active in the region, he couldn't trust that any of his communications were truly safe, especially since they still didn't know how badly the captured DIA team had compromised their networks. On top of that, anything Baptista told him would have to be treated as highly suspect. For now, the risks simply outweighed any potential gain. Are they really sending more operators to the embassy? He asked Wang, who was seated across from him. From his teammate's expression, though it was clear there was more to the story. "Not exactly, Liang," Wang replied. "They're coming in force. I'm watching their amphibious ships deploy landing craft right now. Ospreys are already inserting teams ahead of the main landing." "That doesn't make sense," Sima said, shaking his head. "The embassy attack is over. Why such a heavy-handed, public response?" "Maybe because the coup is already underway," Wang offered. "We know Baptista has taken Luemba and the vice president. The Americans could be moving to crush the rebellion with a full Marine expeditionary unit," Sima countered, skeptical. "That's excessive for that kind of mission. And besides," he continued, shooting Wang a sharp glance for cutting him off, "we also know most of the local military is siding with Baptista. More importantly, President Ryan isn't sentimental. He's pragmatic. A new regime could actually benefit the U.S., giving them a chance to gain ground in the competition for rare earth minerals, a race they know we're currently winning. Why would he throw that away?" "I've got the answer." Zhang broke in, hunched over his laptop with one hand pressing a headset to his ear. "Well?" Sima pressed, but Zhang held up a finger, listening intently. After a moment, he pulled off the headset and turned his expression grim. "Fools!" the MSS analyst muttered. Then he locked eyes with Sima. The American ambassador and 3 staff members were taken hostage during the embassy assault, where they're being held, and by whom is still unknown. "Where did this come from?" Sima demanded. "Baptista couldn't possibly be that reckless unless he'd misjudged the situation completely or was simply an idiot." Zhang offered a thin, humorless smile. "Straight from the Americans," he said. "Unit 99 intercepted signals from the Pentagon. I just decrypted traffic between the embassy's CIA team and Washington. There's not much detail, but it's confirmed. That's why the Marines are rolling in." Sima dragged a hand down his face and exhaled slowly. This changed everything. Supporting Baptista was now off the table. The cost had just skyrocketed into the stratosphere. His phone buzzed, and he glanced at the screen. Perfect timing. He snatched it up. "We have a serious problem," he said, skipping the formalities. "If you're talking about the amphibious landing, we're watching it live, Liang." His boss replied dryly. "Where do you think your satellite feed comes from?" "It's worse than that," Sima said. "The attackers took American hostages." A long silence followed. Sima could almost see Director Cho closing his eyes, taking one of those slow, measured breaths he always did when hearing bad news. "Why on earth would they do something so stupid?" his boss finally asked, though they both knew it wasn't really a question. Sima Liang suggested it might be time for a direct approach. He remained silent, allowing Cho the space to process the complex calculations of their predicament. After a moment of intense thought, Cho's response was definitive. "Absolutely not sever all lines of communication, Agent Sima. The risk level is now unacceptable. My purpose in calling was to relay that President Ryan has just made direct contact with Secretary General Xu." "He did what?" Sima blurted out, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the diplomatic breach. The protocol seemed clear. Why reach out to the Secretary General instead of President Huang, the new leader who had stepped in after his predecessor's reckless actions nearly triggered a global conflict? President Huang would be the standard channel, Sima pressed. "They share a history from the Taiwan Strait incident," Chu explained, dismissively. "The who is irrelevant. The why is critical. President Ryan has leveled accusations. He claims Chinese operatives were involved in the elimination of the American cyber unit and may have had a hand in the embassy assault as well." "That's absurd," Sima countered, a sudden cold paranoia washing over him. Could American intelligence capabilities be far more advanced than his assessments had allowed? He chose his next words with extreme care. "The allegation has no foundation." "Perhaps," Chu conceded, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Nevertheless, I am ordering you to cease all operations immediately. Liang, shut everything down. If you possess any intelligence that could aid the Americans in locating their personnel, Transmit it to me at once. We will facilitate its transfer." "Understood," Sima replied, his mind racing. Was Chu also worried about electronic surveillance, or was this a genuine move to hand Baptista over as a peace offering? The motive didn't change the reality. The Americans were operating in the dark, and cutting his link to Baptista's network would ensure they stayed that way. "We will compile any relevant findings and forward them promptly. It is a regrettable situation. Our attempts to offer aid during the attacks were thwarted by their communications blackout. We will focus our efforts and relay whatever we discover." "Regrettable indeed, Liang," Chu stated flatly before the connection terminated. Sima slowly placed the handset back in its cradle, meeting the anxious gazes of the two men in the room. "What's our move?" Wang whispered. "We stand down," Sima declared. He opened a desk drawer, retrieved a prepaid cell phone, and passed it to Zhang. "Scrub this device completely," he instructed. Sinking heavily into his chair, he added, "and after that we wait. We do nothing at all." The bow of the Angolan Navy's lead Devora Mark III patrol craft, designation D-01, sliced through the Atlantic swells located roughly 5 miles west-northwest of the Luanda Bay lighthouse, and moving southwest at a blistering 40-plus knots. The vessel maintained a remarkably steady course. Corvette Captain Nando Katanga clasped his hands tightly in his lap, hiding their tremble from the crew. The boat's advanced hull design ensured a smooth, dry ride, even at high speed in choppy water. His unease had nothing to do with the sea conditions. It stemmed entirely from the sheer madness of their orders. On the horizon, a smudge resolved into the small American flotilla of landing craft, moving east at a far more leisurely pace. A faint cloud-like haze seemed to cling to the vessels, giving the distant formation a ghostly, almost ethereal quality that made Katanga's heart pound against his ribs. A strange, salty taste of fear coated his tongue, a visceral reminder of the stakes. "Range to nearest target, 4,500 yards, announced Primero Sargento Sala, the senior NCO manning the remote weapons station. "Status of 02? Katanga asked, unable to see aft where the second Mark III should be holding position off his starboard quarter. Upon their attack, his sister ship would accelerate to engage with its deck-mounted Typhoon cannon and bow heavy machine gun. Katanga's own forward gun had been swapped for the specialized sensor array needed to target and guide their 4 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles. The weight of that firepower felt palpable in the cramped bridge. Katanga knew the moment his missiles struck, he'd swing his patrol boat around to join his close friend, Commander Ferreira. Their plan was to rake the American landing craft with gunfire before making a high-speed dash back toward the relative safety of the bay, all while hoping to evade the helicopters he knew would soon be scrambling from the enemy warships. Calculating the odds at 40 to 50 knots, he allowed himself a sliver of hope for their escape. 02 is bearing 135, range 1,000 meters. Sala reported. Katanga acknowledged with a curt, "Very well." He then instructed the helmsman turn 30 degrees to port and reduce speed, giving the young sailor's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. The tense "yes, sir" that followed confirmed what Katanga already felt. Every soul on board was gripped by fear. Fire the missiles, turn and run. I will see Daniela and the children again. He hoped the sudden course and speed change might buy them a precious few seconds of confusion from the Americans who were undoubtedly tracking them. "Prepare to fire both missiles," Katanga ordered. The system's limitation meant firing sequentially, requiring a tense pause to ready the second missile. His internal clock was already ticking. If the second launch wasn't away within half a minute, he'd call for a full retreat. He was certain Ferreira, as mission wingman, would welcome that order. The entire premise of their attack felt hollow. They'd been briefed that American arrogance would leave them stunned and slow to react, that the chaos of dodging missiles and tending to casualties would let their small boats slip away unnoticed. Katanga recognized this as command's attempt to ensure compliance. The Americans might be surprised, but they would not be paralyzed. Survival hinged on how quickly they could reach the shoreline. "Do not illuminate the target until the absolute last second, Sergeant," Katanga said, using Sala's informal title. "An excellent suggestion, Captain," Sala replied, a tight grin on his face as he checked his display. "Captain Ferreira is matching our maneuver." Katanga's jaw tightened as he peered through the windscreen at the hazy outline of the American force, now off his starboard bow. "We fire in 1 minute," he stated, his voice low. "Then we run." He exhaled slowly, the mist outside seeming to swirl with menace. "And as we run, we pray." Meanwhile, in the Combat Information Center aboard the USS Kearsarge, Katie waited patiently near the entrance, her hands clasped formally in front of her. The room hummed with focused energy, and she fought the instinct to check her watch. Time was critical. To get her team cleared, to infiltrate with the MEU command element. The head shed, as the JIC officer had called it. She needed approval. And soon Lieutenant Billings had advised that the fastest path was through the executive officer here in the CIC, where her presence as an intelligence augmentee would be less disruptive. Standing there, she felt anything but inconspicuous. She understood her place, however. Regardless of her mission's urgency, she was a guest on the flagship of an amphibious ready group executing one of the largest real-world marine landings in recent memory. Her eyes were fixed on the back of Commander Chris O'Melia's head, ready to signal him with a look the moment he turned. Her thoughts were interrupted by a report. "Teo, surface," an officer announced, turning from a sailor's radar console toward the tactical action officer seated near the XO.
"What do you have, Mike?"
The Teo responded. His eyes lifted to the massive monitor, where a sea of green squares and red triangles swarmed over a digital outline of Angola's coastline and the South Atlantic. At the center, a box marked OS Own Ship anchored the display. "Damn it," the Teo cut in before the surface warfare officer could answer. "What are those two Romeos doing? We tracked them heading north, then they executed a hard port turn," the other officer reported. "Moving at high speed in a combat formation, nothing like fishing boats. Now they're on a direct intercept with the landing force range to the lead LCAC is down to 9,000 yards. The Tau locked eyes with the XO. "Sir, I recommend launching the 60s to identify these contacts." "Agreed," the XO replied, already reaching for the radio. "Bridge, CIC XO here." Chris O'Melia's voice tightened. "I need the captain." A brief pause followed, interrupted by a Marine lieutenant poking his head through the hatch connecting CIC to the LFO. "Hey, what the hell are those boats? We're on it, Ted," the Tao snapped. "We've got this. CIC Bridge captain speaking." "Skipper, surface contacts Romeo 01 and 2 are on a high-speed intercept course toward the landing force." O'Melia relayed. "Teo advises launching the 60s. "I concur." "Make it happen," the captain ordered without hesitation. Katie knew any chance to speak with the XO had vanished, and honestly, it no longer mattered. If those were hostile fast boats, they all had a far more urgent crisis. "What weapons do the Angolans field?" she asked the room, but only one sailor turned toward her, an enlisted woman manning a console along the bulkhead near the door. Her station glowed with screens, but what caught Katie's eye was the fighter-style joystick at its center. The young sailor kept her voice low. "They briefed us that some of their fast boats carry surface-to-surface missiles, ma'am," she said, tension threading her words. "A variant of the Hellfire, the AGM-114 Lima. They're also armed with a 20-millimeter cannon and machine guns." "Seahawks are away," a voice announced from across the space, signaling the MH-60s were now airborne. "Roger, Air," the Teo acknowledged. Katie turned back to the sailor beside her, whose name tape read Cummings. "What defenses do the LKS have?" "Just guns, ma'am," Petty Officer Cummings answered. Then a grim, almost proud smile touched her lips. "But they've also got us." "Cummings, prep a firing solution for the Sea Sparrow. Stand by to engage," the Teo commanded. "Aye, sir," Cummings responded crisply, her hands already in motion. Katie recognized the system, the RIM-7, a ship-borne anti-air and anti-missile weapon evolved from the old Sparrow. The Kearsarge carried the upgraded RIM's 162 evolved Sea Sparrow missile, capable of engaging supersonic maneuvering threats. The Teo was clearly thinking ahead, just as Cummings had warned about the Hellfires. Romeo 01 is now painting the lead LCAC. The shout came from across the room, sharp with adrenaline. "Tau! Missile in the air!" Repeat. Missile in the air targeting the landing force. "Guns!" the Tau barked. "I have him, sir," Cummings said, her fingers flying across the console before seizing the joystick. "Tracking! Firing, sir!" Missile away, good track on the Taz, another voice called out near Cummings' station. Katie's throat tightened as she stared at the main display. A vivid red line extended from the OS box, transforming into a dash track that raced toward the estimated impact point where the enemy missile would meet the landing force. Her thoughts flashed to the USS Washington, to Dennis, the executive officer of the submarine known as the Blackfish, and to the terrifying underwater attack she had survived. "At least I'm not on the target this time," she caught herself thinking, then immediately felt a wave of guilt. Hundreds of Marines were packed into those landing craft, all now in the path of an inbound AGM-114L Hellfire. "Locked," Cummings stated coolly. On the screen, the hostile missile's track and the intercepting Sea Sparrow's path drew relentlessly together. Time seemed to stretch, each second heavy and slow, even though she knew the counter-missile was screaming forward at over Mach 2. A nearby monitor switched to a crystal-clear view of the maneuvering fast boat, magnified so sharply it felt like it was just outside the window. The two symbols merged on the display. "Good kill," Cummings announced, but the relief was cut short by a sharp cry from across the room. "Second missile in the air from Romeo 01. "Firing," Cummings responded, the sequence this time unfolding in a heartbeat. Over the 1MC, another order rang out, "Launch the alert 5 fighters." Katie watched palms damp as the new tracks converged. The tactical action officer leaned toward the XO, then barked, "Air Charger, kill Romeo 1, kill Romeo 2, air, I," a voice acknowledged. Katie guessed Charger was the call sign for the two MH-60 Seahawks already airborne. How long would it take to get the alert F-35s off the deck? Several minutes at least. Those helicopters weren't just for transport or search and rescue. They were multi-role platforms equipped for anti-surface warfare too, armed with their own modern Hellfires, far superior to whatever the Angolan boats had launched on the secondary screen. The high-resolution feed showed the lead fast boat jinking violently at high speed. A tongue of flame spat from its stern-mounted machine gun. Behind it, a second, identical craft weaved erratically. Then a streak of fire crossed the screen from left to right. The lead boat vanished in a sudden, blinding fireball as the Hellfire struck. The monitor whited out momentarily. When the image cleared, all that remained was a shattered hull, listing sharply and belching thick black smoke. The camera panned, keeping the second boat in frame. An abrupt flash erupted from the left side of the screen, and the second vessel was swallowed by another explosion. "Good kill," the sailor designated as air reported. But the respite was fleeting. "Teo, signals, SLQ-32, shows own ship painted from the shore." The sailor's tone was urgent. "XON2 confirms those two P5 radars are active on the beach. Are we cleared to engage? Air can route the F-35s. "Stand by," the XO replied, moving toward the door to the Landing Force Operations Center. Through the opening, Katie could see the Marine colonel looking into the Combat Information Center. Commander O'Melia hurried toward him, but before he could reach the doorway, another shout cut through the tension. "Tau! Signals! Missile launch from the beach! Guns!" the Tau snapped. "Got him, sir," Cummings answered, her voice oddly calm now, a stark contrast to the frantic drumming of Katie's own heart. She had no clue what a P5 designation meant, but own ship clearly referred to the vessel she stood on, and a missile was inbound from the coastline. "Weapons free," a voice confirmed. Her eyes darted to the main display, where two fresh trajectories converged, one extending from their own position and another originating from the opposite shore of Luanda Bay, near the Marines' planned landing zone. "Air Team, Tau, are the Lightnings are airborne," the tactical action officer barked. Katie grasped the implication instantly. They were under attack. Their rules of engagement now authorized an immediate response. "Airborne and weapons hot, sir," came the reply. "Engage that coastal launch site." "Aye, sir," the sailor responded, leaning into his headset microphone. The speed of events left Katie's mind reeling, a familiar sensation from her time on the Blackfish and the Jason Dunham. She steadied herself against a console just as the feed on a secondary monitor, previously showing the smoldering wreckage of two attack boats, switched to a new image. Her experience as an intelligence analyst made the perspective recognizable, a heads-up display from a military fighter cockpit. This one, however, was far more advanced than any she'd studied, its symbology largely alien to her. But when a green-bordered diamond stabilized on the screen and flashed red, she knew precisely what it meant. An instant later, twin missiles streaked toward the shoreline, the red marker now fixed over what she presumed was the enemy battery in Luanda. "Splash, good kill," a voice announced. She glanced back at the tactical plot, seeing the inbound hostile track vanish as it intersected with their defensive fire. She'd almost forgotten the mortal threat that had been racing toward the Kearsarge. "Launch site destroyed," another voice reported. The HUD feed, now identified as from a Marine F-35B, showed a blossoming fireball and smoke on the beach where the battery had stood. "Looks like Black Sheep Squadron toasted them before a second launch." "All right, everyone," the AO said, clapping his hands once. "Solid work, but keep your heads on a swivel. This party isn't over until our Marines have that beachhead. Scrutinize all surface contacts and monitor the JIC for any new threat warnings." A low buzz of conversation and a few relieved fist bumps filled the space. "What's your business here?" She turned to find Commander O'Melia standing behind the watch officer, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on her. "Shouldn't you be in the Joint Intelligence Center, sir?" "I'm Lieutenant Commander Ryan," she started. "I know exactly who you are, Commander." O'Melia cut her off. "But we've got a real-world fight happening, and this isn't your station. Why are you in my CIC?" "Well, sir," she began to explain her assignment to the amphibious group, then caught herself realizing he meant her presence here now. "Sir, I want to get my team off your ship and onto the beach where we can be more effective. I understand the command staff is operating from the embassy. I need authorization." The executive officer jerked a thumb toward the hatch leading to the Joint Logistics Operations Center. "That's a question for Colonel Crocker, Ryan," O'Melia stated. "He owns the beachhead, or he will in about 20 minutes, provided we keep his landing craft from getting sunk. Only he can grant you shore access." "Thank you, sir," she said. "Don't thank me," the XO replied with a wry, tired smile. "Personally, I'd rather dodge another missile salvo than have to ask a Marine colonel for a taxi ride." She pressed her lips together, searching for a retort, but the XO was already moving to confer with the Tau. Katie released a long breath and headed for the Landing Force Operations Center. The old saying about jumping from the frying pan into the fire felt uncomfortably literal. But her brother and 3 other civilians were missing, held somewhere in the tangled streets of Luanda by hostile forces. The embassy was her best chance to find them. She was absolutely determined not to accept a refusal. 37. Presidential Palace of the Upper City, Pedro Furtado Street, Luanda, Angola, 11:02 a.m., local time. Baptista threw his disposable phone onto the desk as it once again went straight to a recording stating the number could not receive messages. Seema had promised Chinese support would be discreet, but that shouldn't mean the man would ignore calls from the head of state. He understood China's desire to remain in the shadows until the situation stabilized, in fact. That worked perfectly for his own plans, framing this as a struggle for the soul of Angola rather than a proxy war over its resources. But surely Sima realized that refusing a call from the nation's acting leader was a profound insult. Would the Chinese embassy have dared ignore President Luemba? The thought burned. With de Souza and the military now firmly behind him, Baptista was, for all practical purposes, already in charge. His official inauguration was merely a ceremonial step away. He fought the impulse to call again. Repeated attempts would seem desperate, and desperation was a weakness. If they want our mineral wealth and that naval base, they'll have to come to me. A sharp knock sounded at the door. "Enter," he snapped. The soldier who stepped inside was visibly terrified. As a former member of the PFU who had only recently been folded into the Angolan army, the young man knew exactly what could happen when someone delivered bad news to Baptista. "What is it?" Baptista demanded, watching the kid sweat from a cautious distance. "I have unfavorable news, sir," the soldier stammered, his hands shaking on his rifle, his lip quivering in time. Clearly, he'd drawn the short straw to be the messenger. Baptista kept his expression stern while inwardly smiling. He relished the fear he inspired. It had been a cornerstone of his power. But today, there was no need for terror. He had a fair idea what news was coming. "It's all right," he said, his tone unexpectedly calm. "Unless you're here to confess your own failure, you have nothing to fear. I serve the people, you included. What do you need to say?" The soldier looked slightly relieved but remained tense. "Mr. President, I regret to report that the operation against the American fleet was unsuccessful." Baptista closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were glistening with what appeared to be emotion. Then he couldn't help but laugh. The soldier stared, bewildered, his eyebrows knitting together in confusion. "Come now, come closer," Baptista said, waving him forward. The young man took 2 hesitant steps toward the desk. "You and the others didn't genuinely believe 2 small boats with a handful of missiles could actually defeat the entire U.S. Navy, did you?" I'm not sure, President Baptista. Well, if you wish to advance in our army, in Angola's army, you should understand our action was meant to give the Americans something to think about, and I assure you we accomplished that. Of course, Baptista knew the attack had likely made the Americans more resolute, not hesitant. He hadn't given them pause, he had given them a story. "What of our boats and crew?" he asked. "Lost, sir," the soldier replied, his shoulders relaxing a fraction. "Destroyed by American missiles, from what I understand. No survivors, and when our army launched a land-based missile, it was intercepted. American fighter jets then destroyed the launch site. 17 of our men were killed." Baptista arranged his features into a mask of solemnity. "Their sacrifice will be remembered," he intoned, holding the gaze of the now thoroughly perplexed soldier who had never before seen this performative, almost paternal side of the leader he both revered and feared, of course. The young officer replied, lowering his gaze respectfully. Baptista thanked him for the report, though he wasn't entirely certain what the polished new rank insignia on the crisp uniform signified. The soldier snapped to attention, delivered a sharp salute, and then hurried from the room, visibly relieved to be departing under his own power. Leaning back in his chair, Baptista allowed himself a thin smile. De Souza's readiness to expend men and naval fastboats was revealing. He would have understood even better than Baptista himself that it was a suicide run, a deliberate sacrifice. Yet he had complied without hesitation. That very compliance spoke volumes about his loyalty to Baptista and to Angola's new future. A part of Baptista sincerely hoped he would not have to sacrifice de Souza as well, though he knew that hope was likely in vain. He lifted the phone from the ornate desk and pressed the top button. "Yes, Mr. President?" A voice answered. The man in the outer office was a civil servant, a holdover from the previous administration. He had been given a choice: serve the new government and keep his life and position, or refuse. He had chosen wisely. Working with Luemba's old staff was a calculated risk, but there were bureaucratic intricacies his own people hadn't yet mastered. By tonight, he decided, I will have my own chief of staff in place, someone I trust without question. Federico, I need to speak with the American president, Baptista said, summoning his most authoritative tone. Can you arrange it? A long silence followed. Baptista could almost hear the man weighing the dire consequences of failure in his mind. He had, after all, seen the former chief of staff carried out in a bag. I believe it can be done, yes, Federico finally said, his voice unsteady. Excellent, Baptista replied. Speed is essential when you contact the Americans. Inform them that President Baptista wishes to discuss peace. Make it clear we are not responsible for the attacks on their navy or their embassy, but that we are actively pursuing those who are. This second pause actually made Baptista smile and emit a soft chuckle. You are serious, sir? Federico stammered. Absolutely, Baptista said, his voice dropping to a cool, steady register. You will find I am an exceedingly serious man, Federico. I will see to it immediately, Mr. President, Baptista set the phone down. Transitions of power were always messy, but they quickly revealed who was reliable and who was not. The true pity, he mused, was that so many of his most devoted followers in the PFU would also become necessary casualties, but such losses were, regrettably, for the greater good. Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C., 5:17 a.m. local time. Ryan sat with his hands in his lap, watching the trio of screens that displayed the expanding marine presence on the distant beach. Every time he lifted his hands to the table, the pent-up, adrenaline-driven urge to tap his fingers became almost overwhelming. The monitors provided a comprehensive, multi-angle view of the foreign soil landing he had authorized. One screen, fed by a dedicated surveillance satellite, showed a crystal-clear overhead view, the beached LCAC and LCU landing craft with Marines and equipment clustered on the sand just west of the coastal road that traced the narrow peninsula forming the western edge of Luanda Bay. 2 armored Humvees and a squad of Marines blocked the road, halting all traffic. A secure perimeter around the landing zone was established with JLTVs and a pair of LAV-25s. On an adjacent screen, a wider, real-time view of Luanda itself was displayed, the slender peninsula where the Marines had landed on the left, and the dense sprawl of the city proper across the water on the right. Thick, dark smoke continued to rise from the northern part of the peninsula, marking the spot where VMFA 214's F-35B jets had obliterated the missile battery at the Luanda Naval Base. Emergency vehicles swarmed the area, battling the flames and aiding the injured. Jack Ryan could only hope the casualties were limited to the soldiers who had fired on the Kearsarge amphibious group and not innocent bystanders. On the main display, a crimson-dashed line traced the Marines' planned route from the beachhead through the urban sprawl and into a multi-block zone highlighted in green, their ultimate objective surrounding the U.S. Embassy. A separate monitor relayed the live tactical feed from the Kearsarge's Combat Information Center, showing the ARG's vessels as friendly green icons. A handful of red markers dotted the coastline north of Luanda, tagged by the battle team as potential hostiles. The convoy is rolling, Mr. President, noted Arnie Van Dam, his chief of staff. Ryan's focus returned to the central screen, which now tracked a column of vehicles. A Humvee led the way, with several transport trucks in the middle and joint light tactical vehicles providing security at the front and rear. A fourth screen activated, offering another wide-angle view of the landing site as the convoy pushed forward. Almost instinctively, Ryan slipped back into his analytical mindset from his CIA days, scrutinizing the dense cityscape for any sign of an ambush. The tightly packed buildings of Luanda made it a perfect place for hidden threats, though he saw no immediate military reaction to the Marine advance. No movement yet from the Army General Headquarters. General Kudrick reported, confirming Ryan's assessment. The large military base sat just a few miles south of the convoy's path. The Marines would also pass close to the Angolan Navy headquarters and a Portuguese cooperation office, but these were largely administrative sites. Ryan's real concern was any mobilization from that main army base or further inland. The Presidential Guard unit, which satellite imagery showed had a sizable motor pool so far, both locations remained quiet. The operational naval base to the north was now just a smoldering ruin, its activity limited to rescue operations. "Perhaps our retaliation made them think twice," murmured one of Secretary Burgess's aides. Kudrick gave a skeptical grunt in response. "The substantial force at the presidential palace is also holding position," added CIA Director Jay Canfield. "But we have no idea what reserves they might have concealed, or who is actually calling the shots," Ryan stated, voicing his primary frustration. The lack of clear command within the Angolan armed forces was deeply troubling. The attackers in the speedboats could have been rogue elements, and they might have even seized control of the naval base's missile system. Identifying the true adversary and determining if they commanded the military was critical. "Mr. President," the urgent voice of Secretary of State Scott Adler cut through the room. Adler was across the table, a secure phone pressed to his ear, his expression tense. "What is it, Scott?" Ryan asked, his own heart rate climbing. "What new crisis had just begun, sir?" "We have an urgent call holding from the presidential palace in Luanda. They're requesting to speak with you immediately." "Is President Luemba safe?" Ryan asked, a flicker of hope cutting through the tension. Maybe this whole nightmare, the coup, the attack, whatever it was finally over. The timing, right after his heated exchange with the Chinese Secretary General Xu Chao, was too convenient to ignore. He pushed that thought aside for now. His priority was getting their people back, especially Kyle. "I'm not certain, Mr. President," Adler replied, his voice strained. "The caller is Victor Baptista, and he's identifying himself as President Baptista." A fresh wave of anger and dread washed over Ryan. "We don't negotiate with terrorists, Scott," he stated firmly. "Tell him he can." "Sir, with respect," Adler interjected calmly, "I fully support that policy, but at this moment, our intelligence on the ground is extremely limited. We're operating in the dark. Baptista leads the PFU." Ryan countered, his tone sharp. "We know that much. The assault on our embassy and the capture of our ambassador and other personnel," he caught himself before saying, "my son," was clearly part of a violent overthrow of an allied government. "I stand by my position." "We do not, Mr. President," Mary Pat interjected, and he turned to face her, his expression still tight. "I advise we take the call. Listening to him could provide critical intelligence we currently lack. We need information." "Agreed," Ryan said, "but it can't be me." Having the President of the United States speak to him directly would grant him a legitimacy he hasn't earned. He placed his hands on the table, drumming his fingers briefly as he considered the options. He turned back to Adler. "Scott, you handle it. Put it on speaker so we can all assess whatever he has to say." "Of course, Mr. President," Adler said, squaring his shoulders and taking a steadying breath, fully aware of the call's significance. He spoke into his secure phone. "Tricia, patch it through to the main line." Leaning forward, he activated the circular speakerphone at the table's center. After a moment, a composed female voice announced, "I have Mr. Baptista for you, Mr. Secretary." A brief, grim smile touched Ryan's lips. His team was the best. Even Adler's assistant knew not to dignify the man with the presidential title. "This is United States Secretary of State Scott Adler." Adler began, his voice authoritative. "To whom am I speaking?" "This is President Victor Baptista of the Republic of Angola," came the reply in accented but fluent English. "It is urgent that I speak with President Ryan. My intention is to assist and to prevent further bloodshed." Adler glanced at Ryan, who gave a slight resigned nod. "The United States recognizes only President Luemba as the legitimate leader of Angola. Mr. Baptista," Adler stated. Our president does not confer legitimacy upon terrorists. However, if you wish to discuss the safe return of the American citizens detained in Luanda, I am prepared to listen. There was a deliberate pause on the line which Ryan noted. This Baptista was clearly calculating, not to be underestimated. Mr. Secretary, I am acutely aware of your diplomatic position, and I even understand your current misconceptions about my role. Misconceptions? Adler cut in, his voice rising. Are you not Victor Baptista, the acknowledged leader of the PFU terrorist organization? I believe I know precisely who you are. And let me be clear, if any harm comes to the Americans you are holding, your name will be known worldwide for the worst reasons. I know my president, and I can promise you we will respond decisively. This is precisely the misconception I referenced, Baptista replied, his tone unnervingly cool, and Ryan felt another pang of reluctant respect for the man's composure. For a significant period, I was indeed a member of the PFU, a nationalist political group that, during my involvement, was solely dedicated to building a better future for our nation and its citizens. As the organization's tactics grew increasingly extreme and violent, I severed all ties. My role now is simply that of an independent activist. Your intuition, however, is accurate. While definitive proof is still forthcoming, I strongly suspect the PFU orchestrated the assault on your embassy. Your suggestion that I unlawfully seized power in a coup is another incorrect assumption. Mr. Secretary Baptista replied with a weary sigh. There has been no coup. What has occurred is a profound betrayal by former President Luemba. Although he may not have directly planned the attack on your personnel, an attack on America. Our greatest ally and partner intelligence suggests he knowingly permitted the PFU, aided by a foreign state, to carry out this atrocity for his own benefit. When elements within our government and military uncovered this plot, Luemba was placed under house arrest to await trial. In this crisis, I was called upon as a patriot to serve as interim president, only until elections can restore a permanent leader. When pressed to name the foreign nation involved, Baptista remained guarded. In the interest of global stability, I believe it is prudent to withhold that accusation until I possess more concrete evidence, which I anticipate very soon. At that point, it would be best to share such sensitive information directly and privately with President Ryan. Adler, masterfully steering the discussion, acknowledged this and shifted focus. I will convey that to the president, who is personally managing this situation. So, what is it you're requesting from us, if not the immediate release of our ambassador and other unlawfully detained citizens? I am uncertain what remains to discuss. What I want aligns perfectly with your own goals and those of President Ryan, Mr. Secretary, Baptista stated firmly. I desire the safe return of your hostages and the restoration of peaceful ties between our countries. I demand swift justice and punishment for all responsible parties, including those who enabled this tragedy. Furthermore, I seek a prosperous partnership with the United States, a far more reliable ally than those who would exploit Angola for their own strategic gain and to establish military dominance in the South Atlantic. You are referring to China, Adler interjected sharply. I have perhaps said too much already, Mr. Adler. But time is critical. I can assist you in locating and rescuing your hostages if you agree to partner with me. While some military leaders have betrayed the Republic, the majority now stand loyal and ready to help. I wish only to offer that assistance. And what do you expect in return? Adler asked. I expect nothing but peace, Baptista answered. However, to greatly reduce the risk of further violence and bloodshed, it would be prudent for you to withdraw your soldiers from our capital. This is a volatile period, and I cannot guarantee their security as numerous factions with conflicting loyalties are currently active. That is not possible until our people are recovered, Adler stated, exchanging a confirming glance with President Ryan. He then added pointedly, and I must remind you that your forces attacked ours, an act of war. That was not my doing, Baptista countered, and it was not the action of those in our proud military who remain loyal to the Angolan people. It is undeniable that violent factions of the radical PFU had managed to infiltrate the military ranks, a profound failure of the previous Luemba government. We are confident the majority of these traitors have been identified and neutralized. This, however, pertains primarily to the command structure. I must concede that deeper radicalized elements likely remain embedded within our forces undetected. We are actively pursuing them, but until this purge is complete, I must warn you that a tangible threat persists for your personnel. Adler allowed the silence to stretch, letting Baptista stew in the uncomfortable quiet. After a deliberate pause, he responded, "Should evidence confirm that rogue military actors and not your government are responsible, you will have our gratitude. If the opposite proves true, you will face the full fury of a provoked nation, Mr. Baptista. In the interim, understand this. Our Marines are exceptionally proficient at delivering a swift and decisive response to any aggression during this mission to recover our citizens and secure the embassy, which we consider American soil. For the safety of your own population, I strongly advise you to use every available means to prevent attacks on our forces. We seek to avoid further bloodshed, but our Marines are formidable in their own defense. They are also a precise instrument of national policy. If a constructive partnership with the United States is your genuine aim, then I suggest you employ whatever authority you currently possess to ensure the safe return of every American held in Luanda." "I shall exert all possible influence," Baptista replied, his tone unctuous. "Our communications channel naturally remains available. As I acquire any relevant intelligence, I will share it promptly so we may collaborate toward our mutual objectives." Without further comment, Adler reached forward and terminated the connection. He then turned to meet Ryan's gaze. "Exceptionally handled, Scott," Ryan stated, and he meant it. He privately doubted he could have managed the exchange with such finesse. Adler was not only a more skilled diplomat with a cooler temperament, but Ryan had to admit his own judgment was further clouded by anxiety for his son. "What's the assessment?" he asked the room. "I think he's lying through his teeth," Kudrick stated bluntly, crystallizing the prevailing sentiment. Ryan nodded his agreement and looked to Adler. "Quite possibly," Adler qualified, "but we require certainty. It may be premature to sever this contact entirely until we have confirmation. Meanwhile, we have a significant number of young Marines in a precarious situation, depending on our accuracy." Secretary of Defense Burgess noted, "If radicalized soldiers remain within the Angolan army and PFU militants are still at large, this environment is a tinderbox waiting for a single spark." "Bob is correct," Jay Canfield concurred. "But we need more data. I cannot verify his claims about abandoning the PFU, but I also lack evidence to disprove them, not at this hour. We are aware of Luemba's extensive financial entanglement with China. Frankly, that strategic Chinese foothold was the very reason our DIA team was deployed. I'm not alleging personal corruption, but with billions invested in the Angolan economy, his allegiances were undoubtedly tilted. Given that kickbacks are a commonplace operational reality in the region, the possibility is very real. Baptista may be entirely fraudulent, as the general suggests. I will dedicate all resources to ascertain the truth." "Time is a luxury we don't have, Jay," Ryan cautioned. "I am aware, Mr. President," Canfield replied. "My understanding is the ONI team is en route to the embassy to integrate with my remaining CIA assets. They are fully briefed on the stakes." "Proceed," Ryan said, signaling the meeting's end. Internally, a knot of dread tightened in his stomach. His consuming worry for Kyle had, until that moment, completely overshadowed any thought of what Katie might be enduring. The thought had crossed his mind that his daughter, given her rapid ascent in naval intelligence, could be tied to the Office of Naval Intelligence's side of things. He never dreamed that connection might pull her directly into a combat theater he was responsible for orchestrating. "All right, everyone, let's move," he said, signaling the end of the briefing. The room emptied quickly, aides collecting materials as they filed out. Jack Ryan held Mary Pat back with a light touch on her elbow, waiting for the door to shut. "You holding up, Jack?" she asked, her expression etched with concern. The president looked utterly drained, as if trapped in a relentless bad dream. "I know it's not my place to ask, but Kathy is in a terrible state right now. I need to know what we're dealing with. Mary Pat, tell me straight. Is Katie headed for our embassy in Luanda?" Mary Pat let out a slow breath and shook her head, closing her eyes briefly. "Good Lord, Jack," she murmured. "With the crisis unfolding, it never even occurred to me. I truly don't have that information. But knowing her, she's every bit Jack Ryan's daughter. It wouldn't shock me in the slightest. I'll make discreet inquiries." "Only when there's a spare moment, Mary Pat," he insisted, a pang of guilt hitting him. Strip away the presidency, and he'd be just another frantic parent, with a child in the line of fire, powerless to get answers. "Knowing won't alter the operational reality." "Understood," she replied, giving his arm a reassuring squeeze. "We'll bring him home, Jack. Let's bring every single one of them home," he corrected, his voice firm. "And we needed it done yesterday." With a nod, she departed. Ryan remained seated, emotionally spent and physically weary. After a few more minutes gathering himself, he stood and made his way back to the Oval Office. The workload awaiting him was immense. Near the top of that list was checking on Kathy to see how she was enduring the strain. U.S. Embassy, Luanda, Angola, local time 1:12 p.m. Katie Ryan was undeniably in a war zone. Securing permission to disembark with the support battalion had been surprisingly straightforward. Colonel Crocker had worn a stern expression and grumbled about sending what he termed REMS to the embassy. But his agreement came swiftly, almost as if the ship's command was relieved to see her ONI team depart the USS Kearsarge. Now, as the noise of the MH-60S helicopter faded above them, she forced herself to focus on the CIA station chief's briefing while they descended the metal stairs from the roof landing pad. The weight of her decision pressed on her. She had led her team into danger, regardless of whatever shaky guarantees the coup leader, Victor Baptista, had supposedly offered her father. Ironic, isn't it? Fleeing a perfectly good warship to voluntarily walk into a besieged capital. Yet, being here on the ground, surrounded by Marines, CIA officers, and special operators, felt strangely more secure than waiting helplessly below decks for the next missile alert. When she'd voiced that sentiment to Bubba, he'd just rolled his eyes while Kanza had chuckled and shot back. "For crying out loud, Ryan, you're in the Navy, act like it." He wasn't wrong, technically, but terra firma, even angry terra firma, just felt better. She'd experienced the terrifying confined violence of naval combat firsthand, from the bridge of the Blackfish during a torpedo attack to the tense chaos of the USS Jason Dunham's Combat Information Center during a missile duel. Service on the sharp end at sea was no game for the timid. She pushed aside the look of paternal concern on Kanza's face, which was beginning to grate on her nerves. She adjusted the heavy bag on her shoulder as they reached the stairwell's base and moved down a corridor, presumably toward a secure compartment. Her irritation, she knew, wasn't really about Kanza. He was just a convenient target. She was itching to get started, to turn Pettigrew and his analytical genius loose, and to dive into the puzzle herself, to find the hostages and identify exactly who had taken them. The embassy compound itself was a hive of controlled urgency, a stark contrast to the tense stillness she'd left behind at sea. It always started with the question of why, which would inevitably point toward who and then where. Alongside Kanza and Goose Horgan, Katie needed to pick up the trail that would lead her to Kyle and to the others, of course. Saving them all was the only acceptable outcome, not just her brother. More than once, it had crossed her mind that Horgan, being deep within the Defense Intelligence Agency, might have already known Kyle was among the missing Kanza, had assured her that wasn't true. But Katie wasn't entirely convinced. She was aware she'd arrived at the embassy ready for a fight. Logically, she knew none of these people were to blame for Kyle's abduction. But she desperately needed a target for her fury. Someone close enough to confront. It wasn't fair, but her anger was a live wire, and until she could point it at the right enemy, the officials in charge of embassy security would have to do. Our immediate focus is naturally on locating the hostages. CIA Station Chief Freddie Vincent was saying, half-turning as he guided Katie Kanza and Bubba into the Emergency Operations Center. Our focus is on rescuing them, Katie cut in, her voice sharp. Not just pinning them on a map. Right, of course. But that's implied. We can't very well rescue them if we don't know where they are, he replied, sounding weary. She fixed him with a steely gaze. We're not working on implications, Freddie. I need everyone crystal clear on our objectives. In my line of work, assumptions get people killed. You know what they say about assuming, don't you? I suppose you'll tell me, Freddie said, a tired smile touching his lips. It makes an ass out of you and me, Katie stated flatly. The old joke landed with a thud in the tense room. Freddie managed a weak chuckle. Message received, no assumptions. He then gestured to a man approaching. This is Julio Tejada, the embassy's regional security officer. He'll be your direct liaison for communications, tech, and any coordination needs during your stay. Commander Ryan, Tejada said, extending his hand. That's right, Katie said, shaking it firmly. Let's be clear, this EOC will serve as our tactical operations center for the duration of the rescue and counterterrorism mission here in Luanda. We'll rely on your ground-level expertise, but we are not observers. The ONI task force is in command for this operation. Understood, ma'am, Tejada said, and with the ghost of a smile added, no assumptions. Now we're talking, Katie said, feeling the first slight easing of her guard. These men might actually be competent. However, Tejada continued, his expression turning solemn, I'd ask you to remember those are our people out there. They're not just a mission objective. They're our family. It's not their fault. Kyle was taken, the rational part of her mind repeated. She took a breath. Understood, she conceded, softening her tone. And I apologize. We're all on the same team here. Tejada gave a tight, approving nod to his CIA colleague, but Katie, still bristling with pent-up urgency, wasn't finished. She turned back to Freddie. When was the last time you slept? She asked bluntly. She'd only just met him, but the signs of utter exhaustion were unmistakable. Honestly? Maybe 2 days ago, Vincent admitted, running a shaky hand through his disheveled hair. Katie exchanged a look with Kanza, whose concerned expression mirrored her own. Freddie Vincent was running on fumes and was a liability in this state. He needed rest before he collapsed. I appreciate the briefing, Katie said, her voice firm but not unkind. But you're no good to anyone like this. Get some sleep. The irony of her giving sleep advice while running on little more than caffeine and dread herself was not lost on her. Freddie glanced at Tejada, who offered a confident, reassuring nod. Letting out a slow breath, Freddie managed a tired smile. I should probably listen to you and get some rest. Tejada can handle things here until I'm back. Honestly, I think I've officially maxed out what caffeine can do for a person. He paused, his expression turning more serious. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry about Kyle. Knowing he's your brother, I understand how personal this is. You know exactly what we mean when we talk about family. She remained silent, finding no useful words to offer in response. As Freddie headed off to finally sleep, she shifted her focus to Tejada. He appeared steady without the jittery exhaustion or bloodshot eyes Freddie had shown, but she needed to be sure. I have to ask you the same question I asked Freddie. When did you last get any real sleep? Right before your team was due to arrive, ma'am. I caught a solid 3-hour nap. I'm fully alert and ready, Tejada replied. Good, she said, moving directly to the matter at hand. As the regional security officer, embassy security falls under your purview, correct? Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Given the emergency operations center appears untouched, I'm assuming the insurgents never breached this specific area during the attack? That assumption is correct. They did not gain access here. Do you have security camera footage covering the entire incursion period? She was certain that locating the hostages began with identifying their captors. Victor Baptista's claim that some unrelated rogue faction was holding them, and that he was merely here to assist, was not to be taken at face value. However, just as she had cautioned Tejada, she couldn't afford to operate on assumptions alone. "We do," Tejada confirmed. "We took the initiative to review and compile what we believed were the most relevant segments for your team." He gestured for her to follow him to a computer station where his fingers moved quickly across the keyboard. "This is a composite feed stitched together from several camera angles. On the screen, Katie watched as two teams of insurgents forced open a door in an embassy hallway and entered a room. Moments later, they emerged, dragging an unconscious man and roughly guiding a terrified woman at gunpoint. "That's Kyle being dragged out first," Tejada narrated. "The woman is Madison Bennett." He anticipated her next question. "Bennett is a member of the ambassador's administrative staff. She isn't part of Freddie's contingent." Katie's eyes stayed fixed on the monitor. The footage showed the terrorists carrying Kyle's limp form down a flight of stairs, prodding Madison forward with their rifles. They eventually exited the embassy building, where black hoods were placed over both hostages' heads before they were loaded into the back of a cargo van. Shortly after, a second insurgent squad arrived with two additional hostages, another man and woman. "Is that Ambassador Gonsalves?" Katie asked. "Yes. The man with her is Eric Ottinger. He's one of my DSS agents, part of the ambassador's personal protection detail. He was with her when the attack began," Tejada explained. "Ottinger had a dark, wet stain on the back of his shirt near his left shoulder. His hunched posture and pained movements made the injury obvious." "It looks like he might have been shot," Katie said, leaning closer to the screen. "That's my assessment as well," Tejada agreed. "It doesn't surprise me. Eric is a solid operator. He wouldn't have let them take the ambassador without putting up a fight." Just as with the first pair, the ambassador and Ottinger were also hooded and forced into a van. Both vehicles then sped away from the embassy grounds, disappearing from the camera's view. The video ended. "Please tell me you tracked those vans," Katie said, turning to Tejada. "Our ground camera coverage ends there, but the CIA had aerial surveillance focused on the embassy at the time," he replied. He closed the video file and opened another. "We've analyzed all the footage. We know where the vans went and where the hostages were unloaded." "Where?" she pressed. A new satellite image filled the screen. An overhead view of Luanda. A bright red location marker was positioned in the center of a densely packed residential district. Tejada gestured at the screen. "This is the Bairro Kazenga district, the most densely packed of the 9 municipalities that make up Luanda." Kanza finally spoke, his voice flat. "It's a complete maze. We'll never locate them in there." "Exactly the issue," the RSO replied, his expression grave. "Kazenga crams over 1 million residents into just 14 square miles." Bubba leaned forward, a hint of hope in his voice. "Did the satellite have thermal imaging? Maybe we can follow their heat signatures." Tejada offered a thin, tired smile. He tapped a key, and the satellite view switched to a thermal overlay. The screen instantly bloomed with thousands of glowing human shapes. "Damn," Bubba muttered, slumping back in his chair. "And we're only looking at a quarter-mile square section here," Tejada added. "This is a level of urban density we just don't see back home. And it gets more complicated." "More complicated?" Katie pointed at the chaotic display. "How?" "We've strongly suspected the group behind the attack is the PFU, the Patriotic Front for Unity." Hearing Victor Baptista's name from Washington just confirmed it. If you're not brushed up on Angolan history, the PFU is the militant offshoot of the old UNITA faction. Baptista leads it, and his stated aim is to overthrow the government. so tracking those vans to this neighborhood wasn't a shock. The PFU has been dug into Kazenga for years. The local counter-terror unit, the Grupo de Intervención Rápida, GEAR, has launched raid after raid on suspected safe houses, trying to grab Baptista. Rumor is they always come up empty. Now, this next part is unconfirmed, but a local source told Freddie the reason. The PFU has spent the last decade building a network of tunnels under these streets. They can surface practically anywhere. A cold dread settled in Katie's gut. "I know," Tejada said, noting her expression. "In my view, this was always the plan. Breach the embassy, take hostages, and extract them to a location where they hold every advantage. They've evaded raids on their own turf by disappearing underground, like prairie dogs. I'd bet that's their play now." Katie fixed him with a sharp look. "Sorry," he said, with a slightly embarrassed shrug. "No betting, just assessing." "Tell me about this Baptista guy," Kanza said. "Is he your standard issue extremist, or something different?" "That's more Freddie's area," Tejada admitted. "But from our briefings, I'd say different. First, he's not a jihadist. I'm not even sure Baptista is religious. His goal is purely political power. Freddie says the CIA was aligned with UNITA when Baptista was a young fighter in the Civil War. Baptista ended up on the losing side." "Which tells us two things," Kanza interjected. "He understands how we work, and he's probably nursing a serious grudge about being left behind." Katie recalled the briefing. "According to intelligence reports, Baptista claims he's no longer with the PFU, that they became too radical for him. He says he can use his old connections to help us get our people back." "Yeah, well, like I said, that's Freddie's lane. But if you want my 2 cents?" "I want everyone's 2 cents," Katie stated. "Then my opinion is that Baptista is lying through his teeth," Tejada said bluntly. "Our security briefs have consistently linked him to PFU operations since I arrived. Trust me, he's a brutal piece of work. A radical, violent PFU isn't a new development, and it's not something a man like Victor Baptista would have a problem with. Let's also not forget that after losing CIA and State Department support decades ago, he is decidedly not a friend of the United States." Bubba frowned. "So you're saying this is his payback?" Kanza slowly shook his head, his own skepticism clear. "It looks like he's making another attempt at what he failed to do before, seizing control of the country. But rather than viewing us as possible allies, he's decided we're the enemy. Guys like this are obsessed with payback, but for them, power always comes first. We saw the same pattern with the Mujahideen overseas. So you're suggesting the embassy assault was just a single move in a bigger play to overthrow the government? That it was all part of a scheme to capture President Luemba?" Kanza glanced at Katie, then offered a faint grin. "That's my read anyway." Part of her wanted to smack him for that smug look, but another part appreciated him helping her stay focused. She tried to return the smile, but ended up just shaking her head. "Let's treat it as a working theory, which means we've got our work cut out for us. John, link up with Captain Camperos and draft a plan to strike the PFU safe houses in the Kazenga district. I know it won't be simple. They've got those tunnels, and they're expecting us to come, but we can't just sit around and do nothing." "Understood," John replied, his tone firm. "No disrespect to the Angolan forces, but the Marsoc Raiders aren't the Giroir. We're better equipped. We've got top-tier operators, and we're driven. I'll put a package together with Camperos." "Good," Katie said, then turned to Bubba. "While John handles that, you and I are going to dig into Baptista's network of contacts inside the Angolan government, and more critically, inside the military. The Angolans have been unusually quiet since this all went down, almost detached. That silence seems to have started even before his so-called invitation to lead temporarily. I would have expected a much stronger response: local police, SWAT teams, GIR counter-terror units, or military special forces reinforcing our embassy security." She looked toward Tejada. "You've been operating solo since the riot, right?" Tejada nodded. Yeah, it's not what I anticipated, and my Angolan security contact isn't answering or returning my calls. A fresh surge of adrenaline cut through Katie's fatigue. She put a hand on Bubba's shoulder. We need to move. If Baptista has been running several ops at once, we might already be behind. She turned her gaze to Tasheda, then to Kanza and Horgan. If Baptista truly is already in power, then at least some units of the Angolan military here in Luanda must be siding with him. Otherwise, he would have failed by now, and you'd be hearing from the country's leadership. What does that mean for us? Horgan asked, and Katie could hear the concern in her voice. It means we might be facing more than just a terrorist group, Kanza pointed out. Katie added, it also means it's a very good thing the 22nd MEU is here with us. Because if we're trying to rescue our people from a well-armed military, then we're playing a completely different game. Part 3, Guard Against the Impostures of Pretended Patriotism. George Washington 40 Oval Office, the White House. Washington, D.C., 7:24 a.m. local time. Ryan sat behind the resolute desk, the phone pressed to his ear as he waited for his call to Kathy to go through. He felt a deep, weary exhaustion unlike anything he could recall. If flames suddenly erupted in the Oval Office, he wasn't sure he'd have the strength to get up and leave. It wasn't just age, and it wasn't merely the pressure of the presidency. It was all of that combined with the crushing emotional, even spiritual weight of knowing his son was held by brutal men. And so far, nothing he had done had changed that. And it was the agony of watching the woman he loved struggle in a way he had never seen before. Through all his years in dangerous situations, Kathy had always been the steady anchor, the perfect partner and mother. She had given and supported him just like countless other military spouses and mothers, putting on a brave face day after day without ever letting her own struggles show. As the phone continued to ring, Jack wondered if the relentless demands of his life and duty had finally become too heavy a burden for her to carry. He was nearly ready to end the call when her voice finally came through, quiet and tight. "Jack, is there something?" she asked, the words thick with tears. He could hear she'd been weeping. Perhaps it was time she joined him at the White House, so they could face whatever came next, side by side. "Nothing new, my love," he replied, forcing his own sorrow and regret down deep. "How are you managing?" "I'm trying," she said, and then her tone grew sharper. "I'm scared for our son, Jack." He isn't like his brother. He doesn't have that same toughness for all of this. "I understand," Jack said, the truth of her words hitting him hard. "But I believe Kyle has more strength inside him than any of us realize." "I pray you're right," Kathy answered. "Does Katie know what's happening?" "I believe she does," he told her. "What do you mean you believe she does?" His wife's voice went flat. "Have you spoken with her, Jack?" "Not directly, sweetheart," he admitted. "She's on assignment. She's away right now." "Away?" Kathy's reply was instant and sharp. "Are you saying she's caught up in this mess as well?" "No, it's not like that. She's an intelligence analyst. She's coordinating a team to help find him and the others. That didn't stop you before from sending her onto a submarine in the middle of a crisis with the Russians or whatever secret nonsense that was," she fired back. Then, after a heavy silence, her voice softened. "I'm sorry, Jack. You didn't deserve that. None of this is on you. I'll be okay. I promise I will. I love you. I love you too," he said, adding gently, "I know it's a pressure cooker here, but the residence feels empty without you. Just say when, and we can have you here in no time." He understood why she needed to be somewhere else, surrounded by the familiar comforts of home rather than the cold formality of the White House. But if he was being honest, having her close would be a balm for his own frayed nerves. "That's kind of you, and now I feel terrible. I should have asked how you're really doing." A faint smile touched his lips. Kathy had always been the emotional anchor for their entire family, himself included. I'm getting by. He wanted to tell her he was absolutely sure, down to his core, that Kyle was alive. But that was instinct, not evidence. He longed for her to share in that fragile certainty. Yet he refused to offer empty promises, even as he clung to a sliver of hope for himself. He settled on a middle ground. I know he's safe, Kathy. We will bring him home. The entire 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit is on the ground there now, and that's their sole mission. I know. Thank you, Jack. I love you. I love you too, he replied. He set the phone down and let out a weary sigh. But before he could even take another breath, the intercom buzzed. Yes, Director Foley is here to see you, Mr. President. Send her in, he said, pushing himself up from the leather chair, a tangled knot of hope and dread tightening in his chest. The moment Mary Pat stepped inside, her expression told him this wasn't a catastrophic update, but it wasn't a breakthrough either. He sank back into his seat and motioned toward one of the chairs facing the desk. "What's the situation, Mary Pat?" he asked. She remained standing behind the chair, her posture suggesting she wouldn't be staying long. "Just wanted to brief you face-to-face, Jack," she stated. He gave a quick nod. "The MEU has secured their position and established a perimeter around the embassy compound. That perimeter now extends to include the academic wing of the medical school on the eastern side. The maternity hospital within the complex remains under university management, but we have security personnel inside. The forward surgical team has set up a casualty receiving station in the outpatient surgery center, which is now serving as the MEU's forward supply cache. We control an area spanning roughly 2 city blocks. Is command and control operating from inside the embassy?" he asked. He already knew what she was going to say, but he needed her to say it anyway. "Correct," Mary Pat confirmed. "Our intelligence presence on the ground has been integrated into the Joint Task Force, which is now being led by Lieutenant Commander Ryan." Hearing his daughter's official title spoken aloud sent a fresh pang of guilt through him. He hadn't sent Katie into Luanda, yet he wasn't shocked she had found her way there. Their location, he tightened his jaw, forcing the question out. "Where are they being held, Mary Pat?" "Our most recent intel places them in the Bairo Kazenga district. It's an extremely crowded neighborhood with a labyrinth of tunnels built over decades to hide the PFU from the National Police, particularly the GIR, which officially labels them a terrorist group." She must have noticed the shadow crossing his face because she hurried to add, "But our team hasn't lost hope, Jack. The raiders are ready to move the instant we can pinpoint a location. But will that be soon enough?" The unspoken question hung in the air. "Jack, from everything we see, Baptista isn't looking for a political ransom. He's using the hostages as a prop to make his power grab look legitimate. Honestly, if anything happens to them, it makes him look weak and unstable." "Are you telling me you're convinced Baptista is the one holding them?" "Not convinced," she said, shaking her head. "But it doesn't really matter who has them. It's in Baptista's own interest to keep them alive and unharmed. His game is to manipulate you, not to start a full-blown war." Ryan gave a slow nod. The reasoning was solid, but in his line of work, cold logic often took a back seat to raw emotion and unpredictable chaos. "All right, what's the timeline for the Raiders' operation?" "I don't have that yet, but I'll get it," she assured him. "Make sure bureaucratic red tape isn't holding anything up, Mary Pat." "I will," she promised, "and I intend to be in the Situation Room when this thing launches." "Of course," she replied. After a brief pause, her tone softened. "How's Kathy holding up?" He managed a thin, weary smile. "She's coping, same as the rest of us." With a sharp nod, she turned for the door. Despite the personal storm raging inside him over Angola, he still had a country to run and a dozen other global crises demanding his attention that day, not least a deteriorating situation in Syria, which he desperately hoped John Clark had under control. There were no timeouts in this job. Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility, SEF, U.S. Embassy, Luanda, Angola, 1812 local time. Katie Ryan sat beside Kanza at the skiff conference table, joined by Goose Horgan, Bubba, Freddie, Tejada, and the two Marines, Major Merriweather and Captain Camperos. Resting her elbows on the polished mahogany, Katie fixed her eyes on the star-shaped polycom phone in the center as a tense, disembodied voice crackled through the speaker. The voice belonged to Henrique Gomez, Deputy Chief of Staff to the Director General of Angola's Criminal Investigation Service. Officially, Gomes was not a CIA asset, but as Freddie had earlier noted, he was someone who had become comfortable with sharing information on a regular basis. Katie had never spoken with the man before and had no baseline for his normal demeanor, but the Gomes on the phone now sounded utterly terrified. His words tumbled out in a hushed, rapid-fire rhythm, making her picture him crouched in some dark closet, praying to finish the call before he was discovered. Yet, because of his fear-driven courage, they now understood the situation was far more dire than any of them had feared. President Luemba had been deposed. Baptista controlled both the government and the military, and according to Gomes, he intended to proclaim himself interim president before the night was over. The story that Baptista had been invited to lead by those who arrested Luemba for treason was, unsurprisingly, the first of what Katie suspected would be countless lies from the former PFU commander. The coup caught Jose completely off guard. Gomes was saying, referring to his boss, Jose Silva, the Director General of the SIC. The line crackled with static, underscoring the danger of the call. Baptista had countless allies operating in the shadows across every level of government and the armed forces. The fact that his scheme remained completely undetected borders on the miraculous. Honestly, no one anticipated this, not a single soul. Freddie pressed for more. What about opposition? Is anyone rallying behind Luemba? If there's any organized pushback, I haven't seen it. Gomes replied. The entire cabinet has been arrested. They're under heavy military guard, waiting for whatever trial Baptista cooks up. Who's left to challenge General de Souza? He commands the whole military. His voice suddenly tightened with panic. I hear footsteps. I have to go. The call cut out. Freddie, having actually followed Katie's advice and caught some sleep, looked refreshed and focused. He switched off the speaker and met her gaze. Katie let out a long, slow breath. Well, there's our confirmation. Baptista is running the show now. Not if we do something about it, Freddie countered. There might still be a window to act. That's not our call to make, Kansa said flatly. That decision sits way above our pay grade. True, Freddie stretched the word, but it doesn't mean we just sit here and twiddle our thumbs. There's a lot we can handle while we wait for Washington to figure out what they want. Katie nodded. You're both right in a way. Our immediate job is to get this intel up the chain. The White House needs to understand this was a violent military coup, not some smooth, scandal-driven transition. They have to know the Army is all in. We could make the case, Freddie suggested, that Baptista used his PFU cronies to stage that embassy attack as a false flag just to create the chaos he needed. And now you think he'll throw those same PFU buddies under the bus to cement his power? Horgan just shrugged. Would it really shock you? Kansa shook his head. No, he admitted. Probably not. Katie exhaled sharply, her frustration evident. I agree with the theory, but speculation isn't proof. We need hard evidence, and the best source for that would be Luemba and his detained ministers. She held up a hand. But that's a Stage 2 problem. Right now, Stage 1 is solely about the American hostages. Once they're secure, Washington can debate what to do about Baptista, which could very well mean directing us to provide military and intelligence support to Luemba's faction. Freddie pointed out, we'd likely get tasked with that. Katie brushed the comment aside. Stage 2? She repeated firmly. For now, we focus on preparing a rescue mission for our 4 people. She turned to Major Merriweather, the company commander. Major, once we get the green light from the White House for a rescue operation, how long would your team need to be ready? Ma'am, I already have the authority for hostage recovery, Merriweather stated. Our orders from the MEU are clear and broad. Secure the embassy and protect American lives by any means necessary. Colonel Crocker views retrieving our personnel as falling squarely under that mandate. Listening to him, Katie caught a faint echo of her father's resolve. It was almost as if Jack Ryan were speaking through the Marine officer from the Oval Office, thousands of miles away. She supposed, in a way, he was, in that case. How long until your team is prepared to move? Merriweather glanced at Captain Camperos. The Marine captain's mouth quirked into a lopsided, confident smirk. We're Marines, ma'am. We're born ready. You've got to love the Marines, Katie thought, feeling her own grin mirror his. Then, unless anyone objects, let's switch tracks and start planning this operation. Lieutenant Konza had a wealth of experience in these situations. Wouldn't you agree, John? Konza, a former Navy SEAL from the most elite tier with countless missions behind him, replied simply, I'm ready to assist in any way needed. From anyone else, she might have accepted the statement without a second thought. But for just an instant, Katie noticed a subtle, troubled shift in the veteran operator's expression. Konza had left the teams after being wounded, losing his left leg below the knee and now using a prosthetic, though he never voiced it aloud. Katie was convinced that without that injury, Konza would still be serving. Operators like him, Navy SEALs, Army Green Berets, MARSOC Raiders, they didn't leave by choice. They were forced out. She hadn't worked with Konza long, but his courage was unmistakable during the chaotic events in Taiwan. Now she watched him quietly weighing whether to join the raiders on the ground for this operation or to remain and help direct from the command post. She could almost see the debate unfolding in his mind. His exceptional background, training, and instincts would make him a formidable asset in the field. The prosthesis posed a practical challenge, though Konza himself never saw it as a limitation. There was a distinction there, or was there? Regardless of his elite history, the prosthetic would inevitably affect his agility, stamina, pace, and balance. As fit as she was, Katie knew she'd be a hindrance if she tried to operate alongside the Marines on this mission. She wondered if he felt that same tension. What happened next caught Katie completely off guard. Major Merriweather looked at Konza and, without a trace of criticism, asked, Lieutenant, are you suiting up to go with Captain Camperos, or staying here with me to coordinate from the command post? A broad, easygoing grin spread across Konza's face, the first genuine smile she'd seen from him on this trip. Well, Major, as appealing as gearing up sounds, I wouldn't want to show up your men out there. I figure getting outdone by a one-legged seal might bruise some pride, don't you think? Merriweather and Camperos both laughed, and Camperos added, My team could always take off one boot if you think that evened things out. Konza gave a low chuckle. No, I appreciate the offer, though. I heard they've got those flavored creamers for the coffee in the operations center. Think I'll settle in and watch you all on the screens with a nice hot cup. Now that sounds like a SEAL talking, Camperos said. They shared another laugh, and the decision was made. Katie felt a surge of affection for the Navy, questioning why anyone would choose to serve elsewhere. Perfect, she said, turning to Teshada. We'll need to use the operations center as our tactical command for this mission. I assume that won't be an issue? Teshada shook his head. No issue at all. My house is your house. All right, Katie continued, focusing on the CIA station chief. Freddie, why don't you fill Merriweather and Camperos in on everything we have regarding the PFU in Barrow Kazenga, their methods, suspected safe houses, and the reports about tunnel networks. We need everyone clear on what we know, what we don't, and the risks involved with that. She settled back in her chair to listen to the CIA briefing, offering a silent hope that they weren't already too late. A quarter-mile from the suspected PFU safe house in Barrow Kazenga in eastern Luanda, Captain Camperos waited in the front passenger seat of the lead Joint Light Tactical Vehicle, lights off. The JLTVs, which Camperos fondly called jolts, were lined up along the dirt road, tucked between rows of makeshift homes at 22 feet in length and 8 feet wide, tipping the scales at 15,000 pounds. The jolt was a beast that dominated the narrow street. Born from the hard lessons of the global war on terror, the JLTV was the Humvee's formidable successor, boasting a superior powertrain, advanced suspension, and an egress system that put the older vehicle to shame. It delivered better fuel economy, greater range, and superior mobility, all wrapped in a monocoque capsule design that offered enhanced survivability against IEDs, mines, and direct fire. Frankly, it just looked meaner too. Seated inside the lead vehicle, Sergeant Camperos felt a cocoon of security. That illusion, however, shattered the moment he even thought about stepping outside. He glanced at his watch. Nearly 30 minutes had crawled by since the command post, the head shed, ordered them to hold position. The delay was grating on his Marines. These JLTVs were as impossible to miss as they were intimidating. Their presence announced the U.S. Marines' arrival to every corner of the barrio. The wait was necessary, and the responsibility for it was his. He'd raised a red flag, wanting minds sharper than his own to wrestle with the problem. A sigh escaped him. "Everything okay, sir?" asked his driver, Corporal Moose Elkins. Camperos gave a non-committal grunt, his silence speaking volumes. This whole operation sat wrong in his gut. Intelligence reports indicated the Angolan GOE counter-terror unit had conducted several raids in this sprawling maze of low-income apartments and shanties, targeting the Patriotic Front for unity in attempts to capture their leader, Victor Baptista. In those cases, the PFU had been caught flat-footed. This was different. The enemy had American hostages and had deliberately brought them here to Camperos. It felt like blatant bait. He and his Marine raiders were probably rolling straight into an ambush. "You're awful quiet is all," Elkins pressed. Camperos exhaled slowly, then turned to look at the sergeant. "Got a feeling we're being set up, Moose. Satellite shows no thermal signatures in the target house. It's too clean." Elkins nodded. "The same notion crossed my mind, sir. That why we're sitting here." "Yeah?" Camperos confirmed. "The head shed agrees. They're supposedly cooking something up." When he'd voiced his concern, Lieutenant Commander Ryan hadn't dismissed it or told him to suck it up. She'd taken it seriously, a reaction he found both refreshing and oddly encouraging. There was a steadiness about her that inspired confidence, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Maybe it was the way she'd ordered the exhausted CIA station chief to get some rack time, and the seasoned spook had actually listened. A faint, wry smile touched his lips at the memory. It was the worst-kept secret that her brother, Kyle Ryan, the president's youngest son, was among the PFU's hostages. Given the personal stakes and the crushing pressure, Camperos wouldn't have blamed Ryan for pushing ahead recklessly and expecting blind obedience. Instead, she'd done the opposite. Rumor had it she was now working on an alternative with John Konza, a former Navy SEAL, and Major Merriweather, back in the Tactical Operations Center at the embassy. Raider 1, Bullpen. A familiar male voice crackled in his headset, using their respective call signs. Camperos recognized the distinctive tone of Konza. "Go for Raider," he responded, keying his mic, "sending a map overlay to your tablet. Call when you've got it." "Check," Camperos said. He pulled the rugged tablet from its Velcro sleeve on his kit, woke the screen, and opened the mapping application. A real-time satellite image populated the display, showing a half-mile radius around the target area. Enhanced with false color and contrast for night operations, it provided a stark, clear picture of the neighborhood they were about to enter, a picture that in its eerie stillness only deepened his sense of foreboding. Somewhere out there in those silent streets, a trap was waiting to spring. The application's real advantage was its collaborative nature. Camperos saw exactly what the team back in the TOC was seeing. A digital overlay materialized on his map, featuring several yellow markers and a network of lines, some solid, others dashed. "Bullpen, this is Raider 1, visual confirmed," Camperos reported. The yellow markers pinpointed every location where Angolan forces had conducted counter-terror strikes against suspected PFU operatives in this neighborhood over the last 24 months. The solid lines represented tunnel pathways confirmed in after-action reports from Angolan Special Operations, which had been shared with command. The dashed lines indicated hypothesized tunnels mapped by the intelligence team to connect likely safehouses efficiently. Each line was tagged with a distance in meters. Even before Kanza fully outlined the recommendation, Camperos was already piecing together the strategy as the former SEAL spoke. On the display, his own position and Alpha Squad glowed as a green icon. Captain Dane's Charlie Squad, marked in blue, was stationed roughly 400 meters to the north and east. The main objective, the suspected safe house where satellite intel had tracked 2 cargo vans delivering the hostages, was a red square almost perfectly centered between the 2 Raider elements. Rubbing his chin, Camperos considered bypassing a direct assault on what was likely a fortified building. Instead, they could hit older safe houses to find tunnel access and then navigate underground to locate the hostages. "Our assessment is the primary structure is probably rigged," Kanza stated. "Expect tripwires or spotters with remote detonators observing the area right now." "Same conclusion here," Camperos replied, and then laid out his mirrored idea to Bullpen. "That's exactly our proposed play. Alpha and Charlie hit secondary buildings, locate tunnel access, and move underground. You'll lose communications, and we'll lose thermal tracking once you're below, so it gets risky fast. But if the enemy is waiting for us at the front door, this gives them a complete surprise." Raider 2 from 1. "What's your take?" Camperos asked over the comms. "Aura." Dane's voice came back, crisp and clear. "Bullpen. 1. Do you have specific secondary targets for us, or is it our call?" 1. Bullpen here. A woman's voice cut in for the first time, which Camperos recognized as Lieutenant Commander Ryan. "We ran activity analysis on the secondary sites using archived satellite data, reviewing all foot and vehicle traffic around each suspected PFU location. That's what caused the delay. In case you were curious, most sites went quiet after the Angolan raids, but a few showed continued signs of life. I'm marking 3 alternate targets now, designated X-Ray, Yankee, and Zulu as our recommended breach points over the primary. 3 of the existing yellow markers on Camperos' map now carried the new designations. Next to him, Elkins leaned in for a better look, so Camperos angled the tablet. "What's your read, Moose? Which 2 should we hit?" "Let's see, I'd say X-Ray and Yankee." Camperos gave a nod. 2, 1, you seeing the tablet feed? 1, 2, affirmative, Dane responded. "Which 2 of the 3 alternates are you selecting, X-Ray, Yankee, or Zulu?" "X-Ray and Yankee," the Charlie Squad leader replied. Camperos glanced at Elkins. "Seems you 2 are on the same wavelength." "Your call, boss?" Elkins asked. Camperos studied the map again. The 3 points formed a loose triangle around the original red square, with X-Ray to the northwest, Yankee to the northeast, and Zulu isolated to the south. He grasped the reasoning. Moose and Dane were probably following, hitting the target from opposite ends and aiming to link up somewhere in between. That approach, however, left the whole team positioned north of the suspected drop point. What if the hostiles had moved the prisoners south? Following this plan, they'd have to backtrack beneath the possibly rigged safe house to sweep the southern area if they found nothing up north. And that was banking on the extra tunnels actually being there in the first place. He glanced over at Elkins. "If you and Dane are both on board, then we run with it," he stated, then pressed his mic. "Bullpen, this is Raider 1, advising breach at points X-Ray and Yankee." "Copy, Raider, stand by," Ryan replied, though Camperos caught a flicker of hesitation in her tone. After half a minute of silence, her voice returned. "Command was leaning toward Yankee and Zulu, but you're cleared for X-Ray and Yankee. Good luck out there." "Roger, Bullpen," he acknowledged. Turning to the team, he relayed the update. "Raider elements, plan adjustment. Alpha will hit the alternate site, Yankee while Charlie takes X-Ray. We go in on foot. Once inside, begin clearing the tunnel network. If no tunnels are located, fall back to the vehicles and rally. 2 copies all. Ready to move on your signal, Dane responded. Camperos burned the map's image into his mind before sliding the tablet away. He offered a quick, silent prayer, switched his comms to voice-activated, and pushed open the JLTV's passenger door. Rifle raised, he stepped into the darkness and issued the command to mobilize his team. Elsewhere, Kyle's legs were completely numb after hours bound to the chair. When his captor returned, cut him loose and yanked him upright. His legs buckled instantly, dropping him to his hands and knees. "What's your problem? Get up!" The Angolan guard snapped, jabbing Kyle in the rear with the baton he carried. A searing rush of pins and needles erupted through his thighs and calves. "You kept me tied so long my circulation cut off. I need a minute for the blood to come back." Kyle shot back, glaring upward. The terrorist looked momentarily confused, but instead of striking him again, he simply waited. Kyle, not wanting to test the man's limited patience, forced himself upright as soon as some sensation returned. Making a run for it in this state was impossible. But at least he could now stand. His captor hadn't explained anything, just grunted move after untying him, but he'd left the cell door ajar. Assuming he was being transferred, Kyle shuffled weakly toward it. "Go," the man ordered, shoving the baton into Kyle's back, his brief moment of restraint clearly over. Kyle stumbled into the corridor, his feet prickling and itching fiercely with every step. "Where are we going?" he ventured. "No talking," the man growled, his voice leaving no room for discussion. Right then, a piece of advice from his older brother Jack echoed in Kyle's mind. "Keep your eyes open when the routine shifts, little brother. It almost always means things are about to get real." This definitely counted as a shift in the routine. A cold, crawling dread like a swarm of insects spread from his core outward as he considered the possibilities. Was he about to be used as leverage? Was his life going to become a graphic example of his captor's resolve? A broadcasted atrocity meant to terrify the world? He pictured the horrific fate of journalist James Foley in Syria and felt a wave of sickness at the thought of his wife Katie or his mother seeing something similar happen to him. Kyle stopped at the corridor's threshold. "Turn right," the terrorist commanded. Kyle didn't move. Kyle's feet felt welded to the concrete. This was the pivot point, the one opening he'd likely get to turn the tables. Action had to be immediate or it would be never. His captor had neglected to replace the Black Hood. The fog from the earlier blow to his head had mostly cleared, leaving his mind sharp, his senses raw. He studied his own hands. The plastic restraints dug into his bruised wrists, the skin beneath rubbed raw. Clenching his jaw, he laced his fingers tight, forming a solid, two-fisted weapon. He pictured the motion in his mind, arms locked, elbows rigid, his whole body twisting from the core to swing that human hammer with everything he had. "Move," the terrorist snarled, jamming the butt of his club into Kyle's spine and shoving him into a dim basement space. Kyle stumbled, caught himself, but the chance was gone. He felt its absence like a physical chill. It was that classic, missed moment of potential, gone forever, because he'd waited a heartbeat too long. He shot a look backward, measuring the gap, but the guard kept a careful, full stride between them. Kyle would need arms like a gorilla's to reach him now. A silent, furious curse echoed in his mind. As circulation returned to his legs, a vicious ache pulsed from the swollen lump on his shin, a stark preview of what that club could really do. Even if he lunged, he'd eat a brutal counterstrike. The guard, though a few inches shorter, outweighed him by a solid 15 pounds of corded muscle. A fact Kyle had noted from the man's defined arms and shoulders during their first meeting. His brief flare of courage evaporated, leaving behind a heavy blanket of resignation as they halted at another cell. "Stop." Hands and face to the wall, the man ordered, gesturing to the long concrete surface. Kyle complied, his mind racing. Was this another opening? While the man's back was turned to fumble with keys, he shifted his weight subtly, craning his neck to gauge the distance. As if sensing the calculation, the guard glanced over his shoulder. Their eyes met. The message was unmistakable and brutal. Try it. I dare you. Then the man vanished into the cell, emerging half a minute later with Madison Bennett in tow. The embassy staffer looked battered. Her lower lip was split and swollen, her hair a tangled mess. Terror was etched on her face, but the moment she saw Kyle, her eyes widened with a flicker of relief. "Are you okay?" he whispered. She gave a quick nod. "Are you?" "Yeah," he murmured. "No talking." Their jailer growled, slapping the club menacingly against his palm. Just then, the radio on his belt crackled to life. He answered with clear annoyance, but his expression soon shifted to sharp concern. A rapid, heated exchange in Portuguese followed, words Kyle couldn't decipher, ending with the terrorist barking at Madison to get against the wall beside Kyle. The sound of pounding boots echoed down the corridor. 3 new men in grimy black fatigues rushed in, machine guns in hand. One immediately leveled his rifle at the 2 Americans. Another helped the leader wrench open the remaining cell doors. The third man didn't pause, darting ahead and vanishing into what looked like a ragged hole in the foundation wall. Madison leaned closer, her voice a bare whisper against the sudden tension. "What do you think is happening?" "They're moving us," Kyle whispered, the words barely leaving his lips. "Why?" "Not sure," he replied, though a cold certainty settled in his gut. This was no routine shift. It was a scramble. But maybe our ride is coming sooner than they'd like. Kyle and Madison turned as the remaining 2 hostages were shoved from their cells. Ambassador Gonsalves and a man Kyle didn't know, both looking far worse for wear. The ambassador was folded over, clutching her stomach as if holding herself together. The other man, an American, had the ashen, hollow look of someone clinging to life. Madison rushed to the ambassador's side. For a tense moment, Kyle thought the lead militant would swing his club at her, but the man merely glared before jabbing a finger toward the faltering American. "You carry him!" Kyle lifted his bound wrists. "How?" Ignoring him, the leader stalked over to Madison and the ambassador. "Madame Ambassador, where are you hurt?" Madison asked, bending to meet the woman's gaze. "A blow to the stomach," Gonsalves gasped, her voice thin with pain. Something is not right inside." With a grunt of irritation, the leader turned back, produced a pair of cutters, and snipped the plastic cuffs from Kyle's wrists. Just then, the American hostage swayed, knees buckling. Kyle lunged, catching him and looping an arm under his shoulders. He immediately felt a warm, soaking dampness through his sleeve. Pulling back slightly, he saw the man's shirt was saturated with blood. "A gunshot, he's bleeding out. He needs medical attention now," Kyle snapped, turning toward the leader. "Carry him or join him," the terrorist shot back, his eyes narrowing to slits. "The next words you speak will be your last." Jaw clenched, Kyle focused on the man leaning against him. "What's your name?" Eric, came the strained reply, each breath a ragged effort. "Eric, listen to me. You've been shot, but we're getting out of here. Can you walk?" "Yeah," Eric managed. "For a little while, through here now." The leader barked, gesturing with his club toward a jagged opening in the foundation wall. Kyle glanced back at Madison, who met his eyes with a look of grave urgency. The ambassador was barely standing. He gave a slight, firm nod. "We're not leaving anyone behind." "Okay, Eric, I've got you," Kyle said, shifting his weight to better support the wounded man. "One step at a time. Just follow my lead." Based on his build and age, Kyle guessed Eric was with the security detail. But in his current state, he was a liability, not an asset. Kyle helped him through the rough hole and into a narrow, dank tunnel. As they moved, Kyle's mind automatically cataloged the space, hand-dug earth walls, a crude timber frame holding up the ceiling, the smell of damp soil. It was a rush job, probably dug under the cover of night. He was mentally estimating the manpower required when a sharp jab in his back from the club cut his thoughts short. "Faster," the leader snarled. The man's earlier cool detachment had vanished, replaced by a jittery, palpable panic. This wasn't a planned transfer, it was a desperate retreat. And that could only mean one thing: American boots were on the ground, and they were closing in fast. The man in charge of this whole chaotic operation was clearly rattled, moving his hidden assets to a new location. Kyle considered deliberately slowing their pace, but that strategy was unnecessary and wouldn't do Eric any favors. "If we're going to pick up the pace, I'll need your assistance," Kyle stated bluntly, not mincing words. The leader let out a frustrated grunt, but slid his club back into its holder. He moved to Eric's other side, draping the injured American's arm over his own shoulder. Now supporting Eric's weight between them, Kyle and the militant moved through the narrow passage. After what felt like 100 feet, Eric's boots were scraping through the dust, his head lolling forward. "If this man dies while in your care," Kyle said, his voice low and directed at the terrorist, "the consequences will be severe." The Angolan fighter shot a sideways glance at Kyle, and for a fleeting moment, Kyle detected genuine apprehension in the man's expression. Then, just as quickly, the militant's features solidified into a hardened mask. "You should worry about your own safety," he countered, his tone icy, "or you might find yourself following him." In the Bairo Kazenga neighborhood, Captain Camperos guided Alpha Squad through the shadowy, empty alleyways of one of Luanda's most impoverished and crowded districts. His legs pumped steadily, his head constantly scanning the darkness. The ground beneath them was parched and compacted, almost like concrete, and he briefly wondered if it ever rained in this place. The stench of smoldering trash and charcoal clashed with the occasional foul odor from nearby latrines as he led his team toward their objective, a task becoming more complicated by the minute. The neighborhood was a haphazard puzzle. From satellite images, he recalled how the streets and alleys connected in a disjointed, illogical pattern, rarely forming proper intersections. He trusted that if he led them into a cul-de-sac, either Lieutenant Commander Ryan or Lieutenant Kanza, both monitoring the feed from the Tactical Operations Center, would radio a correction. So he pressed forward with assuredness, relying on his memory, because a good Marine might be wrong, but never hesitant. Unlike the suburbs back in the States, there were no streetlights here. The only illumination came from the moon and the sporadic glow from a window. A handful of structures seemed to have power, but the majority were dark. Another stark difference was the complete lack of front yards or pathways. Each shack was enclosed by an 8-foot barrier of wooden planks or corrugated metal, each fence pressing against the next to form continuous imposing walls on both sides of the lane. The effect was unnerving. Camperos felt like a lab rat in a bewildering maze with no idea what might be lurking around the next bend. To amplify the unease, they hadn't encountered a single person since departing their vehicles. Yet he couldn't shake the palpable sensation of unseen eyes tracking his squad from the blackness. He felt dangerously visible. These walled-in streets created a perfect funnel for an ambush, so he'd ordered his team to stick close to the left side fence line as they advanced. He was on the verge of requesting a situation report from Bullpen when Kanza's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Ryder, Bullpen, we're seeing movement at both Yankee and X-ray locations." The former Navy SEAL announced, communicating with all radar elements. "At X-ray, we initially tracked 3 heat signatures, but they've now vanished. We believe they've gone subsurface at Yankee. We have 4 signatures. 3 were stationary, likely sleeping, and 1 was on watch, but now all 4 are active and moving." "Understood," Camperos replied, the voice of Staff Sergeant T.J. Ward, moving in sync on his right, cut through the quiet. "Sounds like our cover's blown. They know we're coming." Camperos felt a surge of irritation at the delay, knowing full well he was the one who'd caused it by lingering too long in the armored vehicles before the operation. When Kanza's voice crackled over the radio, "Raider, Bullpen, what's your play? Breach or abort?" It caught him off guard. Why was the decision being pushed to him? Major Merriweather was supposed to be in the Tactical Operations Center with Kanza and Ryan. The senior officer should be making this call. Pushing such a critical choice down to the field in real time was not how Marines operated. Maybe it was a cultural thing. The JSOC SEALs were known for their big boy rules, trusting the man on the ground to make the call. Camperos wasn't used to it. With a frustrated sigh, he raised a closed fist, halting his team, and took a knee. Bullpen Raider Ryder is standing by for instructions. Ryder 1, this is an audible. Kanza responded. You're the quarterback. Call the play. Camperos glanced over his shoulder and met the steady gaze of Master Sergeant Enzo Fuentes, kneeling a few yards back. There was no fear in the Master Sergeant's eyes, only resolve. Fuentes made a sharp chopping motion toward the target house, leaving no doubt about his opinion. Camperos keyed his mic bullpen. Raider 1, Raider is breaching. Bullpen concurs. Stay, Frosty, Kanza acknowledged. Camperos then checked on Charlie Team. 2, 1, C-Trep. Captain Dane's voice came back clean. 2 is Dagger, he reported, using the call sign to confirm Charlie Team was in position and ready to breach at the X-ray site. Of course, Dane hadn't paused like Camperos had. His squad was already set. Meanwhile, Alpha Team still needed a few more minutes before they could signal the same. But time was slipping away. Every minute increased the risk that the 3 shooters at X-ray had already vanished into the suspected tunnel network. The situations at the 2 breach points were entirely different anyway. X-ray showed no remaining heat signatures, while Yankee still had 4. Holding Charlie Team back for a synchronized breach made no tactical sense now. The enemy was already alerted. They had to adapt. Copy 2. Breach at will and pursue tangos underground if you find access, Camperos ordered. But stay sharp for booby traps. Assume they've left a nasty surprise behind. 2, Dane replied simply, acknowledging the order to breach and proceed with caution. Camperos pushed his concern for Dane's squad aside. The possibility of a booby-trapped house was real, but he needed all his focus for breaching and securing the Yankee site. Those 4 heat signatures inside were most likely hostiles, but without eyes on, he couldn't discount that 1 or more might be hostages. 4 embassy personnel had been taken, and the terrorists had gone silent since. Command didn't know if all the hostages were still alive or if they were being held together or split up. It was that very uncertainty that made these missions so perilous, and overcoming it is what separated special operators from the rest. He positioned his 7 raiders along the front fence of the target house, 4 on one side of the gate, 3 on the other. Just then, Kanza's voice came through again. 1, bullpen, you've got 22 feet of open ground between the gate and the front door. We're seeing 4 shooters in defensive positions, 2 at the windows flanking the door, 2 in the back corners. They're set and waiting for you. The unsolicited intel from command was exactly what the Marine captain needed. This was a double breach, a far more hazardous and complex operation than simply kicking in a door. Alpha Squad's path was a gauntlet, first through the perimeter fence, then a deadly sprint across the open yard, and only then could they attempt to breach the house itself. They'd be exposed to withering fire from the shooters in the windows the entire time, unless they found another way. Camperos turned, his eyes scanning the low-slung buildings across the street. A proper Overwatch sniper would have been ideal, but in this single-story neighborhood, elevation was a fantasy. Even a man on the roof opposite would have a useless angle, thanks to that towering privacy fence. A new idea sparked. He caught Master Sergeant Fuentes' eye across the fence gap and began signaling a plan. Send 2 men over the northern neighbor's fence, while he sent 2 over the southern side. Both teams would then simultaneously vault into the target's backyard, hopefully slipping in unseen to launch a surprise assault from the rear. Fuentes' face cracked into what might charitably be called a grin. Camperos turned to brief his men, only to find Elkins and Pavlo already nodding. They'd been watching the whole silent exchange. "We're on it, Cap," Pavlo said. "We'll lead with flashbangs. Give it a 3 count after the boom. Then you guys hit the front. Good?" "Sounds like a plan," Camperos agreed. a faint smile touching his lips. With that, Pavlo moved quickly to join Elkins, who was already poised at the neighbor's fence 15 feet away. For the first time that long night, a flicker of hope warmed the Marine captain as he watched his two best operators scale the 8-foot barrier as if it were a playground fixture. Hefting his rifle, Camperos turned back, muscles coiled, waiting for the thunderclap of combat to summon him and the rest of Alpha Squad forward. In the Emergency Operations Center at the U.S. Embassy in Luanda, Katie's gaze kept drifting to an empty ergonomic task chair. Every part of her body screamed for relief, but she knew the moment she sank into that cushion, she'd be unconscious in under a minute, probably drooling on the console. So she kept pacing, her mind a whirlwind. The coup was confirmed. Victor Baptista held the presidential palace and the military. President Luemba and his cabinet were prisoners, their exact location a shifting rumor. First the palace, now possibly the notorious Sao Paulo prison. Is the man utterly mad? Does he truly believe this will work? She exhaled sharply, a sound of pure frustration, and forced her focus back to the bank of monitors displaying live satellite and drone feeds from the operation in Bairro Kazenga. The past few months had been a crash course in extremes she never envisioned back in her Navy ensign days. She'd been on the con of a fast attack sub during a deep-sea torpedo duel with the Russians and helped coordinate a missile engagement from the combat center of a destroyer in the Taiwan Strait. But this was her first time running a real-time special ops mission from a tactical operations center. And somehow, despite being infinitely safer than on a sub or a warship, the tension here was a different beast, a silent, grinding pressure that felt far more personal. Every quiet moment in the EOC was filled with the deafening echo of what might be happening on those grainy screens. This time, her fear wasn't for herself. It was entirely for Kyle. From the moment she'd left Washington, she'd been in a frantic scramble, moving from one crisis to the next without a moment to breathe. The sheer terrifying reality of her brother being taken had been buried under a mountain of urgent tasks. Now, with the Marine Raiders in motion and her role reduced to a helpless observer, that dam of suppressed emotion finally broke. A resolution was coming, one way or another, and the prospect of that final answer filled her with a cold dread. Sometimes, ignorance truly was a kinder state. It let you cling to the fragile hope that everything might still be all right. Her gaze drifted to Kanza, who was in his absolute element, his voice calm and steady on the radio as he coordinated the assaults on the X-ray and Yankee locations. Watching the seasoned operator work was like seeing a ghost of her older brother, Jack. She wasn't privy to the classified specifics of Jack's career, but she knew it lived in the shadows. His physique, his sharpness, the quiet confidence in his posture, it all screamed special operations. She wasn't surprised. Jack, like their father, had never been one to shy away from a fight. He was the type who ran toward the sound of chaos, not away from it. Thinking of both her brothers sent her mind spiraling back through the years to the dynamics that had shaped the Ryan family. As with most families, birth order had dictated the roles. Sally and Jack, the older two, naturally commanded the stage, absorbing their parents' attention with their dramas and achievements. Katie and Kyle, the younger pair, often felt like afterthoughts in that whirlwind, left to forge their own tight-knit alliance in the shadow of their busy parents and self-involved older siblings. That shared experience forged a bond so deep that, to this day, Katie believed she understood Kyle's soul better than anyone else on earth. She swiped at a stray tear with her knuckle. If she knew one thing for certain, it was that Kyle's brilliant mind was already working, writing the mental code to survive and find a way out. The terrifying flaw in that logic, however, was that his captors weren't men of reason or patience. They were men who spoke only the language of violence. Under interrogation, Kyle's innate nature would work against him. His concise, logical responses and his need for precise definitions would be seen as defiance and contempt. Simply by being himself, he would provoke their most savage instincts, and that thought chilled her to the bone. A gentle pressure on her shoulder broke her reverie. Bubba was looking at her, his usual gruffness replaced by genuine concern. "You holding up, boss?" "I'm fine," she lied, offering a tight, humorless smile. "Just emotionally spent, that's all." He gave a slow nod. "I know you're worried, but these guys didn't grab hostages just to shoot them. Baptista needs bargaining chips. Think of it like a twisted game. He's holding them as his get-out-of-jail-free card for later." "But that's a flawed strategy," she countered, slipping and referring to the president as "my dad on duty," something she usually avoided. "He can't trade something he doesn't own. My father cannot and will not barter away Angola's sovereignty." "Are you sure about that, ma'am?" Bubba asked, his head tilted. "I have to disagree. The instant our Marines secure Luanda, one could argue we do possess it for all practical purposes. Baptista's view is probably that the hostages are his only leverage to make the president pull our forces back." A sluggish thought finally ignited into clarity in her mind. "And why would he stop there?" she said, the epiphany sharpening her focus. "If I were Baptista, I'd insist the White House publicly acknowledge my authority before I'd even consider releasing anyone," she said, staring at the tactical screen. Bubba tapped the side of his nose with a grin. "You hit the nail right on the head." A wave of frustration washed over her. "Tell me something, Bubba. Why does the world have to be so full of complete jerks?" "Excellent question," he replied, leaning against the console. "And why is it that the jerks always seem to end up running the show?" She looked down, the weight of the situation pressing on her shoulders. She felt utterly drained. "This is probably crossing a line," Bubba said, his tone softening. "But here goes nothing." He stepped closer and wrapped an arm around her shoulders in a brief, awkward hug. She managed a small smile, patting his back. "Thanks, Bubba. I actually needed that. We're bringing Kyle home, ma'am." "I've got a good feeling about it," he said, offering a lopsided, sincere smile that somehow cut through the gloom. "I really hope you're right," she replied, her voice thick with fatigue. "The world is just a darker place without my brother in it. You look completely worn out," Bubba observed, nodding toward the empty office chair in the corner, which seemed to be practically begging her to sit down. "Why don't you take 5 and rest your feet?" She let out a short laugh. "Absolutely not. If I sit in that thing, I'll be out cold in 10 seconds flat." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the thermal signatures for Alpha Squad moving into final position near the target site. "We need to focus up and get quiet. Showtime is just about here. Office of the President, Presidential Palace of the Upper City, Pedro Furtado Street, Luanda, Angola." Baptista sat in solitary silence behind the immense presidential desk, an experience that felt both alien and unsettling. For 10 years leading the PFU, he was constantly surrounded, lieutenants and aides buzzing around him like flies. Now, with his power magnified beyond measure, he found himself oddly, profoundly alone. It was a bizarre twist he hadn't anticipated. He had issued orders hours ago for President Luemba's private quarters to be scrubbed clean, all personal effects removed, and the bedding replaced, yet no one from the domestic staff had reported the job finished. Starting tonight, this palace was his home. The hour was late and exhaustion tugged at him, but he refused to retire until he received the end-of-day briefing from General D'Souza. Without that update, his mind would spin all night with anxieties about the Americans, making sleep impossible. A sharp knock on the office door made him jerk in his seat. "Enter," he barked, relieved no one had witnessed him jump at such a simple sound. The door opened to reveal his nephew, Jorge Luis Baptista, who looked distinctly uneasy. Baptista had no wife or children of his own, but his brother Michael had 2 sons. Jorge was the educated one, the hard worker, and had demonstrated unwavering loyalty. He was also, frankly, the smarter of the 2. In a world of betrayals, Baptista trusted blood above all else. which is why he had appointed Jorge as his chief of staff just that afternoon. "Forgive the interruption, Uncle Mr. President," Jorge stammered. "Deputy Ambassador Sima of China is here. He's requesting an immediate audience. Schedule him for tomorrow," Baptista said dismissively. "Sir, he's not asking for an appointment. He's in the anteroom. He wishes to speak with you now." The announcement caught Baptista completely off guard. His first instinct was to refuse, to avoid seeming too available or caught off balance. A true leader was never eager. Accessibility could be mistaken for weakness. Here he was the pinnacle of power. Others adjusted to his timetable, not the other way around. Sima was merely a deputy, not the full ambassador. His pride told him to make the man wait. But a colder, more pragmatic voice whispered that if the Chinese diplomat had come at this hour, the news he carried could not wait. Perhaps, for once, flexibility was the stronger play. In his final discussion with Sima, Baptista had made it clear that any assistance from Beijing in handling and discouraging the Americans would be deeply valued, with a personal guarantee of financial reward for the ambassador's cooperation. Sima's unexpected late-night appearance surely meant the request had traveled up the chain of command, and he was now here with their response. "With the might of China behind me, the Americans will have no choice but to retreat," Baptista thought, a faint, hopeful smile touching his lips. "Show Deputy Ambassador Sima in," he instructed, straightening his posture in the chair. "Right away, Uncle. I mean, Mr. President," Jorge stammered, offering an apologetic nod before hurrying out. Baptista let the slip pass. He'd invited the young man to call him uncle for so long that old habits were hard to break. Family deserved some leeway, he reasoned, though his tolerance wasn't without limits. Sima Liang entered the office, pausing just inside the doorway to offer a formal greeting. Baptista fought the instinct to rise, instead motioning toward one of the two ornate wooden chairs, upholstered in deep red velvet, that sat across from his desk. Sima took the seat on the right. "A rather late hour for a visit, Ambassador," Baptista said in English, the common language between them. "Indeed." Sima replied flatly, his expression stern and unyielding. Baptista felt a spike of irritation. Why should he have to pry the information out? "I assume you're here with news from Secretary Xu and the party," he pressed. "An update on the support your nation is prepared to offer." The Chinese official's frown deepened. He reached inside his suit jacket and produced the 4 hostage photographs Baptista had provided earlier, arranging them carefully on the desk. Pointing to the first image, he moved down the row. "This woman is confirmed as U.S. Ambassador Patricia Goncalves. This man is Eric Ottinger, embassy security, typically part of the ambassador's protective detail. This woman is Madison Bennett, a senior State Department staffer on the ambassador's policy team." Then his finger tapped the final photograph. "But this man is not who his passport and visa claimed. CIA? I knew it." Baptista's lips twisted into a predatory grin. 2 decades of bitterness toward the agency for its betrayal and abandonment of him and UNITA surged up. Now, finally, he held the power to make them pay. When the time comes to send a message, this is the man who will be sacrificed. Sima shook his head slowly. "No, he is not CIA, and what you suggest would be exceptionally unwise." "And why is that?" Baptista snapped, bristling at the other man's tone. "Because the man you've taken is President Jack Ryan's son?" Baptista's heart seemed to stutter. "What did you say?" "Kyle Ryan. The president's youngest son, Naval Academy graduate and officer. Our intelligence indicates he works for the Defense Intelligence Agency, though that is unconfirmed. His identity, however, is verified, which presents a very significant problem." A cold wave of panic, unfamiliar in its intensity, washed over Baptista. "What are we going to do about this?" "There is no we," Sima said, leaning back in his chair and lacing his fingers together. "That is precisely what I have come to tell you. My superiors are withdrawing all support. They will disavow any connection to your actions and to your rise to power. Ambassador Sima's voice was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. We will not involve ourselves in the violent clash between your forces and the Americans. Under no conditions do we approve of seizing or harming hostages. My counsel, sir, is to immediately return all 4 captives to the American Embassy and cease all military operations against the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. We had an agreement, Baptista roared, his hands clenched in rage. You cannot desert me at this moment. Your support against the Americans was promised. What we had was a mutual comprehension, Sima corrected coolly. A comprehension that China would remain neutral in your power struggle with Luemba. You have profoundly misjudged our stance. We have never endorsed, nor will we ever endorse, military aggression toward the United States. Actions like false flag attacks on their embassy or the capture of hostages are beyond the pale. China is no ally of America. I always considered Secretary Xu a man of principle, but I see my error now. Baptista snarled. A flush of anger colored Sima's cheeks. Do you grasp the scale of your blunder? You have taken Jack Ryan's son, you imbecile. White-hot fury erupted within Baptista, and he leapt from his chair. How dare you address me with such contempt? Get out. With pleasure, Ambassador Sima stated, rising and striding from the office without a backward look. Seething, Baptista braced his palms on the desk, his breathing ragged, his intense stare fixed on the photograph of the 4th hostage. The one Sima insisted was the American president's youngest son. As he studied the young man's face, the terrifying reality of his predicament crashed down upon him. A cold dread settled in his stomach. My God, what have I set in motion? Bairo Kazenga. Crouched in the shadows outside the perimeter fence, Camperos rested his finger lightly against the trigger guard, tapping a steady, silent rhythm. A few yards away, Master Sergeant Fuentes mirrored his poised stance on the opposite side of the locked front gate, both men waiting for the storm to break. At any second, the breaching teams from Alpha Squad would initiate the assault on the rear of the target house. Right on cue, Elkins's calm countdown whispered through his earpiece. 3, 2, 1, execute. The night was shattered by the concussive thump of a stun grenade, instantly followed by the staccato crackle of controlled rifle fire. Fuentes surged upward and kicked the gate inward. Camperos pivoted left from his crouch into a stable kneeling position, using the fence for partial cover as he sighted into the courtyard. His gaze swept the front of the house. Muzzle flashes, stark and violent, erupted from 2 darkened front windows, lighting up the facade like a macabre disco. The front door flew open, and a gunman sprinted out. He made it 5 paces before spinning around, weapon rising. Camperos placed his red dot sight on the back of the fleeing man's skull and fired a single precise round. The target dropped where he stood. A heartbeat later. A second figure tried to bolt through the doorway but was cut down from behind, collapsing half in, half out of the house. As abruptly as it began, the gunfire ceased, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the ringing in his ears. Camperos rose into a tactical crouch and advanced through the gate into the courtyard, his weapon scanning for threats. A shape materialized in the doorway, rifle raised, but Camperos's trained eye recognized the posture of a teammate, Elkins, and he smoothly shifted his aim away. The immediate danger having passed, Elkins fired a single shot into the head of the militant still moving in the doorway, then spoke into his radio. Yankee is secure. 4 hostiles eliminated. Camperos relayed the message to the Tactical Operations Center. Bullpen Raider 1, Yankee is secure. 4 tangos down, understood. Raider 1, Kanza's voice crackled back. Be advised, Raider 2 located a tunnel entrance at the X-ray location and took Charlie squad below to look for the hostages. We've lost contact with Charlie. Camperos shook his head slightly, a quiet curse escaping his lips. Stepping over the figure in the doorway, he entered the small house. Roger that. Alpha will begin searching for an entry point here at Yankee. A swift scan of the interior revealed a sparse setup. A simple kitchen table with chairs, a flat-pack cabinet in one corner, a portable propane stove, a pile of large water containers, and an assortment of sleeping mats and blankets scattered across the plywood floor. His team didn't need instructions. They were already methodically sweeping the floor with their rifle-mounted lights, looking for any hidden openings. "I might have something over here," Pavlo called out, kneeling amidst a tangle of bedding. Camperos turned to Fuentes, document the casualties, and collect their electronics. The master sergeant acknowledged and began directing the task. Camperos knelt beside Pavlo, who had set his rifle aside and was brushing debris from a thin line in the wooden floorboards. Elkins moved in silently, using his combat knife to work on a parallel seam a short distance away. Drawing his own Bowie knife, Camperos helped pry up what was clearly a concealed panel. Together, they lifted a rectangular section of flooring, exposing a dark opening below. A crude staircase of concrete blocks descended into blackness. Master Sergeant Fuentes appeared at his side, looking down into the hole. "What is it with these guys in tunnels? Is there some underground villain convention we don't know about?" he grumbled. Camperos stood up, brushing dust from his knees. "Good thing we're the ones they sent to clean out the nest. Did you secure the intel?" "2 cell phones, 1 radio, and all photos are taken care of." Fuentes confirmed. "Solid," Camperos said, pressing his mic. "Bullpen, this is 1. We've located tunnel access at Yankee, proceeding underground to initiate hostage search and recovery." "Copy 1, good luck down there," the voice in his earpiece responded. Camperos pulled his night vision goggles down, activating the infrared illuminator. The lower steps and a dark earthen platform at the bottom snapped into a sharp, grainy green relief. "Alpha, switch to NVGs with IR on me," he ordered, raising his weapon and aiming down the stairwell. "The job's not finished yet." Deep within the winding tunnel, Kyle kept a firm grip on Ottinger, the injured embassy guard he was supporting. "Stay with me, Eric," he urged quietly. "Just a bit further, then. You can take a break." "I'm hanging on." Ottinger breathed out, each word strained. "I see that you're doing everything right. Just keep putting 1 foot forward." Ottinger's breathing was uneven and far too quick. Sweat beaded on his ashen forehead. The man had the wiry, athletic frame of a long-distance runner, but now he seemed utterly drained, his muscles slack. The militants had offered no medical aid for his gunshot wound, and the amount of blood he had lost was a terrifying unknown. Trying to anchor the man's fading consciousness, Kyle asked, "You look like a runner. Ever do any races?" A faint, almost imperceptible whisper came back. "Yeah, half marathons. That's impressive," Kyle said, adjusting his grip to better support Ottinger's weight. "Back at the academy, I ran cross-country too. Nothing quite like that burn in your lungs when you're pushing up a hill, right? Makes you feel alive." He hoped the familiar memory, the shared experience of exertion and endurance, might spark a flicker of fight in the fading man. It was a desperate gamble, using nostalgia as a lifeline in the oppressive dark. "I've never actually run a half marathon," Kyle admitted. "Tell me about a race. You remember?" A wistful smile touched Kyle's lips as he started to describe his brutal second-place finish at the Paul Short Run. He'd only been talking for about a minute, however. When he felt the weight on his shoulders shift, Ottinger's arm went completely slack. The Angolan fighter helping him carry the security officer swore violently as the man between them went limp, his body drooping like a soaked sack of grain. For a second, Ottinger just hung there, a dead weight in the stale tunnel air. Then, with a grunt of frustration, the Angolan simply let go. The sudden, full burden yanked Kyle off balance. He stumbled, but some deep-seated athletic instinct kicked in. He twisted mid-fall, managing to control the collapse so he didn't crush Ottinger, and at the last second, he threw out a hand to keep Eric's head from cracking against a bowling ball-sized rock on the tunnel floor. The awkward airborne maneuver sent a white-hot spike of pain through his lower back. Gritting his teeth, Kyle untangled himself and carefully rolled Ottinger onto his back. Even in the gloomy tunnel light, The embassy officer looked terrible, pale and waxy, far beyond just exhaustion. Kyle's medical training was basic, just the combat first aid course from his DIA induction, but he recognized the signs: shock, possibly severe, or worse. Kneeling, he checked for a pulse, faint and thready, and listened for shallow breaths. He glared up at the Angolan insurgent, who returned the stare with cold indifference, initiating a silent, tense standoff. "Everything all right back there?" Ambassador Gonsalves called from several yards ahead, his voice strained. "Eric's unconscious. He's lost too much blood, and I think he's going into shock," Kyle reported, his tone leaving no room for debate. The terrorist lieutenant didn't hesitate. "Leave him. We move now." Kyle's jaw tightened. "Not a chance he's coming with us." In a flash, the Angolan had his pistol out, the barrel aimed squarely at Kyle's forehead. "I said leave him." Kyle flinched back. Suddenly, the grinning, joking faces of Waddle and Cockburn flashed in his mind. Teammates already lost in this damned city. He refused to willingly abandon another. The thought of leaving Ottinger to die alone in this dark hole was utterly unacceptable. The choice was stark, with no room for negotiation. Still on his knees, Kyle did the unthinkable. He shuffled forward and pressed his forehead directly against the cold muzzle of the pistol. He felt a strange, cold calm. This wasn't a reckless gamble. It was a calculated decision. He'd weighed every possible outcome in a split second and chosen his path. "Where he stays, I stay," Kyle growled, the defiance solid in his voice. The Angolan's eyes narrowed with pure malice. He thumbed back the hammer of the Beretta, his patience clearly exhausted. But before he could act, the sound of pounding footsteps echoed from the tunnel ahead. "Stop!" a man shouted. The furious gunman turned toward the new arrival, another PFU fighter who was breathing heavily from his sprint. "This one is nothing but trouble," he snapped, then launched into a rapid, heated argument in Portuguese. It was short-lived. The newcomer said something sharp, and the gunman's expression shifted from anger to stunned disbelief. He slowly lowered the pistol. His eyes locked on Kyle with a new, unsettling intensity. In that frozen moment, Kyle knew with absolute certainty. His non-official cover was blown. The PFU had finally pieced together who he really was. A cold dread settled in his gut. This wasn't just a problem for him, but for everyone involved, and a wave of worry for his father crashed over him. "This man will help you carry your wounded," the lead terrorist said abruptly, nodding at the new arrival. His eyes held a flicker of urgent fear. "We go, right now." Kyle recognized that look. The cavalry had arrived topside. Their safe house was compromised. His mind raced. How long would it take a rescue team to find these tunnels and the holding cells? Could they navigate this labyrinth? If they were on the right track, how much time did he have? He needed to slow this exodus down to buy precious minutes. But he had to do it in a way that wouldn't raise immediate suspicion. The junior operative dropped to one knee beside Ottinger, attempting to haul him up with a shoulder lift, but Ottinger remained a dead weight, collapsing like a sack of grain. "That's not going to cut it," Kyle stated, kneeling and indicating his own shoulders. "We need to get him up for a fireman's carry. I'll take him." Madison rushed over, her expression etched with concern. "Please let me help," she urged. He offered a strained, brief smile. "I've got this." Her hand twitched toward his arm before she pulled back, retreating a step. With effort from the Angolan fighters and Kyle, they managed to drape Ottinger over Kyle's shoulders and heave him upright. Depleted from lack of sleep, water, and energy, Kyle's legs trembled for a second, then locked with a guttural sound of effort. He pushed forward, one step, then another. Drawing on a deep, stubborn resolve, he moved into the tunnel's gloom, bearing the substantial weight of the unconscious American. The unspoken code was clear: they would all get out, or none would. Beneath the streets of the Kazenga neighborhood, Camperos picked his way down the makeshift cinder block stairs. each step a calculated risk. The whole structure groaned and shifted under his boots. Individual blocks teetered without a hint of mortar holding them in place. Typical slapdash work, he thought bitterly, his eyes straining against the oppressive darkness ahead. Even with his enhanced night vision gear, the tunnel swallowed light, granting him only a 30-foot window of sight. Plenty of room for an ambush. But if hostiles were lying in wait, they'd need their own night optics to spot him. And given the shoddy equipment on the PFU fighters they'd just encountered, those odds felt wonderfully slim. Marine doctrine screamed about expecting the unexpected, but years in the field whispered that no elite ambush team was lurking just beyond his expensive goggles. Halfway down, the entire staircase shuddered, not from his movement. "Hell, this thing's alive," muttered Moose Elkins from behind. "Only 2 on the stairs at a time," Camperos whispered into his mic, a decision that cost them speed but might prevent a catastrophic collapse. At the bottom, he advanced 5 quick paces and knelt by the left wall, rifle up, scanning the void. His weapon carried an IR laser, synced to his sight, but he kept it off. The last thing he needed was to paint a bright "shoot here" sign on his chest for any enemy with night vision. A double tap on his shoulder from Elkins signaled the squad was down and set. Camperos rose from his knee into a low crouch, gestured forward, and led his 8-man team into the blackness. The tunnel was a claustrophobic pipe, barely 5 feet across and 6 feet high, a laughable violation of every stateside building code. Its cramped dimensions forced them into a tight, vulnerable column, stripping away his ability to split the team into flexible flanking elements. So much for tactical superiority down here. It was just a straight line into the unknown. Trapped in the narrow passage, only the 2 lead Marines, Elkins and Camperos himself, had a clear line of fire. The cramped conditions crippled their offensive options, but the defensive outlook was just as grim. Cover was non-existent, evasion impossible, and the classic shoot-and-move tactics were utterly useless here. The entire squad was bottled up, a perfect target for anyone with an automatic weapon to spray the tunnel and guarantee casualties. Adapt and overcome, the voice of his old drill instructor snapped in his head. The situation was terrible, but the mission wasn't going to complete itself. His focus sharpened on the objective, a hostage rescue. 4 American lives were on the line, including the U.S. ambassador and the president's own son. Back in Luanda, the political landscape was crumbling, and these civilians had become pawns in a dangerous game. And pawns, he thought grimly, are always the first pieces sacrificed. A renewed urgency pushed him forward, his pace quickening. Elkins matched his stride without a word. The column moved in tense silence, but the noise of 8 fully equipped Marines was unavoidable. The rustle of fabric, the clatter of gear, the steady thud of boots on packed earth, echoing ominously off the tunnel walls. They were announcing their presence to anyone lying in wait, but speed was their only advantage. Now they were playing catch-up, navigating blind without maps or intel for this underground maze. He pictured the satellite imagery of the neighborhood he'd pored over on his tablet, constructing a mental map. They had entered at Checkpoint Yankee, an endpoint on an east-west axis. After descending, east was the only option. In his mind's eye, he placed a green dot marking Alpha's position, moving eastward. His thoughts drifted north to Checkpoint X-Ray, where Captain Dane and Charlie team had breached their target. Dane's last report confirmed they, too, had found a tunnel entrance and gone below. But which way had they gone? Would these tunnels ever connect? Or would both squads wander lost in separate sections of this subterranean labyrinth, never linking up? The earth overhead would likely smother their radio signals, limiting communication to line of sight. He needed to confirm. "Bullpen 1? Sitrep?" he whispered into his mic, trying the Tactical Operations Center first. Static was the only reply. He tried Dane next. 2, 1, radio check. Again, nothing. He glanced at Elkins. Did you hear my transmission go out? Elkins, Moose, gave a thumbs up. As expected, Alpha has line-of-sight comms only, Campero stated to the team, receiving a series of muted clicks in acknowledgement. They advanced another 30 yards before Camperos froze, halting the column with a raised fist. He knelt, peering down his rifle sights into the gloom where his infrared illumination faded and shadows swallowed detail. He was about to signal them forward when he heard it again, a faint, rhythmic chugging like a distant pump or generator. He turned to Elkins, signaling for the two of them to scout ahead while the team held position. With a nod, Elkins fell in beside him. Shoulder to shoulder, they crept forward, their movements deliberate and quiet. After 10 cautious paces, the tunnel walls opened slightly. Camperos could now see that their passage was about to intersect another, larger tunnel, running perpendicular to their own Camperos and Moose. Continued their cautious advance, the image ahead sharpening into the clear outline of a T-shaped junction. From the left branch of the new passage, a rhythmic thumping grew louder, like a herd of small animals on the move. Footsteps, definitely, and they were getting closer. He glanced at Elkins, tapped his own ear protection, and gestured toward the noise. Elkins gave a tight nod of acknowledgement. The immediate puzzle was whether those approaching were friendlies or hostiles. Camperos led them to within a few yards of the junction before halting and dropping to one knee. Peering over his rifle's sights, he waited for the unseen group to cross into view, holding the tactical advantage of surprise in the tense stillness. The sound of boots grew steadily, then, with unnerving suddenness, ceased altogether. Camperos felt his heart rate spike, his finger tapping a silent, anxious beat against the trigger guard. His training kicked in, analyzing the silence. A disciplined halt, no chatter, no lights. His instincts screamed it was Charlie team, but instinct wasn't proof. He wasn't about to gamble with friendly lives. With careful precision, he used his laser designator, flashing a quick pulse against the far tunnel wall, then a longer one, dash the Morse signal for Alpha, visible only to anyone wearing night vision. For a tense moment there was nothing. Then a responding green laser sliced through the darkness from the left, holding steady, then flashing in a deliberate pattern, dot, Charlie. A relieved grin spread across Elkins's face, mirroring Camperos's own conclusion. Confident now and assuming they were in comms range, Camperos keyed his microphone. Raider 1 at the tunnel junction, signaling for Alpha Copy 1. A familiar voice crackled in his ear. Raider 9 at same junction, signaling for Charlie. On that confirmation, Camperos motioned for the rest of his squad to move up as he and Elkins advanced to the intersection. There, they linked up with Master Sergeant Moore and 3 other raiders from Charlie's squad, bringing their total strength to 12. "What's your situation?" Camperos asked quietly, slinging his rifle to bump fists with Moore. "We've been twisting through this labyrinth for 15 minutes and haven't found a thing," Moore replied, keeping his voice low. "Where's Dane?" "Our entry point had a fork. We split up. He took his team north. We came south." Camperos narrowed his eyes, mentally updating his map with this new connecting passage. "Is this your first crossroads, or have you passed others?" "We've navigated a few turns, but this is the first actual intersection," Moore said. "Your path?" "Straight line from our Yankee entry point to here," Camperos answered. "We've spent a lot of time with 0 results, starting to worry we've been led on a wild goose chase." "Same here. Maybe Dane's having better luck on his end." Moore shook his head with a wry expression. "Careful what you wish for. Captain Hollywood is in full battle mode, probably grinning with that mouthguard of his. Then heaven help anyone he finds," Camperos said with a soft chuckle. He turned to glance down the dark, unexplored tunnel for a long moment before looking back at Moore. "I think you should merge with us. Let's see what's down this new branch. We're bound to run into someone or something eventually." "Agreed," the Master Sergeant replied, raising an eyebrow and angling his rifle down the passageway in a silent, unmistakable offer to take point. Camperos shifted to the side, clearing a path for the seasoned, battle-hardened operative. By all means, Master Sergeant, age before beauty. PFU tunnel system. Kyle came to a stop with the group at the base of a crude wooden ladder, Ottinger's dead weight heavy on his back. Just perfect, he muttered under his breath, sweat stinging his eyes. Now that he'd stopped moving, his legs began to quiver violently under the strain, a clear sign he was nearing his limit. Above them, the lead insurgent climbed the rungs and rapped on a wooden panel sealing the exit. After a pause, the panel was lifted, revealing the face of an Angolan PFU fighter peering down. A rapid exchange in Portuguese followed, and Kyle had little doubt the topic was how to get the unconscious man up the ladder. His assumption was confirmed when the leader shouted down orders to the two armed escorts who had been shepherding them through the tunnels. The men slung their rifles and turned toward Kyle with expectant looks. "They will help lift your friend. You cannot manage it alone," the lead terrorist called down, his gaze meeting Kyle's from the opening above. For just a second, Kyle thought he detected a flicker of something like respect in the man's hardened expression. "Let them assist you, Ambassador," Gonçalves urged, her eyes weary but firm. Reluctantly, Kyle knelt. The two fighters lifted Ottinger from his shoulders, and the physical relief was so profound it felt like a wave crashing over him. Yet he schooled his features to show nothing. The Angolans then began with little finesse to haul Ottinger's limp form up the ladder. "Please, be careful with him," the ambassador implored, genuine worry etching her face for the injured protector. At the top, the terrorist leader grabbed Ottinger under the arms and heaved while the two below pushed. In this brief moment of collective distraction, Kyle's focus snapped to the pistol tucked into the waistband at the back of the nearest terrorist below. Here was a fleeting chance, a sliver of chaos he could seize. He could grab the weapon, shoot both escorts, and maybe even take out the leader above. His mind raced, calculating the dizzying variables at lightning speed. Even if he miraculously succeeded, a laughable notion given his utter lack of combat training. He had no idea how many more armed men were waiting in the room above. One, a dozen. His only viable escape would be a frantic dash back into the maze of tunnels, abandoning Ottinger completely. A dark, pragmatic thought intruded. For all he knew, Ottinger's heart might have already stopped. He hadn't checked for a pulse in what felt like ages. He felt a light touch on his arm and turned to find Madison beside him. She held his gaze, her eyes full of a quiet understanding, and gave a single, almost imperceptible shake of her head. The plea was unmistakable. "Don't do it." He let out a frustrated breath, but answered with a slight nod of acquiescence. The spark of rebellion died as quickly as it had flared. The transfer complete, the two guards descended the ladder and reclaimed their weapons. "Quickly! Climb, Ambassador! You first!" the leader commanded from above as Ottinger was dragged out of sight. Gonçalves went up, followed by Madison, then Kyle. As he reached the midpoint of the climb, a deep concussive whoomp echoed down the tunnel behind them. Kyle and the fighters, still below instinctively, jerked their heads toward the sound. Though he'd never experienced one firsthand, Kyle knew instantly it was the sound of a door being blown off its hinges. The cavalry had finally arrived, and they were in the tunnels. From his vantage point above, the leader of the PFU clearly shared the same grim assessment. He snapped a command at the two guards below who were manning the machine guns. The men hesitated, exchanging a glance of uncertainty instead of moving. In response, the leader drew his sidearm, pointing it down the ladder past Kyle and directly at his own men. Kyle halted his climb, holding his position. Every moment of delay was a gift of time for the special operations team closing in. "Go!" the terrorist leader yelled in English, and the junior fighters broke into a run toward the holding cells. Then the leader seized Madison by the wrist, wrenching her downward so violently she bent at the waist, her terrified face coming into view. He jammed the pistol's barrel beneath her jaw and locked eyes with Kyle. "Get out now, or I put a bullet in her brain." The cold, desperate fury in the man's eyes told Kyle he was utterly serious. This lieutenant's composure was unraveling under the pressure. One wrong move could push him over the edge into irreversible violence. "All right, don't shoot, I'm coming," Kyle replied, keeping his voice steady as he resumed climbing. The moment he emerged through the trapdoor, the staccato roar of automatic weapons fire echoed from below, confirming his suspicions. The rescue team was here, engaging the guards. They were only minutes away. The terrorist shoved Kyle aside and slammed the wooden cover back into place. He then barked orders at two armed fighters waiting in the shanty's main room. Immediately, the men began dragging a heavy cast-iron wood stove from the corner toward the hidden door. "Move! To the van, outside now," the leader shouted, his pistol never wavering from Madison. Kyle's eyes swept the grimy floor, searching for Audinger, but the security guard was gone. "He is already loaded," the Angolan snapped. "Now run!" Kyle broke into a jog behind the ambassador and Madison as they stumbled out the front door. A black panel van sat idling in the dirt, its rear doors gaping open. Two fighters with AK-47s flanked the opening, urgently waving the three hostages inside. In the cargo bay, Audinger lay motionless on his back. Kyle waited for the women to clamber in, but a brutal shove from behind sent him sprawling into the van, landing atop Audinger. A rifle butt struck his backside, and he jerked his legs inside just before the doors slammed shut. The leader took the passenger seat, the engine growled, and the van lurched forward, tires spinning in the dirt. Wincing from the throbbing pain in his rear, Kyle pushed himself off Audinger and onto his knees. "Is he gone?" Madison whispered, her gaze fixed on Audinger's ashen, slack-jawed face. Kyle reached out, pressing two fingers against the bodyguard's neck. A spike of dread shot through him when he felt nothing. He shifted his fingers, pressing deeper on the other side of the neck, searching. Just as despair began to set in, he detected it, a faint, erratic flutter. "He's alive, but it's weak," Kyle said, meeting Madison's anxious eyes. Feeling the terrorist lieutenant's stare burning into him, Kyle turned toward the front passenger seat. "This man needs a hospital immediately." "No hospitals," came the flat reply. Kyle's temper flared. "If he doesn't get proper medical care, he will die right here in this van. What does he need to stay alive? He needs trauma surgery, likely a blood transfusion, things we can't do here." The terrorist shook his head in dismissal. "Think," Kyle commanded himself, digging back into a field medicine course from his training at the farm. "At the very least, his wound needs to be packed to stop the bleeding, and he needs an IV saline drip to stabilize his blood pressure." "Can you do these things?" the Angolan demanded. "I'm not a doctor," Kyle protested. "That is not what I asked." "Can you do it?" Kyle hesitated, the weight of the decision pressing down. Then he felt Madison's hand find his and give a firm, reassuring squeeze. Normally, he'd find such an uninvited touch intrusive and awkward, but in that claustrophobic, rattling darkness, it felt like a lifeline, a silent vote of confidence he desperately needed. The shared moment steadied Kyle's nerves, giving him a surge of resolve. "Just get me a medical kit, and I can handle it," he stated. "Good. We'll be at the palace in under 10 minutes. They'll have what you need there," the driver replied, focusing back on the road. Madison leaned closer, her voice a hushed murmur. "By palace? He means the presidential palace, right?" She glanced from Kyle to the ambassador. The ambassador gave a slow, silent nod, though her expression was unreadable, a mask that revealed nothing about whether this destination meant sanctuary or a deeper trap. Kyle's mind raced, trying to calculate the odds, but the equation was filled with too many blanks. He looked down, surprised to find Madison's hand still clasping his. He thought she'd let go the instant he noticed, but she didn't. And, strangely, neither did he. Here, in the middle of what felt like the most chaotic and perilous hour of his life, was it possible he'd stumbled upon a genuine connection? Or was this just some primitive, hardwired response to sheer terror, two people clinging together like survivors on a raft. He decided for once to stop overthinking. The comfort of her touch was real, and in that moment it was enough. Meanwhile, in the office of the president at the presidential palace on Rua Pedro Furtado in Luanda, President Baptista was about to have his very bad day turn catastrophic. His nephew Jorge burst into the office, wild-eyed and gasping for air. "Mr. President, they're here? Who is here?" Baptista asked, utterly confused. "The hostages," Jorge whispered, his voice dropping. "The American Marines hit our safe houses in Bairro Kazenga. They found the tunnels. Bruno had to move them. He brought them here." Baptista exploded from his chair, a tempest of pure fury. Jorge scrambled backward, nearly tripping in his haste to get out of the way. "You idiot! Where is he now?" Baptista roared, storming past his nephew toward the doors. He's in the grand foyer," Jorge stammered. Control was a point of pride for Baptista. He always meted out punishment or plotted revenge with icy, detached precision. Even his executions were clinical affairs. But now, that calculating part of his mind had retreated, just like Jorge, into a frightened corner. Pure, unthinking wrath had taken the wheel. He marched down the long hallway and threw open the double doors to the grand foyer. The scene before him was ripped from a nightmare. Bruno Kalemba stood with a pistol in hand, overseeing the American hostages. Three were clustered together, while a fourth lay motionless on the ornate presidential carpet. Baptista's heart nearly stopped, fearing it was President Ryan's son, but the face didn't match the file photo. His eyes darted to the lean young man standing with two women. Kyle Ryan was thankfully still alive. He quickly identified Ambassador Gonsalves, who appeared unharmed. Finally, his gaze landed on the young State Department aide. She was insignificant to his plans, but the sight of her swollen, bloodied lip poured gasoline on the fire of his rage. He turned on Bruno. "Why in God's name did you bring them here?" he shouted in Portuguese. "You said to keep them secure at all costs." Bruno defended himself. "The Marines were everywhere. I barely got them out. There was nowhere else to go. Nowhere else?" Baptista spat, his voice dripping with incredulous rage. "You could have gone anywhere in this entire city. Anywhere but here. This was the one location in the entire nation that was supposed to be untouchable. Until now, I could have claimed ignorance. But you have single-handedly shattered that possibility. You absolute fool." I apologize," Bruno stammered, his expression a canvas of pure dread as the weight of his catastrophic error settled upon him. Baptista caught the ambassador's intense gaze from across the room. Gonsalves was fluent in Portuguese and had undoubtedly heard every word. The failure was now his own. He drew a sharp, uneven breath, fighting to master the storm of fury inside him. To navigate out of this disaster, he needed clarity. Shifting to his native Kimbundu, he gestured toward the wounded American on the floor. "Did you kill this man?" Bruno, at least possessing the sense to reply in the same tongue, answered, "No, sir. He is alive. He was shot during the assault on the embassy compound. He requires medical care." Then explain why he is sprawled across the floor of my reception hall. "Find him a physician?" "Right away, sir." "I was uncertain if you wished. If I wished for him to perish?" Baptista roared, interrupting him. "Obviously not, you imbecile. These hostages were intended to be returned to the Americans without a scratch, a gesture of goodwill. But you have obliterated that strategy. Now they are aware of my involvement. They have witnessed me speaking with you. My shield of deniability is gone. There remains an alternative, sir. If they are silenced, they cannot bear witness." Baptista jabbed a finger toward Kyle Ryan. "A brilliant suggestion. Why don't you begin with the son of President Ryan himself?" Bruno's jaw went slack as he stared at Ryan. That man is the president's son, indeed. "You have inadvertently abducted the son of the American president from his own embassy," Baptista stated, before a wave of dark, sardonic laughter overtook him at the sheer ridiculousness of the situation. He tried to stifle it, but found he couldn't. Part of him recognized how deranged he sounded, while another part reveled in the release. When the laughter finally subsided, a strange calm washed over him. "Hand me your weapon," he commanded, extending his right hand toward his most loyal lieutenant of 12 years. Bruno paused for a fraction of a second, then placed the Beretta into Baptista's palm. Baptista took the pistol, racked the slide to confirm a round was chambered, and then shot Kalemba directly in the forehead. Ambassador Gonsalves screamed in terror as Bruno's body collapsed to the marble floor. With the act complete, Baptista tucked the still warm gun into his waistband and turned to address the Americans in clear English. His eyes locked on Gonsalves. "My apologies for that distressing spectacle, Madam Ambassador, but I have just been informed that you and 3 other Americans were kidnapped from your embassy by a terrorist faction known as the Patriotic Front for Unity. I have neutralized the leader of this radical cell, and you are now all safe. Until my forces can suppress the remaining PFU elements, you will stay here in the presidential palace as my honored guests. My personnel will ensure your protection and comfort until I can arrange your secure return to the embassy." He then turned to the 2 presidential guards stationed by the entrance and, in English for the Americans' benefit, declared, "Please escort our American guests to the secured VIP suite in the lower level and attend to all their requirements. Provide food, water, and any necessary medical care." He was well aware the guards understood little English. The performance was entirely for the hostages. He repeated the instructions in Kimbundu, though with crucial alterations, and ordered 6 additional guards to reinforce the security detail. The lead guard acknowledged the commands with a sharp salute and immediately relayed the orders over his radio. Ambassador Gonsalves forced her gaze to remain fixed on President Baptista, deliberately ignoring the gruesome scene on the floor. "Mr. President, we are deeply grateful for your protection and for offering us sanctuary within the palace," she stated, her voice carefully measured. "However, I must propose another option. With a single call, I can have U.S. Marine forces secure our route and facilitate our immediate return to the embassy compound." Baptista dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand, a silent signal to the guards already moving into the grand foyer. "The city is far too volatile for such a movement. I must insist you all remain here. Under my personal protection, you will be taken to the fortified basement shelter, where you will be perfectly safe until this PFU insurgency is crushed." His tone was final, leaving no room for debate. "Your security is my utmost concern. My staff will see to your every comfort." As a team of guards formed a tight perimeter around the Americans, 2 others moved to lift the gravely wounded man from the blood-stained carpet. Being led away, Kyle Ryan turned his head, his eyes locking with Baptista's in a silent, searing challenge that the president found both irritating and curiously impressive. Baptista offered a slight acknowledging nod, which Ryan pointedly refused to return. Once the group was gone, Jorge approached, abandoning formal titles for the moment. "Uncle, what do you need from me?" Baptista did not look at him, his attention still on the spot where Ryan had stood. "Have this mess cleaned up, then contact General de Souza and tell him to report to my office immediately. Understood." "Anything else?" Baptista paused, his expression unreadable. "Yes. Find a doctor. Do everything possible to keep that American alive." Jorge's confusion was evident. "Do you actually plan to release them?" For a long moment, Baptista said nothing, the only sound the distant hum of the palace generators. When he finally spoke, his words were a quiet admission. "That decision has not been made. We will see what the night reveals. Emergency Operations Center, Luanda, Angola, 11:44 p.m. local time." Katie stalked the length of the dimly lit room, her eyes glued to the large monitor displaying a silent, unchanging satellite feed. The tension was a physical weight in the room. "This isn't right," she finally said, stopping her pacing. "I have a bad feeling." We should have had some kind of signal by now. I know the feeling, Kanza said, moving to stand beside her. He kept his voice low and steady, the practiced calm of a veteran. It's the worst part of this job, being stuck in here while the team is in the field, but you have to trust their training. This is their world. You're not listening, Katie shot back, her frustration boiling over. This isn't about jitters. My gut is screaming that we've passed the point where radio silence is normal. Something has gone wrong. Kanza offered a sympathetic, weary smile. Honestly, it happens every time. When you're monitoring from a chair, your sense of time gets distorted. Operations always take longer on the ground than they do on the planning board. She appreciated his effort, but it only fueled her anxiety. My internal clock is just fine. Thank you. Try raising them on the radio. Now, with a slight shrug, Kanza complied, keying his microphone. Raider 1, this is Bullpen. Request your status, Static hissed in reply. He tried the other team lead. Raider 2, Bullpen, come in. After another stretch of dead air, he turned back to her. They're deep underground, ma'am. The comms blackout is expected, as frustrating as it is. We're in a holding pattern. Katie stared at the aerial view of the Kazenga district, her focus narrowing on the digital markers for the target houses, Yankee and X-Ray, where the teams had vanished into the labyrinth below. The map told her nothing of what lay beneath, a hidden network of passages that could run straight for miles or twist like a maze. The utter silence from those markers felt less like a procedural delay and more like a void, swallowing sound and light whole. Katie moved to stand beside Bubba at his terminal, her focus sharpening. Let's pull back the satellite view, she instructed. Double the current radius on the feed. Bubba nodded, his hands moving over the trackball and keyboard. The image shifted, pulling outward as houses and streets diminished in size, revealing a broader swath of the city. She took a step back, her eyes scanning the newly visible sectors, methodically examining each fresh heat signature for any unusual movement. Her attention then turned to the roads. The complete absence of vehicle traffic in their original surveillance zone was nagging at her. Kanza approached, standing at her shoulder. What's on your mind? I'm considering the possibility that these tunnels extend much farther than our projections, Katie replied, her gaze still fixed on the screen. What if we've been looking at too small a section of the map? Possible, Kanza conceded. But until we hear from Raider 1 or 2, the logical assumption is that the primary activity remains below ground. Bubba, zoom out again, double it once more, Katie ordered. That's a 4-mile radius now, Kanza interjected. With all due respect, there's no way those passageways. Zoom in on that vehicle, Katie cut him off, pointing decisively at the large wall display, the one at the top of the screen, moving fast on an eastbound route. Bubba manipulated the controls, centering the view on a solitary medium-sized cargo van speeding eastward. Appears to be a delivery van. Who makes deliveries at this hour? Katie said, a sudden jolt of adrenaline cutting through her mental fatigue. Bubba merely shrugged. I want that van tracked in real time, but I also need a rewind. I need to see its point of origin. Was it near the operational area? Can you manage that, Bubba? Yeah, I can handle it, he affirmed, his fingers flying across the keyboard again. I'll keep the live feed on the main screen and pull the archived data on my station. Will that work? She gave a tight nod, a sinking feeling growing in her gut that she desperately hoped was misplaced. How far back do you need me to go? He asked. Start with 5, maybe 10 minutes. Katie said, just rewind and trace that van's path backward. Bubba complied, and they watched the van's journey reverse on the monitor until it stopped in front of a house just outside their primary target neighborhood. He skipped back another 30 seconds and pressed play. A cluster of heat signatures emerged hurriedly from the structure, with several being loaded into the van. That's them, Katie said, her voice strained. I believe that's Ottinger, the one they're carrying. His thermal signature is faint. Is he gone? Doesn't look like it, but he's definitely out cold, Kanza observed. The others appear to be in one piece, so that's something. Sure, except our team is still trapped underground and the extraction just failed. Our people are being moved, Katie said, the cool professionalism she was striving for beginning to crack. She glanced back at the primary display to confirm the van was still being followed. Do not lose them, Bubba. We have to know their destination. We won't lose them, Bubba assured her. You have my word. The van continues east, Kanza noted. Any thoughts on where it's headed? Katie turned. Tejada. Tejada joined the huddle around the screen. The road they're on is Hoji Ya Henda Avenue. It runs straight into the government district, essentially a direct route to Cidade Alta. Katie felt her throat go dry. Cidade Alta, that's where the presidential palace is situated, right? Tejada confirmed with a nod. If that's where they're going, what's their estimated time of arrival, she asked, watching the van's steady progress. They have roughly 3 miles to go, he replied. With no traffic at this hour, they'd reach the palace in 10 minutes, maybe 12. She faced Major Merriweather. Major, do we have any assets that could intercept that van? A look of frustration washed over the Marine Raider commander's features. Our JLTVs with the Raider element are still in Bairo, Kazenga. Even if they rolled out of the tunnels this second, they'd never catch up. The rest of the MEU is positioned here around the embassy. This 4-block radius is our forward base. We could try to scramble an infantry team, but the odds are practically zero. It would take a minimum of 5 minutes to load Marines up and move out. After that, it's just a math problem. And the numbers are stacked against us, damn it. She drove her clenched fist down onto the edge of the terminal desk, a surge of anger tightening her chest. They had been so close to rescuing her brother and the others, only to have it slip away at the absolute last moment. She drew a slow breath, forcing her thoughts into order before turning back to the Major. If my instinct is right, and I believe it is, that van is headed for the presidential palace. The moment American hostages are unloaded and marched into the heart of Angolan power, Baptista stops being a president and starts being a terrorist. Maybe this is the opening we've needed. Major, we need Colonel Crocker. I think it's time we ended this. What's the play, Commander? Crocker asked when his image appeared on screen, though the glimmer in his eyes suggested he was already ahead of her. We encircle the presidential palace and demand our people back. Call it a hunch, but if you park the MEU and a line of JLTVs on Baptista's doorstep, he's going to reconsider his options. Crocker offered a thin smile, an expression she guessed was uncommon for him. I'll require authorization, he stated. Before she could speak, he continued, and I will secure it. Good work, Commander. The MEU commander vanished from the screen, undoubtedly to reach out to the Pentagon or the White House, probably both. This isn't finished, Commander, Merriweather remarked beside her. I know, Major, she replied, but we're turning the corner. Her mind felt suddenly clear, her determination hardening into something sharp and focused. Kyle was alive, and so were the other Americans. It was time to lock away the emotion, to think like her brother, and let cold logic chart the course, because today, everyone was coming home. Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. 5:52 p.m. local time, Ryan observed as the finest advisory team on the planet fell into their familiar rhythm, debating angles, weighing every variable, introducing new scenarios, and pushing each other to justify their stances. It had always been his method to let what might look like disorderly contention run its course until it ceased to be useful. They were approaching that point, but not quite there. Jay, you must have some gut feeling about Baptista, Kudrick said, impatience edging his voice. I do, the CIA director replied. I think he's a dishonest, self-serving opportunist. I believe he was, and likely still is, a thug from the PFU obsessed with personal power and money, but basing a decision to commit troops to combat solely on my profound distaste for the man is better than having nothing to go on, Kudrick countered. It is the same as having nothing, Canfield shot back. It doesn't tell us if he orchestrated the embassy attack or the coup. What if the military and the government genuinely invited him to step in as an interim leader? Then we would be assaulting the legitimate government of a sovereign nation. Adler, the Secretary of State, concluded, giving voice to the thought hanging in the air. We don't even know if they were part of the attack on our embassy or the kidnapping, one voice argued in the tense room. Robert Burgess countered firmly. Our priority is getting our people back regardless. They're being held against their will at the presidential palace. Kudrick added, his tone sharp. If that location doesn't make Baptista's loyalties crystal clear, I'm not sure what would. Playing a cautious role, Adler posed a question. What if the Angolan military rescued them from the PFU and then delivered them to the palace? Is that a possibility? Do you actually believe that? Kudrick fired back without hesitation. I certainly don't. Burgess leaned forward. If that were true, Baptista would have shouted it from the rooftops to claim credit and build political capital. His silence speaks volumes. He's involved and he's buying time to figure out his next step. Arnie Van Dam glanced at President Ryan before addressing Burgess. You know the president's stance on operating from assumptions. Burgess sighed, conceding the point, but offered a final thought. The only person who knows the full truth is Baptista, and we all agree he's not trustworthy. He's not the only one withholding the truth, Ryan said, his voice cutting through the discussion and bringing in immediate silence. All eyes turned to him as he stood, his hands resting on the back of his chair. Who leads the Angolan military? What's his name again? He snapped his fingers, searching his memory. General De Souza, a staffer from Burgess's team, supplied quickly. Right, De Souza, Ryan confirmed. Adler interjected. But De Souza has already chosen a side. Baptista couldn't have removed Luemba without the military support. Ryan nodded, a decision solidifying in his mind. Then we need to speak with Luemba himself. He turned to Mary Pat Foley. Do we have any information on his whereabouts, or even if he's still alive? Nothing confirmed, Mr. President, she replied, but I can check with our team on the ground for any leads. Please do, he said, then shifted his focus to Admiral Larry Kent. Admiral, instruct the MEU commander to position his forces near the palace. They are not to initiate an assault without direct orders. However, if they come under attack, they have full authority to respond with any necessary force to protect our Marines. Furthermore, if a clear opportunity arises to safely extract our citizens, we trust their on-the-ground judgment to execute that operation. Ensure he knows he has our full support. Understood, Mr. President, Kent responded, a note of approval in his voice. Ryan addressed the room again. We will all remain here ready to make critical decisions as events develop, but we will not micromanage our commanders in the field. A murmur of agreement followed. Mary Pat, he said, turning to his trusted advisor. A moment she followed him into a nearby breakout room. Once the door closed, Ryan asked, What are the odds we can locate Luemba? The Director of National Intelligence crossed her arms, considering fairly good. We have multiple teams, including NSA, analyzing satellite imagery, signals intel, and other raw data to build a timeline. It's a massive amount of information, but knowing your specific objective will focus the search. What I need is confirmation of whether Luemba is alive and, if so, his location, Ryan stated. And then I'll need to speak with the head of the intelligence task force operating from our embassy in Luanda. Mary Pat gave him a knowing, gentle look. As a father or as the commander-in-chief, he affirmed. Then, leaning in slightly, his own expression softened with a hint of resolve. I believe I might have a plan. In an unknown basement in the Barrow Kazenga neighborhood of Luanda, Angola, the scene was one of stark contrast to the strategic deliberations. At precisely 11:59 p.m. local time, Camperos settled his holographic sight on the center mass of an insurgent and squeezed the trigger. A controlled 3-round burst found its mark, dropping the shooter as he tried to move from the stairwell entrance toward cover behind a stack of rough-cut timber, where other hostile gunmen were laying down, covering fire. Camperos immediately identified the lumber as the matching type used for structural supports throughout the tunnel network. This basement wasn't a living space. It was a logistics hub, a staging ground for construction materials. Unlike the ramshackle dwellings Alpha and Charlie had used as entry points over an hour prior, Master Sergeant Moore had guided them to an exit, emerging directly into the cellar of what seemed to be a commercial structure or apartment building. Their luck, however, ran out there. The access point was actively guarded. "So when you predicted we'd bump into trouble eventually," Moore whispered from his crouched position beside Camperos. "Was this the scenic view you pictured?" "Not exactly. I was kind of hoping for a room full of hostages," Camperos replied, ducking back behind a tall stack of cinder blocks. "But I suppose that's the price I pay for, a sudden hailstorm of enemy fire hammered into the opposite side of their makeshift cover, cutting him off." Moore leaned out, unleashed a controlled burst of return fire, and snapped back into safety. "You were saying?" I said, "That's what I get for following your navigation skills," Camperos answered, a wry grin touching his lips. Moore just shook his head as another volley pounded their concrete bunker, spraying dust and fragments into the air. They had been the first two to enter and clear the basement, only to be instantly pinned down by a PFU security team. The rest of their squad was bottlenecked in the tunnel behind them, unable to deploy their full strength or firepower. "As thrilling as this standoff is," Moore stated, retrieving a flashbang from his kit, "I'm thinking we flip the script." "My thoughts exactly," Camperos agreed. Pulling an M67 fragmentation grenade from his own gear, "Let's hit them with a combo. We stun, then we clean," Aura, the seasoned NCO, grunted. "Just keep the party out here," Camperos cautioned. "Remember, the hostages could be right through that doorway." With a sharp nod, Moore pulled the pin and arced the flashbang over the barrier. Camperos shut his eyes tight. A moment later, the grenade erupted with a blinding flash and a deep concussive whump. Blinking his eyes open, Camperos pulled the pin on his M67, stepped clear of the cinder blocks, and took aim at the enemy position behind the lumber pile, while the shooters were still stunned and disoriented. He keyed his boom mic, warning his team, "Grenade out!" He hurled the M67 behind the stacked wood and dove for cover beside Moore. A heartbeat later, a thunderous explosion rocked the basement, its shockwave utterly dwarfing the earlier flashbang. Their Peltor headsets' noise cancellation saved their hearing from the blast, while the thick cinder blocks shielded them from the lethal spray of shrapnel. In perfect sync, Camperos and Moore sprang up, swept around their barrier, and assaulted the remnants of the PFU force behind the shattered lumber. All three enemy shooters were down, grievously wounded by shrapnel. Only one managed to feebly raise his weapon. Camperos ended that threat with a precise headshot, while Moore administered final shots to the other two. The immediate threat neutralized. They pivoted as one weapons trained on the doorway leading to the basement stairs. Seeing no new threats, Moore rushed to the opening, dropped to a knee, and scanned upward. Camperos took a covering position slightly behind and signaled the rest of the Raider team waiting in the tunnel to move up for extraction. The remaining 10 Marines poured from the tunnel mouth and moved swiftly across the basement floor. The first pair of Raiders flowed past Moore and Camperos, taking point and ascending to the first landing. The next duo followed with seamless precision, prepared to assume the lead for the next flight while the previous pair provided cover. This disciplined leapfrogging ascent out of the basement proceeded without further contact. As Camperos and Moore emerged onto the street, they found the Alpha and Charlie squads had already secured the first floor. The space was empty, a construction zone with no signs of life. The hostages were gone. Either they had never been here, leading the Raiders into a deadly trap, or the terrorists had already slipped away with their captives. Camperos keyed his comms, his voice tight. "Bullpen, Raider 1, Alpha and 4 from Charlie are topside. Negative contact on the hostages. I say again, hostages are not at this location. Raider 211, 13, and 16 remain unaccounted for. He pulled his tablet, the glowing map a stark contrast to the dark building around them. The reply from Konza was swift. Raider 1, bullpen copies all. Intel suggests the enemy used an unknown egress point and has moved the hostages to the presidential palace. Raider 2 is still offline. Camperos shot a look at Moore, his expression openly broadcasting their shared failure. Do we go back down after 2, or wait for them to surface? Moore considered it, a thoughtful pause in the chaos. Check with bullpen. Did anyone actually see the hostages being moved, or is this just a guess? Maybe Dane's team pushed them out and is now pinned down in a firefight underground. Solid point, Camperos acknowledged, relaying the question. The response came from a new authoritative voice, Raider 1. This is Raider Actual. It was Major Merriweather, running the show from the embassy. Talk new orders. Proceed at speed to the JLTVs. Alpha is being retasked. You will move to support Operation Iron Fist at the presidential palace. The MEU is mobilizing to cordon the area. If negotiations fail, we take the palace by force, recover our people, and take President Baptista into U.S. custody. Copy all, Actual, Camperos said, the scale of the shift in mission momentarily stunning him. And the remainder of Charlie Squadron? What's their play? Raider 10 will assault and secure the hostage exit point, now designated Whiskey. Coordinates are inbound. We have 2 thermal signatures inside the structure there. Once the site is secure, 10 will re-enter the tunnels to locate Raider 2. If 2's team is operational, Charlie will either reinforce at the palace or be assigned a new objective. We may have another task brewing for them. Any questions? Copy, no questions. Camperos turned to Moore, a sudden grim grin spreading across his face. The frustration was gone, replaced by the adrenaline of a new objective. Sorry to ditch you, but duty calls. Another social event on the calendar. Don't sweat it. I plan on making a grand entrance once we clean house here. Just save me a seat and some snacks, Captain. Easy day, Camperos replied, bumping fists with Moore. He signaled to his team, rallying them with a circular motion, weapon at the ready. He led Alpha Squad into the shadowy, abandoned streets of the Kazenga district. Their destination, their waiting vehicles and a fast, hard drive toward the presidential palace, and whatever fresh chaos was waiting for them there. Presidential Palace, High City, Pedro Furtado Street, Luanda, Angola. General João de Souza arrived at the palace's grand front entrance in his new pride and joy, a hulking, Chinese-made Dongfeng Mengshi armored personnel carrier. The vehicle was a fortress on wheels, its thick plating designed to shrug off any bullet. Normally ensconced within its steel belly, he felt invincible. Tonight, however, that confidence was paper-thin. The Americans were moving, and his impressive Dongfeng would be little more than a slow metal coffin against a missile launched from one of their stealth fighters, screaming in from the sea. General de Souza knew his forces were utterly outmatched. The American Marine Expeditionary Unit dominated the sea, the shoreline, and the skies above the Angolan capital. Should they choose to unleash their full fury upon Cidade Alta, Alcala's military would be powerless to intervene. De Souza had no intention of mounting a futile defense. Baptista might occupy the presidential office, but the coup had already collapsed. Survival and emerging from this disaster with his position intact was now the only objective. Remain here, he instructed his driver. Exiting the armored vehicle, accompanied by 2 special operators assigned as his personal guard, a necessary precaution in case Baptista sought a violent change in leadership. Under the portico, Jorge Baptista, the president's nephew and newly minted chief of staff, was waiting. Spotting the general, he hurried forward. General de Souza, sir, the president requires your immediate presence in his office. At least the young man remembers his place, de Souza thought, his face an impassive mask. That is precisely why I am here, Jorge, de Souza replied, striding briskly toward the entrance. To confer with our intrepid leader. Jorge offered no reply. Flanked by his guards, de Souza entered the palace foyer. Two women in cleaning uniforms were scrubbing a dark stain from the elaborate rug at the center of the room. A bucket filled with crimson-soaked rags told the whole story. Someone had clearly paid a price. Jorge scurried past him, rushing down the hallway to the office to announce his arrival, a gesture that drew a quiet chuckle from the general. When de Souza reached the ornate double doors, Jorge was waiting, hand on the knob. "The president will see you now, General," he said with a significant look, pushing the right-hand door open. "Naturally, he will," de Souza muttered to himself. He entered the familiar office, his posture rigid, shoulders squared. He halted halfway to the desk. To his surprise, Baptista stood with his back to the room, gazing out the window. When the man did not turn, de Souza cleared his throat. "When I was a boy," Baptista began, his voice directed at the glass, "my father would return from work and beat me whenever he'd had a difficult day. He had many difficult days. Consequently, so did I." De Souza remained silent, waiting. "One day, after a particularly thorough beating, I asked him why he seemed to enjoy it," Baptista continued. The question surprised him. His answer surprised me. The general waited, but Baptista offered nothing more, forcing de Souza to speak. What did he say? Baptista turned. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression fiercely intense. He said, "I beat you so that when you grow you will not become a weak and pathetic coward like me, a man too frightened of being knocked down to ever stand up for himself." Then he hugged me and said, "I beat you because I love you, son. It is the only way I know to prepare you for a cruel and violent world. To rise as a man, you must learn to endure a beating and persevere." "A dreadful childhood," de Souza remarked, meeting his gaze. "I despised him for years," Baptista said, "until the day I finally understood it was my father's harsh love and brutal wisdom that forged me. It is why I stand here in this office, leading this nation. I have endured countless beatings from countless enemies, and I have always persevered. When I am knocked down, I rise and climb higher than before." He paused, letting the silence stretch. "Nothing has changed. The Americans will attempt to break us, but we will endure whatever they bring. This land is ours, not theirs. We will not submit to their ultimatums. We will not retreat," the general noted the shift from I to we, stifling a cynical smile. "Sir, U.S. Marines are already on the move. They will encircle the palace, cut you off, and order the hostages' release. If you resist, they will assault the building and take you into custody." De Souza argued, striving to inject reason. "The play is finished, Victor. You must face reality." "Absolutely not." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying no. I will broker a deal with President Ryan. The American hostages will be freed only after their forces withdraw from Angolan territory. I will not be intimidated. I will not surrender my authority. If President Ryan wishes to see his son alive, he will meet my terms. Perhaps you've missed the last decade, but President Ryan does not yield, not to Russia, not to China, and most assuredly not to you, Victor." He studied the man he had helped elevate to the presidency. His fantasy of Baptista as a pliable figurehead, with himself as the true power, had dissolved like mist. Baptista grinned back a wide, unsettling smile that spoke of a mind fraying at the edges. "We shall see, General. Bring Kyle Ryan to me from the bunker. Let us discover whether President Ryan cherishes his son as deeply as my own father cherished me." "It will be done, Mr. President," de Souza replied, turning to leave. He pushed through the heavy door, brushing past the president's obsequious nephew, who stiffened in the hall. De Souza understood his safety now hinged solely on the loyalty of the troops he commanded, a loyalty that meant nothing within these palace walls. Baptista was unhinged, capable of ordering his execution on a whim. He had gambled poorly, letting ambition override his judgment. He had told himself only he could steer Angola toward stability, yet instead of facing Luemba in a future election, he had taken the very shortcuts his father had warned him against. Now his life was at risk, and he had handed the nation's fate to a lunatic. That was irreversible. But survival was still possible, and with it, perhaps a chance to salvage this disaster. Yet the Americans were coming regardless. To slip the noose he'd fashioned, one final loose end needed trimming. He retrieved the burner phone he'd kept on him since this began, pressing the speed dial listed only as X. Yes, answered his most reliable officer, tension clear in the single word. Is the package still at Sao Paulo? He remains there, confirmed the man who had led his special operations for years. Terminate him. Ensure it cannot be traced to me or to Baptista, not yet at least. Best to cover every contingency. Understood, the officer said, his voice almost relieved. The former president has been deeply despondent. No one would be shocked if he chose to end his own life. D'Souza allowed himself a thin smile. A tragic turn indeed, but yes, it would not surprise me. He ended the call and pocketed the phone. One less variable to implicate him. Perhaps he could position himself as a reluctant participant, waiting for the right moment to rescue President Luemba. He pictured the somber remorse he would show for arriving too late. Then another thought surfaced, sharper and more daring. What if he were to eliminate Baptista himself and liberate the hostages? The grateful Americans might even endorse him as Angola's next leader, a true patriot rising in a crisis. He would not go back to the presidential office without a weapon. Maybe the right moment would come. The president's son could even be there to see his act of bravery. Yes, things might just fall into place. Emergency Operations Center, EOC, U.S. Embassy Mission in Angola. Rua Huari Boumediene, 32. Luanda, Angola Katie's initial relief, that at least 3, maybe all 4 hostages were alive, and that one of them was her brother had cooled into a heavy sense of uselessness. Knowing they were breathing was still the best news possible, but keeping them that way was turning into a different kind of battle. Pacing the room, ignoring the sympathetic yet worried glances from Bubba and Konza, she felt utterly irrelevant. She wasn't even a passenger on this awful ride. She was just watching from the window. Konza was in his zone, managing communications and feeding live intelligence to the Marine raiders on the ground. Bubba was buried in the constant stream of data from satellites, drones, CIA feeds, and the LFO aboard the Kearsarge. She was an analyst with nothing to analyze, a task force leader with no decisions to make. Fighting a sigh, she looked again at the grainy still image pulled from the video feed, the one showing Kyle and the others being marched into the palace. Her mind drifted through 100 smaller memories, but it was their time together at the academy that felt most personal, more intimate somehow than a lifetime of holidays and family dinners. Maybe it was because those years in the brigade were something only they shared, a world apart from the overwhelming experience of being Orion. They'd been in the same company at the Naval Academy too, and the tight bonds formed there played a part. But it was really the stolen moments she remembered when Kyle's usually stoic face would soften into that gentle, knowing smile almost no one else ever saw. And yet, that closeness had clearly faded for him because she hadn't even known he'd left the Navy. The thought brought a mix of sadness and frustration. She'd thought Kyle had learned partly from her that you can't go through life well all on your own. But here they were. She stared at the frozen image of a large man shoving what looked like a club into the small of her brother's back. "Damn you, Kyle," she whispered. "Commander Ryan?" She turned to find Goose Horgan beside her. "Sorry, Katie, but this can't wait," Horgan said. "Of course," Katie replied, a little annoyed he might think she was in some fragile state needing space. "We're all still on mission." "What is it?" "Well," the aviator-turned-spook said, "Freddie's been coordinating with NSA assets through the ODNI, and we've got confirmed location on where Luemba and Vice President Carvalho are being held. Freddie's local contacts finally resurfaced, and we know they're both there and still alive. Katie turned the news over. That Luemba was still breathing seemed miraculous and confusing. It had to mean something. If Baptista had truly seized power in a violent coup, the regional playbook usually called for the former leader to be killed during the takeover. Holding him might be for a show trial to add a layer of legitimacy. But eyewitnesses were rarely an asset. Maybe that's part of why Baptista's motives remain unclear. Luemba and Carvalho know the real story. "And there's a call for you, ma'am," Horgan cut into her thoughts. "Freddie received it through channels at the Odeana. They want to speak with you from the White House Situation Room." Katie's eyebrow lifted. After a year and a half of unprecedented events, starting with her first time under fire, which in her case meant dodging a torpedo while submerged, this was yet another new experience. "Who exactly wants to talk?" she asked. Horgan gave a slight shrug. "I believe it might be the president." Katie let out a soft, dismissive breath. There were countless reasons the president didn't personally call mid-grade officers in the field, and in their situation, there was an extra layer of complication. While some fathers might pick up the phone, President Ryan wasn't one of them. Like her, he strictly separated family from duty, a trait she'd undoubtedly inherited. "All right," she said after a moment. "Let's find out who's on the line." "Freddie thought you might prefer some privacy." Her eyes flicked to a photograph of her brother, then to the live satellite screens. Part of her felt she should take the call right there, but it would be faster to just go with Horgan. She followed the DIA agent to a secluded office at the rear of the EOC, where Freddie waited. He gestured her inside. "Use my desk," he offered. "We'll step out." "I don't think that's wise," Katie replied, settling into his leather chair and reaching for the handset. "I know President Ryan. This won't be a personal chat, please. Everyone stay. Whatever this is, we all need to hear it." Hoping her instinct was correct, she pressed the speakerphone button. "Lieutenant Commander Ryan speaking," she said, her hands trembling slightly. This wasn't a daughter talking to her dad. This was a naval officer addressing the commander-in-chief during a national emergency. One moment for the president, a calm, authoritative male voice responded. After a click, the secure line reconnected. "Commander, this is President Ryan," said the voice that was her father's, yet utterly different. The official tone she'd overheard a few times during calls from their Chesapeake home. Then a hint of his paternal warmth slipped through as he asked, "How's your team holding up, Katie?" "We're managing well, sir," she said. "The nerve's still there. There's relief that the hostages, most, if not all, seem to be alive, but the job is far from finished." "What do you need from us to bring them the rest of the way home, Mr. President?" "That's precisely why I'm calling," President Ryan replied. "Your instincts have been remarkably sharp these past 2 years, Commander. What's your gut telling you about Baptista?" Katie paused, choosing her words. "I wish I had a clear answer, sir. The prevailing view here is that he remains what he's always been, a thug obsessed with power, but frustratingly, that doesn't automatically make his narrative false. In this region, regime change often unfolds exactly like this. What we really need is direct communication with the military leadership, or with President Luemba himself," Ryan interjected. "That would be ideal. I've just been briefed by our DIA representative that Luemba's location and his status as a prisoner have been confirmed by both the NSA and the CIA. That matches our understanding, sir, though most of that intelligence is flowing from the CIA's ground assets in Luanda." She glanced at Freddie, who exhaled slowly, considering, then gave a subtle nod of agreement. "To make the best decision on our next move, I need to clearly distinguish friend from foe. Does the station chief there have the contacts and capability to insert a team into São Paulo prison where Luemba is being held?" "Yes, sir," Katie answered, conveying Freddie's silent confirmation. "Good," said President Ryan. "The Director of National Intelligence and Director Canfield are here with me. We want you, the station chief, and your team to coordinate President Luemba's extraction from that facility. Is the MARSOC commander on site?" She gave a sharp signal to Horgan, who immediately pivoted to locate Major Merriweather. I really should have handled this call from the main office. Connecting you now, Mr. President? She replied. Excellent, President, Ryan responded, his voice carrying the steady, commanding tone of a leader wielding the full authority of the United States. This was the commander-in-chief, not the father who once read her fairy tales. The fact that both personas existed in the same man still struck her with awe, especially as her own understanding of global politics deepened. Katie, our priority is extracting Luemba alive and in stable condition. He holds the critical intelligence we lack regarding Baptista and General de Souza. The path through this crisis may very well hinge on reinstating Luemba to his position at the palace. You have our full commitment, Mr. President, she said, her earlier apprehension dissolving as her purpose became clear. Then let's move, Katie, her father urged. Time is not on our side. São Paulo Penitentiary, Rua de Espinhos. Luanda, Angola, former President Francisco Luemba sat on the unforgiving prison bunk, a narrow metal frame hinged to the wall, and stared blankly, his mind drifting far beyond his own grim circumstances. His initial fury had cooled into dread, and that dread had settled into a hollow acceptance. Now a deeper, more personal regret was taking hold. For perhaps the first time, his remorse wasn't for himself. He was furious for having placed his trust in General de Souza, a man he had considered not just a military leader, but a genuine friend and ally. As Angola's leader, he should have known better than to trust anyone so completely. That mistake had proven costly. Yet it wasn't the impending personal cost that burdened him now. To that final outcome, he had already surrendered. His recent hours had been consumed by thoughts of his wife and children, images he couldn't seem to shake. Luisa was resilient. In earlier, better years, when he was a more attentive partner, she had been his closest counselor. He realized her counsel had faded when he stopped truly hearing it. When the noble ambitions of his youth were swallowed by the harsh realities and compromises of power, she had never complained about the life his career demanded, but a persistent melancholy had shadowed her ever since. Maybe she would be all right. Maybe she had already found a route out of the capital. His children were adults now. Would Baptista target them as well? Luemba feared the answer was yes, given his adversary's brutal and vengeful nature. But a sliver of hope remained. Perhaps as president, Baptista would consider the terrible publicity of such an act. Maybe de Souza would advise against such a divisive strike, and maybe, just maybe, Baptista would listen. I pursued this monster for 10 years. He knows it. He will grant me no quarter, but he might spare my children. But Luisa's safety depended entirely on her ability to flee the city. The jarring clang of the cell block door at the corridor's end shattered his dark reverie and sent his pulse skyrocketing. The sound always unnerved him, but this time the fear was sharper, more immediate. It was nowhere near mealtime, and he hadn't been let out, not for yard time, not for questioning, not even to hear formal charges. He was operating on speculation alone, and any hope of rescue had long since evaporated. This is it, time for the spectacle, and then he squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block the intrusive memories of the executions he had authorized, including those of Baptista's PFU militants. He recalled the final violent spasms, the loss of bodily control. Soon, I'll be the one on the rope. A vivid, grotesque image flashed, his own body convulsing before a crowd, his trousers stained, as his country watched his final undignified moments. Mr. President, a man's voice stated flatly, stripping the title of all its customary respect. Luemba's eyes fluttered open to find a stranger standing over him. An Angolan man he'd never seen before. In the man's grip was a pistol, though its barrel was unusually long and wide, giving it an almost absurd appearance. "Identify yourself," Luemba demanded, determined that his final moments would be remembered with dignity. His voice held steady, a stark contrast to his trembling hands, which he pressed firmly into his lap. "I am nobody important. the man answered flatly, without a trace of emotion. But President Baptista and General de Souza wished for you to receive their greetings. A slow, resigned sigh escaped Luemba's lips. So this is the end, I'm afraid it is, the man replied. A public trial would only be a circus. The country deserves more, or so I've been instructed. Suicide is the cleanest option. Overwhelmed by guilt, you couldn't bear the shame of confessing your crimes to the nation. By taking your own life, you grant yourself a form of honor. I refuse, Luemba stated, a final surge of defiance rising within him. I'll resist, and you won't be able to stage this as self-inflicted. A sly, fox-like smile touched the man's mouth. This isn't a lethal weapon. It's a tranquilizer gun. Once you're unconscious, I'll handle the details. The guards will discover you hanged in your cell. The assassin took a step back and raised the peculiar firearm. Every instinct screamed at Luemba to flee, but he was trapped in an 8-by-8-foot space with only a cot and a wall-mounted toilet. There was no escape, so he met his executioner's gaze with stubborn pride. Then a noise echoed from down the corridor, a sound the killer heard too, turning sharply toward it. As the man swung his tranquilizer gun toward the hallway entrance, a muffled shot rang out. The top of the assassin's skull vanished in a grisly spray of blood and tissue before his body crumpled to the floor, the strange weapon clattering against the cell bars. Clear, a voice called out in English. English Luemba stood from the cot, shoving his still-shaking hands into his pockets. He heard rapid footsteps approaching, but stayed back, afraid of being mistaken for a threat. Clear, another voice announced, much closer now. Moments later, a soldier in uniform moved into view outside the bars, sweeping the area with an assault rifle. An American Marine, if Luemba's knowledge of insignia was correct. President Luemba? The soldier asked, lowering his weapon. Yes, Luemba answered, struggling to sound composed and authoritative, and failing on both counts. Who are you? The man offered a quick smile. Captain Josh Dane, United States Marine Corps. We're here to extract you. What happens after this depends on your discussion with my superior. And who is your superior? Luemba inquired. The President of the United States, Jack Ryan. Then we shouldn't delay, Luemba said, feeling a rush of hope for the first time since the PFU terrorists arrested him. I wouldn't want to keep him waiting. Have you found Vice President Carvalho? We have, Dane confirmed, along with several members of your cabinet. Frankly, we encountered very little resistance, except for this piece of work. He nodded toward the dead man on the floor. We need to move now, a klaxon blared, and the magnetic lock on his cell disengaged with a heavy clunk. Luemba closed his eyes briefly in relief. Thank you, he said, gripping the Marine's shoulder. He could now see other soldiers positioned along the cell block hallway. You can thank the President, Dane replied with a grin. I'm just following orders. The Marines formed a protective square around Luemba and moved quickly toward the hall's exit. Emotion suddenly tightened Luemba's throat. I need to contact my wife, he blurted out. Understood, Dane said without breaking stride, but that'll have to wait until after the debrief. For a moment, Luemba wondered if he was dreaming the man sent to kill him might have actually succeeded. This could simply be the final flicker of a fading consciousness, weaving a comforting illusion to soften the approach of death. He dug his fingers into his own thigh, right through the rough orange jumpsuit, and the sharp sting that followed felt gloriously, undeniably real. It seemed he owed a tremendous debt to the Americans and to their president, Jack Ryan. That realization immediately sparked another, more troubling thought. What had his so-called allies in Beijing been doing all this time? If he made it through today, Angola would have a very different leader tomorrow. He had to believe that. Perhaps Louisa would be there to help him keep that promise. They hurried through the cavernous utilitarian lobby after leaving the cell block. Luemba couldn't miss the sight of a group of disarmed Angolan soldiers, every one of them staring fixedly at their own boots, unwilling to meet his gaze. A hot, righteous fury surged within him, screaming for every last one of them to be punished, for their lives to be shattered. But then, as if she were standing beside him, he heard Louisa's voice gently asking if it was truly their fault. In a country where truth was a scarce commodity, who could say what lies these people had been fed? If their roles were reversed, would he risk a bullet for a man accused of treason based on rumors and state propaganda? Or would he, like them, simply follow orders from the chain of command above? "It is all right, my fellow Angolans," he announced in Kimbundu, his voice carrying across the silent room. "Together, we will set things right." Just as he reached the heavy exit doors, a young soldier, a woman who couldn't have been more than 18, snapped to attention and offered a crisp salute. Luemba stopped, met her eyes, and returned the gesture. A moment later, he was ushered into the rear compartment of a massive armored vehicle. Inside, seated on a bench, was a strikingly attractive American woman. "President Luemba, I'm Lieutenant Commander Ryan, United States Navy," she stated, though like the soldiers, she wore civilian attire. The tactical vest she had on was clearly borrowed and ill-fitting, and she carried no helmet. "I need to ask you several questions, and I require clear, honest answers. Your vice president and cabinet members are being asked the same in other vehicles. If your answers satisfy us, President Ryan wishes to speak with you directly." "I will answer anything you ask," Luemba replied, squaring his shoulders. "And then, with your permission, I wish to address my people and reclaim my country from a usurper. Answer truthfully, and if the president is convinced, you'll find we are prepared to assist with that exact goal," she said. The thick door clanged shut, and the armored personnel carrier began to move. "First question," the woman began. "Tell me everything you know about Victor Baptista and the sequence of events that led to your arrest." "First, tell me how you located me," Luemba countered, needing to piece together his own understanding of the rescue. "There's no time for that, mister." "President, please," she urged, a note of genuine urgency in her voice. "Our window is closing fast." He nodded, accepting his temporary lack of control, and began his account. "Victor Baptista leads the PFU. He has been a political opponent of the legitimate government for years, and he is a traitor to this nation. Secure bunker, basement level, presidential palace. Rua Pedro Furtado. Madame Ambassador, could you bring that chair here? We need to get his legs elevated," Kyle said, kneeling beside the unconscious form of Ottinger. The man was clinging to life, left on the cold floor where the guards had dumped him. After their welcome from President Baptista in the palace foyer, armed escorts had carried Ottinger and marched Kyle Madison and the ambassador down to this fortified basement bunker. Kyle recognized that this space, a significant improvement over their last underground holding cell, was likely to be their gilded cage for the duration of this crisis. Yet, the better furnishings did little to ease his mind, which was preoccupied with the grave international ramifications of their imprisonment here. "Thank you," Kyle said, as Ambassador Gonsalves pulled a metal chair with a cushioned seat into place near Ottinger's feet. "Madison, could you help with his other leg?" Perfect, just like that. Once they had Eric Ottinger's legs propped up, Kyle settled back on his heels and focused on the armed guard stationed by the locked door. "Do you speak English?" he called out, his voice sharp to cut through the tense silence. The guard's eyes flicked toward him, but he offered no reply, his expression blank. Kyle turned to the ambassador. "Please tell him in Portuguese that we need a doctor. We were promised medical help, and Eric won't last much longer without it." Ambassador Gonsalves relayed the message. This time, the guard responded. He punched a code into the keypad, opened the door just a crack, and exchanged hurried words with someone outside. After shutting the door again, he spoke briefly to the ambassador. "He says a doctor is on the way," Gonsalves reported, her voice worn and gravelly. She held Kyle's gaze, her eyes shadowed with dread. "Eric is dying, isn't he?" "Without proper care, yes," Kyle stated bluntly. The grimace that crossed her face, was an immediate reminder, a moment where a little softening, what his sister Katie used to call sugarcoating, would have been the kinder choice. She'd drilled that into him for years, and while he appreciated her patience, he'd always resisted the practice. Why feed people comforting lies? But seeing the ambassador's raw fear, he finally grasped the fragile human need behind it. "But I haven't given up hope," he added, his tone firming with resolve. "Eric is strong, even unconscious. He's fighting hard." A faint, strained smile touched her lips, though the worry lines on her forehead remained. "Madame Ambassador, I know you were listening earlier before the execution," Kyle said, shifting the subject. "What did Baptista and the other man say?" "Baptista was furious that his lieutenant brought us to the presidential palace," she replied. "That much was clear, even without understanding every word." Kyle gave a grim nod. "He probably wanted to keep his distance, to blame a rogue faction for everything. Wouldn't surprise me if his next move was to rescue us with Angolan forces and wipe out his own people to cover his tracks." He glanced at Madison, who was listening intently. "He executed his own man in cold blood. A man like that has no bottom." "Exactly," Madison agreed, her voice cool. She turned her attention back to the ambassador. "Did you catch anything else?" Goncalves shook her head. "Baptista noticed I was listening. He switched to Umbundu after that, which I don't speak." "It was Kimbundu, actually," Madison corrected softly. Both Kyle and the ambassador looked at her, surprised. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she explained, "I've been picking it up since I arrived. Languages have always come naturally to me for a moment." Her clinical detachment melted into a shy, almost apologetic smile. Kyle felt a jolt of admiration and something more. It was rare to find someone who matched his own directness, let alone someone with Madison's sharp mind and presence. "What did they say?" He pressed, leaning forward. "Could you follow it?" "They argued about whether the guard had tried to kill Ottinger intentionally." Madison recounted, her tone returning to its analytical calm. "Then they discussed a way out. The other man suggested killing all of us. Dead witnesses can't talk after all." That's when Baptista lost his composure. She met Kyle's eyes, her expression turning serious. "He knows exactly who you are, Kyle, and it scared him." A faint blush colored Kyle's cheeks. She had no idea who he really was. If he were an actual field operative, like his brother Jack, they probably wouldn't be in this mess at all. Jack would have seen the ambush coming a mile away. "I'm not a spook," he corrected, the term feeling foreign. "Just a guy who knows his way around a server room." Madison's comment confirmed what he'd already guessed from the guard's earlier stares. They knew he was Orion. "I'm surprised they made the connection, but my last name might actually be useful now," he said, his mind already calculating how to turn his family's political weight into a bargaining chip. "If we're smart about it." The electronic lock on the door beeped, and the guard inside swung it open. A young man entered, dressed in what looked like a paramedic's uniform and carrying a first aid kit the size of a weekend bag. He stopped just inside the threshold, frozen. Kyle watched the man's hands tremble. A real EMT would be moving, not standing there like a deer in headlights. "Do you speak English?" Kyle asked, trying to break the spell. "Some English," the man stammered. An embroidered patch on his chest read, "Costa. Costa, are you a doctor?" "No, I." "Emergency worker? An EMT?" "Yes, EMT." "This man was shot," Kyle said, pointing to Ottinger. "He's lost too much blood. If we don't help him right now, he's going to die." Costa gave a nervous nod but didn't budge. Frustrated, Kyle strode over, took the large duffel from his hands, and carried it to Ottinger's side. "Come on, man. He needs you now." Costa shuffled over as Kyle unzipped the clamshell bag, revealing a meticulously organized interior with labeled pouches. "What can I do?" Madison asked, joining them. "First, we need to get fluids into him," Kyle said, quickly scanning the contents. Help me find an IV kit." They both began searching the compartments. Madison pulled out a bag of clear saline. "Is this it?" "That's part of it," Kyle said, but his eyes were fixed on a second bag beneath it, filled with a dark crimson liquid. "What's that?" "It looks like blood," Madison said, handing it to him. Kyle took it and read the label quietly. "Hemopure intravenous, hemoglobin glutamer 250 bovine source." "What is it?" "It's a blood substitute, made from cow hemoglobin. I've read studies on these, but I didn't think they were on the market yet. This packaging is from South Africa. Maybe it's approved there." He held the bag, understanding its significance. In this room, it wasn't just a medical product, it was a potential miracle. "Should we use it?" Madison asked, glancing between Kyle and the petrified Costa. Kyle turned to the EMT. "Have you ever used this before?" Costa's eyes widened, but he said nothing. Kyle grabbed his arm, giving him a firm shake. "Hey, answer me. Have you ever administered this?" A head shake was the only reply. Kyle clenched his jaw. He despised not knowing, hated winging it with a man's life on the line. It was the one thing that could unravel his usually methodical calm. "Don't we need his blood type first?" Madison interjected. "It has to match, doesn't it?" "No, that's the point of this stuff," Kyle explained. A note of grim fascination cutting through his anxiety. "It's synthetic. No real red blood cells, so it's universal. I read about trials where it restored brain function in lab rats hours after cardiac arrest. It oxygenates organs directly. It's pretty incredible. Why don't they use it back home?" "Side effects, probably," Kyle said with a shrug, the irony not lost on him. Here they were in a makeshift prison, debating cutting-edge medicine that American hospitals wouldn't touch. The whole situation had taken a turn from terrifying to absurdly surreal. "But right now, our options are pretty limited. Let's get this line started." Kyle stared at the bag, his mind racing through the possibilities. Maybe it messed with clotting somehow, or perhaps it did the opposite and caused dangerous clots that could trigger a stroke. He wasn't a medical expert, and he didn't have all the answers. He ran the calculations in his head. Plenty of drugs never made it through the FDA's lengthy approval process, not necessarily because they were unsafe, but because the system moved slowly. Sometimes a treatment with rare side effects got held up for years, even if it could save lives in a crisis. Bureaucracy had its own pace. Ottinger wasn't elderly, overweight, or chronically ill. His critical condition came from severe blood loss. A transfusion was what he truly needed, but that wasn't an option here. Hemopure was the next best alternative, and based on the studies Kyle had read, it might even be the optimal choice given Ottinger's dire state. "My decision is made, we're using it," Kyle stated firmly, passing the bag to Madison as he went to gather the rest of the IV supplies. "Hold this for a second while I get the line ready." The ambassador's voice cut through the tense air. "What do you mean your decision? We don't understand the risks. If it's banned in the States, there's probably a good reason." Kyle met her gaze, trying to channel the patience and respect Katie had always urged him to show. "I understand your concern, Madame Ambassador," he said. "Believe me, I share it, but I've run the numbers." "The numbers," Gonsalves repeated, her expression one of pure confusion. Madison, however, smiled slightly, her eyes lighting up with understanding. "Madison has a talent for languages," Kyle explained. "You undoubtedly have a gift for diplomacy and reading people, a skill I've never been credited with. My skill is assessing a situation, weighing every risk and potential benefit, and using logic to find the best possible path forward, even when both options are terrible." "How is that just numbers?" Gonsalves asked, though her face had softened. "Everything comes down to the math," he replied, turning his attention back to the IV setup. After connecting the tubing and the catheter needle, he opened the clamp and gave the bag a firm squeeze to clear the line of air. Once it was purged, he clamped it shut and looked over at Costa. The paramedic just shook his head in clear refusal. "Are you seriously not going to help?" Kyle asked. frustration edging his voice. Costa let out a long, weary sigh, seemed to gather his resolve, and gave a reluctant nod. He pulled a rubber tourniquet from his kit and tied it around Audinger's upper arm. Leaning in, he examined the back of the unconscious man's hand, searching for a viable vein. The severe blood loss had caused Audinger's veins to collapse, rendering them nearly invisible. After a moment of fruitless searching, Costa threw his hands up in frustration. "All right, I'll do it," Kyle said, leaning in to take over. Finding nothing suitable on the hand, he gently rotated Audinger's arm to check the inner forearm below the elbow. He could just make out the faint trace of a vein, but couldn't feel it. "Have you done this before?" Madison asked quietly. "Once," he admitted, "but that was on the back of a hand." "I believe you can do this," she said. It was the kind of sugary encouragement he usually dismissed. But right then, he realized he needed to hear it, corny as it was. Holding the needle with the bevel up, he angled it at about 20 degrees and punctured the skin, just as they'd practiced on each other during training at the farm. Of course, back then, he'd been targeting a plump, clearly visible vein in a healthy, well-hydrated fellow agent. "Shouldn't you sterilize the site first?" Madison asked as he guided the needle forward. "Yeah, probably," he muttered, irritated he'd forgotten a basic step. "But right now, I think that's the least of Eric's worries." Pushing the thought of the procedural misstep aside, he withdrew the needle slightly, waiting for a flash of blood to appear in the catheter. Nothing came. He cursed under his breath and was about to pull out completely and start over when Costa placed a steadying hand on the back of his. "You are close," Costa said softly. He made a slight adjustment to the angle. "Just a tiny bit more." Kyle watched as a sluggish trickle of blood finally seeped into the catheter. He looked up at Costa and offered a tight, grateful smile, which the paramedic returned, working as a coordinated unit. They carefully withdrew the needle, leaving the catheter securely positioned before connecting the tubing. Kyle released the clamp and the contents of the hemopur bag began flowing into Audinger's veins. A quick, relieved high five passed between Kyle and Costa. Ambassador Gonsalves fetched a chair for Madison, who was acting as a makeshift IV stand by holding the bag aloft. "You pulled it off, Kyle," Madison said, her face breaking into a wide grin. "We all pulled it off together," he corrected, his mind briefly flickering to a different victory. The memory of sharing a triumphant smile with his sister on Worden Field after their company was announced as the semester's pennant winner. He offered that same genuine, full smile to his present team. "If you squeeze the bag, Mr. Ambassador, we can speed up the infusion after this. We'll connect the standard IV to boost his blood volume. Combined, it might just be enough. How soon until we see any change?" Gonsalves pressed. "It's hard to say," Kyle admitted, though he thought he detected a faint, promising warmth returning to Audinger's pallid skin. "The visible bleeding seems to have stopped, but once this bag is empty, we need to turn him, examine the wound, clean it, and get it packed." The sharp sound of the door chime cut through the room. Everyone's attention snapped to the security guard as he input the code, unlocked, and opened the door. Upon seeing the figure outside, the guard immediately stiffened to attention and moved aside. A middle-aged Angolan officer stepped in, his uniform jacket adorned with a staggering array of ribbons and medals that outshone any display Kyle had seen on American personnel. 4 gold stars gleamed on his rank insignia. The general's gaze swept the room, lingering on Audinger's treatment, then locking onto Ambassador Gonsalves before finally settling on Kyle. "Lieutenant Ryan," the general stated in clear English. "I'm General D'Souza, Chief of the General Staff for the Angolan Armed Forces. You will say your goodbyes. You are coming with me now." Kyle's eyes found Madison's. She held his look and managed a thin, encouraging smile. "It's going to be okay," he said quietly, more to himself than to her, before turning back to the general. "This man requires a real doctor immediately, or he will die. Please come with me," General D'Souza repeated, his tone unexpectedly softening. "I give you my word." I am attempting to secure the safety of everyone here. I have personally petitioned the president to have your colleague transferred to a hospital. Should that request be refused, I will ensure a physician is brought here directly." Kyle studied the man, his surprise giving way to deep suspicion. Was this a potential ally, or just another player in a dangerous game? The general's steady gaze held an unreadable quality that set off internal alarms. Trust had never been his default setting, a principle literally stitched into his past, recalling the confide nemini motto he'd once inked on his Naval Academy gear. He decided for now to withhold any faith in these promises. Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C. 7:33 p.m. local time. Ryan sat isolated in a small adjacent office, separated from the low hum of his team's voices in the main Situation Room. They were busy constructing endless contingency plans for the tense overnight stalemate with Baptista. Dominating the main screen was a live feed showing U.S. Marines positioned outside the Angolan presidential palace, poised to assault the building and engage Angolan forces solely on his command. He was waiting. They were waiting, and he knew this suspended state of anxiety would exact a price from them all. The weight of his unique position pressed down on him. He was far from the only American parent with a child in danger in Luanda that night. Every Marine, sailor, and embassy staffer involved had families, mothers and fathers likely worrying just as he was, yet blissfully unaware their loved ones were literally on a battlefield, their lives hanging in the balance. The cruel irony was that none of those other parents held the ultimate authority to make decisions that could either guide their children safely out of the crisis, or lead to their return in a coffin draped with the national flag. The burden of his office had never felt heavier than in these past few days, a weight that settled deep in his bones. He prayed this visceral understanding would stay with him, a guiding light for the inevitable crises to come. "Mr. President." The voice snapped him from his thoughts. A young aide from Scott Adler's team stood there, posture rigid with a veteran's discipline. "We have him, sir," the aide reported, a sharp grin on his face. "Luemba," the president confirmed, pushing himself up from the desk. "Yes, sir." Jack Ryan moved swiftly into the main conference room, where the atmosphere was charged. The large central screen was split on the right. A live satellite feed showed the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit encircling the presidential palace. The left displayed a shaky video call from his daughter Katie, her image bouncing with the motion of an armored vehicle. "Mr. President," she said, her expression determined but weary. "What's your status, Commander Ryan?" he asked, remaining on his feet behind his chair. Sitting was impossible with so many American lives, including 2 of his own children, still in danger. "Sir, we have successfully extracted President Luemba from custody," Katie reported, her voice steady despite the rough ride. "We are minutes from the embassy compound. I conducted a preliminary debrief with Luemba and his vice president and have tasked the Emergency Operations Center with immediate verification." "Give me the essentials, Commander," he interrupted, the familiar frustration at her frontline risks bubbling up. He needed facts, not procedure. "Sir, the evidence indicates President Luemba was deposed in a violent coup. Victor Baptista used his People's Freedom Union to orchestrate the embassy assault and the hostage-taking. Concurrently, he struck a deal with General João de Souza, commander of the Angolan military, to transfer military authority. De Souza's forces arrested Luemba's government for treason, imprisoning them at São Paulo. We assess the general is also behind the ambush on our landing force. I trust this is being documented and secured in real time. Affirmative, Mr. President. But I felt you needed the operational picture directly to inform your decisions." In that moment, he saw past the officer to the sister beneath. The raw fear for her captured brother was a shadow in her eyes, carefully controlled but unmistakable. "Outstanding work, Commander Ryan," he said, pride cutting through his irritation. The part of him that was just a father hated her proximity to the fight, but the commander-in-chief was profoundly grateful for the initiative that delivered critical intelligence firsthand. He surveyed the silent, expectant faces of his team around the table. The next move was his. "I presume Baptista has reached out?" he asked, turning to Secretary Adler. "Twice, Sir," Adler confirmed. "He's offering to negotiate for the hostages' return. Claims he rescued them, but his terms demand a full Marine withdrawal from Luanda and a non-interference pledge for his new regime." General Kudrick let out a derisive snort. "That's a fantasy." "You're absolutely right, Bruce. A complete fantasy," Ryan said, a hard smile touching his lips. The absurdity of the demand was almost refreshing in its audacity. "It tells me Baptista either hasn't grasped the strength of our position or he's foolishly underestimating what I'm prepared to do." A wave of grim resolve passed around the room. "Get me the MEU commander," Ryan stated. "What's his name?" "Colonel Rick Crocker, Mr. President," Admiral Kent replied. "We've got him on the feed now." A fresh window appeared on the screen, revealing a Marine officer who looked like he'd stepped off a recruitment poster, his jaw tight and his eyes burning with anger. "Mr. President," Colonel Crocker began with a respectful nod, "we are ready to secure the palace by force if necessary. A raider team is also positioned for a precise infiltration and hostage rescue. We are prepared for any scenario. Air support is on standby in case Angolan military armor or aircraft mobilize. Currently, we are only engaging palace security forces." "Thank you, Colonel," President Ryan replied. "Do you have sniper coverage established?" "Yes, sir. We have sight lines on the main entrance and the rear courtyard. Our shooters can be repositioned to cover specific interior locations, such as the cabinet room or the presidential office, on your order." "Understood," Ryan said. He then outlined several potential situations his analytical mind had already mapped out. Finishing his brief, he added, "Stand by, Colonel. Stay flexible." "Copy that, Mr. President." Turning to Secretary of State Adler, Ryan stated, "I believe it's time for me to speak with Baptista directly." Adler looked momentarily taken aback. "You wish to handle this personally, sir, rather than through me as an intermediary?" "Exactly," Ryan confirmed. "I want you to make him feel he's earned a direct audience with me, giving him a false sense of advantage. I suspect that conversation will reveal our best path to ending this coup." "I'll get him on the line and smooth the way, Mr. President," Adler assured him. "Make it a video call, Scott," Ryan instructed. "I want to look this jerk in the eye while we negotiate." "You've got it, sir," Adler said, stepping out to arrange the connection. Ryan let out a long breath, finally ready to take his seat. One way or another, he knew this would all be over within the half hour. As he settled into the plush executive chair, he offered a silent prayer that the strategist within him remained sharp and agile enough to make every necessary move to win the day and bring everyone home safely. Presidential Palace of the Upper City, Pedro Furtado Street, Luanda, Angola, 1:43 a.m. local time. Kyle drew a deep breath. This was it, the moment his entire life had, in one way or another, been leading toward. His number was up, and he was about to discover what destiny had planned. A wave of fear washed over him, matched equally by a sense of duty and grim acceptance. If he could harness that fear and turn it into focus, he just might have a shot. He stood to face General de Souza, the commander of the Angolan armed forces. Direct defiance wasn't an option. The general had arrived with 2 armed escorts who looked perfectly willing to kill on command. A flicker of hope crossed Kyle's mind. Perhaps this military man was simply trapped in a coup beyond his control. He would find out soon enough. Following instructions, Kyle turned to say his goodbyes. He first met the gaze of Ambassador Goncalves. In her eyes, he saw a mix of sorrow and profound gratitude that he was the one chosen to carry their fate and that he had shouldered the burden. "Don't worry, I'll be okay," he said, hoping to ease her conscience. Next, he locked eyes with Madison. "Kyle, I have faith in you," she managed, her voice unsteady. Then a faint, unexpected smile broke through her usually stoic expression. "No matter what happens out there," she added, her tone shifting to one of wry, almost sarcastic encouragement, "just remember to do the math. It's always in the numbers." He looked at her deeply, trying to convey everything words couldn't. They were two of a kind that way. He knew expressing emotions was as hard for her as it was for him, yet here she was, telling him she cared and understood. It was a small, solid anchor in the chaos. "Time to go," General D'Souza commanded, his voice leaving no room for delay. Kyle offered Madison one last fond smile, potentially their final exchange, and walked out of the bunker. This escorted walk through the presidential palace felt utterly different from the others. No hood over his head, no painful restraints on his wrists. The eerie normalcy of it was somehow more unsettling, the polished hallways feeling like a stage before an unknown final act. No weapon was pressed to his temple, no blade held against his neck, no club swinging toward him. This time they afforded him a degree of dignity, a show of respect, a visible restraint. The balance of power had quietly changed. His captors aimed to hide this shift, but their careful conduct spoke louder than any threat. Kyle understood now he was being led to a discussion, not a death sentence. The execution would only follow should the talks collapse. For Kyle, this posed a problem. Negotiation was a war of words, a verbal chess match where every phrase and gesture determined the winner. He had never been good at this game. A wave of grim resignation washed over him until Madison's final advice suddenly reshaped the moment in his mind. Just do the math. Madison understood his world, but she moved in diplomatic circles with the State Department. She knew exactly what was unfolding. That's why she had offered those words. A flicker of hope ignited in his chest. She was handing him a strategy to survive this exchange. All he had to do was convert the subtle language into equations that he could handle. The walk through the palace led him up a flight of stairs, along a quiet corridor lined with historical portraits, and finally stopped before a pair of towering mahogany doors adorned with gleaming brass handles. General D'Souza opened them slightly, peered inside, and only after a brief scan did he motion Kyle forward, instructing the guards to remain in the hall. Stepping across the threshold, Kyle recognized the space at once. It was the president's cabinet room. He had been to the White House twice before. From the rich color scheme to the imposing oval table to the grand windows overlooking an interior courtyard, the room felt like a mirror of the West Wing's own cabinet chamber. "Welcome, Lieutenant Ryan. I'm President Victor Baptista," said an Angolan man standing behind the central chair on the far side of the table. Surprisingly, Baptista wasn't wearing a suit. Instead, he was dressed in black tactical pants and a dark gray close-fitting sweater. Also impossible to overlook, the president carried two semi-automatic pistols, one holstered on each hip. "Just Kyle Ryan," he replied after a pause, his gaze lifting from the weapons to meet Baptista's eyes. "I left the Navy earlier this year." For some reason, the correction made Baptista smile. He gestured toward the empty leather chair directly across the table. "Please, sit." Kyle complied, while General D'Souza took a seat at the far end of the oval, forming a distinct triangular arrangement. The geometry of D'Souza's positioning wasn't lost on Kyle. Clearly, this wasn't a simple two-party dialogue. Through his seat choice, D'Souza subtly communicated that he was no mere bystander. He had his own interests in play. An image of a three-legged stool appeared in Kyle's thoughts, deceptively simple. Such a stool is stable only when perfectly balanced. No matter how strong two legs are, if the third gives way, the whole structure collapses under even slight pressure. Kyle couldn't help but wonder which leg in this tense triad would be the first to buckle. "First, allow me to offer an apology," Baptista began, lacing his fingers together. "None of us were ever meant to find ourselves in such an unfortunate predicament." Kyle listened, recognizing the statement for what it was, a deflection, and chose to remain silent. What we can all agree on, I believe, is that the best path forward is to leave the past behind and focus on what comes next. Kyle gave a nod, still listening, though his attention drifted briefly to a large TV monitor on the opposite wall. It was powered on but displayed only a dark, standby screen. As president, my sole duty is to serve the people of Angola. To fulfill that duty, I must prioritize their safety and security above all. It also demands that I eradicate corruption and misconduct within the government. My predecessor failed on both fronts, which is why the people have chosen me as their agent of change, Baptista declared. Kyle turned to face him, his expression skeptical. That's interesting. From what I've heard, the citizens of Angola didn't choose you at all. You weren't elected. You removed the legitimately elected president and took control through a military takeover. Baptista stiffened, then offered a sharp, gleaming smile. For almost 20 years, the true will of the people was silenced under the previous chaotic administration. Only now can they freely express their conscience through a vote. Changing the regime was and remains the sole method to protect democratic principles. Right, Kyle replied dryly. And in the name of democracy, you're also keeping me and my fellow Americans as prisoners, is that it? Baptista shot Kyle a piercing glare before responding. What happened to you and your colleagues was done without my awareness or consent. The moment I discovered this outrage, I ordered you brought directly to me. As you saw when you arrived, I have already disciplined the officer responsible. So, I assume General D'Souza brought me here to the cabinet room so you could inform me that my colleagues and I are being released and can return to the American embassy. Baptista pressed his fingertips together and let out a weary breath. If only it were that straightforward. But it is straightforward, Kyle insisted, glancing toward D'Souza, whose expression remained unreadable. The unelected president shook his head. Sadly, it is not. Because at this very moment, American military forces have entered my nation's capital and seem ready to surround the heart of Angolan authority, the presidential palace. This was news to Kyle. If the Marines had the palace encircled, it gave him an immediate advantage. What exactly do you want from me? Kyle asked, getting directly to the heart of the matter. I want you to tell your father to pull all American troops and equipment out of Luanda and to publicly guarantee that the United States will not meddle in matters of Angolan sovereignty. All right, Kyle said. Baptista looked startled, then broke into a boyish grin, clearly unprepared for how quickly Kyle seemed to agree. Outstanding. I have President Ryan standing by for a video call. All I need to do is press this button to link the TV. I agreed to tell him. I didn't say he'd agree. Kyle cut in, stopping Baptista before he could connect the call. Baptista's smile vanished. What did you say? I'll relay your message to the president, but that doesn't mean he'll follow it. In fact, I can almost promise you he won't meet your demands. My father does not negotiate with terrorists. Baptista's eyes narrowed, his face contorting into a furious scowl that made him look like a stone grotesque. So your father is willing to sacrifice his own son for the sake of foreign policy? Is that the deal? Kyle pressed, making Baptista spell it out. My life in exchange for your hold on power? Yes, Baptista stated, folding his arms. Kyle looked again at D'Souza, who held his gaze but revealed nothing. Then that's a shame, Kyle concluded, because it means everyone in this room is already dead. If that's your play, Baptista, none of us are leaving this palace alive. Baptista snorted in disbelief. You're bluffing. I wish I were. I expect you'll make your demand, and the president will refuse. You'll kill me, because I believe you're absolutely willing to do that. Then he gave D'Souza a regretful look. I imagine both of you will die in the assault on the palace, or maybe be executed later for treason. Baptista snatched up the remote, aimed it at the screen, and pressed a button. The display refreshed, showing a video call interface. Baptista clicked the remote once more to join, and a live feed from the Situation Room appeared on the monitor. President Ryan occupied the central seat, surrounded by the nation's most influential figures. Kyle knew every face on the screen, Mary Pat Foley, a family friend since his childhood, Scott Adler, Arnie Van Dam, and Bob Burgess. His father appeared more aged and austere than Kyle remembered, the lines of his face seeming carved from granite. Kyle questioned whether this harshness was a trick of the video feed, the stark Situation Room lighting, or if his own memory had softened the man into a gentler, more paternal figure. He felt the weight of his father's gaze, a silent, intense appraisal that swept over him before settling on Baptista. "President Ryan, we appreciate your patience," Baptista began, a thin smile on his lips. "Your son has graciously agreed to facilitate this dialogue, aiming to reduce tensions and broker a peaceful resolution to our present difficulties." Kyle watched his father master his initial reaction, his voice emerging calm and measured. "Kyle, are you all right?" President Ryan asked, bypassing Baptista's remarks entirely. The direct concern caught Kyle off guard, stirring an emotion he quickly suppressed. "A few scrapes, sir, but I'm operational," Kyle replied, his mind already calculating. He understood his speaking opportunities were limited, and each word had to carry strategic weight. However, while I'm here in the cabinet room, Ambassador Madison Bennett and Eric Ottinger are being detained under guard in the lower bunker. Ottinger's condition is critical and requires immediate medical evacuation. They are currently secure. He subtly stressed the word secure, hoping his father would interpret the message. An assault on this room might leave the other hostages unharmed. As he spoke, Kyle registered two developments. Mary Pat Foley scribbled a note and passed it off screen. Simultaneously, he caught Baptista's simmering anger in his peripheral vision, though the man, for now, held his tongue. The president shifted his focus to Baptista, his tone turning icy. "Victor, the charade is over. We know your history and your actions. The United States does not recognize your claim to leadership in Angola. This ends now. Release the hostages and stand down before you force a catastrophe." "Or what?" Baptista shot back, leaning forward to challenge Ryan's stare. Ryan reclined slightly, the gesture of a man holding all the cards. "As we speak, elements of the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit have encircled the presidential palace. We control your airspace and the port. F-35 fighters are airborne with weapons ready. The NSA is prepared to sever all your communications. Furthermore, Marine raiders are positioned to breach and secure this building at my command. There is no escape. It's finished. All I need to do is give the order, and a precision-guided munition can be delivered directly through your window." Kyle sensed the final phrase was meant for him. His eyes, along with General de Souza's, flicked toward the large window behind Baptista. Was that a signal, or just his own hope? He braced for the next move, knowing his father's powerful play wasn't the final one. Baptista still had pawns to sacrifice. In a flash, Baptista was on his feet, a pistol in each hand aimed at Kyle and de Souza. But just a heartbeat later, General de Souza also stood, drawing his own sidearm and leveling it at Baptista. "Recall your forces or your son dies," Baptista demanded, his hands steady. "Victor, it ends here." "Lower your weapon," the general stated, his voice firm and clear for the first time. "I knew you were a snake, de Souza," Baptista growled. "But it doesn't matter. The Americans have your name on their list as a traitor. Even if you kill me here, they'll hang you for treason once Luemba is back in power." The general offered no response, leaving a thick, heavy quiet to fill the space. It was Kyle who finally broke it. "Well, Dad," he said, a dry, humorless smile touching his lips as he looked at the video feed. "Seems I got a last-minute invite to a showdown, but left my invitation at home." He then let his gaze drift meaningfully toward the window behind Baptista, lifting a brow. To most people, it would sound like a flippant remark. For Kyle, it was a tactical report and a silent question rolled into one. On the screen, Mary Pat leaned close to whisper to President Ryan, whose expression remained unreadable. Then, with a voice weighed down by resignation, Ryan spoke. "Kyle, as your father, there is nothing I wouldn't do for you." But as president, I am bound by a duty that demands neutrality, that forces me to place the country's safety above my own heart. As his father continued, Kyle understood this was a stall. He prayed his dad, the strategic mastermind, had pieced it all together and was moving the right pieces into place. Kyle was waiting for the green light, and then it came. And for that, I am truly sorry. I hope, deep down, you can find a way to forgive me, Ryan stated, his gaze steady and unblinking. Can you forgive me, son? He let the question linger in the air for a beat before adding, slowly, his eyes locking with Kyle's to convey the unspoken order. Yes or no? Yes, Kyle yelled, shoving himself from the chair and scrambling beneath the heavy conference table. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, followed instantly by the explosive crash of shattering glass. Kyle tucked his head, arms wrapped over his skull. He heard the distinct, heavy thump of two bodies hitting the floor in unison. When he opened his eyes, he was met with the vacant stare of Baptista, whose lifeless form was wedged under the table beside him. A large portion of the man's skull was gone, clearly the work of a high-powered rifle round from a Marine sniper positioned outside, a shot coordinated half a world away by Mary Pat. Kyle pivoted on his hands and knees to look down the table's length, where General D'Souza had been standing. The general was now on his back, gasping and twisting in agony. As Kyle crawled out from his hiding place, the general's two personal guards stormed into the room, weapons raised. One rushed to D'Souza's side, while the other leveled his rifle at Kyle, who slowly lifted his hands in surrender. Stand down. The general rasped from the floor, each word a struggle, yield to the Americans. The guard covering Kyle hesitated, confusion flashing across his face, but he lowered his barrel. Legs trembling, Kyle turned back to the video screen. Meeting his father's eyes, he decided to attempt something he almost never did. He made a genuine joke. Nice shot, cowboy. The president's face, which had been a rigid mask of strain, finally softened, revealing the familiar father from Kyle's memories. What you did took real courage, son. I'm proud of you. So incredibly proud. Kyle fought the instinct to look down at his own shaking hands. Thanks, Dad. Love you too. Rear loading dock, U.S. Embassy compound, Luanda, Angola. 02:39 local time. Katie paced a relentless path just inside the rolled-up loading door, worrying the inside of her cheek with her teeth. In the background, she was dimly aware of Kanza and Bubba sharing a spit bottle and a tin of chewing tobacco. A glance at her watch fueled her frustration. They were late. Ryan, you're gonna grind a ditch into that concrete if you don't quit, Kanza called out. She's gonna hit a wall when that adrenaline dump is over. She heard Bubba murmur to Kanza, apparently forgetting how sound carried in the vast empty bay. He wasn't wrong. She was running on fumes, sustained by micro-naps stolen in 30-minute chunks. She turned, attempting a smile, but whatever expression she managed only made her teammate crack a grin. Kanza had been an absolute rock through this entire chaotic mission, treating her with the deference her rank required, while providing the seasoned special ops insight she desperately needed as support. And he did it all, with an easy grace that made it seem almost simple. She found herself curious about how serious things were between him and Lori Tenko, hoping the relationship might offer the combat-hardened SEAL a slice of the contentment he'd earned. Glancing out the window, she saw two Marines from the security detail posted at the building's rear, standing side by side in casual conversation. Their rifles were secured across their chests, but their hands rested on the pistol grips, alert. For a Marine, the threat was a constant companion, wasn't it? The motto, "First to fight," was more than just words. An unexpected memory surfaced, Dennis smiling at her, and she understood why it came to mind now. She had almost lost her brother, and the mere thought of that possible future had been crushing, if she hadn't been able to bury herself in the relentless demands of running the Emergency Operations Center. The accumulated stress and sorrow of the past few days might have genuinely stopped her heart. How did her mother handle the relentless anxiety of a family full of Ryans constantly in danger? First their father, then Jack Jr., Ed, now both Katie and Kyle were in the field. How is Mom not a complete wreck? Kathy was truly an extraordinary woman. Do I possess that same inner fortitude? She was beginning to question it. She'd been agonizing over the impractical logistics of dating a fellow naval officer from a totally different world, with conflicting deployments and duties. If anything was going to sink her romance with Dennis, she'd assumed it would be their impossible calendars. But the last 2 days had shifted that perspective. Something else was nagging at her, something harder to pin down, a raw gut feeling she couldn't quite name. She pushed the thoughts aside. Not now. A low rumble caught her attention, and she spotted 2 joint light tactical vehicles rolling down the slim road separating the embassy grounds from the medical school behind it. She caught herself actually clapping her hands and bouncing on her toes like an excited child as 2 fully geared Marines swung the gate open. The JLTVs entered the compound and came to a halt near the loading dock. 4 combat Marines, Captain Camperos leading Merryweather's Raiders, piled out of the lead vehicle. Then the doors of the second vehicle opened, and 2 more Marine Raiders emerged, followed by the familiar lean silhouette of her brother. He blinked against the sun, lifting a hand to shield his eyes as he scanned the small group waiting inside. Katie's heart soared at the sight of his face. But her joy was instantly tempered by surprise when she saw him turn and place a steadying arm around Madison Bennett to help her out of the truck. Well, that's interesting. The Marines escorted the pair toward the stairs while she practically vibrated with anticipation. By the time Kyle reached the top step, she was already running toward him. Recognizing her, he broke into one of his rare, genuine smiles. He released Madison and took 2 quick strides, his arms opening, clearly intending to give, not just reluctantly endure, a massive hug. Knowing her brother, she tried to make it brief, but to her astonishment, he didn't let go. She held him for what felt like an eternity in Kyle Ryan's personal timeline. Finally, he stepped back, his eyes searching her face. "What are you doing here, sissy?" he asked, using a nickname she hadn't heard since they were kids. "Well, when the president says jump," she replied, her voice cracking into something between a laugh and a sob. "You ask how high?" "Exactly," she said, emotionally drained but relieved. "I should have known it would be you who came," he stated. "Thank you." She hugged him again, unable to resist, but this time he only permitted the customary brief 2-second Kyle hug. When she let go, he turned to Madison, who had approached them hesitantly. "Katie, this is Madison Bennett," Kyle said, and Katie didn't miss the fact that it was he who took Madison's hand, not the other way around. The connection between them felt raw, forged in the crucible of shared captivity. Madison offered a tense smile, mirrored by the woman whose awkward expression was so like Kyle's in uncomfortable moments. "I understand," Madison said, her voice softening before turning serious. The ambassador's vehicle took a different route back. "Do you have any information on that?" Katie nodded. "Yes, they were diverted to the Marine Forward Surgical Team at the adjacent medical complex. I just got off the line with Commander Schneider, the lead surgeon. Eric Ottinger is conscious now after receiving blood transfusions. They're preparing to transfer him to the Kearsarge for further evaluation and to decide on surgical intervention." The commander mentioned something about a drainage tube. "Likely a thoracic tube," Kyle interjected, catching Katie off guard. "Since when was he an expert on emergency medicine?" "That sounds right," Katie conceded. "The point is, they said your action saved his life. The ambassador required surgery for a splenic injury, but Schneider assured me she's stable and expected to make a full recovery." A brief wave of relief washed over Madison's features before her expression settled into a neutral professional mask. "Thank you for the update, Lieutenant Commander Ryan," she stated, her tone oddly formal for the setting. She glanced at Kyle. "I should go inside and prepare for the debriefing. You should take a moment with your sister." Actually, no, Kyle replied without hesitation. A genuine, unguarded smile touched his lips, a rare sight. I'd rather we stick together. I'll come with you. Madison's nod was subtle, but a flicker of approval was unmistakable. I'm really glad you're safe, Kyle, Katie said, her voice thick with emotion. Back at you, Katie, he said, and then, stunning her, completely added, I love you. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly, blurring her vision. I love you too. Time to go. We need to debrief while everything's still clear, Kyle stated with his characteristic pragmatism, already moving toward the embassy entrance. I'll catch up with you later. There's the brother I know, Katie murmured to herself, a grin spreading across her face. She took a few quick steps after him. You do remember that I'm the one conducting the debrief, don't you? 2 weeks later, the Ryan residence, Chesapeake Bay, Maryland, 7:08 p.m. local time. The familiar joyful chaos of a Ryan family dinner, steeped in memory and comfort, swirled around Katie, yet it couldn't quite silence the tempest within her. She sat quietly, a practiced smile on her face, absorbing the palpable love around the table. Her focus, however, was tethered to the necessary difficult conversation awaiting the man beside her. Dennis had sensed her distraction, gently inquiring once and circling the topic a second time before, wisely giving her the space to approach it on her own terms. His patience only deepened her affection for him, which in turn made the dread of what she had to say feel even more acute. So, Kyle, Kathy began, a playful glint in her eye. Katie might have let slip that you could be bringing a guest to our next family gathering. Did she, now? Kyle said, shooting his sister a classic, you'll pay for this look, that she knew all too well. But Katie didn't miss the faint spark of amusement in his eyes. Way to go, little brother, Jack Jr. called out from his seat beside their father, prompting Kyle to shake his head and roll his eyes in exasperation. I have absolutely no idea what you're referring to, Mom, Katie said, feigning wide-eyed innocence. And that's all you'll get from her. I guarantee it, Sally laughed, gently bouncing baby Genevieve on her knee. Her daughter giggled, reaching a tiny hand for Sally's nose, while her husband, Davy, watched his girls with a radiant smile. I tried prying details about a certain someone a while back, Sally added, nodding warmly toward Dennis. And my little sister was a fortress. The Navy's analyst training is clearly top-notch. I'm an analyst, not a spy, Katie protested half-heartedly. You're confusing me with Jack. I'm completely lost and have no comment, Jack Jr. declared with a smirk, sending the entire table into uproarious laughter. Each tender, joyful moment made the looming conversation with Dennis feel more like a betrayal, tightening the knot of anxiety in her chest. Watching her sister Sally, the intensely focused, career-driven surgeon, snuggle little Genevieve only sharpened the ache. Oh, I've heard that one before, Kathy retorted, giving their dad a playful nudge on the shoulder. Jack Ryan leaned in to place a soft kiss on his wife's cheek. Katie's gaze shifted to Kyle, who wagged a finger in her direction, though she noted he hadn't actually denied anything. She offered him a wink, and was genuinely startled when he winked right back. Well now, their father said, pushing himself up from the table. Since the ladies handled the cooking, how about the gentlemen take charge of clearing up, he proposed. But Dennis, you're off the hook for dishes. You're still our guest for the time being anyway. It just kept getting more complicated. I wouldn't dream of it, sir, Dennis replied. I'm happy to help. He stood, collected Katie's plate onto his own, and then, to her surprise, brushed a kiss against her cheek. Katie smiled but looked away, her mind churning with renewed uncertainty. Perhaps she should simply let events unfold naturally. She'd never felt so comfortable and authentically herself with anyone. Dennis made her feel valued, at peace, and truly seen. Yet, ironically, those very feelings cemented the necessity of her decision. She cared for him deeply. Enough to recognize that their chosen paths in the Navy, despite their best hopes, were almost guaranteed to lead to strain and sorrow. Got a minute? Kyle's voice cut through her thoughts. "What?" she said, turning to find him studying her with a serious expression. "We need to talk," he stated. She glanced toward the kitchen, where Dennis was scraping plates and sharing a laugh with Jack Jr. "Shouldn't you be helping clean up?" she asked, already wary of the conversation's direction. "Porch, now, Commander," Kyle said. He turned and walked through the foyer toward the rear of the house, fully expecting her to follow, which she did. They stepped out onto the spacious back porch overlooking the Chesapeake Bay, its surface shimmering like liquid silver in the twilight. "Are you doing okay, Kyle?" she asked. "I can't even imagine what you're processing after everything that happened." "I'm fine," he said. "I know for a lot of folks, the aftermath of a trauma can take a while to surface. But right now, I feel like me." He turned to face her. He wasn't smiling, yet his expression held the familiar, steady warmth she remembered from their childhood. They'd been inseparable back then, despite their differences, a bond she believed was unbreakable. The thought of losing him was unimaginable. "It's you I'm worried about." "Wait, what?" Katie said, caught off guard. "Me? Why?" "I know what you're planning, Katie," he said plainly, "and it's a mistake." "I don't know what you mean," she said, but after all these years he could still read her perfectly. "Yes, you do," he replied. "You're going to end things with Dennis. Or maybe you'll try to pump the brakes, keep it casual, which honestly amounts to the same thing." Katie let out a long sigh. Every major step in her life, from their childhood antics all the way through the Naval Academy, had been easier because she and Kyle faced it together. They always understood each other. There was no use pretending with him. "Navy relationships are a special kind of hard," she said, her eyes on the darkening water. "I'm with O&I, and if history is any guide, they'll keep handing my team difficult, dangerous assignments. Dennis has screened for command. His life is about to become a whirlwind of PCO school, and I have no doubt his own boat. He'll be in constant workups or deployed. Then what? What if he's assigned to Pearl Harbor and I'm stuck in D.C.? For all I know, they could send me to a NATO post in Europe. Why does being with someone you care about have to feel like solving a military logistics puzzle instead of just loving someone?" Kyle continued to stare at her, offering no reply. Their gazes held for a long, quiet moment before she turned back to the darkening waters of the bay. The last pink streaks of sunset had bled into deep violet, and a faint moonlight was beginning to silver the waves. "You're looking at it all wrong," Kyle said, his voice quiet but firm. She turned to face him, and after a beat, he also shifted his attention to the horizon. "When we were teenagers, I used to watch Mom and wonder how she did it. She was a surgeon, always carrying the weight of her patients. And Dad was always leaving on another sudden business trip. Yet we never felt like an afterthought. She never made us feel like we were competing for her time. Later, when I was old enough to grasp the real stress she was under because of Dad's work, I swore I'd never do that to someone I loved. All that fear, the constant worry, the empty space in the bed. What's the point of putting someone through that?" She met his eyes, feeling her own grow damp. Most people would be stunned to see her brother this vulnerable, but she wasn't. "Exactly," she whispered, thinking he had just articulated her own fears perfectly. "But I don't feel that way anymore," he said, catching her completely off guard. "Because of Madison?" she asked, her hand coming to rest on his forearm. To her surprise, he laughed, a genuine, hearty sound he reserved only for her. "No," he said, then paused thoughtfully. "Maybe someday, though," he turned fully toward her. "You're the one who changed my mind, or more specifically, the look on your face when I got out of that van and saw you waiting for me at the embassy. It was the same look Mom had whenever Dad came home from one of his trips. She'd look at him and just start crying. She wasn't sad. She'd just cry, just like you did." She waited, puzzled by where this was going. "After everything I've been through, I think I finally get it," he continued. "When you love someone, your first instinct is to build a wall to protect them from fear and hurt. The simplest way to do that is to just step away from the people who matter most. But that's backwards thinking, Katie. All you're doing is trading something real for a hollow kind of safety. We need people in our lives who we're terrified of losing, people we love so much that the risk of pain is worth it. That's why Mom and Dad made it work. That's why you and I understand each other. He reached out and took both of her hands in his, a gesture so uncharacteristic it made her jaw drop slightly. So if you're thinking about trading love for an empty room, I'm asking you to think again. If Dennis could be that person for you, then walking away would be the real mistake. For a moment, she was too stunned to speak, just staring at him with a mix of awe and gratitude that clearly made him uneasy. He released her hands and turned back toward the water. "I love this view," he said softly. She wanted to throw her arms around him but held back, sensing he needed the space. "Thank you, Kyle," she said, her voice thick. "You're a really good brother." "Anytime," he replied, and then with a wry, lopsided grin he added, "It's not some grand mystery. 2 is always greater than 0. It's just basic math." He turned and walked back toward the house, passing Dennis in the doorway. Kyle gave the submariner a brief, acknowledging nod before stepping inside and closing the door. "You okay?" Dennis asked as he walked over to join her. His eyes held a trace of melancholy. He knows, she thought. He isn't stupid. He can feel it. "Yeah," she said, offering a small, closed-mouthed smile. "Can we talk?" "Sure," he said, his gaze dropping to his shoes with a hint of resignation. "I had a feeling this was coming." She reached for his hands, and he looked up, startled. When she beamed at him, his expression shifted to one of pure confusion. "I thought I knew what you were going to say," he admitted, "but now I'm not so sure." She held his gaze, and in his presence she felt that familiar warmth, a deep sense of safety, and a quiet peace she'd been missing. In her heart, she knew she was tired of being alone. Kyle was right. It really was just math. "Dennis, I think what we have is real," she said, her voice steady and clear. "And I want to try to make it work, that is, if you still want to." He looked utterly shocked. That wasn't the response I was expecting. "And yes, Ryan, I really do want to see where this goes. I'm fully aware that military relationships are a tangled web." "Complicated doesn't scare me," she replied, her mind flashing to the intricate dance her own parents must have performed. Kyle had a point there, and I know Navy dating usually becomes a nightmare of schedules and duty rosters, but let's just set that aside for now. Being a submariner means I'm practically a professional at logistics and scheduling, he said with a grin that drew a genuine laugh from her. "So, can we figure out a plan for how we might actually function?" "I'd love nothing more," Dennis answered, drawing her into the solid warmth of his arms. A slight tremor ran through her, and she couldn't tell if it was the chill creeping in from the bay or the sheer newness of the moment. "You're shivering," he murmured, starting to pull back. "I'll grab my coat from the car." "Don't," she said, softly, tightening her hold and guiding his arms back around her. Her voice was a quiet murmur against his shoulder. "Just stay right here. You're all the warmth I need."